asses away. You got Trey Lance in training camp. You got Juan Soto and Josh Bell wearing Padre Brown. They're out of Washington. They're playing for the Padres. Tatis Jr. gets popped for 80 games. Now, my fantasy team doesn't like it because I waited them all year. And, damn, what do you know? Pop for PEDs.
One cares.
Nobody cares. Well,
about that part
about that part of it, no doubt about it. But there's so much going on. And then, oh, wait, Jimmy Garoppolo is still a 49er.
I'm now imagining, like, Bonte on a boat realizing all at one time, like he's having this epiphany, sports is year-round. Like, yeah.
Well, no, it didn't used to be like that. Remember the quote-unquote
like in 1987. I mean, how long you been doing this?
I've been doing it for a while.
Can we be honest? You did set a record.
What?
Longest vacation in the history of sports talk radio in the Bay Area.
That was a long vacation.
Radnich called in and said he was jealous.
Well, a former co-host of mine actually will disagree with that. He used to take 3 weeks off. So 17 days, 13 shows. Trust me, I counted all of them. It was a long trip.
Thanks, Damon.
A long trip. But it is good to be back, man. And, I'm 10. It was hot. The food was great, Shasky. Look, I can't eat lasagna and ravioli in America anymore.
Oh, okay.
I just can't.
Oh.
I can't.
Don't be that guy.
Dude.
Don't be that guy.
Trust me. Shasky, you love to eat just like me.
Yeah. If I brought you a square from Westlake Joe's right now of lasagna, you're not taking a little nibble?
It's not the same, man. I'm telling you. Dude, you get the lasagna and you get the pizza. You can eat both. Because everybody in Italy, they eat their own personal pizzas. Mm-hmm. And you don't even feel bloated. You're moving around. You're like here in America, I give me a little, say if I get something for Pizza Hut, one of those $6.99 specials, because I haven't done that in a long time.
First off, that's your
problem. I haven't done that in a long time. All right? But you get that, and then you get some calamari or something, and you're like, damn, I can't even move, man. I'm full.
Yeah.
The food out there in Europe is
just,
they don't put all that extra
Domino's
stuff.
calamari, I'm a little worried about you.
Well, no, that's bad.
I know
Domino's
it's different.
calamari.
It's incredible. I'm happy for you, but you think people want to hear about you going through every bite of your entire trip?
No, absolutely not. I did the pasta class. Boy, you could call me Chef Boyarbate now. You should have seen the pasta.
Chef Boyarbate.
I mean, it was unbelievable.
Wow.
But I did miss you guys because waking up at 7 in the morning out there, it'd be like midnight. I think it was a 9-hour difference. And so I'm looking at all the training camp videos. I'm looking at all the Giants scores. And I'm thinking to myself, man, the Giants are still struggling. Yeah. Well, guess what? They were 48-48 when I left. They're 57-57 now that I'm back.
Wow.
So they were 9-9. However, my boy Joey Bart is hitting. I did notice that. Over 300. Over 300 since I left. Joey Bart, move him up in the lineup.
Yeah. How much FOMO did you have?
At times I did.
You're so Pinocchio, bro.
Listen.
At times. The entire time.
But then I would look at it on the private beach, and I'm in this infinity pool, and they're bringing oysters and lobster and drinks. I'm saying, life is good. Yeah. Your boys might not see me again. Your boys might not see me again. And then you look at the credit card bill. It's like, I need to get my ass back to the States. Your boys going broke. Need a couple checks.
You know what they say. If you ain't out there making it, you're out there spending it.
Yeah, no doubt about that. We spent a lot. Let me tell you. The PSG store, Paris Saint-Germain, we did the stadium tour. And we leave. And I go, hey, where's the team store at? Because, they're sponsored by Nike and Jordan and whatnot. And the guy was like, Bonte, I'm not even going to impersonate the French accent because it's terrible. But he goes, it's very dangerous. It's very dangerous. It's 5 feet away. Very dangerous.
What's dangerous about it?
Well, the fact is that you're going to go in there and spend a lot of money. So I went in there, and 15 minutes later, there's like $400 worth of gear in my hands.
What kind of gear?
Soccer jersey. This dope-ass sweatsuit I'm going to wear later in the week.
Called a kit?
No, just a jersey.
I thought they were called kits.
Is it a kit, Langford, or soccer jersey, right? Just a jersey.
You can call it a kit.
A kit,
all right. Jersey, uniform, whatever.
I got me a PSG.
It's all the same thing.
Okay, I got me a PSG kit.
I've never heard of you having an affinity for PSG, so this is interesting to me.
Dude, the stadium, they're sponsored by Qatar Airlines, a bunch of rich dudes. We walk in the locker room, I was like, man, this is what's up. This is where it's at right here.
So you're part of the Live Tour
I'm part of the Live Tour.
I didn't know that.
I'm part of the Live
Supporting
Tour.
Qatar.
Part of the Live Tour.
That's
Even Anna
my
liked
guy.
it. She got some sweats in the hat.
You
I was
and Phil Mickelson.
So it was a lot of money being spent. But the one FOMO I did have was training camp. Because I felt like for a long time at the station, JD and I be the only ones down there. I see the first video. There's Lubman. There's Langford. There's Evan Giddings. There's Kyle Madsen.
Oh, yeah.
There's Mark Willard.
Yep.
There's even Daryl the Guru Johnson at 49ers training camp.
Yeah, he
Get
made
his
an
ass
appearance.
out of there. He's a Cowboy fan.
No,
he shouldn't be on the field.
No.
Just keep him away from Santa Clara.
He was trying to gauge the field of play.
So I'm looking at all these guys at training camp saying, these bastards are going to watch my quarterback and Trey Lance, and they're going to tweet all about Trey, and they're going to sit there. That's why I had to retweet some videos during vacation. It's like, hey, just a reminder.
What video?
I was walking off that field, baby, with the little saving hats. So there was a little fear of missing out with training camp.
A little.
When it came to talking Giants baseball, you guys could talk about Darren Ruff getting traded for J.D. Davis all night long. Well, I do not care.
I know you want to get into the 49ers, I'm sure, but just can you allow me to feel really good about the Giants this morning?
Dude,
they swept the Pirates. Look, you want to say it's the best win of the year? I'm here for that. It's a great win. Yesterday was a great win. Can we play Kuiper, the call? Right. Like we were celebrating Vin Scully, who you referenced, and what he embodies is in terms of a broadcaster. Name me somebody who captures the moment for Giants fans better than Kuiper. Listen to Dwayne Kuiper on this call right here.
High drive! Left field! Out of here! And this game is over!
Kuiper on the call, NBC Bay Area. They lose a 5-0 lead.
I know.
All right. Brebbia the Bucket, a.k.a. I'm bailing water, comes in, gives up the big home run. They take the lead. Giants end up tying it on a pop-up, a Texas leaguer that O'Neal Cruz can't find. Multiple times throughout this series, the Pirates couldn't field the fly ball. And then the next thing you know, the Giants lose the lead again. All right. Everyone's going crazy about Longoria. And Tyrell Estrada hits a moonshot to left field.
It was great. Come
on, man.
Listen.
Come on.
Well, Brian Reynolds,
go back to 500?
Well, listen. And I'm going to flip the script on all you guys around here. I'm going to flip the script. First of all, Brian Reynolds, everybody saying, we traded Brian Reynolds away from the country. I do not care about Brian Reynolds.
Totally.
You had no idea who Brian Reynolds was until the weekend, so stop with the Brian Reynolds stuff. He's going to flame out in Pittsburgh. It'll be nobody cares about Ryan Reynolds, number one. Number two, I am happy that they're back to 500. Because you know what? These jokers can make a run at the postseason.
Why you got to call them jokers?
It's just, they can make a run. I feel good about where the Giants are at. Look, we broke down the schedule yesterday in the thread. They got 48 games left. 23 of those games were against Arizona, Colorado, and the Cubs. I didn't even mention the Detroit Tigers for 2 games. 2 games you got to win, even though they lost that series to Detroit. Remember that? What did they split that 2-game series? When Detroit came to Oracle Park, they got the Twins who were scuffling. They got 3 against the Twins. They got a couple 6-game homestands. Look, Philadelphia or San Diego, one of those 2 teams are going to fade. It's probably going to be Philly because that town, that pressure, once they start losing, town's going to turn their backs against them. We don't know what's going on with Bryce Harper. How soon can he get back with that thumb injury? One of those teams is going to fade back to the pack. And the Giants have a big 3-game series with Philadelphia in the first weekend of September. The Giants do have a shot, but everything has to go perfect, right? Look,
agreed.
Rodon and Webb, those got to be wins on those days. Those got to be win days.
As of lately, they've been wins.
They've been dynamic.
And Doval's really the only guy in the bullpen where you hand the ball to him and you trust. Name another guy you trust.
Listen. If it takes him going 3 straight days on the mound, you got to play him 3 straight days. Then damn it, play him 3 straight days.
Well, okay, let's get back.
I do not care.
Let's get back to Saturday night because I do want to get in on whether or not they can, survive or whatever. To me, it's day to day. Let's just stay in it day to day. That's what made yesterday so important to me because you were under 500, you lose that game, and it just feels like we were so close and we take this step back, but you win the game. Now you're at 500. Okay, you got the D-backs. I'm going out there Tuesday. I got some great seats for Tuesday. I'm super pumped up. But Saturday, Logan Webb is pitching an absolute gem.
Yep.
Okay? You didn't score early on the former first rounder. What's the guy's name? Tyler Beatty.
Yeah, Tyler Beatty.
You had him on the ropes. You got runners on first and second with no outs. You don't bunt him over.
That's Giants baseball for you.
We'll get to that in a second.
That's Giants baseball.
But they should have bounced on him early. They didn't. It ends up being a way closer game than it needs to be. 8th inning. Okay, I was shocked Logan Webb went out there for the 8th. But it made sense. Okay, the guy's rolling right now. So I give Kapler credit for handing him the ball.
Yep.
And then Logan Webb has a stressful inning. And everybody's losing their minds. Bochy would have put in Brian Wilson for a 5-out save.
Yeah, no, that's
do we not remember what happened with Brian Wilson? His arm fell off because they used him in 4, 5, and 6-out save opportunities. So he allows him to get through the 8th inning. It's clearly his most stressful inning.
Yep.
You yank him out, and you hand the rock to your young stud, Camilo Duvall. That's the template. 25-year-old Logan Webb goes 8 innings, hands it to 25-year-old Camilo Duvall, and you get the W.
And look at the pitch count. He threw 99 pitches.
Exactly.
The pitch count was fine. Now, if you're getting around 115, 120, we got a different conversation. That's his game. That's his game. Logan Webb, we got to ride till the wheels fall off.
So you would have had him pitch the 9th?
No, I didn't.
You didn't have a problem.
I was indifferent.
Okay.
You go to Duvall.
I liked them going to Duvall.
Go to Duvall,
okay.
Shut it down.
Good.
Or if you want to go Webb again, I get it because he's at 99 pitches, and maybe you give him a batter or two. I was cool either way, but to me, it was all fake outrage.
People were losing their minds.
It was all fake outrage. It was all fake outrage. People want to complain about something. That's all it is with this Giants team. They want to pick something out and complain about. Now, one thing I may complain about is, can we move Joey Bart up in the order?
I'm with you.
All right. So before last night,
he did bat 7th the other day.
That was good.
Yeah, I want to see him bat 5 or 6.
I'll put him at the 2 spot.
Why not put him behind Jock Peterson?
Or in front of Jock Peterson. Jock Peterson hasn't done much over the last 2 months.
He's gotten a couple RBIs,
the power's been sapped.
The guy had 7 RBIs for 2 months, so he had a week where he had multiple RBIs, so I can live with that.
All-star hangover?
He's actually making plays in left field.
All-star hangover for Jock Peterson?
Well, I would like him to detach that piano from his back so he can move around a little quicker.
So Joey Bart, in the 10 games I was out, excluding yesterday, because he went 2 for 4 yesterday.
Yeah.
But before yesterday, 10 games.
Are so good right now.
36 at-bats, 11 hits, 3 homers, 4 RBIs.
Yeah,
now, I get the numbers are low, but the power's there, and he's just having better ABs. When I see the highlights, his plate discipline has gotten a lot better. The pressure's not getting to him. He's running things behind the dish. It's Joey Bart's team now at the catcher spot. I love what I see from him. Now let's move him up in the order because I still see a lot of 220s, 215s, 217s. Let Joey Bart hit higher in the order.
If there's one thing that I've noticed throughout his little stretch right here, he's using the whole field. Yep. He's hit a home run to dead center. He's hit a ball to right center. Like, him using the whole field is the key because he was trying to pull everything and he's swinging through it. The other thing that I don't care how this season ends. If you go this year and Webb backs up what he did last year, which I believe he already has, Duvall has emerged, and Joey Bart can salvage this year.
You got 3 guys.
As bad as maybe, even if you miss the playoffs, as bad as that might feel, because you won 107, coming out of this year with an ace, a closer, and an everyday catcher, I'd take that.
I'll take that all day long. And what is it going to take to keep Rodon here?
Well,
Rodon's probably going to opt out. You're probably going to have to give him 4 or 5 years. You may just have to bite the bullet and do it because right now, if I'm the Giants,
I want him.
I can't be picky when it comes to premium players. I know if I get Rodon and Webb, that's a damn solid 1-2.
And then Harrison comes up. He's your 3. You put Alex Wood in the 4 spot. You put Alex Cobb and DeSclafani as competing for the 5th spot.
I'm not mad at that.
Neither am I.
But you know what else I'm not mad at? Is this right here, Shasky.
Here's the snap to Lance. Lance looking. Rainbow's left side. Got a man out there. Over the shoulder catch. Down the left sidelines to the end zone for the touchdown. And it is the rookie draft choice, Danny Gray.
Got behind Dallin Levitt.
97-3 in Milwaukee. Trey Lance to Danny Gray. Now look, he threw that bomb to Danny Gray. I told you, I'm high on Danny Gray, man. They need a slot guy. They've been looking for one since Richie James Jr., Trent Taylor. I think that's the missing element of this offense.
Richie James had a touchdown in the Giants game.
I did see that. He
balled
shake
out.
And bake? He balled out there. Trent Taylor actually had a big game for Cincinnati in the preseason game, too.
Oh.
However, Danny Gray's got speed. We saw that. Speed kills, baby. And the dime for Trey Lance. Look, I didn't go crazy over this one. Because we saw it last year in the preseason when he hit the bomb to Trent Sherfield.
Bonte, every game he plays in outside of the Arizona game, he throws a 50-yard bomb.
Right, on the money.
Okay, he did it in the second half, even though they couldn't open the playbook against Seattle. He did it against the Texans. He's done it in all the preseason games that he's played in. That's one thing. You can say, can he hit the layup? Well, I know one thing he can hit. The 50-yard bomb.
Yes, and
every game.
And you know what? We're going to get into Trey Lance because as I was overseas and I'm seeing some people tweet, Trey Lance has been underwhelming. Trey Lance has been this. And then I see the big boss man, which fired me up because I was a little tipsy. I was a little tipsy at the time off that great red wine. Let me tell you, Shasky, you just got in the wines. red wine. The red wine in Italy. Oh my God.
Well, what kind was it?
It was Cabernet. It was Pinot. It was everything.
Cabernet.
Dude, it was that nice little cab.
Is that even how you pronounce it?
Dude, that cab. Oh my gosh. Dude, listen. The red wine was great. So I get on Twitter. And I see our boss man, Matt Nahegan, our program director. He's tweeting away.
Wait.
I can't even send the guy a text message. He replies to my text messages 2 hours later. I send a tweet out. He's replying right away, liking it, right?
I already nominated him the worst social media account out there.
I don't know if it's the worst.
Oh, no, it's hilariously
I don't know if it's the
bad.
worst. I don't know if it's the worst.
Did you see him grunting while he was doing tennis?
Oh, my gosh. I did see that. What are you doing? Put the camera down.
Okay,
Put
keep
the phone
going. Keep going.
So he tweets out, Trey Lance struggling in practice. Well, we're going to all be all over it here at 95-7 a game. Oh, Trey. Oh, boy, did they make a mistake? Trey's underwhelming. People relax. Trey's going to be just fine. When they're playing in January, and he's out there running a 5-minute offense to seal a game.
Oh, the
5-minute
offense.
The 5-minute offense, which Jimmy Garoppolo could not do.
Oh.
Could not do it in Super Bowl 54. Could not do it against the Dallas Cowboys in a wild card game. Could not do it in an NC championship game.
God, you're ready.
This is
Jesus
the best
Christ. You I've ever heard.
Trey Lance is going to be just fine. And the rapport with Brandon Ayuk. I'm seeing Brandon Ayuk, and I see a Jordan Poole type of splurge here.
Oh,
Jordan Poole, right?
so you've been thinking about this one.
I've been thinking about this take for a long time. I got numbers, I got data, I got everything.
You know what? We should just call this show the Xfinity Flex from Dante Hill. Just the whole show.
I've been thinking about it.
Keep going.
And Anna saw me at the pool. She goes, "What's going on?" She goes, "What's going on in your head?
Yeah.
What are you doing?"
Oh, is this when you were having conference calls with yourself?
Conference calls with myself in the pool, looking at the Amalfi Coast like, "Oh, Brandon Ayuk." Because I was thinking about Jordan Poole, right? He gets demoted to the G League his second year. He comes back, averages 15 points per game, and he got those reps to get better, playing in the closing lineup against Memphis and the Lakers. Well, Brandon Ayuk, from November 1st on, you think about the draft class of 2020. It may go down as one of the best draft class of all time. Now, we know Henry Ruggs is probably going to be doing jail time, so let's just exclude him from the list. Jerry Jeudy, CeeDee Lamb, Jalen Reagor, Justin Jefferson. I mean, you got T. Higgins. You got Michael Pittman Jr.
Yeah.
You got KJ Hamler, Chase Claypool. I mean, that draft was loaded with wide receivers.
Claypool might be on a milk carton, though.
Might be on a milk carton. Let's see. Yeah, I know, the quarterback situation. People trying to prop up Kenny Pickett.
Mitch Trubisky.
And Mason Rudolph.
Come on.
Oh, I feel bad for
He's the
Steelers
three. Pickett's the three.
But
Keep going.
Brandon Ayuk, outside of Justin Jefferson, because since November 1st, Justin Jefferson in 11 games.
I mean, he's Mr. Gritty.
Dude, 67 catches, over 1,000 yards.
He's breaking Randy Moss's records, which is wild to say.
Yeah, he was one of the best receivers in the NFL.
Yeah.
Forget the 2020 draft class.
And you wonder why Burrows and Jamar Chase, I mean, what an offense.
What an offense,
Jesus,
right?
Jesus, criminy.
T. Higgins, Clemson. All right. 9 games, 49 catches, 835 yards. But the Bengals throw it a lot.
Yeah.
The Niners don't really throw it that often. They're a run-first team.
And the guy still had 800 yards last year in a down year.
So Ayuk from that point, because he was in that doghouse. And from then on, Halloween, from then on, 68 targets, 47 catches, 730 yards receiving.
Wow.
And in the playoffs, he got open relentlessly. I see a Jordan Poole-like leap for Brandon Ayuk in his third season. You hear about the report.
Orlando Magic Jordan Poole 6 years from now.
Pop them for tampering. How dare they post a photo of Jordan Poole and Paulo Banchero? The Orlando Magic trying their hardest to be relevant, and they want to post a picture of our NBA champ. Nice try, Orlando. Nice try. Worry about Paulo Banchero getting in the fights with DeJounte Murray at Pro-Am games, okay? Let's stop, Orlando. He's not coming to Orlando. He doesn't like Disney World, all right? By the way, he was in Paris at the same time I was in Paris.
Who's this?
Jordan Poole.
Oh.
I wanted to go stop by and say, hey, you want to go play some one-on-one, man, out here in Paris? Let Anna go walk around in the Louvre. We go play a little one-on-one, a little impromptu interview. Let me just move on. That didn't hit. Move on. What's up, Chatsy?
I'm just flabbergasted.
It's so good to be back with the roasters, man.
I can tell.
The roasters on YouTube. Look, Langford was phenomenal. I'm glad to have Langford back. I'm glad to have Lubman. We talked last night for damn near an hour.
Oh, just an hour.
Lubman, dude, was on fire. He had takes after takes after takes. He has not been the same guy since we got him those Jordans.
Did you see what happened on his Instagram on Saturday?
Oh, did I see it?
It was him and a bobblehead and the trophy, and this guy had an ear-to-ear smile. Man, it was incredible. All he needed was a cigarette.
Dude, I wanted to unfollow Lubman. I want to unfollow him. after that tweet or after that post on Instagram. El Sleepy Floyd changed his life, and now he's arrogant. He's walking around with taco meat. Look at him now. Look at Lubman. Look at him. He's a different dude. He's a different guy, man.
Can you give me a couple of minutes to talk about Tatis and the suspension, and then I want to get back into the Giants
Dude, there's
and
so
the
much
Niners.
to go. I'm sweating right now. There's so much to talk about.
I'm very. It's a gut punch for baseball.
It is a gut
And I'm
punch.
not one of these like holier than thou moralists. I don't pretend to be.
Dude, they had all the commercials of Tatis during the Red Sox game yesterday. The Gatorade commercials.
I know.
It was sick to
I
my
know.
stomach. All right, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by the San Diego Tourism Authority. Wow, we got a new sponsor too. When you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
I'm Trista Crick with BetQL. Yes, folks, it happened again. The Baltimore Ravens won another preseason game last night. That makes it 21 straight preseason wins for the Ravens, which in itself is an incredible stat. But it gets better. Baltimore is now 18-2-1 against the spread since this streak started in 2016. An impossible stat, and if you enjoy betting on the NFL preseasons, you're going to want to jump on this train while you still can.
We left Rome at 11 o'clock, which would have been like 2 in the morning out here on the West Coast. It was 9 hours from Rome to Newark, New Jersey. And then we had a 2-hour layover. And then from Newark to San Francisco, another 6 hours. So that was a long day.
Okay, TMD. Too many details.
Well, here, this is the one detail. If you ever fly across the world, around the world or whatever.
Okay.
Go business class, doggy. Go business class. Listen, we got a great deal
Steven,
back in April.
This guy is...
It's the first time I ever flew business class.
TV money hits different, huh?
A lot easier said than done.
I mean,
Jesus trust me. I met some people in Melbourne.
I'm drinking wine. I'm in business class.
Listen.
I spent $7,000 at PSG's store.
Listen. I'm broke. That's why ain't gonna be no days off around this
moving
part.
Forward, you're broke. But...
So listen. We met some people from Melbourne, Australia, who are now roasters. Nicholas Anderson. They're like, oh, we're gonna tap in. This looks cool. They follow the Warriors. So shout out to all my new friends in Australia listening to the roast. New roasters out there down under. They had to pay $3,400 round trip to fly from Australia to Italy and coach. Just coach. And then I got a pretty damn good deal. We're
never going to hear the end of this trip.
But listen,
I'm telling you.
I got to say this. No,
Every
you
detail.
will. No, listen. And it goes, we get on the flight, right? We're at SFO. We fly out at 3 o'clock that Tuesday, the 26th. We're sitting in our seats for 5 minutes. In like business class, you got the little, you can lay down to a bed.
I've never been there.
Yeah, it was my first time ever.
Okay,
The flight attendants have never been nicer.
Yeah,
they give you a glass of champagne. They give you everything. You got a blanket, headphones. I watched the new Batman.
They gave you a blankie, huh?
Dude, they give you a blankie. Dude, listen. I watched the new Batman.
Okay.
I watched Gladiator for the first time.
Yeah? For the first time?
Dude, unbelievable. Because I went to the Coliseum. I needed to
Batman.
Batman.
You've never seen Gladiator?
I had never seen Gladiator till then. So finally, anyway.
So what's the point of this
5 minutes. 5 minutes into us sitting down in business class, Anna looks back at me saying, hey, babe, I'm never flying coach again. And I go, what? We're not the NBA. What are you talking about? We're never flying coach again. We're flying coach to Chicago for week 1 of the Niners game. We're not going to be doing business every single time. So listen.
The layers of humble bragging going on in
and
that
it goes, babe, the bar's been set. I said, this is a trip of a lifetime. We will never, ever go on a trip like this ever again. We will never, ever spend money like this ever again. Enjoy it now. But I got to tell you, she was right about something.
Okay.
5 minutes into business class, I woke in Paris and I was like, wait, we're on a flight? It doesn't even feel like you're on a flight, Shasky. Okay. It's just different.
So I asked you when you came home, and we got a 7-minute dissertation on flights. Did you see the Tatis?
As you would say, everybody's got a little butcher in them.
For sure. Pivot, don't panic. So I see the Fernando Tatis suspension come down Friday. All right, where were you at Friday? On the couch, chilling?
So we were eating dinner at Anna's parents' house, and I got the alert.
My jaw dropped.
Yeah, mine did too.
When I saw that he was suspended for 80 games, and I said to myself, I'm not a moralist. I don't pretend to be some holier than thou person. I know a lot of people in the media, it becomes insufferable if you're just a normal everyday Joe having the media, I would never do X, Y, and Z. It becomes insufferable. Like I feel like the common man is like, look, I don't really love steroids, but I'm a Barry Bonds fan. So it would be so hypocritical of me to be thumbing my nose down at Fernando Tatis Jr. for doing this. I don't know why he did it. I don't know what the motivation is. Is it to get back? Is it because he needs it to be good? I don't know. We're not going to know right now. But just taking a step back, and I'll get to the Giants angle in a second. I'm disappointed for baseball as a whole because when I coach kids and stuff, we talk so much about there aren't any players that the kids can embrace. There's no players that the kids love. And I look at Fernando Tatis and I ask all my junior Giants kids,
love him.
Who's your favorite player?
Yep.
6 or 7 kids are going to say Fernando Tatis Jr.
No doubt.
He's on the cover of MLB The Show last year.
Yep.
He is the branded guy of baseball. The joy, the flair, the talent, the size, everything about him is just like box office. And again, I'm not mad at the guy. It's unfortunate. I'm disappointed as a whole. It's a gut punch for baseball.
It's a huge gut punch, especially when you're watching that Yankees-Red Sox game last night, and there's Gatorade commercials galore of Fernando Tatis.
I know.
Fernando Tatis is all over the place. And I'm watching the A-Rod cast for the first time because Jeter was on there.
Yeah.
Then later on they had Roger Clemens on there, and I'm thinking, man, Roger Clemens.
I need a 40 for 40 on Clemens.
Dude, Clemens. I love him even more now.
Yeah, he's a
just off the
kingpin.
captain. Yeah, just off the captain documentary.
I had the magic bullet.
Right, I had the magic bullet.
No, the
my
best-
stuff was electric that night.
that
yeah,
night.
I was like, this guy
He
is
goes,
so
he
arrogant.
was cruising for a bow tie, meaning I'm going to hit him from the neck up.
Clemens
He's
is
the
another
best.
level.
He's the best.
But he wants
won
to win.
Seven Cy Youngs,
Seven
B.
Cy Youngs, dude.
Seven.
Seven.
He's the greatest right-handed pitcher that I've ever seen.
He's unbelievable. 24 years. So anyway, he's teaching pitching. But A-Rod was talking about it. He was like, look, man, I regret taking roids, and now you can take A-Rod at face value.
It's
enjoy
the biggest
A-Rod.
suspension since A-Rod.
Yeah, it is. It's
essentially.
huge. But you think about the way the year started for Tatis, the way he broke the wrist.
I know.
Jeff Kent fashion on the motorcycle.
I know.
You just signed a $300 million contract.
He's blowing through stop signs in the final series of the year last year,
Exactly.
getting called out by Manny Machado. I mean, that sentence is loaded. Machado, who was once crushed for being immature, is the one telling him you have to listen to the coaches in a lost season where they don't make the playoffs last year. Like, that was my lasting image of the two of them.
Yeah.
Machado ready to kill him in the
ready
dugout.
to kill him. And I think that was in St. Louis, too, if I'm not
It happened multiple times down the stretch,
yeah.
but it happened in a Giants game,
and
too.
then the situation is free trading where he breaks his wrist, and the GM, AJ Preller, I think his name is, he's got to grow up. That's what the GM said.
I know.
Tatis has to grow up. And so when I got that alert, because one, yes, I do have him in fantasy baseball, so I'm tracking him all day long. But just for the Padres, they bring in Juan Soto, Josh Bell. They get swept by the Dodgers. But okay, Tatis comes. I said, you got Machado, you got Drury, you got Bell, you got Soto. And that happens. And he's going to miss the first 42 games next season.
I know.
And so all the young kids, as you mentioned, because I love the Junior Giants picture that you had. I love that stuff. That's the type of stuff that you should frame. Yeah. I got a kick out of that picture, seeing all the different stances and everything.
Great, right?
It was awesome.
It was great.
Awesome. Kids love Tatis Jr. And now when that happens, and A-Rod said this yesterday, and he's right, this is going to linger over him for the rest of his career.
There's no question.
Especially Tatis Jr. People are looking to pick and choose and point the finger and say, oh, this guy isn't good, or this guy's doing this. That's going to loom large over him, and he's going to have to do so much to win back over his fans, that fan base. And you think about the commercials?
Oh, dude, it's
the endorsements?
It's going to absolutely ruin his Q rating. There's no doubt about it. And the worst part about it for the Padres is that you're set to win now.
Yeah.
Musgrove and Snell and all your pitching is ready for now.
Mania.
You spend all this money. There's no guarantee that you re-sign Juan Soto. Now, you think you have the inside track, but there's a shred that he could opt out. Like, you just never know. So now your window is closing. And if you're the Giants, I mean, look, I hate to be this guy. It's a good look if you're the Giants. You're like, you know what? We'll take it. Because especially for this year, it opens the door where the Giants, again, the Giants have to worry about themselves. But I'm saying you at least leave an opening for them to make a move here down the stretch.
Listen, if somebody wants to talk Giants postseason, I'm not going to say, you're out of control.
Just stay alive.
Stay alive. Win
like
games, win series, because those teams are going to come back to the pack. I wonder how the Padres are going to react from this, but a big-time blow for baseball and a big-time blow for sports. Just for sports.
Agreed. It's the biggest suspension, like out of nowhere, like this, that I can think of since A-Rod.
Maybe Robinson Cano. Remember him? Seattle.
But I don't even know if I cared about Robinson Cano like that. And I like Robinson Cano, but like A-Rod was the one like, what? A-Rod 100-game suspension? Because he kept lying.
Yeah.
I don't know. You're right. Maybe Robinson Cano.
No, that's big time.
In terms of headliner, like this one was like shocking.
All right, I'm back, and we're already 0 for 2 when it comes to going to break, so I'm sure the boss man's going to be happy about that, as this segment was presented by Go to State Lumber. Lumber and building materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit GoToStateLumber.com. By the way, what's coming up? Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. I want to get into some Trey Lance. Where you want to go, Shasky? Where you want to go? It's all about the callers today. 888-957-9570. Where do you want to go?
I want to keep riding this Giants wave, but I want to ask you about the Mike Silver report with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Boy, you want to go there.
Before we get back into my man Trey Lance.
You want to go there?
I do.
All right. That'll be brought to you by the BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
See ya.
Trey Lance balled out in his first preseason game.
Lance looking. Rainbow left side. Got a man out there. Over the shoulder catch. Down the left sideline to the end zone for the touchdown.
But do you have like a go-to mechanic? Because I don't have my go-to mechanics. You know what I mean?
my guy Marcel, Moran Auto Works, baby, out there in Mill Valley. Took care of the Charger, took care of the Batmobile. It's my guy.
I think most people don't have the wherewithal, or they got their guy or their person or their gal that they go to. And so, I'm telling you right now, there's this new one. It's called Kirby. This thing is... Let me tell you about it. It's a driveway mechanic. You hit them up. It's like an app, okay? They come, boom, they service the car at your house.
At your crib?
You don't got to do nothing. None of this waiting, none of this back and forth, not taking an Uber after you drop your car off, and then 3 or 4 days later, your car's ready, and you're without a car for multiple days, multiple hours. They come to you.
And they fix your car right there on the spot.
Absolutely. Super convenient, easy booking,
Kirby.
Transparent pricing, on-time arrival. This is the service in the driveway that you want.
Transparent pricing. I've never heard it phrased like that.
No middleman, no upsells, no BS. Get $50 off your first oil change with the code OIL50. Check it out on Kirby.com. That's Kirby, CURBE.com.
Wait, it's not
Kirby.
I was thinking like Kirby Puckett.
Nope.
Spelled with the C?
CUR.
Wow, that's next level.
EE.
That's next level. I can remember that. No KIRBY. Kirby. Drive through? Drive by? Man. Damn, what has been going on around these parts? We got San Diego Tourism sponsorships. You got the Kirby stuff. Yeah. What else did I miss out on?
Well, you missed out on a Chronicle report. I don't know if you saw this. Mike Silver signed on with the Chronicle. Longtime NFL Network reporter.
I did see that.
And I'll tell you where I come from, and then you can retort or have your opinion or maybe marinate on it.
Oh, boy.
But he basically put out it was like a one-liner where it said, hey, after Jimmy Garoppolo signed in 2018 of January, they did this big press conference, and then he ghosted all of the team and some of the staff and things like that, and was nowhere to be found. And then you hear reports year after year after year of guys like George Kittle saying, hey, man, I've tried to reach out to Jimmy in the offseason. He doesn't reach back.
He said that tongue-in-cheek. They hung out at wrestling events and everything like that. So wait a minute. Before you move on, the same Michael Silver that everybody ripped for reporting about Trey Lance's arm fatigue.
Well, upon a little further research, we actually had a couple different people on that explained that the arm fatigue was actually real, and it was because he broke his finger, and when he hurt his finger, he changed some of his throwing motion, and there were some, obviously realistic points of him actually having sore arm.
So now we're pro Silver, because everybody ripped Silver. Everybody ripped him for talking about Trey Lance and arm fatigue, and all Niner fans, this guy doesn't know what he's talking about. He's washed up. Heard it from everybody. And now I'm supposed to, and look, Michael Silver, he's credible. He's been around the NFL for a very long time. Really, why do I care about a Jimmy Garoppolo report about him signing the contract and goes to the team 5 years later?
Because I think it provides context on the relationship between him and Kyle Shanahan.
That doesn't make sense to me. What doesn't make sense? Because the Jimmy Garoppolo report, I'll tell you a couple reasons why. Because where does it come from? Where do you think it came from?
I honestly don't know. Somebody from the 49ers. But here's the thing. Why would they leak it right now? Because they're trying to trade him.
Exactly. You would dilute his trade value by bringing it up right now. Why would a report like that come now when he had opt-out clauses?
Silver might have been sitting on this for years.
He had opt-out clauses after 2018, 2019, 2020. All right? They could have moved off of Jimmy Garoppolo after the Super Bowl year, the year after, whatever. They could have moved off of him. And the fact that this report comes out now, I just don't. I don't see. I don't know if I buy it. I don't know if I buy it. And number two, I don't care about Jimmy. Jimmy's not a part of this football team anymore.
Yeah, but it's a part of how we got here. You know what I mean? It is part of it. And if I personally connect the dots and I say, well, the coach frustrated with the quarterback's play, some of the players saying that they can't get a hold of the guy in the offseason. I don't know. Like, you can say whatever you want. I just know this. If you're the highest paid employee and someone just gave you a new deal and you ghost them in any industry,
I don't believe that he ghosted them.
It's a bad look.
I don't believe that he ghosted them. I don't believe that whatsoever.
Well,
I don't believe it whatsoever. He's gonna use all offseason, sign his big money deal, and not talk to his teammates until August training camp
or the coaches.
I don't buy that. I don't buy that whatsoever.
If this was another,
to me, it's a bunch of baloney.
Well, if this was another quarterback, would this not be big news?
No, it's already big. Oh well,
if it was Lamar Jackson, we would be talking about this.
If it was a black guy, it would have been big news.
Thank you.
Because what?
Thank you.
Jamarcus Russell.
That's all.
Jamarcus Russell, who admitted to some of it, saying, "Look, it was huge news." Lamar Jackson, Kaepernick. And then they made a big deal about
100%.
Trey Lance on the iPad last year, the
Yes,
iPad
yes,
usage or
yes.
whatnot. Listen, this news to me about Jimmy Garoppolo, I don't care, number one. Number two, I don't believe it. He's just going to sign his big money deal and not connect with George Kittle, not connect with Kyle Shanahan, not be into the playbook, not be into it with his teammates. I don't buy that. And the report now comes out in 2022. He signed that deal
I know.
in the offseason of 2018.
But secrets come out years later.
I don't,
the other part of this
I don't believe Silver's a guy who's going to hold on to that for 4 years.
Well, it was like a throwaway line. The article wasn't really about that.
Right.
It was like a throwaway line within a larger, article. So, look, B, you don't want to believe it. Totally fair, and on your behalf, I'm taking it at face value. As much as I think that Mike Silver's had a checkered past in terms of some of the things that Hugh Jackson being a Niner coach or whatever, he's had certain reports. Some have been true, some haven't been. But I'm taking this at face value because I'm looking at the relationship between Kyle and Jimmy, and I'm looking at Jimmy's development as a quarterback. He doesn't strike me as somebody who's gotten better over the years. He doesn't strike me as somebody who won over his coaches.
But also, we look at Derek Carr, and I always bring this up. When he got hurt, 2016 Christmas Eve, Derek Carr wasn't the Derek Carr of today for like 3 seasons. So when Garoppolo tore that ACL, mentally, there's something off with him. Coming off of that torn ACL.
Oh, that's
He's
true.
not the same gunslinger. He's not the same
But is he
daredevil.
like book smart Jimmy?
I don't know. I'm not here to say Jimmy Garoppolo's a dummy. I'm not going to call him a dummy.
No. I'm saying, is he putting in the work? We're over here asking the same question about Kyler.
We don't know.
But the fact that that's being questioned at that position is an indictment.
No, it's terrible. It's just like Kyler.
It is. It's
Arizona, just like Arizona now taking the claws out and saying, like the Kyler Murray stuff. And I love what he said. I can't get to this level by not watching film. Maybe I'm not watching it 24 hours a day. But the fact that that people went out there to try to knock Kyler Murray for saying, oh, he doesn't watch the film. Oh my gosh, he doesn't watch any film. And then Arizona, now I told you, that was on Arizona for letting that clause get out. Now apparently these clauses are available to people, but nobody's out there reporting about the clauses of Ben Roethlisberger, Tom Brady, Peyton Manning. It's the first time I've ever seen a report like that.
Ben
when it came to
Roethlisberger
Kyler
should have
Murray.
been better. Like straight up, if you're just being honest, you look at his body and what he should have been. I love Big Ben Roethlisberger. He left in terms of the player. He left years on the table, and he didn't study the way he should have. He's admitted that.
We don't know. Yeah,
he's admitted that.
But he also took a lot of punishment. Punishment.
No, the physical punishment is different.
You know what I'm saying?
The position, there is certain requirements for and I'll just always believe this. You can disagree, but there are certain requirements from the quarterback position I don't expect from my linebackers and my wide receivers. I expect my quarterback to be completely 1,000% in on football to the point where he's maniacally obsessed.
Here's the deal, though. Here's the deal with Garoppolo and what I got from the report and the outrage from the report is that people who are anti-Jimmy Garoppolo, whenever there's a report about Garoppolo and it's like, oh, Garoppolo didn't reach out to his teammates. Oh, Garoppolo ghosted this. And, oh, Garoppolo, why is he out there on the field? People are going to be against Garoppolo and anti-Garoppolo no matter what. So a report like this or a throwaway line like this by Michael Silver just intensified the Garoppolo hate club. Oh, Garoppolo, he ghosted players. 2018, he got his money and ran, blah, blah, blah. We're going to find reasons to not like Jimmy Garoppolo when, at the end of the day, I'm saying to myself, Jimmy Garoppolo was a good 49er. He was solid. They didn't get it done. He was a good Niner. He got here. We were not relevant. The Niners were not relevant leaving Philadelphia when Joe Staley broke his orbital bone. This franchise has hit rock bottom that day. They hit rock bottom. He helped this franchise become relevant again, and now we're moving on. It's Trey Lance time.
That's all true.
That's all true. Trey Lance time.
If I removed Jimmy's name from this and I said quarterback X ghosted the team that paid him the most that they've ever given out.
I don't believe that he ghosted them. I don't believe it. Based off of what?
I'm believing the report because this reporter is very credible.
Yeah, I'm not buying it.
Okay.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying it.
If this same thing was said about Trey Lance, I'd be like, God, that's a really bad look.
I would not buy it. Where's it coming from? Because the 49ers have done a good job of not leaking the information. All of a sudden, they're going to leak this information to Michael Silver when they're trying to trade this guy or cut this guy?
That's
and he's got $26 million on the books?
But that's kind of why I do believe it, because the Niners do not benefit from leaking this out right now at all. This, to me, does feel very credible because it actually goes against what they would want to have happen.
You know what it feels like? Rich Scangarello again leaking information.
That might be true.
And hating on the Niners.
That might be true.
Which he did with Trey Lance all offseason.
But aren't you disappointed even a little in Jimmy G? If this is true, let's say it is. Just suspend your disbelief for a second and say it is true. As a Niner fan, that is a letdown. You got to admit that. Your
guess.
star quarterback
I don't
goes
believe it,
to
though.
the coaching staff?
I don't believe he goes to the coaching staff, man. You really believe that he just went
I
all
kinda
off
do.
season
Yeah, I do.
without
Jimmy doesn't strike me as somebody who's been working with these guys in the offseason. I'm looking at Trey Lance, and Langford and I watched him every day. It looks like him and Ayuk have been throwing nonstop.
Well, they have.
But that's my
They
point.
have.
That's what all the great quarterbacks
They
do.
have.
Tom Brady, even during COVID, when things were completely locked down, was like, everyone come to my house. We're going to barbecue every day. We're going to throw in my backyard.
The Marvin Harrison work out with Peyton Manning every day in the offseason? You think?
Peyton Manning is notorious about practice.
Yeah, he is.
And studying.
But Marvin Harrison in the offseason looked like a dude who just did his own thing. Randy Moss. You think Randy Moss worked out with guys in the offseason?
He did when he joined New England. I know that.
You think he did that with Cunningham and Culpepper?
You can pick
and he
out the
still put up,
outliers. This is the requirement from the position moving forward. Like everyone is expected to give 1,000%. You need to be obsessed with it.
This report to me does nothing.
Okay.
It does nothing because, again, it's another reason to hate Jimmy Garoppolo.
No,
it is.
I don't know.
I get it. Move off of Jimmy. This fan base cannot move off of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Well, because the team still has him under contract.
They cannot move him off. He's not playing. He's not going to play.
Yeah, but when you go to practice and he's throwing off to the side, it's very weird.
It is weird.
It's
That's on
very,
the Niners.
very weird.
Niners need to tell him, hey, Jimmy, stay home.
I mean, I just wish they would just have some sort of a conclusion to this thing.
By the way, download the Odyssey app, 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations, and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, and podcasts are all available completely free. You can catch every Warriors game live on the app, along with all the music and news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite team, stations, radio shows, and podcasts. Now, by downloading the free Odyssey app, you are listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every single day on YouTube and Twitch. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. Shout out to everybody on YouTube. Shout out to everybody on Twitch. I missed all the roasters there, especially on the Comcast Business text line. I want to get into this right here. Forget Jimmy Garoppolo. I want to talk about the guy who is quarterbacking the 49ers in 2022.
Here's the snap to Lance. Lance looking. Rainbow left side. Got a man out there. Over the shoulder catch. Down the left sidelines to the end zone for the touchdown. And it is the rookie draft choice, Danny Gray.
Got behind Dallin Levitt.
Are you not entertained?
97-3 in Milwaukee.
Wait a minute. You dropped the Gladiator and you didn't even watch that movie?
Until I got back from Rome. I flew back after going to the Coliseum and visiting the Coliseum. I'm telling you, it's got to be on your bucket list, Shaska. The history of the Coliseum. And you're in
I'll
there.
be
You're
at the
like,
Coliseum on the 27th.
Oh, the Yankees game?
Yeah.
The Yankees?
Yeah.
I think I might be there too. I think we both might be there. With the Coliseum, Rome. And then I was like, all right, I got to finally watch Gladiator.
Okay.
I pushed it off. But look, Trey Lance, the Danny Gray. That's what I'm worried about. I don't care about number 10 no more. I do not care about Jimmy Garoppolo. I can care less about. I
just want them to move on. We all just want them to move on and move forward.
Trey, this is his offense.
So everyone's going to go crazy about the big bomb, and the big bomb was awesome, and everybody loved it. To me, the very first play of the game, I'm sitting there, and he drops back, and nothing's open, and he starts to scramble. Then he resets his feet again, and then nothing's open, and then he scrambles again, and I'm going slide, and then boom, he slides. And I said, thank you to the heavens. This guy has already figured out the feet first slide. Last year, he was like a head first diver.
Right.
And that's how you get hurt. Like we all know. Like you dive head first, you open yourself up to getting crushed by people. Seeing him slide and then him saying basically in post game, I didn't even know I could slide. That to me was more encouraging than the bomb because I know he can do the bomb. To me, it was resetting his feet behind the line of scrimmage after scrambling already and then sliding and getting down. Thank you. Now, you could get hurt at any time in the game, but God, if you slide feet first, you are going to give yourself at least some layer of protection when you're running for your life. I love what I see from Trey. Just the ability to process things, get rid of the ball quickly. Yeah, we'll work on some of the accuracy things. Everyone overrating like Jimmy Garoppolo was accurate on every single pass. He wasn't. Trey's processing is already there.
Yeah,
that's the thing for me that I love.
And to anyone who wants to counter with, well, it's preseason, he's supposed to slide. I mean, look what happened to Zach Wilson. Tries to make a play on the defender and ends up getting injured out for the next 2 to 4 weeks. It could have been a season-ending injury. That's how much of a risk that was. So sliding is very important. So I do think that's a good emphasis there.
Yeah, just resetting in the pocket because a lot of things we heard about Trey Lance last year was he's a run-first quarterback. He wants to run and bolt from the pocket. It couldn't be farther from the truth.
Yeah.
He's a pocket quarterback who can run. And when he can run, he will use it to his advantage. That's why I can't wait to see him in the red zone and the playbook that Shanahan is going to have and the options he's going to have within the 20-yard line, inside the 20-yard line, I should say, because Trey Lance could do things with his leg. He has a nose for the end zone. There's no doubt about that. But 4 for 5, 92 yards, the big bomb to Danny Gray. And look, we talked all offseason. Danny Gray, slot guy, SMU, 76-yard touchdown. He's got speed. I like me some Danny Gray. Now, he's a rookie. It's going to take him some time to adjust. But I like Danny Gray a lot. I love Danny Gray.
The interesting thing on Danny Gray, and we got a lot of phone calls after the first week of practice. Joe, Danny Gray. And I was like basically poo-pooing them all.
Yeah.
Because when we were at practice, this guy did nothing. They were pressing him. He couldn't even get off the line. And like you could see that he's really fast, but he literally couldn't get off the line. And Langford and I were like, I just don't see it. And then in the returns, as they're showing like all the guys are punting and catching them off the jugs machine and whatnot, deep down, he can't catch the balls return. I'm thinking, what's his role going to be on this team? If he's a third receiver, fourth receiver, fifth receiver type in certain situations where they motion guys over and get the matchup that they're looking for, okay, now I see it. It makes sense.
Not only that, but like you read the reports, and I was reading the reports while I was in France and Italy about Danny Gray, how he was getting better each day. He was getting better catching the ball in traffic.
Yeah.
He was getting tougher by the day, learning from Brandon Ayuk and Deebo Samuel.
Well, Charvarius Ward wiped him out.
And listen, the Niners, they have a top 5 defense. They have a top 5 defense. And the defense. This is why Florida State.
This might be a top 5 defense in the history of the organization.
Yeah, this defense is loaded. This defense is loaded if they can stay healthy. However, like when I think about their defense, I think about like college football, right? Miami, Florida State used to always play Labor Day weekend, and finally the school said, we can't play this game. The defenses are so far ahead of the offense. It's same thing in training camp.
6-3 game.
Right. It's 14-10. Nothing but hard hits. Offense can't do anything. Same thing with the Niners offense. That's why with the reports about Trey Lance, he's throwing to pick to Fred Warner. This defense is all-time good. All-time good if healthy. So Danny Gray struggling against the secondary, all right, it's fine. He's learning. What are you learning from it? Are you getting better? And so far, Danny Gray has gotten a lot better. But obviously, all eyes were on Trey Lance and the offensive line. Trey's going to be just fine. This Spencer Burford guy, and you were on it, he looks like a 10-year pro for the 49ers. Spencer Burford looks like he's going to be the next Ray Brown / Jesse Sapolo / Mike Upati.
I was going to say
this
Upati.
Guy looks like
Day
a
one
stud.
starter.
Day one starter. And like people say, rookie offensive lineman. We see rookie offensive linemen start all the time. Quentin Nelson, everybody. How about Orlando Pace? How about Jonathan Ogden? I'm talking about the greats of the greats. I mean, come on. Offensive linemen as rookies. Look, I do believe offensive line has taking a step back in all of football, but Burford looks the part. He looks the part.
I'm looking at this year's free agent and draft class. To me, it feels like the Niners team as a whole, their staff, they nailed this. Ray McLeod totally fits what they need in terms of toughness as a wide receiver and as the special teams guy. Like he is going to help them out tremendously. I'm a big Ray guy. I think he's a solid football player. Okay, look at what they did with Odom. They bring that guy in, a safety. He's going to play special teams. Oren Burks, linebacker. Did he look good?
He looked good.
Okay, he's another special teamer.
Robert Nkemdiche down there on the defensive line.
I like him as well.
He's a flyer.
And then let's look at what they did in the draft. So their second round pick last year didn't play at all. Banks look good.
Banks look solid.
They look like they're building a little bully. And then Burford comes in. He looks like he's going to be a day one starter. You say 10 years, fine. I'm with that. Like, whatever. I think he's going to start day one. We'll see where this thing goes. And he looks really, really, really good. And then I don't know what they're doing at center. We'll talk about that in a second. But then I look at Danny Gray. He looks like a keeper. I look at this Davis Price running back. He looks like a keeper.
He looks like a stud.
Okay, then I look at their secondary. Womack looks sick.
All right, this is Womack guy.
Womack looks sick.
Womack already looks better than Ambry Thomas.
Womack is thick, and he is a baller. He is glued to dudes' hips.
Listen, I'm already concerned about Ambry Thomas.
Well, he just scares me.
He scares the living daylights out of me.
He just scares me. And Deommodore Lenoir is slightly higher than Ambry on my depth chart, but I don't really like him either.
This Womack kid, Samuel Womack III, 2 picks, tackles, gets his head inside.
Physical.
Reminds me of a little K.Y. Williams, who they missed and moved on to Denver.
Well, he looks very instinctual, and he was all over all those little inside routes, and he damn near ran that route on the second interception.
Right. So I like what I saw from Womack. I'm a little concerned about Ambry Thomas. But look, the big takeaways, Trey looks like he's not overwhelmed. Tyrion Davis-Price looks like a player.
He looks nice.
Burford looks like a starting guard for the next 10 years.
Yes.
And we're not going to remember Laken Tomlinson because that was a guy.
Well, Laken was a good Niner.
He was a very good Niner. And you always talk about the franchise tag. How come the Niners don't use it? I thought that was a situation to where, you know what, use the franchise tag on Laken Tomlinson. They didn't. He moved on. Burford looks like he wants a job. He's hungry. Being right next to Trent Williams or whether he's on the other side playing right guard next to McGlinchey. How did he look to you?
McGlinchey actually at practices has looked a lot better than he did the year before. I thought he was so thin last year. Yep. I didn't like how he looked. This year he looks a lot better. Like he looks way better than I anticipated coming off that injury. I actually think the O-line is surprising me because I was very worried after a weekend on practice.
But again,
the O-line was getting dominated. But you have to look at how great the D-line is.
That's what I was going to say. The D-line is the strength of this football team. Bosa looks like a stud.
No,
I already know he's a stud.
He doesn't look like a stud. He looks
like an all-pro.
I'm going to say this, and people are going to go, Joe, you're full of it. I thought Patrick Willis was the greatest 49er defender and that I've seen up close and personal in terms of just overall body and what he could do day one heading in. And it's impossible to 6 straight All-Pros.
Yeah.
I mean, Willis is...
Don't forget about Ronnie Lott.
Well, Ronnie Lott's all-timer, but I didn't get a chance to see him at practice and stuff. I'm talking about in my life, seeing a guy every snap of the way. Dare I say, I actually think Nick Bosa's ceiling might be higher than Patrick Willis, which is crazy to say out loud.
Yeah. No, I want to get into something John Bosa said with you guys when I was out. John Bosa about Nick Bosa. Look, Nick Bosa, as long as he's healthy, it's going to make life easier for Eric Armstead. It's going to make life easier for Javon Kinlaw.
How about Drake Jackson? The kid that they drafted?
Kerry Hyder Jr.
Did you hear what he called him, Tim Ryan?
Yeah.
He said, this kid looks like Bruce Smith.
Dude, I heard that.
200 sacks,
I heard that, and I rewinded it. And I say, Bruce, we're talking about Bruce Smith.
One of the all-time underrated, most ridiculous DNs ever.
We're talking Reggie White.
Yeah.
We're talking Lawrence Taylor. Bruce Smith is right there.
Well, I was thinking Tim Harris as a comp for Drake Jackson.
6-shooter?
Tim Harris was sick, though.
6-shooter?
He was sick, though.
6-shooter was sick. 6-shooter
no
was
one ever
sick.
references him on that 94 Niners team.
Nobody does. He was an all-timer. But when I heard Tim Ryan say Bruce Smith, I said, oh, my Lord.
Did you see the wiggle, the stop, and then he pounced at the quarterback?
I rewinded it, listened to it again.
9.5 is nice.
And I went to the kitchen. I said, you know what? I need to get a snack.
You know what's crazy? 9.5's body, Dre Jackson, wait till he gets a full year of conditioning in an NFL program.
Room.
He needs it.
Same thing with
his
Kinlaw.
Athleticism is sick.
Tell me how good Kinlaw looks right now.
Kinlaw looks way better. But Givens and Kinlaw, their D tackles, they're loaded. I'm telling you, dude, this team is loaded.
That's what I'm saying.
Linebackers might be the best they've ever been.
But as long as Trent Williams is healthy, and his offensive line, well, let's get into it on the other side. Yeah. Plus, I want to ask the roasters here.
I love their draft assessments.
I love it too. In middle rounds, they always straight gold. Jose in Oakland gets you on the other side. But what impressed everybody the most about Trey Lance and the rest of the Niners on Friday night? I want to hear from Niner fans. Preseason opener, Friday night against the Packers. Yeah, they won the game, but there's a lot to break down. 888-957-9570. That's coming up on the Morning Roast. Bonte and Shasky here on 95.7 The Game.
Womack looks sick.
Trey Lance balled out in his first preseason game.
Lance looking. Rainbow left side. Got a man out there. Over the shoulder catch. Down the left sideline to the end zone for the touchdown.
With Bonte and Shasky.
We also didn't bring up Hufanga. He cracked somebody.
Oh, Hufanga's been laying dudes out all preseason.
We always talk about the quarterback position with the 49ers. We talk about the wide receivers. Talk about the great running backs, defensive ends. But we never talk about strong safety. The Niners always have a hard-hitting strong safety.
They do.
Whether it's Tart, whether it's Lance Schulters, whether it's a great Ronnie Lott, Tim McDonald, Tony Paris was a hitter. He was stiff as hell, but he was a hitter. I mean, Golston, you had Whitner, of course. They both interchangeable safeties. They always have a hard-hitting strong safety. Carlton Williamson going back in the day. How about Todd Fuller?
Look at you.
How about Todd Fuller?
Jeff Fuller.
That's it.
Todd Fuller was the white guy from NC State.
Yeah. I'm not going to say Warriors. Jeff Fuller's a guy who unfortunately had a big-time injury at Stanford Stadium.
Well, staying on that same note with the secondary with the 49ers, and I'm real happy today, that Giants walk-off. I got to play that Tyrell Estrada home run at one point. But looking at the 49ers secondary, B, again, Mosley didn't play. It sounds like he's nursing some sort of a minor injury, and Travarius Ward hasn't played the last week or so because he's nursing a small injury. I'm just going to go off of I'm hoping and praying they stay healthy. But if they do, if they can stay healthy, I actually think this is their best secondary in a long, long time because they're so deep. Like, I was worried about slot corner. Right. Now I'm not so worried. Denard's look good at practice.
Yeah.
I don't know if he's the number one. And this kid, Womack
looks good.
He has impressed me in practice. I really like him. There's another guy, Castro Fields, who I don't know if you got a chance to see him. I think he takes Ambry Thomas's spot.
Well, what about Jason Verrett?
Well, Verrett's been sitting on the sidelines.
He's on PUP.
Yeah, he's wearing shorts and whatnot. If he can come back, Charvarius Ward, when you watch him up close and personal, when he was healthy, he was locked down.
How much?
Locked down.
How crazy are you going about Dante Johnson being on this roster?
You know what, though? When you're at practice, it makes sense because he can play lots of positions.
Special teams.
We lose our minds about him getting isolated in games,
right?
But when you go and you watch at practice, I get why he's on the team. He knows the coverages. He can play multiple positions.
Yeah.
I mean, he missed a big-time tackle late in that game where he took a horrible angle.
Yeah, no doubt.
But
and him and Tarvarius Moore, they worry.
I don't like Tarvarius Moore. A lot of people are high on him. I'm not one of them.
Yeah, I'm not one of them. People forget the 3rd and 10 in the Super Bowl where he committed defensive pass interference on Travis Kelce, Super Bowl 54. Anyway, 888-957-9570. What impressed you most about Trey Lance and the rest of the Niners Friday night? I want to hear from the Roasters after the preseason opener. We've been waiting for football for so long.
God.
And Trey Lance plays, go 4 for 5, 92 yards, and the 76-yard touchdown to Danny Gray. Trey Lance, he talked after the game about what the Niners accomplished.
Just trying to get better. Same thing. Kind of the training camp mindset. Be efficient, move the ball, take care of the ball. Man, give those guys a chance. Offensive line did a great job. The young guys did a great job. Man, it's a lot more fun to win.
And then here's Trey Lance on Danny Gray, a young rookie out of SMU.
Throw it to the fast guy. Danny did a great job. He's done a great job all camp. Just him being healthy, obviously, he's a difference maker for us on offense. His speed is something I've had maybe one other time in my life. So for me, it's a fun guy to have, for the receiver room to have also. Just help the route tree out, make defenses defend the ball the whole field.
the pre-snap motion that Shanahan is so in love with. The Niners, I think only Sean McVay, over the tenure of both of them being head coaches, has pre-snap motioned more, right? Part of why he does that, and I was listening to Dante Hittner talk about this, and Baldy brought it up on his video, is that you're going to identify what the coverage is. Not all the time, but you're going to make it easier for your quarterback in pre-snap to know what the coverage is once the ball's hiked.
Yeah.
Right? And I thought his pre-snap awareness of where to go was really good in this one. And we can quibble about accuracy, and that stuff's going to come, and I believe it will. But, like, the one thing that I keep coming back to, as everybody's worrying about Trey Lance, Shanahan's not going to let him fail.
No.
Shanahan's such a great play caller. No. We can argue about 3rd and 1s and 4th and 1s till we're blue in the face.
Right.
Can we all agree? He makes it so easy for a young quarterback or any quarterback to digest what's happening on the opposite end of him.
I'm glad you brought up to Shanahan, and Jose and James will get you in just a second here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 game.
It's easy for the kid to succeed.
So one thing Debo said, I caught this during training camp. Debo Samuel sat down with the NFL Network.
Oh, everyone was losing their minds. This is an indictment. Kyle Madsen said that this was an indictment on how Debo views Trey Lance.
No. I wasn't even going there.
Oh, what were you thinking?
They asked him about the losses.
Oh, the
Wes
losses.
Welker, wide receiver coach.
Yeah.
Mike McDaniel, quote-unquote offensive coordinator now with the Miami Dolphins. Debo Samuel was like, there's going to be no drop-off because we still have Kyle Shanahan, which is very interesting because when we had Baldy on, Baldy was like, the Mike McDaniel loss could be huge because of all the motions and what he does.
Which is fair.
But Debo was like, we still got a lot of guys who are in the system. Leonard Hankerson, now the wide receiver coach. He's been in this system for a few years now with the 49ers. There's no drop-off there. And you still have Kyle Shanahan who actually calls the plays. So I think with Anthony Lynn, that addition, coming over from the Chargers and the Lions, and former head coach but a longtime running back coach, knows Mike Shanahan, played for Mike Shanahan, won a Super Bowl with Mike Shanahan in Denver. There's not going to be a lot of drop-off here. So those motions that we saw with Mike McDaniel over the past few years and LaFleur, that's still going to be the same. Yeah. And they're going to get back to that one-cut-and-go zone run and those bootlegs off of that. Shanahan is going to put Trey Lance in positions to thrive. Yeah. And that 76-yard touchdown that we saw against the Green Bay Packers, there's going to be a lot more of that this season.
Well, it's not just Shanahan, too. Like, when you're there at the practices and you're watching, I've been so impressed with Greasy. Brian Greasy was a really good hire because he was in the booth last year and he's watching all these different young quarterbacks come through. His dad played. He played, right? Now he's coaching for the first time. You could tell he's totally engaged and vigorous when it comes to how he's training these guys. And the relationship between him and Trey, I've been very impressed with. Now, I don't really have a lot to go on with Scangarello, who was the quarterback coach last year, but it felt like Scangarello was more off to the side, whereas this year I'm just watching what's on the field.
On.
Dude, he's totally like in lockstep. He's hyping them up. They're doing they did this drill. I thought it was so fascinating. He goes to the line, whether the quarterback, whoever it is, they don't even have a ball. They have a towel. And he's going to the line, and he calls hike. And then Greasy's in the end zone, and he's yelling what the coverage is post-snap.
I love that.
Based on what the coverage is, they need to move their body and throw to a particular target. So he's giving them, 3 wide receivers, 1 running back, and that's pre-snap. And then, boom, he's like, deep 1. You know what I mean?
Right.
Man
Cover
press
1.
on the outside. And, these guys have to boom, 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 boom. Based on what the coverage is, they have specific reads that they're going to. The amount of teaching that I'm watching from just Greasy and Trey Lance, that has me the most excited.
No, that is a great call. So you got Greasy as a quarterback coach. You have Anthony Lynn as his assistant head coach. You got Leonard Hankerson coaching the wide receivers, who's been around for a while. There's not going to be a big drop-off. And I think this offense, and we just saw a glimpse of it Friday, I get it. It's not against the ones. The Packers don't have Jair Alexander. They don't have all their studs out there, and they're going to have a really good defense as well. And the Niners don't have Ayuk and Debo out there. You don't have your studs. But just Trey, with this coaching and with the playbook, because my problem with Shanahan, it's the short yardage stuff. But my
situational
play calling. But my biggest beef with Shanahan over the last 5 years was, if you don't like Jimmy, move off of
the
him.
relationship with the quarterback.
You saw it wasn't there. So he's got his guy now. And this guy in Trey Lance is going to unlock so many things that Shanahan has wanted to do over the past few years. We sat there at the NFC Championship game, third play of the game for the offense, where Jimmy misses George Kittle.
I know.
You think Trey Lance is missing that deep pass? The one thing that wowed me about Trey Lance coming out of North Dakota.
But he'll gun it again. That's the thing. It's not just a one-time-a-game thing. He'll cut another one later on.
But the one thing that impressed me in the pre-draft process when it came to Trey Lance coming out of North Dakota State, you just go watch him against Youngstown State. And I know people are, Youngstown State, they're bums. His deep ball accuracy at North Dakota State, you can't teach that. You just can't teach that. I don't care who you're playing. When you could deliver the ball on the dime with velocity 40, 50, 60 yards down the field, which he did last preseason against the Chiefs, and he did it against the Chargers again in that 2-minute drill. You can't teach that. And that development, that element in this offense, I mean, they've already been a top 10 offense with Jimmy Garoppolo. What are they going to be when Trey Lance actually masters the system?
Well, this weaponry feels like the best it's ever been, at least during the Shanahan era. Ayuk looks like he's emerging. Debo, Kittle, Trent. Obviously, the offensive line's a concern. I want to get to running back in 1 second because I do think that there's an odd man out that I would trade. I would just straight up trade him right now if you can get anything for him. But when you compare Jordan Love, who's been in the Green Bay system for 3 years, behind a Hall of Fame quarterback, and you see Trey Lance right now, I feel like Trey is already significantly more developed than what Jordan Love is.
I'm not impressed with Jordan Love whatsoever. I know there was a lot of buzz about him coming out of Utah State. I just didn't see it at Utah State. And I bet on those games.
Yeah.
So I watched a little Jordan Love. You see him there now. The dime to do who was it? Dobbs that beat Tavarius Martin. That was a great throw. But he threw 3 picks, and I get it. I'm not impressed with Jordan Love. I'm just not there with him. And then makes you think like, what the hell were the Packers doing drafting him?
Well,
we still had Aaron Rodgers playing at a high level.
I think it goes to show you like that's a first rounder, now late first rounder. He doesn't have the arm talent of Trey. I don't think he's as big physically as Trey. He's skinny, he's tall, he's skinny. I don't know. I'm comparing the two. They're young players. I'm just looking at where they're at. It feels like Trey is significantly farther along.
Mm-hmm.
It just to me.
With it. Yeah, no, Trey looks like he's going to take another step.
Yeah.
And with Brandon Ayuk, you keep bringing him up. I think Brandon Ayuk is going to explode like Jordan Poole did this past season. Well, and it's based off of the way he ended last year. The first 2 months of the season, we all talked about it. Right now, you get a doghouse. Yeah. You can't get him touches. And then, boom, when you look at that draft class.
He's been the best player in camp.
He's been unbelievable.
Outside of Bosa, because Bosa's just on another level.
He's been unbelievable, but you saw it coming from Halloween on. He had a big time. You look at that draft class again. Justin Jefferson was amazing from Halloween on.
You can't get off to a better start your career.
Yeah, he's top 5 wide receiver in the game.
Yeah, he's ridiculous.
Right? T. Higgins. He's not a bum.
I like T a lot.
He saw him in the Super Bowl.
I liked him out of Clemson.
Yeah, no, he's really, really good. And then you had Brandon Ayuk. He had better numbers than CeeDee Lamb down the stretch. Now, there's context to everything. Chase Claypool, there's context to everything. But it's not like Brandon Ayuk was playing with a top-flight quarterback.
No.
Who's playing with Jimmy Garoppolo?
And he's not the number 1 option on this offense.
It's probably the number 3 option.
4, but if you put running back, he's like they're going to run the ball first.
Exactly.
And then Debo and Kittle and then Ayuk.
So you look at those numbers, over 700 yards receiving from Halloween on for Brandon Ayuk, and you hear about the reports, and you were there watching him just dominate in training camp.
Contested catches, sideline catches, footwork. He's the only guy on the wide receiver, and this includes Debo. Instant separation on almost every snap.
Every snap. And his body control.
Yeah, he's really good.
He has great body control, Brandon Ayuk. So I expect him to explode. And now you got Trey Lance throwing, and he's not afraid to throw outside the numbers, not afraid to throw it deep. I really like where this offense is at. Let's go to the lines.
Yeah. I want to get to running back after we hit a couple lines because I have a concern on 2 guys.
Well, I think I know where you're going here. James in Dublin. James, what's happening, man? You're on the roast.
Yeah, I just want to talk about Trey Lance's pocket awareness. It was almost like he had eyes in the back of his head. He dropped back in the pocket, and he didn't look back to see if there was rushers. It was like he stepped up right away, started to run, and then dropped back in his passing stance and looked downfield, unlike some of these other running quarterbacks that are, the second they break the pocket, they're on their way. And I just really liked how Trey converted back to try to throw the ball down the field. And, on those broken plays, a lot of times those broken plays end up on deep balls because the cornerbacks step up to try to stop the quarterback from running, or the wide receivers break their route and, get open space. And I just thought that was really nice from him.
Yeah, the one thing that I think there's this huge misnomer, running quarterback, which is the most ridiculous thing ever. This dude is a mobile quarterback, pocket quarterback. When he reset his feet the second time, everyone was like, "Oh yeah, that's it." And then he took off, gets the 6 yards, slides down legs, feet first. It's like, all right, we got something here. Yeah, now we're cooking.
No doubt about that. Let's go to Jose in Oakland. Jose, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Hey, good morning, guys.
Good morning.
As a 49ers fan, I'm excited, but mostly hopeful that everything that we're seeing from Trey Lance right now translating to the regular season, because it's not the same going against number twos. It's not the same as going against the number one defensive team of the other teams. Now, my phone call mainly it goes back to last Friday. I really wanted to get in last Friday, but I couldn't get in. Butcher Boy, you were going off on Jimmy G. At some point, you may even have used the term disgusted, and you were disappointed about everything that you were hearing, and you were really feeling it. Granted, okay, I know you felt that, but at some point you also mentioned, what do the Niners get out of saying coming up with bad things about Jimmy G? They gain a lot, okay? They gain basically what you were doing. You were justifying why they were getting rid of him without getting anything. I'm not saying they're not right about getting rid of him and moving on from him, moving on to Trey Lance. They're right. The guy plays better, okay? But for all the talk that they had about doing right by Jimmy G, why would they say something like that at the last minute? Because they're about to cut him and get nothing for him.
Yeah.
Well, it feels like they could get a trade.
Let me just give you this sample. It's like you're going out with this chick. She's really sweet. Your mom and dad likes her, and she cooks real good. But all of a sudden, you meet this new chick. She has a great rack. I mean, she looks great. Your friends think she's the hottest thing,
this is getting
out there. And you finish with the girl that you had. To justify you cutting off your relationship with that chick, you're gonna say, well, she had bad breath in the morning. It's like,
you know what, Bonte? You've been off for a while. Why don't you take this one?
Yeah, I don't know where Jose was going. I got lost there. I'm over the Jimmy G stuff. All of a sudden, Michael Silver gets roasted by everybody in his fan base. Everybody talked about him when he brought up the Trey Lance arm fatigue. Nobody wanted to believe that report. Now I'm supposed to believe a report about Jimmy Garoppolo ghosting the team after signing a big money deal, something that happened in early 2018. I do not care. Jimmy's not here anymore. He's going to be gone. He's not playing quarterback for the 49ers. He's gone. I don't care. He's gone. It was a good ride with Jimmy Garoppolo. They advanced to a Super Bowl. They advanced to an NFC Championship game. They came up short. Why? Possibly the quarterback had something to do with it. Coach had something to do with it, but the quarterback had something to do with it too. Big time. I don't care about Jimmy Garoppolo no more. I don't care.
Do you care about the running backs for the 49ers?
I care a lot about the running backs. Real quick about Ayuk, though, because I think some people misinterpreted what I said. From Halloween on, 2021, Brandon Ayuk had better numbers than CeeDee Lamb. 46 catches, 605 yards, 2 touchdowns for CeeDee. You look at Brandon Ayuk, 47 catches, 730 yards, 4 touchdowns. And if he had a quarterback who could deliver the ball down the field, the numbers would have been a lot better.
Who are you taking in a vacuum, CD or Ayuk? Because I'm probably still taking CD.
Probably still taking CD. I'm probably still taking Justin Jefferson.
Okay.
But you know what? If Brandon Ayuk had a quarterback like Dak Prescott and they threw the ball like the Dallas Cowboys, Brandon Ayuk may have 1,300 yards and 8 touchdowns. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
the Niners aren't.
I just don't like Mike McCarthy that much that I do feel like he holds back everyone on that team.
Yeah, they're throwing the ball left and right.
I know, but I'm saying like
teams.
He's just so I don't like him.
Yeah,
and Kellen Moore is technically the architect of that offense. I was just asking in a vacuum.
Yeah. I mean, CD's a special player.
That's what I'm saying.
But now he's in number 1. There's no Amari Cooper there.
That's true.
We're going to see how good CD is this year.
I still think he's very good.
He's very good, but now he's the focal point in that passing game.
Yeah.
How's he going to produce? Ayuk again. You have George Kittle and Deebo Samuel. Who are you going to double on this offense?
Well,
and he's still got to worry about the running game. And you still got to have a spy on the Trey Lance when he gets out the pocket.
Yeah.
So this offense is set up for they're set up to do some great things in 2020.
They've had a couple of injuries thus far. Armstead hurts himself. Sounds like he's out all preseason. Mosley, a little tender.
That concerns me.
Ward, a little tender. Those are big time injuries. I mean, you could poo-poo it all you want. Secondary has to be healthy because that's part of the area that was the biggest weakness of this team last year. And I thought it was a strength coming through camp. And then obviously the D-line, you're going to need Armstead. There's just no other way around it. But the other one that came out, Adam Schefter basically saying that he's out for 3 weeks or so, is Elijah Mitchell.
That's not good.
Now, Elijah put on a lot of bulk. He looks way better physically. He wasn't as fast. It's so hard to gauge at practice running backs because, they can't take them straight to the ground. There's not like full tackling, so it's just hard to gauge. I like Elijah Mitchell, although I just always like dudes. I'm talking about guys that I know I can hand the rock to and move a pile. Those are my kind of running backs, and I know in Shanahan's system, you're going to have multiple backs. Jeff Wilson Jr., I'm just not in love with. I know there are some Jeff Wilson Jr. big-time fans out there. As a fourth running back, fine. I like what I've seen from Price.
Davis Price.
Davis Price, to me, looks like a big-time SEC-level back. I like what I've seen there. I like Mason. I'm worried about Trey Sermon. To me, Trey Sermon is and I'm using this name lightly, a Terry Kirby type. I'm only throwing him the ball. I'm not running him the ball.
Because they need that. They need that in this offense.
They do need a throwing element. Right. But he looks so Kevin Barlow-like tap dancing behind that line.
Yeah, I don't like the way he hits the hole.
Very indecisive.
I don't like the way he hits the hole in this offense. Maybe use him as a third down back. Like, they need a James White type of dude who just retired from the Patriots.
Is he as wiggly as James White?
I think he can get in the open field maybe and have some wiggle.
Well, that's why I like Terry Kirby, because he's got good hands and he's big.
But also, we forget Trey Sermon, I believe, left Oklahoma because he got his job taken.
Yeah.
He basically got his job taken at Oklahoma. I think P. Ryan took his job. Samaje P. Ryan. There was a couple guys in Oklahoma who basically took his job, and Trey Sermon was on the bench. Then he transferred to Ohio State. Goes to Ohio State. He gets hurt in the first play of the game against Alabama in the championship game, but everybody was going crazy because he went off against Clemson. Trey Sermon, I am concerned about. Can you use him as a third down back? And can you maybe mold him into Jerick McKinnon, who they wanted Jerick McKinnon to be? Remember that? They wanted Jerick McKinnon to be that 3-down back and out of the backfield catching passes. Can Trey Sermon be that guy? I have no idea. It's a big camp for him.
There's 3 guys. Like Jeff Wilson Jr., we'll see. I haven't seen a lot of him, so we'll see there.
That's why I wanted James Cook from Georgia.
I know. James Hasty, I'm sorry. JaMychal Hasty, JaMychal Hasty. His return skills are he just has no awareness. The ball near the sideline, he allows to go, and he goes up and catches it. It's like, dude, you were going to get the ball at 35. Do you not know the rules?
Yeah.
And I feel like he's always like Sermon, trying to bounce it to the outside. And I'm like, dude, you got to just take the yards that come to you. So if there was a trade partner out there that would take for a 6th-round pick, Sermon, I'd probably move him.
Right, yeah.
Because he can't play special teams like Hasty.
Well, I wouldn't move him, but on the flip side, I may need to keep him. Because you brought up Elijah Mitchell. And I'll never forget after week 2 against Philadelphia, that was a body bag game.
Yeah.
And I remember you looked at me and said, I don't know if Elijah Mitchell can take this pounding. This isn't the game for him. This is the game for him.
Am I wrong?
I mean, look, he damn near had a G last year.
Yeah.
963 rushing yards, averaged 4.7 yards a carry. But they had to go to Deebo Samuel a lot when it came to running the football to get that burst, to get that juice out of the backfield. I do concern, and this is why I always want a bell cow.
I know.
I want a guy.
Well, that's why I like TDP.
So
doesn't he look the part?
TDP does look the part, and rookie running backs can flourish in the NFL.
And those SEC backs always come in ready to go.
They're physical. They're used to the pounding. So, this is a big camp. The Elijah Mitchell injury, I don't think it bodes well for him.
It's not
Shanahan
good.
will flip. He'll flip running back quick.
Breida was once the top dog, and then we flipped immediately.
And Mostert was the guy.
Yes.
And Breida couldn't get on the field.
That's what I'm saying.
You know what I'm saying?
Things happen quick in Shanahan.
Shanahan doesn't play with running backs. And with the molding of Anthony Lynn at their running back position, TDP could be that guy. I like TDP a lot.
The other guy that I really like in terms of cuts and direction and size, I'm telling you, this Mason from Georgia Tech is very intriguing.
He's interesting.
I know we're getting in the weeds here, but the running back is so important to what they want to do. Yeah. It's so important to getting the rookie, because that's what I'm calling him this year, a rookie for Trey Lance, up to speed. They're going to need to do the play action, and you got to establish the run. So I need a couple of running backs this year.
Yeah, Elijah Mitchell concerns me, and it's a reason why he was a 6th-round pick.
If you could, I'm just throwing out a hypothetical, Jimmy G and Sermon to go get Kareem Hunt, would you do that? Because Kareem Hunt wants out of Cleveland.
So
look at your face. Look at your face.
You brought me back somewhere. Remember that it was championship weekend. It was
Would we accept Kareem Hunt?
Well, this is where I'm going here. championship weekend. It was Saints Rams. We had the Hooters party, 95-70 game watch party at Hooters.
I don't remember.
Rams,
but...
yeah. It was Rams, Saints, Chiefs, and Patriots.
Okay.
That morning, I did the show with Coles live from Hooters.
Oh, okay. A little running, a little passing.
So Coles brought it up. He goes, Bonte, Kareem Hunt. Who says no? And now the text line went crazy. Comcast Business text line went crazy because of what you just said.
Yeah.
Would anybody be able to accept Kareem Hunt from what he did
That's what I'm saying.
a couple years ago? Kareem Hunt would be perfect in this offense. Perfect.
Yeah, especially on all the screen game.
The screen game, physicality, running his own scheme. He's a 3-down running back. Kareem Hunt's a problem. And Shanahan with that toy, Kareem Hunt would be great. But what would it cost? And would he be accepted? Would he go against the grain of what the 49ers embody? The 49ers have moved off of players like that. Under John Lynch, under Adam Peters, under Kyle Shanahan. They've moved off of players who's had history like that. I would love Kareem Hunt. But I get it. Do you want to go down that rabbit hole? Would his fan base accept Kareem Hunt?
Well, especially after he already served his time and now he's come back. Like, do people are they eligible in some people's minds for a second chance, a third chance? I don't know. I don't know. B, I don't know the answer to that. I'm telling you, I would do that trade. If you told me Sermon and Jimmy G and I eat a lot of Jimmy G's money and you give me Kareem Hunt back with whatever pick, throw whatever pick you want, I'm doing that all day.
Oof.
All day.
All day long. Coles brought that up. It brought me back to that. And then everybody was losing their mind saying, you can't do that. You can't bring in Kareem Hunt. He's a bad human being and yada, yada, yada. I do that deal too. There's no doubt about it. Kareem Hunt, are you kidding me? In this offense with Debo, George Kittle, Brendan Ayuk? Oh my gosh. Also, too, 707. You're
What's
right.
that?
Comcast Business Text Line. They wouldn't give us Kareem Hunt. I would take Dearness Johnson. Dearness Johnson, not bad either. But I'm a little concerned about Elijah Mitchell, though. That doesn't bode well for him. By the way, there's $5.6 million up for grabs with the MLB Beat the Streak game. Check out the Beat the Streak Daily podcast to find out which players have the best chance to get a hit today so you can get closer to becoming a millionaire. Call out players from your local MLB team who are hot or due for a hit. Download Beat the Streak Daily on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts. 888-957-9570. What impressed you the most about Trey Lance and the rest of the Niners Friday night? I got to say, Spencer Burford, he's impressive. That impressed the hell out of me.
How about Aaron Banks, second rounder from Notre Dame?
I was happy with what I saw
Oakland.
from Aaron Banks. Sacred Heart Cathedral, I want to see Aaron Banks thrive in the system. I liked him, but Burford just popped.
Yeah.
Burford just pops off the screen.
He's a big boy.
You don't even have to watch offensive linemen. You're like, who the hell is 74?
Did you see Suge Knight, a.k.a. Trent Williams, get interviewed with 7 of the thickest gold chains I've ever seen in my life?
And he has the chokers.
Bro,
the Cuban link chokers. Like,
I love that man.
That dude's a beast, man.
He's the greatest bodyguard in the history of bodyguards.
He's the beast with the cutoff hoodie. Come on, man. Cutoff hoodie at night? Yeah, he's about that life.
Yeah.
He's about that life. Let's go to Chambry down in Arizona. Chambry, what's happening? You're on the roast.
Oh, man, what a great day to have Bonte back. We got football talk back. It's just beautiful, man. Pretty much all the callers hit on it. I was most impressed. I'm looking to see the growth from Trey Lance. But just like you guys talked about, seeing him move up the pocket, try and still read the coverage, then take off running and slide. It was just beautiful. But I got to say, all around, I don't know if it's just me, and again, I get it was preseason, and it wasn't against, starters, and when the backups came in, that is what it is. But it just seemed like all 3 quarterbacks looked a whole lot smoother, and their play was a lot better than any trio of quarterbacks that we've had in a while. I don't know. That's just me looking on the screen. So thank you guys for taking my call.
Anytime. I will say about Brock Purdy, I know everybody's going crazy over Brock Purdy. I watch a lot of Big 12 football. I watched a lot of Brock Purdy at Iowa State, excuse me. I watched him just gag against Iowa early in the season last year. Now, I know it's
who
different.
he is?
Who's that?
Who Brock Purdy is.
Who is he?
He's like the love child of Sean Hill and Jimmy Garoppolo.
Oh, my gosh.
Tell me I'm wrong.
I don't get... Yeah, no, you're not wrong. And everybody's
He's got the Sean Hill vibes.
Everybody's gassing him up. Oh,
yeah,
he should be the backup.
Yeah, as a 3.
I see people say he should be the backup to Trey Lance.
Sudfeld is the 2.
All right, I'm not. Let's pump the brakes on Brock Purdy, please.
Yeah.
If Brock Purdy's playing this year, the Niners are going nowhere.
Well, you can say that about a lot of teams.
A lot of teams. But Brock, let's just pump the brakes about Brock Purdy, please. please.
He does look good at practice. Like, I could see look, as a backup, not the number 2, but
as a 3.
At some point, if he's your 2, I understand it. I could see what Kyle Shanahan sees.
Yeah.
He's very rhythmic thrower. His arm's not the greatest, but he's pretty accurate and he's quick with the decision making. He's just so little.
Yeah, I'm not. The broadcast was going crazy over Brock Purdy. It's like, yo, let's relax.
Well, everybody does because he looks good at practice.
Yeah,
in the
it's
drills.
like let's pump the brakes on Brock Purdy, please.
My favorite drill that they do is when they roll out to the left and you have to throw across your body like a shortstop, and you see Trey Lance doing it. Boom! He just rifles in like a heat-seeking missile, and then you see Sudfeld, and it's got a little rainbow on it, a little arc, if you will, and then you see Purdy, and he's throwing behind, and it's a little wobbly.
Zip. Yeah, it's like let's just chill off Brock Purdy. I saw a lot of Brock Purdy. Let's just nip that in the bud.
Yeah, Sean Hill 2.0.
Yeah, I don't even know if he's Sean Hill. I don't even know if he's Sean. Sean Hill wants some games.
Yeah, I know. Sean Hill was a gamer. He's a gamer.
Sean Hill. Rock with Sean Hill. Brock Purdy. I mean, come on. Here's what Shanahan had to say. He was comparing Jimmy and Trey. What? I didn't see this.
Not really. I mean, I think that was an undervalued thing with Jimmy. Jimmy could throw the ball and throw it real far. So, I mean, I think everything's been was available with Jimmy. It is with Trey. But there's different types of styles, and I think our team will figure that out as it goes, and I think you guys will see the difference as it goes.
Yeah, and listen, I saw some tweets about, Jimmy Garoppolo can make that throw to Danny Gray. No, he can't. He's had opportunities to do that. No, he can't. Let's just. I'm not here for the cap. I'm not here for the lies this morning. I'm back off of vacation. I wanted to come back. Let's just let's just keep it real. Jimmy Garoppolo's not making that throw to Danny Gray. He had chances to make throws like that all last season. He didn't. Do we need to go back to Christmas Eve in Tennessee, Nashville, Tennessee? Kyle Juszczyk? Do we need to go back to the NFC Championship game? How about the post corner route that Brandon Ayuk ran in Dallas and just had Diggs spinning around in circles, and yet Jimmy Garoppolo throws it out of bounds? I'm sorry, Shanahan. I know you guys need to trade Jimmy Garoppolo. I know you need to do something with him, but Jimmy's not making that throw. All right, let's stop.
I love you so much, and I missed just any Jimmy conversation where you defend him, crush him, love him, hate him, all in one sentence.
I mean, come on.
It's a remarkable relationship the two of you have.
I mean, come on. He's not making that throw to Danny Gray.
I mean, I know that.
I said, hey, why you got to do that to us, man? Why you got to tell that to us, man? Now you got people tweet left and right. Yeah, Jimmy can make that throw. We should, stop.
Well, they're trying to get somebody to that's the part. We've been 7 months at this where Jimmy stood at a podium and was like, what? See ya? Is that what he said? See ya? What was the drop? See ya?
See ya? Oh, see ya.
See ya. There, that one where he did that. See ya.
See ya.
And he's still on the team.
See ya.
He's still on the team.
Does he go to Minnesota with everybody this week for the joint practices?
So let me get
Where does he go during the game?
Look, we're gonna get back to Trey in just a second. I got to ask a question because you guys were at training camp and you guys made me so proud.
It was the weirdest thing. I came waltzing into practice. You're gonna love this. I smashed from here down to Levi Stadium. I'm doing. It was just like 110. I get down there. I'm like jogging over. I'm sweating. It's like 80 degrees already. I come walking in and I see all these fans. Now in between the stadium, Levi Stadium, there's 3 fields.
Yep.
And 2 of the fields are the big fields that are adjacent to each other, and you got stands. But in between them, I call it the freshman field. It's like a little 50-yard by 25-yard field.
Yep.
And I see somebody throwing, and I look over, I go, I think that's Jimmy Garoppolo. So I took a photo of it, and I was like, wow. And it was just the weirdest thing. And it was a bunch of, interns or whatever catching footballs from them, and I was like, damn, Jimmy G is alive.
Let me ask a question, because I asked this, honestly. Is he allowed in the meeting rooms?
I have no idea. They say they see him getting food and working out.
It's the weirdest thing ever. He's on the field throwing before practice. Poor guy. I actually feel bad for him. He's sitting there with no team. Nobody wants him. He's making $25 million, and he's sleeping in silk sheets, as Mark Willard would say, and the guy still ain't happy. He's throwing by himself. He's throwing to random fans at 49ers practice before the practice. You know what I'm saying? He's out there what is he doing? What is going on with Jimmy Garoppolo? Lubman, get in here.
There's Jimmy G right there. There's a picture on the little freshman field.
Lubman, You're talking?
I mean,
is it working?
Nah, he put his hand up to talk.
Working?
Is it working? Love
Now it's working.
Oh, gosh. Love it.
So, apparently, in terms of what Jimmy Garoppolo's doing, apparently he doesn't really know new quarterbacks coach Brian Greasy all that much. He's not attending meetings, and he doesn't have a playbook.
So what are we doing? So, to answer the question, no, he's not going to Minnesota.
So he's part of like the Breakfast Club, I guess, essentially for the Niners.
It must be
He's just in detention.
It must be so odd for everybody involved in that organization to have him still around. It's got to be odd on all. What is Donnie doing?
Well, you know what Donnie's doing? Getting the Dolphins in trouble for tampering with Tom Brady. Just for a second, and I know we're getting back into the Niners. Your boy Donnie,
not my boy,
has had a horrific offseason.
It's not my boy.
His boy Tom Brady, his two agents. He represents Tom, and he represents Jimmy G. He also represents Sean Payton, but Sean Payton retired.
Yeah.
They got in trouble for colluding, okay? Sean Payton, Tom Brady, and the dummy owner for the Miami Dolphins on a yacht, and they basically got in trouble because Brian Flores told the NFL that they were colluding while he was under contract, that he would retire from the league, become a minority owner of the Dolphins, and then unretire and play quarterback for them. And then his other agent, Donnie, represents the quarterback, Jimmy Garoppolo, who is unsuccessfully had late offseason surgery and then unsuccessfully has found a trade partner nor been granted his release. Don Yee's a terrible agent. You can't tell me otherwise.
I mean,
Master P thinks that Don Yee's done a bad job.
Well, Jimmy
representing his two agents.
Jimmy did get $137 million though. He did get $137 million. He didn't get 25-year. Master P is sitting there. That's a good line. The Ricky Williams deal is all-time worst. No limit chain. Donnie, I don't get the Jimmy stuff, man. I don't get why he's there warming up. I don't get why he's at the facility. Enough's enough. But let's get back to Trey Lance. Enough's enough, dude. I'm tired. I'm so Jimmy G'd out. The one great thing about vacation, no Jimmy G talk.
Banker.
No Jimmy G talk.
Phantom of the 49ers.
He is one of the absolute professionals at missing work.
I mean, come on, man. I was just like, I don't want to come back to Jimmy Garoppolo. And I can't. It's August.
You were hoping he was gone.
It's August 15th and he's still on his team.
I know.
And then Michael Silver.
Are we getting burritos?
And then Michael Silver had to write that report where the one line, Jimmy Garoppolo, and it's just like, great. Now he's back in our lives. But Shanahan, what's the priority for Trey Lance during training camp?
And get him reps out there as much as you can while not getting him hurt. So that's really my only priority is how. And that's why I would love to play him the whole game if you're guaranteed not to get hurt. Because Trey, the more reps he can get, all it'll do is help, whether it's good or bad that goes out there. So try to do the same thing for Nate as long as we could. He just likes stuff in real football that's not versus our own defense that we can get together tomorrow or the next day and evaluate the tape and get better from what we did.
You know what they've really brought back with this offense? I noticed a lot, which you didn't see a lot last year, the deep boot action.
The deep boot action is what they've been missing.
They're really bringing that back. You didn't see any of that the last year.
We saw it on that play last year with Trey Lance and Trent Sherfield.
Yes.
The boot action goes to the opposite hash mark. Yeah, you can do it with Jimmy.
Yeah.
You can do it with Jimmy. You can do it with Trey Lance. Yeah. And that action where the linebacker's going to have to pick and choose, like, do I step up and just shut down this quarterback run, or do I stay back because there's a receiver coming on the drag route behind me, and it could be a chunk play? Like, he's going to put defenders in so many bad positions off of that action. That boot action is going to be great. And Trey Lance is really good at that. That fake handoff, that boot action, really selling that run play. Kind of like Peyton Manning when he used to do it. That boot actually extend that football.
You can tell he really has worked at the craft. And again, of all the quarterbacks, even though he only had 300 pass attempts in college, he took the most snaps under center. He's accustomed to having his back to the defense.
No doubt about that. I really love what I saw from Trey Lance. I love what I saw from that offense. 888-957-9570. What impressed you the most about Trey Lance and that 49ers football team last Friday? They're going to head to Minnesota tomorrow, have a practice today, and then they're going to scrimmage. That's what's going to be fun. The scrimmaging against the Minnesota Vikings. The reports we're going to get from that. Who's going up there to Minnesota? Anybody going to Minnesota? Anybody out there? We could get some reports, live reports from practice. That's what I want this week.
They say that
oh, yeah, the Vikings. We're going to hear that horn.
New coach?
New coach.
Do you think that Kyle Shanahan's going to be over there like the one that got away, Kirk Cousins?
Oh, my gosh.
He's got his old fling, Right across the field with his new fling. Did you see the way he was looking at Trey Lance? Did you see the still photo? I wish my wife looked at me that way.
Oh my God!
God, he's so happy.
I did. He was like that last year at training camp. Remember, he
happy.
walked on the field to walkie-talkie.
I know.
He loves Trey. We all love Trey. About time it's Trey Lance time. Gosh, so exhausted about talking about number 10. It's about number 5 now, folks.
Two practice games in Minnesota, and if they were to televise it or put it on YouTube, it would hit 1 million views.
Oh, it'd break records.
Right?
It'd break records. 888-957-9570. What impressed you most about Trey Lance? We'll do that on the other side. But now it's time for their injury report. Sponsored by Boxer & Gerson Law Firm.
It's time for the injury report.
That really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
You know, watching Trey Lance drop that 76-yard dime to Danny Gray, and they had me smiling ear to ear. But also, the Niners not selecting Zach Wilson or not moving up to go get Zach Wilson also made me happy. The Jets, I have no idea what they were doing. I think this is just a beginning of a rough patch for Zach Wilson. They're facing serious questions at quarterback already with second-year quarterback Zach Wilson. He suffered a bone bruise and a torn meniscus Friday night against the Eagles in their preseason opener. The team is not committing to a timeline for his return, as it all depends on tomorrow's scheduled arthroscopic surgery on his right knee. The belief now is that Wilson's meniscus will only need a trim and will not require a full repair. Their backup quarterback's Joe Flacco. Just want Jimmy Garoppolo? Or as Robert Saleh said, no, I've seen that story in practice. I'm good. Zach Wilson already a banged up knee.
Well,
already.
Yeah, I mean,
he was hurt last year.
You know, when D'Amico Ryans gets that head coaching job, Saul's coming right back.
Hopefully. Got a job. We got a spot for you.
I like D'Amico better than Saleh, and I love Saleh.
I think D'Amico's a little more diverse with his play calling defensively.
He's very cerebral. When you see him at practice, he's very different.
Oh, yeah, no doubt about that. But Zach Wilson hurt already. The injury report brought to you by Boxer & Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game? Sponsored by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises. Your phone calls, 888-957-9570. What impressed you about Trey? We'll get back into the Giants.
Yes.
They went in to walk off and sweep the lowly Pittsburgh Pirates. How much room for that team? Pirates stink. We'll do all that here on the Morning Roast on a Monday morning.
What do you think of Trey Lance's first preseason game?
Trey Lance, bro, he about to bring us another 5 ring, you feel me? We got BA, we got Danny Gray, you feel me?
Lance
Joe Shasky.
Well, I'm about that action, boss.
Take him out! This is the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
Here's the snap to Lance. Lance looking. Rainbow's left side. Got a man out there. Over the shoulder catch. Down the left sideline to the end zone for the touchdown. And it is the rookie draft choice, Danny Gray.
Got behind Dallin Levitt.
Oh, baby. 97.3 in Milwaukee. Trey Lance and Danny Gray, 76 yards. That's how the preseason starts. Trey Lance, 4 or 5, 92 yards and a touchdown. Even slid. Everybody's going crazy over the slide. He knows. Get down. You're the starting quarterback for the 49ers. Hopefully you're the starting quarterback for the next 15 years. Trey Lance looking good in the preseason debut, preseason opener for the 49ers. It's so good to be back. Good morning to everybody out there on the roadways getting ready for work. If you're at work, what is up? Everybody getting off their graveyard shifts. What's up to the graveyard shift workers? I thought about you a lot when I was on vacation. Seriously, because I would be up and it'd be graveyard time. Like, man, who's up? Who's up and at 'em? And those people, I'll post a story overseas. I'm like, oh, those people are up late. People are up at 2, 3 in the morning, DMing, telling me what's going on at training camp. Giants win. They sweep the Pirates. Something we got to do. We got to talk about the 2012 ceremonies.
The Pirates didn't just get swept. The Giants won in an unbelievably dramatic fashion. Give me the sound. Give me Kuiper's call.
Hold on. Oh, before we go to Kuiper's call, training camp for the Warriors begins middle of September.
Okay.
And you see who's there for ring night?
Oh, yeah, it's going to be the Lakers.
The LA Lakers against the Warriors.
Yeah, and LeBron. We're going to shove it right in his face.
And Russell Westbrook and Anthony Davis.
It's
what
great.
a real ring looks like.
It's
you
great.
See the Christmas Day matchup? It's
trash.
Yeah, Memphis.
Ooh.
We get what we want.
Ooh. Ooh.
Yeah, but
and then before we get back to the Giants,
Interesting.
something we've been begging for so long.
What's that?
The Run Team C jerseys.
Yeah, well, duh.
And you see Willard in the video looking clean.
It was great.
And they got the Run Team C's coming back.
Yeah. Did you know that was getting released? Or you had no idea?
I had no idea. Because they came out with the other ones that look like the Cow Bears, right? The Kaminga.
Which are fine.
I'm not mad at that because we thought about that with the City Edition.
They look like West Virginia.
But look, we go to the game, those jerseys may pop, and we may have a different opinion on them.
I still think their black ones last year need to be rolled back again into this year.
Hopefully they do bring them back. But man, the Run TMC's back. The originals with the Warriors in the scene. You see the court with the logo. I said, oh my God. That happened. I said, those things are going to sell out like hotcakes.
Yeah, they're already sold out.
They're already sold out. Did you already get one?
No.
You didn't
I
buy
already
one?
have a custom one at home. Why do I need another one?
Excuse me, Mr.
I mean, it's my favorite one. I mean,
my
come
bad.
on.
So those jerseys come out, and the Warriors, and I heard Draymond's been saying a lot on the podcast about Bellows being a better scorer than KD.
No, this is the best.
I just said,
this is the best. Draymond, new media. We talk about the games. Send me all your mailbag questions because I have no content.
By the way, congrats to Draymond Green. He just got married.
Oh, congratulations, Draymond.
Hazel, beautiful wedding. Beautiful wedding.
Congratulations.
Yeah, congratulations, Draymond Green.
Was it a new wedding or an old wedding?
Probably a new wedding.
Okay.
This is crazy.
Yeah.
So, congrats to Draymond.
Did you see Klay Thompson at a Giants game?
I did see that.
Watching his brother kick the crud out of the Giants and then chugging an entire beer?
I think I was still in town for that.
And then did you see Steph Curry?
I did see that.
At a Dodger game?
I did see that.
Yeah.
People went crazy over that. Well, I would rather go watch the Dodgers too, to be honest with you.
He was also, Steph Curry made an appearance at the Olympic Club doing his camp.
I did. We got the little tips about that.
Yeah.
And I was like, damn, I didn't know they were doing camp, but Bob McKillop was there.
Yeah.
Great speech by him.
Yeah.
Chris Mullin was out there. Brandon Jennings.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kent Bazemore, Damian Lee. Olympic Club getting a lot of love, man.
All right,
a lot of love.
now that you've postponed all of that, can I feel good about Tyro Estrada's home run?
Well, hold on. The Run TNC jersey, Shasky. Warriors are coming back.
Yeah, they're
Jets are
sick.
back.
I love them.
You're not excited about the Warriors?
I mean, that was last week's news.
So
I know you're on Euro time, but your boy over here is like Back to the Future. I'm 10 steps ahead of you.
Come on, man. The Warriors are coming back. The champs. And one thing, real quick. Christmas Day lineup, no Brooklyn Nets and no LA Clippers.
That's because Brooklyn's not going to have KD.
I landed in Paris. Guess who I saw? I got the photo.
I don't know.
No, Steve Nash. Saw Steve Nash.
Oh, you ran into Steve Nash.
I ran into Steve Nash.
Did you get into one of his TikToks?
No, I was waiting on my luggage. And I saw some people flocking somewhere. Well, I saw people flocking to
Guess
Steve
who I
Nash.
ran into in Paris? I don't know.
Steve Nash is pushing like 15 bags of luggage. Just like the whole family's out there, an assistant coach. And I'm looking at him walk by. I said, good for Steve Nash to get the hell out of Brooklyn, New York right now. All hell's broken loose out there. And good on the owner of the Brooklyn Nets, Joe Tsai. I'm actually pro-owner in this situation.
Oh, you are?
KD, I'm sticking behind my front office. I'm sticking behind my head coach. Screw you to come up here and tell me that you demanded a trade. I didn't hire Steve Nash because of you. Good on the owner for Brooklyn. Stand your ground.
Why do I got to talk to you?
Stand on yours, as Draymond Green would say. All right, now, back to the Giants. Had to get that off. Come on. Come on, John. People want to hear about the Warriors and the Niners. They don't care about the Giants.
Give it to me right now. Thairo Estrada hit the win of the year yesterday. Whether it's the best win or the fifth best win, it doesn't matter. What a feeling coming out of Oracle Park. Kuiper with a call. Give it to me right now.
High drive! Left field! Out of here! And this game is over!
What a legendary call.
Great call.
And what a great feeling. They blow a 5-0 lead. You're thinking they had to have this series. They had to have a sweep to get back to where they needed to be this morning, which is 500. So we can argue all day about whether it's the best win of the year. Up until this point, it was the gots to have it moment. Like they had to have this if they wanted to keep their season alive. You blow a great outing from Alex. Was it Alex Wood yesterday?
Alex Wood. Well,
Alex Wood yesterday.
Well, he got to the fifth inning and he gave up 3 runs.
I thought it was a good
Alex Wood special.
It was a good run. I thought it was a good little outing by him, and he's been really good for this team as of late. And so then you see Brebbia serve up the big one. They lose the lead. They end up tying it. They lose the lead again.
Brian
and then
Reynolds.
Thairo Estrada hits that home run.
Hold on, Lakeford. Brian Reynolds. Giants lost that trade. McCutcheon for Brian Reynolds for McCutcheon. Giants lost that trade. Brian Reynolds, big run, big hit yesterday.
Brian Reynolds Wilmer Flores has been better than Brian Reynolds.
I know. I'm just kidding.
I'll take Brian. Brian Reynolds is fine. He's younger, but Wilmer's been one of the best players on the Giants this year. He's your Willie Mack Award winner. Just call it what it is.
Thairo?
I think it's
Thairo or Wilmer?
No, I think it's Wilmer. Me personally, I like Thairo Estrada. I was defending Thairo Estrada when everyone was trying to run him out of town because of his defense, and he's not the greatest defender. The guy makes plays.
He's been solid for the Giants.
Yeah.
I like Thairo.
He's been better than Tommy LaStella.
Yeah.
Did you see he was at first base yesterday?
Yeah.
LaStella, what are we doing?
So, look, I'm going to be positive about the Giants.
No, I love that they won yesterday.
I left. They were 48-48. I come back. They're 57-57.
Ooh.
It's a couple bright spots.
So 11-11 over the last couple.
9-9. Come on, Charles Schwab.
Oh, I'm sorry, I wasn't listening.
Where's your math skill? I thought you went to Reardon High School. Anyway, so they're 9-9 since I got back. But a couple positives. Joey Bart, batting over 300 since I left. 3 home runs, 4 RBIs. Needs to be batting higher in the lineup. I've been begging for this all year.
I'll just take it, though, right now. We need him to
bat second?
play well.
I mean, it ain't like, can he bat second, third? Let him bat higher in the order. He's been good.
I would start with 6th.
Webb, solid.
Webb's been great. Webb's been great this year.
Webb's been good. I like what I see from Duvall. I like what I see from Rodon.
Rodon's been great, too.
So, they've got hope here. They're 6 games back of the Phillies. I get all that in a wild card spot. It's August 15th. But you know what? They have 48 games left. 23 are against Colorado, Arizona, and the Cubs. Now, I know Arizona's had their number. They swept them last time in the desert. You got Arizona for 4 games here at home. Can you win 3 or 4 against Arizona? Can you win 3 or 4? Show me that you're serious. All right, their next 12. You got Arizona, you got Colorado, you got Detroit, and you got the Minnesota Twins. I know the Twins have been good this year. They're beatable. They're not great. So where are you going to be at after those 12 games? And you think about August 26th through September 14th, they got 1 day off, and that includes a doubleheader against Milwaukee, 2 games in 1 day. So, look,
but why
San Diego
are we looking so far down the line?
Because
to me, they're a day-to-day team right now.
They are a day-to-day team, but I'm looking at this roster, and I'm looking at the way the standings are. The Giants have a shot to make the postseason. They have a shot.
I'm not even looking that far. I'm just saying stay. So I get it, and I understand what you're saying. To me, it's like, how are you looking every day from here on out? If you go through a 3 or 4 game losing streak, it feels like you're going to bottom out. You just got to stay. You got to stay alive day to day.
You know what? You'll drive yourself crazy thinking about that.
No, just day to day.
You'll drive yourself crazy thinking about this team day to day, because day to day it looks murky. Day to day, this team would drive you insane. All right? This team, you look at the lineup card, you're like, damn. You know, it was so bad for the Giants that during the deadline, I'm reading people on Twitter going crazy over Darren Ruff. Oh, Darren Ruff's such a great Giant. Guy was here
Who
for a
was
cup of
going
coffee.
crazy?
I've seen the whole timeline.
It was a good trade.
It was a good trade.
They got like 4 prospects and J.D. Davis for Darren Ruff.
Right, but people are, Darren Ruff was such a great Giant. Thanks for some of the memories. Let's stop. All right, Darren Ruff was here for a cup of coffee. Then he flamed out in NLDS against the Dodgers. All right, he may do something with the Mets, but he's not asking to do much.
He's a platoon DH guy for
There
the
you
Mets.
go. There you go. So I'm just saying there's a little hope. But man, I'm not going to go goo gaga over a sweep against the Pittsburgh Pirates. The Pirates stink. Guru's got to watch that team every single day. They suck.
But the Giants also got beat by the Reds in a series, and they're one of the worst teams in baseball.
They lost 4-6
so
to
I
the
have
Reds.
to just take what I can get. Beggars can't be choosers.
Goo. The Pirates. You talk about a hopeless franchise. You talk about all the hopeless franchises. Like for so long, Detroit Lions, right? And by the way, they're a fun watch on Hard Knocks because of Dan
they're
Cable.
a great watch.
Dan Cable's unbelievable.
And it's a who's coaching staff of players
Eric
that I love.
Dude, Staley.
How about the two of them going at it? That's basically you and me talking about Jimmy G.
The Lions going full contact on the first day of training camp.
I love it.
In pads. Full contact.
And you know your quarterback's bad when you're that bad of a team, and he doesn't get any screen time.
Jamal Williams, how about his speech? I love that.
Well, Jamal Williams has always been somebody that I love. He's a character.
Unbelievable. But when you talk about hopeless franchises in North American sports, the Pittsburgh Pirates are in that top 5. They'll develop talent, and they'll have a player like Andrew McCutchen, like a Jason Bay, like a Garrett Cole. They'll have some guys, and you know they're gone as soon as they hit free agency. That is one hopeless franchise.
Yeah, but I always root for them.
I root for them because they have cool uniforms, but
And a
O'Neal
long
Cruz.
legacy.
Yeah, O'Neal Cruz. They haven't done anything for you.
No, but I'm saying like a long legacy of like Bay Area ties. Like obviously Barry went there, Willie Stargell. Like there have been a lot of Bay Area ties. I've rooted for the Pirates.
But they are hopeless, Shasky. They're championship aspirations, forget about it. They're in the NL Central with the Cardinals.
I know.
The Brewers.
I can't.
The Cubs are going to be better than them
argue
soon.
that, but
the Reds
O'Neal
are
Cruz is fun.
I mean, it's
he's a lot of fun. He's a great defensive shortstop too.
They're a lot of fun, but they're hopeless. That's a hope. They are reinventing ways to lose baseball games.
So you handle business and you got the
fact that the Giants are going neck and neck with the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Well, that's baseball.
All right,
that's baseball.
No, but
no one is sitting here saying that the Giants are world beaters. I'm saying when you win like they did over the weekend, the season's not over. I thought it felt heading into that series, the season was over. Now it feels like, all right, they're alive. Let's keep this thing going. The cardiac kids.
I mean,
well, even though they're kind of old. The geriatric Giants.
Yeah, I don't know about that. Listen, the Giants, when I think about the season, yeah, they may make the postseason. That may be an accomplishment. But the season's been over for me because if you go to the postseason, you got to win it all. That's my thing. And I'm looking at the Dodgers.
I think there's steps to success.
That dudes went 0-8 against the Dodgers coming out of the break.
So last year wasn't successful because you didn't win it all?
It was a fun year. It was a fun year.
I thought it was a very successful year on many levels.
Fun year.
Yes, you didn't achieve the ultimate goal, but you could still reach a lot of smaller ones.
And now they're 57-57, 48 left.
And everything's gone wrong.
They lost 8 straight to the Dodgers coming out of the break. They couldn't win one game against the Dodgers.
But Bonte, they have one of the worst bullpens in baseball. There's only one guy that you trust, and Camilo Duvall, and everyone else you don't. They've lost their number 3 starter for the whole year in DeSclafani. You lost your Hall of Fame catcher. You lost your number 4 hitter in the playoffs in Chris Bryant. So as bad as things have been, I look up, I'm encouraged. It's not, I'm not trying to throw a parade for them, but Bonte, given how bad it's been over the last 2 months, they're the worst team after the All-Star break. The worst team in baseball.
And they're 57-57. So the reason why I'm looking at the schedule, I'm trying to sell myself on how realistic is it for them to go on a run.
Look, just beat the Diamondbacks. Like that's what I'm looking at now. You got the D-backs for a bunch of games here. Get 2 out of 3 against the D-backs and feel good.
Boy,
I'm going tomorrow night. I'm sitting in like the front row.
Good for you.
I got some tickets from Lucas.
Have fun.
Me and Michelle are going.
Have fun.
We're gonna have a great time. I'm bringing my glove.
Have fun.
Even though I'm right up against the netting.
Have fun with that. I'm happy for you.
What's wrong?
No, it's nothing wrong.
I took my dad to the Giants-Dodger game on a Monday night.
Got smoked, huh?
Yeah, it's pretty bad.
It probably wasn't good.
It was bad.
Probably wasn't good.
Mookie was fun.
Trey Turner's fun.
Yeah.
Cody Bellinger's been fun for them over the last 2 weeks.
You know what, though? The stadium is a lot of fun. The stadium's a lot of fun.
But
the team can be bad. The stadium's a lot of fun.
The best thing about the weekend, it wasn't even Thairo Estrada's walk-off home run.
What?
it was a 2012 team coming back. Now, watching the ceremony, I got sad because of what happened with Tim Lincecum and his wife passing away.
Course. Really
and I miss
sad.
seeing Timmy at the park.
We all do.
I want Timmy to be at the park all the time.
Yeah,
I
we
miss
all
Tim
do.
Lincecum.
Well, and I want 55 to be statuized
No
the way
doubt.
he should be.
No
You
doubt.
know, they need to remember him. He was a franchise-changing player.
No doubt. No doubt about it. He helped flip the script for the Giants. But seeing Angel Pagan there, it was great to see him there. I didn't think he'd ever be back.
No.
To see him there with the locks and the hair looks better than ever, that was cool. Our boy Ryan Vogelsong. It was cool to see him in the booth.
Vogelsong.
He was a great Giant.
He embodies what it meant to be a Giant during that era.
It was great to see him sitting with Kruk and Kipe. Now, did I need Nate Scherholtz there? I don't know.
How weird was it that Nate Scherholtz was the guy traded for Hunter Pence, and they both were on the field together?
It's just so odd.
I was like, why are we celebrating the whole team?
It was really odd. But that 2012 team was fun. And that was the best thing to see them go. Like when they went down 0-2 to Cincinnati, we all thought it was over. And then they go win 3 straight, right? In Cincinnati, a team that had the best record in the National League that season, best home record in the National League.
A 45-minute at-bat between Jay Bruce and Sergio Romo at the end of that game.
I lost 5 years of my life watching that.
That was just one of the most incredible games of all time.
It was Game 4 was fun. When Pagan led off the game with a home run. Game 3 was fun. Beating the Cardinals.
Scott Rollinaire, baby.
Marco Scudero in the rain. It was awesome.
Dusty Baker being, again, baseball's Marty Schottenheimer. Just can't win anything in the playoffs.
Can't win at all. Should have kept Aroldis Chapman in the game. Should have kept him in the game. Anyway,
there's a variety of things.
That was fun to see that team.
Matt Holliday taking out Scudero.
It was good to see that team back. That was, to me, that was the best part of the weekend.
Now that we're a little removed 10 years later, how do you feel about that Holiday slide?
It's big league baseball.
I know.
It's big league baseball.
If you love Will Clark sliding into Jose Akendo, hard to be angry at Matt Holliday.
I can't be angry about
Even though he was way off the base path and he basically ruined the guy's leg in his career.
I'm watching the Jeter doc. Guys in the 90s sliding like that. Jeter had some slides. I was like, what are you doing? That's baseball.
But not anymore.
Not anymore, but that was baseball.
Yes.
So I'm not mad at that.
I mean, Mike Yastrzemski almost got into it with O'Neal Cruz late in that game yesterday because the second baseman threw like a changeup to O'Neal Cruz in the dirt, and Yastrzemski tried to slide in hard and take out O'Neal Cruz, and he was going through the base path. He wasn't even 2 or 3 feet to the right. I don't know. It's just that Matt Holliday slide, now that we're removed from it, I feel a little different about that slide, which I didn't think I would.
There was magic with that 2012 team. They were a good team. They won 94 games.
I think that was the best, top to bottom, that's the best team of the 3 World Series champions.
They were legit. Tim Lincecum becoming the middle relief guy in Game 4, going 4 in the 3rd.
They did it 3 different center fielders, 3 different aces, and 3 different closers.
That's unbelievable. So the center fielders, we had Andres Torres, Angel Pagan, Gregor Blanco. The closers, who you had Brian Wilson, Sergio Romo, Santiago Casilla. You said the aces, right? 3 different aces.
So Timmy was the ace for the first one.
Kane
Matt
in
Kane was the
2012.
ace for the number 2012, and
then
Bumgarner clearly for 2014.
Unbelievable.
I mean, it really is incredible.
Second baseman too, right?
Yes.
Didn't they have 3 different second basemen?
You had Sanchez, Freddie Sanchez, who was a Pirate, who won the batting title a couple years prior to getting acquired, Scudero, and then Joe Panic.
Don't panic.
Panic was an all-star.
Panic was good. I liked Panic.
I mean,
I was high on Panic.
The other thing that the 2012 thing brought out for me, obviously we've eradicated Melky Cabrera from the record books. He doesn't exist, even though he did amazing things that year and helped them clinch home field advantage in the All-Star game in the World Series by winning the All-Star game MVP. And he was basically the MVP of the team. The 4 coaches, the 4 wise men, Mark Gardner, Righetti, Wotus, and Flannery, with obviously Bruce Bochy atop them. I think as much as I've glorified the Bill Walsh era coaching staff, which is incredible, why do I feel different about that group? Like, they did it with actually like lesser talent. I mean, I know it's a tough equation here. We're comparing cross sports, and Kerr's staff is going to go down as one of the greats of all time.
They were really good. They were really good.
Think of who had their best moments for some of these guys. Every dude had runs. Like, you're looking at it. Buster's probably a Hall of Famer. They did it. They won 3 titles.
3 titles.
With not one other Hall of Fame everyday lineup guy. That's kind of remarkable.
Yeah, it is remarkable. It is remarkable. I mean, They had some really good players. Really good guys.
Couple all-stars.
Pablo,
Panic.
Obviously, Hunter Pence was really good.
He was really good.
You know what I'm saying? Aubrey Huff, I know we don't like to say his name,
but
but he was
really
good in 2010.
And so was Uribe that year.
Uribe was really good.
Pat Burrell was an all-star before he came.
Pagan was really good from the leadoff spot.
He was great.
Until
he tore his hamstring.
Right.
He was a great player for the Giants. He fit perfect.
He was legit. He used to set the tone, that mug at the plate. Love Pagan.
Another switch hitter.
Yeah. By the way, let's get back to Trey Lance. We got some calls here. My mouse went dead, Langford. So I'm going to need you to take some phone calls here. I guess the batteries ran out here. My mouse is stuck. So can we get Brendan in Newark for a second? Brendan in Newark. I want to get this guy in before we hit the break. What's up, Brendan?
What's going on, guys? So, like everybody else, I'm excited to see Trey Lance. He's been fantastic in training camp.
Oh, boy, the line was out. Let's get to Gene on the other side. Let's get to Gene, and that's what's coming up on the game, sponsored by San Diego Tourism Authority. Wow, this show went by fast. We got Trey Lance stuff. We got more Giants talk. They're 57-57. Take on the D-backs today. Are you starting to believe in the Giants? Do they have a shot? Because that's what it's about with 48 left. Can they make a run at the wild card and make the postseason after this has just been a wild and wacky season? It's been so damn turbulent, Shasky. The fact that they're 57-57, I'm a little surprised. I'm not going to lie to you.
That's why yesterday was so much fun. I mean, I thought they were going to blow a 5-run lead.
Was it fun or was it exhausting?
Well, that's part of what this team is this year. But you know what? I'll take it.
Yeah.
Like the high watermarks have been few and far between, so I'm here for it.
No, I'm here for it too. And then Trey Lance's debut. Batteries, I just took it out, put it back in, and it's working again. So, Trey Lance. What's the most impressive thing about Trey Lance? 888-957-9570, 4 for 5, 92 yards, and a touchdown in his preseason opener against the Green Bay Packers. The Niners will head to Minnesota after today's practice. They're going to have some joint practices with the Minnesota Vikings. That'll be coming up. So your phone call's coming up. Plus, Gene, we'll get to you on the other side. Brought to you by the San Diego Tourism Authority. When you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. I almost said if you're happy and you know it, clap your hands. You do a lot of that with the kids. You do that with your nephews, Shasky. If you're happy and you know it, pat your belly. If you're happy and you know it, pat your belly. All right, anyway. There's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
What's going on, Roasters? It's your boy, Baldy. You want to hear my segment with Bonta and Shasky every Tuesday morning at 7:30. All you got to do is download the Odyssey app and search for 95.7 The Game. See you Tuesday morning.
Now with Xfinity, you'll get unlimited internet with gig speed.
Hey, little Shy City. We'll be in Shy City for week 1, 9/11. It'll be emotional. Soldier Field, Niners, Bears.
First class?
Nah, I'm sitting coaching that one. Oh, no, your boy's broke. Your boy needs a Warrior season to start ASAP.
Gucci!
Let me just say that. Credit score is down. No money, no groceries in the fridge. It's all bad.
What's the spread on that Niner game, by the way? I'm not a betting man. I'm just curious.
Way too early.
No, it's never. It's never
too early.
What are you
Let me
doing? Are you kidding me?
Let me see if I can find it here.
You're over here looking at the baseball schedule in the end of September,
That's what
and
I
you're
do.
telling me it's too early to bet on a football game?
Niners right now favored by 6.5 points.
Hammer the Niners. They are going to destroy the Chicago Bears. Mark my words.
How depressing did they look against the Chiefs in that preseason game?
There was
Justin Fields is going to get nailed.
Did you see the fake quote?
No.
You know, Ballsack Sports and all these different.
I had to leave that alone, man, because those quotes look too real.
So there was one that came out that ended up being fake that everyone ran with, and it was Justin Fields. It was a fake quote, but it was like, yeah, every Bears receiver on this team would be like 6th string at Ohio State. So I'm having a real difficult time throwing the ball around. And you know what?
He's not lying.
I believed it to be a true quote.
It's not lying.
Because I would have said the same thing.
Dude,
Olave?
Dude, the Bears, why are they, Allen Robinson may be the best receiver they've had since I've been alive.
Since Terrell, what's his name? David Terrell.
David Terrell out of Michigan?
Yeah, or no, Brandon Marshall.
Brandon Marshall was, Brandon
Marshall's pretty sick. I mean, he baptized Jimmy Ward on Monday Night Football.
Sunday Night Football.
Was it Sunday night?
Levi's opener.
Yeah.
The first regular season game at Levi's Stadium.
I think that was his first game, too.
It was Jimmy Ward's
3
first
touchdowns
game.
in your face?
Yeah, out of slot, and now Jimmy Ward's a top 100 player.
I know.
For NFL Network.
What a life.
What a life for Jimmy Ward. We wanted that guy out of town for so long. It's actually won me over. Won a lot of people.
Yeah, it's like Sam Lubman.
No, he's still working on that. Sam Lubman, by the way. And I want to say good morning to everybody out there. The Morning Roast, Joe Shasky, the Butcher, Bonte Hill. Tip of the cap to Stephen Langford. Did a phenomenal job. I'm so glad he did all the shows, 13 shows, went down to training camp. Langford.
Are you glad because more job security for you, or are you happy for him?
No, Langford is amazing. I think
Wow.
Langford's up and coming, man.
He kicked butt.
Dude,
He was incredible.
And look, part of the success we have in the mornings are because of Langford setting the tone from 5 to 6.
Agreed.
I see the numbers from 5 to 6.
Did you hear him this morning?
He was on fire.
Yes, sir. Text line, I've missed you. I've missed you, text line. What were you saying to the text line this morning, Stephen?
They're my co-hosts. I missed the text line.
Well, did he hit the yes, sir on the morning roast?
Oh, no, we didn't do it on the morning roast.
No? Come on.
I hit the old baby one time, but as soon as I said, yeah, I'm so glad to see you again, Comcast Business text line, I got, Trey Lance isn't that good, you 49ers homer. I'm like, I really did miss you, text line. I really did.
Yes, sir! Good morning, family. That should have been done every single day. Shame on you, Langford. Come on, nice guy.
Okay, one last thing before we get back.
Job then, huh?
Before we get back into Niners and Giants.
Get a B+.
Did you see the Antonio Brown thing that he tweeted out?
Oh my god. I would.
What sting? I mean, there's so many. First of all, I didn't know he was a musician.
Dude, the dance that he has.
Oh my god,
the city old white.
It was incredible.
Grandpa.
Explain it to people that maybe aren't on social media.
I can't explain it. I just saw.
Basically, he has a rap song.
Yeah. It's a dance in the last.
And then, all of a sudden, the next thing I know, there's old white people dancing to Antonio Brown's rap song. The song kind of hits.
Man,
kinda.
It kind of hit. It does.
And then here, let me look it up. Dude, while you filibuster. Let me look up the exact quote.
I'm not gonna lie. Antonio Brown has a couple hits. The Pouncey Twins was on the yacht one time reciting the lyrics to one of his songs, and I was like, damn. AB, by the way, I think of that song. I think of Big Dog City. It's Big Dog City's birthday, Shasky. Happy birthday to Big Dog City. Big number 40. Big number 40 for Big Dog.
Damn, we old.
We are old.
I love you, buddy. I ran into Mo Money at the Niner game.
I heard.
Yeah, I was leaving. He was coming in.
What quarter?
I said, damn, are you a Dodger fan? It's like the second quarter, dude.
Of a preseason game at that.
Yeah, he was doing the slide thing with the kid, and I was with my nephews, and we were having a good time.
Oh,
so here's the Antonio Brown quote, okay? On his biggest regret. Quote, my biggest regret in my career doesn't involve calling my GM a cracker.
Was this a real quote or fake quote?
He retweeted it.
Oh,
Sincerely, AB is what it says.
I thought it was fake.
On his biggest regret. My biggest regret in my career doesn't involve calling my GM a cracker. I can't believe I'm laughing at that. Showing up to Raiders camp late in a hot air balloon with frozen feet. throwing rocks at a UPS driver. It definitely doesn't involve me taking my shirt off and doing a victory lap around the Jet Stadium mid-game while throwing up the deuces. My biggest regret is that I'll never get to see me, Antonio Brown, play a game live. Sure, I can watch the game afterwards, but I can't imagine what it was like for all of you to see something like that, like watching the Beatles or Jesus perform at Red Rocks.
Shasky.
What the hell's wrong with this guy?
There's no way that's real.
I swear to God, he tweeted it.
He tweeted it, but look in between, and our guy Kyle Madsen from Willard and Dibs, producer, he did some investigating work.
Okay.
Investigative work, sorry.
Detective work?
Took me a little while to get that out.
Inspector Gadget.
But right in between the number and the Buccaneers, you can see that it has the screen name. So it is a meme, but the point being, Antonio Brown did post it himself on his own Twitter. So he currently either thinks it's funny or he actually thinks, yeah, I believe all of that. Yeah, I believe that meme.
Dude, I
don't know, but it's pretty funny.
That is the cracker thing. Like, that's not. You call Mike Mayock. Why? How could you?
Mama, I'm free. Remember when he was calling on Hard Knocks?
Grandma,
I'm free.
Oh, believe he's done playing, huh?
I mean, look. At one point, I wanted the Niners to get him.
Dude.
So I'll put my hand up like the real Slim Shady, and I will admit straight up,
listen,
I was wrong.
Bonte Hill, brought up the Niners trading the number 2 overall pick for Antonio Brown.
That was strong. I didn't go that far. I said second, third, maybe a 4th round pick.
Number 2.
I went all in on AB.
Yeah.
I was wrong.
Yeah.
I'm guilty.
That would have been Nick
Bosa.
A
terrible take.
Could you imagine passing up Nick Bosa?
Oh, my God.
For Antonio Brown?
For that guy. He's out of his mind. Now, he has a couple bangers. Oh, man. That can't be a real team. Antonio Brown's out of control. He's done. Some more birthdays. Kyle Madsen.
Wait a minute.
Kyle Madsen's birthday, too.
Did he take the day off?
Is Madsen in the building?
I believe he has taken the day off.
Oh, my God.
So people take...
What is this? What world do we live in?
Holy
millennials.
Christ, this is cool.
Tell me it's not Dan Dibley's birthday. Please tell me it's not his birthday. Is it Dan Dibley's birthday?
I think it is.
So Dan Dibley's not here either. See, I've never taken a birthday off. I don't even like celebrating my birthday.
You know when my birthday usually runs into? Thanksgiving, right? So I'm usually right at or near Thanksgiving, and I never take the day off.
Yeah, I
got to do all the family gauntlet crap.
I hate it. I've never taken my birthdays off. Ever. I don't even I don't like celebrating my birthday. I really don't. I'm going to be so low key. People taking their Madsen and Dibs. Come on. You didn't take my birthday off.
Madsen might still be hungover. I saw a lot of pictures from him out and about, enjoying his life.
Oh, we all basically lived through his honeymoon. He tweeted about the damn thing hour by hour.
Damn.
Just saying.
Wow!
Ponte, you don't even celebrate Christmas. No. It's sacrilegious. It's sacrilegious to celebrate Christmas before November 1st. That's all I said. Let's get through Halloween, folks. You want to rush to Christmas.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
You want to rush to
agree.
Christmas.
Yeah,
you got people putting up lights in July.
Yeah, that's stupid.
Come on. Casey Moran. Filmo Mike, what's happening?
Oh, I miss Filmo Mike. Congratulations, by the way. What? Congratulations.
Happy belated birthday to Filmo Mike. It was his birthday yesterday.
Nice.
And then he sent me the invite to go party. He worked. Filmo Mike always works, and he's got a new gig. So Filmo Mike may not be around for too much longer. Filmo.
He got first up. Cut in line.
What's up? Hey, I got to figure out if I could call still working at another station. I guess, I mean, you tell me, Bonte. I don't know.
I'm allowing it. I'm allowing it.
Yeah, call anytime you want, Filmo.
Okay, so, right. You feel me? But I heard some. So, first of all, you was wrong about Jimmy Ward. You hating on Jimmy Ward. I don't do the Jimmy Ward slander.
Filmo.
I don't.
Jimmy Ward.
Yeah,
Jimmy Ward's won me over. Jimmy Ward's won me over. Although he did struggle in that NFC Championship game against the Rams.
Don't be that guy.
I'm just saying.
Get him,
Filmo. A lot of people were out on Jimmy Ward. We didn't know if he was a corner, free safety, strong safety. We didn't know if he was an NFL player. Guy stayed on the IR.
But if you don't know football, you gonna think that. And I be questioning some of the decisions and things you be saying on this station too, Bonte. Don't be disrespectful on Jimmy Ward. If you don't know that he can play football, he's a football player. Deebo Samuel, he don't run the greatest of routes, but guess what? He's a football player. You got to pay people as football players, man. That's all I'm going to say. And happy birthday, Cal Madsen. It's Leo Gang. You know I had buns in my face last night, too, Ponte. You don't know about that, European.
Buns in his face.
Be disrespectful.
Did he go to In-N-Out Burger?
The question is, Philmo, what did you do with the buds in your face? He was Instagram it late last night.
I'm sure he washed his beard. Mr. Wash Your Back.
We're not going to continue on with this.
That was spicy. He was coming at you for the Jimmy Ward stuff.
I never didn't know we had Jimmy Ward stands.
Well, he does have an interesting career arc. We were talking about him being baptized by Brandon Marshall, on the very first moment of his career. And I think he symbolized a lot of things. You're taking this undersized tweener dude. We don't even know what position he is. And you're having all these different scheme changes and everything. And the next thing you know, we feel like he's going to be out of the league. He's the longest tenured 49er.
He is. And nobody thought that was happening.
Besides Dante Johnson.
Nobody thought that was happening to Jimmy Ward.
I didn't. Did you?
Hell no. I thought 2019, I was like, damn, he's still on the team?
He kept signing one-year deals.
Yeah, he's still on the team. Prove it deals.
Yeah.
He's turned out to be a damn good 49er.
He absolutely has.
He is. I got nothing to say. But I'm not the only one out here slandering Jimmy White. Man, after his birthday, he's coming at me hard. Man, I don't even know if I want to talk into the mic now. Philmo, stay away.
Did you feel
enjoy your new job?
Did you feel a level of validation when Trey just started to play very well?
Oh,
don't lie to me. I was just me and you.
Listen. The cue card is filled out, and I have not forgotten all the people who said Trey ain't ready. Watching Trey throw that 76-yard pass to Danny Gray on the dime was a perfect throw. Perfect. In stride, perfect
Did
throw.
you even get up off the couch?
No, I didn't.
Well, you just kept sipping your tea like Kermit?
I kept sipping my tea. I rewinded it a couple times and said, man, listen, he should have been starting week 1 last year. That's what I kept coming back to. I said, this guy didn't play last year. He would have been ready. By January, those last 5 minutes of those football games against Dallas, the Packers, the Rams, Trey would have put those games away.
Isn't it crazy how the narrative a year later, it went from he's not ready to now he needs all the reps he can get, which I was, again, I don't want to go back in time.
Don't want to do that.
I don't want to go back, but it's like, yeah, he needed all the reps in the world. Now, you could say he wasn't even ready to get on the field and blah, blah. We can have that argument till we're blue in the face. I do wish, now that we're here with Trey, a part of me does wish that he would have gotten more burn last year. I understand why they didn't, but it puts him in a position where he does need all the reps he can get.
I'm going to sit back, and all the people who said Trey wasn't ready, he played at North Dakota State, because nobody ever said that about Carson Wentz when he was lighting things up in Philadelphia. The fact that he played at North Dakota State was never a topic of conversation. All of a sudden it is with Trey Lance.
Or Jimmy Garoppolo, the guy who is your quarterback and came from Eastern Illinois.
Yeah, the MAC conference.
I mean,
come on.
But we just celebrated Big Ben's career. He went to Miami of Ohio.
Exactly. Tony Romo's got Subway commercials. He's lauded as a great analyst. Where did he go? Went to the same school as Jimmy Garoppolo. So Trey Lance, when he made that throw, Shasky, and then I hear the reports about training camp and how, they're implementing the RPOs, I'm just sitting back saying, this guy's going to be a 49er great. I've never been so, like Kaepernick, I was never this excited about Kaepernick.
Really?
I was never really, not like this. Not like this.
I'll be honest. I was all in on Kaepernick in 2012.
I'm not saying I wasn't all in on Kaepernick.
Because what he did in that 2012 season down the stretch was incredible.
I'm not saying I'm not all in on Kaepernick. I wasn't all in on Kaepernick. I was. But my excitement level for Trey Lance.
When Ron Jaworski said Kaepernick could be an all-time player, I bought in.
Yeah, I was all in too. But this Trey Lance guy, the way he looks in the pocket, the number 5.
He's a
number 5.
He in terms of like quarterbacking, he does
Mechanics.
more quarterbackable. And that's not even a word, but quarterbacking things than what Kaepernick. Kaepernick was physically just so impressive.
He's a freak.
Yes,
with the throwing motion.
He never learned to slide.
He wasn't the greatest pocket quarterback. Trey Lance looked like he could be a great pocket quarterback. Like I see, like Donovan McNabb when he came out of Syracuse, he was a running quarterback. Andy Reid molded Donovan McNabb into a great pocket quarterback.
Yeah.
Donovan McNabb should be in the Pro Football Hall of Fame. All right? He went to 4 straight NFC Championship games, 3 of them with Todd Pinkston and James Thrash as his leading receivers. I know Donovan McNabb gets looked at differently because of all the Terrell Owens stuff and the way his career ended. Donovan McNabb was great. And I see this guy being a souped-up Donovan McNabb to where he can make all the throws on the football field, Shasky. And then he can run too, and he resets to the pocket.
Let me give you. So the 408 coming in. This is so funny.
I love this quarter.
If Lance can fix his throwing motion, he'll do just fine. Did you see the article by Ted Nguyen in the Athletic?
I did. Ted Nguyen, yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry if I pronounced it wrong.
No, it's all good.
Apologies.
He's great at what he does.
Yeah, he was basically saying that, like, dude, his throwing motion's great.
It's
great, and it actually mimics more Aaron Rodgers. Everybody who thinks there's some throwing quarterback expert, it's just it could not be farther from the truth. They were talking about where his arm slot is, where he throws it, the subtle changes that he's made. I don't know. You know what that is? That is a bunch of herbs that I would never allow teach my own children how to throw a football or a baseball. Trying to comment on someone else's throwing motion, it's hilarious. Does the ball get there?
Yeah, with velocity.
Come on.
And
Phillip Rivers had one of the ugliest throwing motions ever. Hunter Pence looks like, I love Hunter Pence. He looks like a guy coming out of the 1920s cornfields throwing a baseball, and yet it worked for him.
Phillip Rivers' comp is great because he's going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
One of the worst throwing motions ever.
Ugly.
And it was like funky with the shoulder and everything.
Bernie Kosar had ugly throwing motions. Bernie Kosar was great. It works. Trey Lance, it works. It works. And now...
And it's compact.
Also, the talking point last year was Trey Lance can't throw spirals. I don't hear anything about that anymore.
That ball to Gray was a perfect spiral.
Perfect spiral.
The way that nose came down right in stride. I mean, I was watching warm-ups, and it was Kyle Shanahan throwing on one side to the receiver. So it was like every other one.
Right.
So Trey would throw one, then Kyle would throw one. Kyle's got a great arm. Like I'm just being honest. Kyle Shanahan's arm is incredible.
Right.
But they were throwing, and the one thing that I noticed when it comes to Trey, he really likes to put air underneath the ball so that his guy can run underneath. He's really good at that.
We saw it with Trent Sherfield last year in the first preseason game. So you asked me if I feel validated with Trey. I'm just saying, folks, when it starts in week 1, just think about RG3 in his rookie debut with the Washington football team under Kyle Shanahan and Mike Shanahan, and what he did down in the Superdome against the Saints. I think the splash that Trey Lance is going to make at Soldier Field in week 1 is going to blow us away to the fact that we're going to be, a lot of people are going to put him in the Hall of Fame. I'm going to try not to after week 1. I'm telling you, this is going to be a great ride with Trey Lance, man.
Well, I love the way he reset in the pocket multiple times.
Everything about him, Shasky, he's gotten better.
And I like the way he stands tall. He did this a lot in practice. He stands really tall in the pocket and delivers it, unafraid of getting hit and squared up because of his size. I mean, that'll allow him. And at some point, he'll be running for his life. That happens for every quarterback.
And he'll run for first downs.
Well, I mean, he'll have down. Look, everybody has bad games.
No doubt.
That happens. You have bad moments, bad series, whatever. Like, he's going to have those times. There's just certain things that I love in terms of the ability to reset his feet. He's so twitchy athletically, and he just boom, boom, boom. The way he's looking downfield, you either have that in you or you don't. It felt like when Kaepernick would tuck and run and throw. I mean, tuck and run. Throwing wasn't even an option. He'd pull it down. He's gone. You know what I mean?
Trey's looking downfield.
Yes,
he's looking downfield to make throws.
He resets. He's moving around just to find an open spot. He's climbing in the pocket.
Yep.
I'm really excited for him.
I wonder if Mike Sando is. Mike Sando still have him at 29th on his quarterback rankings?
Well, Sando came on with Willard and Dibs, and he was explaining why he had him where he was. It was because the body of work isn't big enough.
All right.
But it wasn't him. These are other people voting on it, so whatever. That defensive coordinator that said, I can't wait till Trey Lance is the quarterback, that's the person who's going to be tripping.
Yeah, big time. Let's go to Coach in Los Altos. Coach, what's happening? You're on the roast here on 95.7 The Game.
Gentlemen, I miss you, Bonte. I'm glad. I hope you came back all refreshed and had a good vacation.
Absolutely. My pockets they're hurting right now, Coach, but it was a great refresher, but it's great to be back on the roast. I miss this so much.
Yeah, it's YOLO, man. Your pocket's fine. It'll get filled back up. You do good work. So welcome back. I do have a little bit of a I would challenge the assumption, I think it's a little bit of revisionist, is I wish he would have started last year. Here's why. So when we were deciding on which quarterback to pick, I tweeted out before it all happened, I said after watching a lot of tape, I would take Trey Lance over Justin and over even over
Trevor Lawrence?
Got hurt from New York.
Oh, Zach Wilson.
No,
Zach Wilson.
Probably not Trevor Lawrence, but what's his name?
Zach Wilson.
Yeah, Zach Wilson. I would have taken Trey even second. So I'm a big Trey Lance fan, but I'm not a Jimmy hater. And last year, I think it was perfect because all the attributes of Trey Lance, it's beautiful. He's got a great mind. As they say, he processes as quick. Mac Jones processes quick. He learned. But I think there's two ways to teach and learn. And I think the way they did it was good. Like Shanahan's book, I think it was Debo that said it took me like 10 games, way into the season to figure this playbook out. Now, I think Trey's, accelerated because of this year, last year. Mm-hmm. And, he got a couple of crunch time game wins.
Right.
So I don't know. I feel good. He sat 1 year. I'm a huge Trey Lance fan. It is Trey time.
No doubt.
But I'm okay with him sitting. I don't know how you feel about that, but that's at least how I feel.
Well, the sitting probably helped him.
Filmo needs a little decaf.
Yeah, Filmo tripping.
He came on.
Filmo tripping. It was just texting yesterday. He coming at me hard, man. I'm a little disappointed at Filmo. Wait till I call his show and rip him. Filmo, that's coming. I'm calling your show. I'm going to rip you. How you feel about Trey sitting 4 years, Shasky?
Whatever, it worked out. The team was the NFC Championship game. They're on the brink of winning it all. And I think it's easy to go back and criticize. It worked out for the team. I'm glad that they ended up doing it because there were some great memories that were made last year. I'm sure Deebo Samuel is used different, for example,
no doubt,
down the stretch. Maybe he doesn't have the magical season the way we view it now. But I don't know. Maybe they lose another game somewhere in there and they don't even qualify for the playoffs. I don't know what ends up happening. Maybe they're in a better position. Who knows? The guy needs absolute reps and he needs to continue to play. I go back to the same thing.
How excited are you though?
Oh,
when you threw that dime. Was that all you needed to see?
All I keep telling everyone, just wait until they start throwing some of the smokescreen easy stuff and the drag slants and things like that and the little crossing routes. We haven't seen any of that stuff. They haven't. We barely seen Kittle play and practice with the kid. Barely. Trent Williams is barely playing in practice. Well, at least to the point up till now. We get these 2 joint practices with Minnesota. I can't wait.
Can't wait.
And did you see the play that came out yesterday that someone illegally filmed?
No.
You didn't see it?
No, I didn't see that.
What happened? Trey Sermon. Okay, let me
break it down real quick for the flex moment of the show.
So they're in a shotgun.
Yeah.
Trey Sermon's to his left. Debo comes motioning into the right, and they do a triple option out to the left, and Trey pitches it out to Debo at the end.
Who's sending this footage out?
Somebody, because they'll send out this big thing.
Right.
They'll say, do not use video or camera. Somebody must have had their phone and videoed it because it's all over the internet.
Gosh. Somebody's out there. Maybe it's a drone.
Yeah. Wow. By the way, can I already tell you the people that I'm sick of already? Pump the brakes, guy. Pump the brakes. Pump the brakes on this. It was against backups. Pump the brakes. He's got a long way to go. Pump the brakes. I'm going to be excited all year. If you can't get excited about a 22-year-old quarterback who they took number 3 overall, of course we have to temper expectations. Of course there's going to be bumps in the road. Don't be the pump the brakes guy.
What I realize
is what? If you need to go pump the brakes, go to K1. Go do some drag strip racing around one of those places. I don't want you here texting in, calling in, pump the brakes on this. No, I'm going to be excited all year.
You know what's funny?
We finally have our quarterback.
It's funny because we talk Giants, it's, oh, you're too negative. Oh, when you talk Jimmy G, oh, you're too negative. You talk Trey Lance, oh, you're so optimistic. You need to, don't put him in the Hall of Fame just quite yet. I'm just saying, this is a guy, just like Deebo Samuel, during the draft process. We all go through the draft process. We watch the film, and we say, this is the guy I want. Deebo Samuel, when he went to Mobile, what did I tell you, Shasky? I said, I want Deebo Samuel on this football team. They got him. I'm excited. Now he's a Niner for a long time. Trey Lance, we identified him. I don't want Zach Wilson. I don't want Justin Fields. I want Trey Lance. And now that you see him growing up already in there, this is going to be a fun ride, folks. Yeah. I'm so excited for the Trey. And it just leads us right into Warriors basketball. Coming off of that, whoo. Cannot wait. Cannot wait for week 1. Cannot wait for these joint practices. All right, now it's time for the flex moment of the show.
Pump the brakes, Bonte. You're not allowed to be excited.
Hit it, Langford.
Pump the brakes.
Trey Lance, Danny Gray. That's what I'm worried about. I don't care about number 10 no more. I do not care about Jimmy Garoppolo. I can care less about. I could care less.
Yeah, I just want them to move on. We all just want them to move on and move forward.
Trey, this is his offense.
So everyone's going to go crazy about the big bomb, and the big bomb was awesome, and everybody loved it. To me, the very first play of the game, I'm sitting there, and he drops back, and nothing's open. And he starts to scramble. Then he resets his feet again. And then nothing's open. And then he scrambles again. And I'm going slide. And then boom, he slides. And I said, thank you to the heavens. This guy has already figured out the feet first slide. Last year, he was like a head first diver.
Right.
And that's how you get hurt. Like we all know. Like you dive head first. You open yourself up to getting crushed by people. Seeing him slide. And then him saying basically in post game, I didn't even know I could slide. That to me was more encouraging than the bomb.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
All right, time for the changeover. Changeover brought to you by the Oakland Police Department. Recruitment, be the change you want to see. Willard and Kruger are in because Dan Dibley and Kyle Madsen. Where's Madsen at? Oh, he's not here. Dibs not here because they want to celebrate their birthdays.
I know.
Who takes their birthdays
What is
off?
that?
I know.
What is that?
It's so
not
weak.
21
It's so
anymore.
weak. So-
Did they both have? There wasn't other things, right?
Well,
because
no.
I don't want to rip him like Joey Bart.
No,
Where
rip
is
him.
Joey Bart?
Rip him.
Actually
No,
hurt his ankle.
It's just their birthdays, and I don't want to sound like I'm painting with a broad gender brush. But you're dudes. Your birthday doesn't matter.
Thank you.
Okay?
Thank
I
you.
get how it goes for ladies. You got to go to all 8 sets of your friends and have brunch and have the birthday last a month and a half. I get it. But we're dudes.
so
Your
right.
birthday doesn't matter.
Thank you.
What are you, 30-something, 50-something?
It doesn't matter.
Nobody cares, and you shouldn't either.
Thank you.
Get a dinner
Thank you.
and get your butt back to work. What are you doing?
Unbelievable.
Seriously. Anyway, hey,
guys.
Bonte.
What's up, Mark?
What are you doing?
Man, I'm
Man,
back.
we
I didn't want to
missed
come
you.
back.
We missed
I didn't
you,
want to
man.
come back.
Man, yeah,
But
you look.
But you know the pool.
You look 8 years younger speaking of birthdays.
Dude, the heat was getting to me though. No lie about that. Waking up at 7 a.m, reading all the training camp reports, and then what was weird, like you look at your phone, you see the schedule for baseball games, right? Giants play at 3:05 a.m. So I would wake up sometimes,
Would you really?
8 o'clock, and it'd be like the 8th inning of a game, and I'm like, you know what? Babe, sleep. Let me go see what's going on with the Giants.
Really?
Let me see them go 9-9 during my vacation.
Can you follow American sports in Europe? I mean,
It's tough. It's tough, but it's there for you. It's there. It's right there.
Like, how do you watch? If it's on at 3 in the morning,
I was just doing like the game,
just following the game
pitch
time
by
thing.
pitch
Yeah,
graphic.
yeah.
Like, hurry up and refresh. Hurry up and refresh. Oh yeah,
Gosh, that
run
does
it out.
not
The
sound
bases loaded.
Does not sound like a vacation.
I mean-
3 in the morning to be watching the game cast.
Well, no, it's
online.
8 in the morning or like 9 in the morning, and it'd be like the 8th inning
Yeah.
because it's a 9-hour difference. So that was interesting to see the Giants lose all 8 games to the Dodgers coming out of the break.
Gosh, was that on your vacation?
That was
You've been
during my
gone for a
vacation. I
long
was gone
time.
for a
That
long
feels
time.
like a
the
long time
Padres
ago.
series where Manny Machado hits one,
Oh,
and I
gosh.
just remember our producer Sam Lubman's like, Trevor Rogers is, the defense has let him down all year long, and I'm like, well, defense really let him down there. They didn't have an outfielder parked in left center field, 15 rows up after Machado hit that 78-mile-an-hour changeup or whatever the hell it
Actually,
was.
I mean, as fun as yesterday was, I have a kind of a muted excitement over even the sweep. Yeah,
Whoa.
I'm shocked.
Mark's got muted excitement.
Yeah.
The rest of us.
Yeah.
Muted excitement.
I mean, listen.
What is happening?
While you went on vacation, someone had to fill your damn role. So here I am, okay? Here I am.
But must not have been nice. It's not a fun role.
No, because they didn't play great baseball. They just won 3 games.
But they needed it.
They did, and that's great, but they're going to obviously, they've got a lot more work to do, but Rodon was great. We already knew that. Logan Webb was great. We already knew that.
Incredible.
What was the rest of the team? Now, I give all the credit for some timely hitting.
Man.
Tyro, that's amazing. But your bullpen is still terrible.
Totally
Your
agree.
Mark's so negative on the Giants.
I know.
How? What is going on?
The bullpen is not good.
There's only one arm you trust. I agree.
And he's not available tonight.
I know.
We've come a long way away from their 9 games over 5.
Well, wait a minute. Were you gone for the deadline? Were you already gone?
I was gone. Yeah, I was watching.
I was mad. I was mad right away. You got to go get relievers.
lefty.
It was so obvious. You had to go get some. If you can't You cannot come out the next day and say the present matters to us, and that's why we kept Rodon. Well, if the present matters, you obviously needed to go get 2 relievers if you really wanted to make a run, and they didn't do it. And so I look at a game like yesterday, and the fact that you're coughing up a 5-run lead to Pittsburgh. Like this bullpen.
Which is probably true.
The bullpen
They had to sell or buy some relievers.
Yeah.
And they didn't sell, and they didn't buy the relievers.
They brought in
They did turn Darren Ruff into 4 people.
Yeah.
One
That
of
was a good
whom's
trade.
got
I like
one
that
of
trade.
whom's got 1,000 OPS since he arrived.
Yeah.
So I'm not hating on the deals they made. I thought they were fine. They were odd, but they were. I'm focused on that one thing. You had to go get relievers.
Look, that is a fair point of view. Do any of us in this room think they're a contender? No, we don't.
Contender for what? I mean,
they're
just even a
6 out of the
playoff
wild
spot,
card.
even a playoff spot. But the reality is that your season's still alive. And for me, just stay alive as long as you can. I don't think they're a perfectly assembled roster by any means. They're a very flawed team. They're top heavy in the rotation. They got one guy in the bullpen we all like. Yeah, they're bailing water. There's no doubt. But you're still alive. You're still alive.
Joey Bart looks better.
Joey Bart looks alive. That's been the best story of the second half.
If a week from now they've run the table this week, then I'm, maybe I'm slightly interested.
Well, if you could cut it in half, get to like 4 games out, right?
Well,
get to that would be believable.
I'll give you this now. The teams that they're chasing, obviously Milwaukee's only.
Philly, I don't believe in.
Well,
they play Philly 3 games at home early September.
And how is San Diego going to react to this news? I think it's a fair question. That's a gut punch for them. Even I heard you say, Joe, I know it's a gut punch for all of baseball. It's a gut punch for them more than anyone. How are they going to react? Like a 6-game deficit, that's not ridiculous. You're going to have to go on a winning streak right now.
Yes.
Like take these 3 and turn that into 8 or 9. And we got a conversation. I don't have a ton of confidence in that right now because in the 7th, 8th, and 9th innings, you turn the game over to people who all aren't pitching well right
What will
now.
that record be over the next 23? They have 23 games against the Rockies, Diamondbacks, and Cubs. Right? Out of 23 out of 48, Diamondbacks, Rockies, Cubs.
17-6 is the only thing that gets them close.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, they have to go on a run here.
That would be equivalent
you got
to
a
the
couple
first
games
month.
against the Tigers.
Go to the end of the year. How many do you win? And how many do you need? How many
I
wins
think
gets you in?
88, 89 you're in strike. Like I think 90 feels like the line of demarcation.
Well, they're not winning.
I don't think they're winning 90.
They're not going to win 90.
But you need help. 88 and you need help.
Is there any chance that 86
I
gets
don't
them in?
think so.
They have to win 31 to 48. They didn't win 31 to 48 to get to 87. We're basically 88.
31 and 17.
So they're 57 now.
That's
You want to get to
doable.
88?
Unlikely, but doable.
The question is, what exactly does the Tatis thing do to the Pods?
I don't know.
Does it galvanize them, or does it fracture them? He hasn't been there all year.
He hasn't been there all year, and they added Soto and Josh.
No, they're still a good team. They're still a good team, but by the way, they're also still not a great team.
No.
Like one of the most, the underbelly of the entire Padres story of the last 3 years is you're super fun. You got great City Connect jerseys. You've got a full, excited crowd. The net result of all of this is what?
Barely above 500.
They're hanging on to the last wild card spot by a thread.
Well, right.
And they've done nothing in the postseason.
But they've added a premium player.
No,
Soto.
they're
star laden.
I love their approach.
Yeah.
I love their approach.
Brandon Drury.
It hasn't,
not bad.
but it hasn't led to anything yet. And now you get this.
The problem is they can't beat the Dodgers.
Well, that's
they can't beat the Dodgers. The Dodgers own real estate in their domes. From the bubble playoffs to what happened at Dodger Stadium a couple weeks ago where they got swept. But they're still a lot better.
How many more times do the Phillies play the Mets? That's what I want to know because the Mets are on fire right now.
Well, the Phillies have a ton against the Nats.
Yeah,
a ton against the Nats, and the Nats are done.
The
they're bringing up
and the Marlins, they are bringing up some
The Phillies have 4 with the Mets this weekend.
There you go.
4 with the Mets this weekend, but then that's it. But they got a ton of Braves.
Okay.
They got a ton of Braves in September.
That's good.
Giants have to hit, though. I mean, let's be honest. Pitching ends the losing streak, but it's the hitting
timely hitting
that gets you going with 8 of 10, 9 of 10. They got to hit.
I'm going to get geeked out here for a second. First and second yesterday, it's the first inning. Tyler Beatty's on the ropes, okay? On the ropes. They've already given up the home run to Lamont or whoever it was that scored early. They got runners on first and second. There's no outs. Old school baseball. Take a little off, go the other way, move the 2 guys, bunt, do something. Instead, Yastrzemski swings through one, strike 3, 1 out. Next guy goes up there, strikes out. There's now 2 outs. You don't get anybody home. I think Jock Peterson advanced maybe on a
he got
pass
to third.
Whatever it was, he was at third, first and third. Why on a team that feels like situational hitting is a problem? I know the anti-bunt crowd. I hear them. Why are we not doing it, though? I know I sound like a psychopath here. A 2-run lead for Webb coming out of the first inning is totally different than a 1-0 lead.
Well, first of all, ship has sailed.
Yeah, they don't play that kind of ball anymore.
And it's not them, it's all of them. The ship has sailed. Second point, I don't know if can we ever remember Yaz bunting? Can he even do it?
He's bunted one time this year because of the shift.
Because what will drive the stadium off into the
bunt
bay
into an out
is if you try to bunt, you pop it up to the pitcher.
I mean, he struck out.
That's amazing, though.
I know.
It used to be there would be like two guys on
Right.
a team that couldn't bunt.
Right.
Now there's like two guys on the team that can.
Yeah, that's embarrassing.
Do I sound like an old relic bringing this up, though?
It's for me, it's not that you're wrong. It's just the ship has sailed. The ship has sailed.
I'm watching the Mariano
You can
Rivera
like
doc.
vinyl.
I know, but I'm watching the doc with the Diamondbacks, and they're playing. It's Game 7.
Yeah.
It's the 9th inning against Rivera. They bunted 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
In a row. And they're forcing the defense to make a play. I get it.
Especially when you have a team that can't, as Kruger
But
keeps
that's my
saying,
thing.
they can't hit. So why not bunt and get a productive out?
And
they can't do anything.
I sound crazy. I know.
Okay, now go to that specific moment, and here's one other piece beyond just the we don't bunt.
Yeah.
This team knows Tyler Beatty very, very well.
Right?
And they know that when Tyler gets going in the wrong direction, he has a really, really hard time throwing strikes.
Mm-hmm.
And so my bet is even if somebody brought up bunt in that dugout, Yaz got a good eye, probably like, no. The best way to pressure this guy, I'm not bunting and the ball might be 2 inches out of the zone, and I'm going to save this guy by giving him an out. Because they at that point, they're thinking 5-run inning.
But it's inexcusable. Wait a second.
That's what they're thinking.
How many 5-run innings have the Giants even had all season long?
Right.
I mean,
how many does anybody have?
Yeah, he's batting 220.
Exactly.
So good eye. He's batting 220.
To late August, early September, and you're going to play all these close games. You got to be able to manufacture a run.
Again, I'm not saying you're wrong. This ship is just.
I know it has, but it's
like
but
you're
on this
screaming
kind of
into the wind.
on this kind of team, when you're trying to fight for your life, it's not the worst thing in the world to bunt everyone over, especially with Jock, because on a base hit, Jock ain't scoring from second.
Again, though,
have you seen him run?
But I'm kind of with Willard here, where I just want to see the next 12 games. Because I'm not going to go crazy. You went life and death with the Pirates over 3 games. All right, you swept the Pirates. Pirates were trying to win at home. You won 2-0. You won 5-3, and you blew a 5-run lead because Wood can't. He gets to the 5th inning, and it's like, that's all I have. Let me give up 3 runs and get him back into the game. And you got people bringing up the Brian Reynolds from McCutcheon trade for crying out loud. It's the Pirates. Larry, are the Pirates one of the most hopeless franchises in all of North American sports?
They're 4A. They're minor league. I mean, they really are. Yeah. The Giants got to find some reliever. Maybe in their own. Obviously, they can't trade for anybody. They got to find somebody from within. You know, they traded Castro. They DFA'd him.
I know
to the Cubs.
He was on the postseason roster
because they had 4 days of Dixon Machado. That's what happened. They lost Dixon. They lost him in the Machado 4-day extravaganza.
Shortstop.
Yeah. But I mean, they got to find some arm in their system, and they got a couple guys. They got to find some arm in the next couple weeks. Maybe Santos. Maybe it's his Cole Waits. Maybe it's R.J. Dabovich.
Sean Jelly.
Somebody. Sean Jelly.
I'm not a John Jelly fan.
Arm has got to emerge in their pen. Or they're out.
Like, I agree. Like, Sean Jelly might not be anything. I know Brebbia and all these other guys like Garcia. They need to at least try somebody else.
Right.
There's no one.
They do.
There is not one guy who gets the ball other than Doval in that bullpen where I'm like, hey, let's see it.
Well, people are so triggered by the bullpen right now. Logan Webb's walking people in the 8th inning. He's gassed.
Struggling.
He's
to get
gassed. But he gets a strikeout and gets out, and Twitter immediately is like, you have to keep him in. I'm like, he's at 100 pitches. Right. He's gassed. He's getting handshakes in the dugout. I don't even think the dugout or Logan are even thinking about the 9th inning. But everyone's so, and I get it, triggered by the idea of the bullpen. It's like, no, we'd rather have gassed Logan Webb.
It's called Tyler Rogers syndrome.
Right.
Yeah.
But you knew it was going to be Doval.
His brother's also struggling. Tyler Rogers' brother also struggling in Milwaukee.
So's the guy that he traded him for.
Quick thoughts on Trey Lance.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to know.
I thought it was a fantastic day. There's nothing that you could have hoped for out of that day that you didn't get. All the way from, in fact, if there's one thing that a 49er fan would have asked for on the field before the game, it was throw a long one to Danny Gray.
Real quick, some breaking news here down in Santa Clara. 49er safety Jimmy Ward had a bad hamstring injury and may not be ready for week 1. Shanahan said it's a little worse than other guys, so he's going to need some time.
That's
He may
bad.
not play.
That's bad, guys, because that's their thinnest position.
Tarvarius Moore could not play that spot.
Tarvarius Moore got left on the touchdown.
Okay, but but he can play against Justin Fields. So just tell me he's ready to go by week 2, and I'm fine.
No, but like I'm with you on the safety
okay,
position.
week 3.
Because now you got Hufanga, who's a hitter, but he
not a
also gets beat
coverage guy.
deep. He's not there
That's
yet.
That's a huge hit.
No, Jimmy's a big deal.
When did
Jimmy's a
he
big
get
deal.
hurt? Was that in the game?
It had to be in practice.
No, he had to be in practice. He wasn't
Had to be in
had to
practice.
And then you got Ward, who I was feeling so good about coming. The other Ward, Charvarius Ward, and Mosley. They're both hurt. Womack, how good did Womack look?
Womack is good.
How good did he look, Larry?
He was awesome.
Can you remember a guy that physical in the slot?
First of all, I can't remember a Niner game where 8 rookies shined.
Yeah.
Drake Jackson looked sick.
Spencer Burford.
How about, by the way, Tim Ryan in the broadcast compared
Bruce
Drake
Smith.
Jackson
I
to
know,
Bruce Smith.
I know. We talked about that. We talked about that. I had to rewind it because I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah.
I had
Bruce
to rewind it
Smith
because
was like 285.
people don't realize Bruce Smith is a top 5 pass rusher all
200
time.
sacks
He's
career.
right there with Reggie
one of the
White.
greatest of
it's
all
one
time.
the
We
78.
never
Like,
talk
come
about
on,
him.
man. We never talk
Was
about
he
him.
Virginia or Virginia
Virginia
Tech?
Tech.
Virginia
Tech.
Tech. He was a Hokie.
I knew it was
Virginia
one or the
Tech.
other.
But
Yep.
you know the kid Poe out of
I like him.
He was
The
just
guard?
a beast.
Yeah.
He was just uprooting guys out of there.
I like the Reclamation Project and Robert Nkandiche out of Ole Miss.
Yes.
Well, Chris
Nkandiche.
Koserik's one of the best in the business, man. At D-line, he gets the best out of everybody. So
The other random guy, this is super random, but I want a better backup tight end. This Hudson guy, he's super random. He always makes plays downfield.
Yeah.
Now, 84, white tight end. I don't know. I like him. I think he's a
so
playmaker.
any safeties
Yeah,
out
I
there
like
because
him.
I'm looking at the
He makes
depth
plays in
chart.
practice.
Tarvarius Ward, George Odom, Dante Johnson.
Odom's a
They
special
may go
team guy.
outside and get a safety. That's how thin
Bates.
they are at safety.
Give me the kid from Cincinnati if they're not going to re-sign him.
Bengals not going to let him go. Mike Brown's
yeah.
not
Oh,
gonna do that.
Bates. I mean, yeah. What would it take? A third, maybe, something like that.
I don't
Maybe,
know.
but Mike Brown's notorious at like sticking to
Yeah.
his guns,
Let him
trying to
sit.
strong arm
Let him
guy.
sit,
Yeah,
yeah.
let him sit. So
One other 49er note, because the 49ers need to make some cuts today.
Yeah.
Before they make their flight to Minnesota for the joint practices, they have to get down to the 85-player limit. Do not expect Jimmy Garoppolo to be on the list of cuts today. Also, do not expect him to be on the flight. He will not be going
That's
to
such
Minnesota
a weird
with the team.
situation.
So,
Are we getting
It's so
burritos?
odd.
what's that?
Are we getting burritos?
Somebody is.
I don't even want to win the damn bet anymore. I don't even care about the bet anymore. I just want to God.
Remember
Did we
what
say cut?
No,
What we say? He was going to get cut.
You were saying we cut. We said trade, and then team keep was a push, but keep ain't happening. So
Yeah,
we're gonna
keep's
get
not happening,
it keeps
yeah.
not happening. So somebody's getting burritos here pretty soon. Somebody
get traded?
I,
Who's gonna get
listen,
traded?
Here's one thing I
Jets?
said.
Jets,
this is what
Browns,
I said.
maybe Browns.
What do you guys all have? What's that thing that you've been meaning to do for 2 months, 3
I just
months,
did it
6
yesterday.
months that you don't do?
It's called cleaning out the garage
Okay.
and then cleaning out the closet.
Expense report for 95
Expense
cents a
report.
game.
See, for me, it's annual physical. I've been meaning to do this for like 3 months.
Drop your
I
pants,
got to get a new
cough.
right. Turn to the right.
It's
do the-
colonoscopy time.
Yeah, not quite, but anyway, I've been. Maybe I'm going to start
Drink
procrastinating
the shake.
again.
Drink the shake.
Just chew it and do it.
Do you know when you've been meaning to do it, and then the world gives you that little reminder? Like for me, it would be like if suddenly I started getting a pain in my abdomen. Like, I'm supposed to go get a physical. Zach Wilson going down to me is that reminder to the Browns. Stop messing around. He is going to get suspended. Do the deal.
I like that.
Because at any moment, the 49ers' leverage could change.
Yeah.
Any one of these games. You see Robert Saleh as the head coach of that team. You know you all thought it.
Yeah.
The second he was limping off, you're like,
And the Jets need
wait.
to make a deal because Joe Douglas is year 3, and it's New York City.
Yeah.
So the time's ticking.
Yeah, they're already losing their minds. They're already
So-
saying the Ravens game is a must-win in week
Must
1.
win.
Evan Roberts and
God.
WFAN.
I love that.
They were losing their minds. It's a must-win. We haven't won a September game in 3 years. Seriously.
I love that.
I mean,
Joe Flacco against the Ravens. Here we go.
Jimmy
It's
in
gonna
New
be
York
exciting.
City,
So,
that offense, God.
to me, if you're Cleveland, I've said a bunch of times, I think it makes all the sense in the world from everybody's perspective. Stop messing around and thinking that Deshaun's getting anything less than 12 to 17 games. He's not.
Yeah, I'm with you there.
Just do this darn thing. Get it done.
Garoppolo in Cleveland, I mean, Nick Chubb, his value, he's going to see 8-9 in the box.
That's why you wait
Amari
on a draft
Cooper's going to be waving his hands like, what's going on? That's not a good fit.
Is it any different with Jacoby Brissett?
How great would it be, though, if he goes to Cleveland and we got the Niners-Browns Bowl? Jimmy against Lance in the bowl in Arizona?
That'd be something else.
Browns have a Super Bowl roster.
Dude,
man.
they do have a great roster.
That's why this would be so good for
They have a
Jimmy.
great roster.
This
They
would be
do.
great. Jimmy could win
By the
games
way,
there.
Shasky brought something up because before we go, the running back room, Elijah Mitchell's going to be out for a while. You got a rookie in Tyrion Davis-Price.
I love him.
Like him a lot. But the depth of the running backs, why we saw Debo run the ball. Kareem Hunt, would that fly here?
It would fly with me, but I don't think it would fly here. You know, if you go back and look at that, the charges were dropped.
Yeah, I know.
He did go get counseling. Saw what we saw.
No, I know.
I don't need charges. I saw what I saw.
I know, but the charges were dropped. So as far as he was rehabilitated. I mean,
That's the
Michael
thing,
Vick
yeah.
got a
Yes.
second chance.
Right, yes.
He tortured animals until they caught him.
Ray Lewis was part of a double murder. He's now in the Hall of Fame.
Leonard Little played in this division.
Well,
he killed a woman.
Dante Stallworth killed a guy in Miami drunk driving.
And so that means, first of all, does that mean that you want your team to just follow?
No.
Oh, that makes it all okay because those guys.
No, but
So,
I mean,
but
do you
for
believe
me,
in rehabilitation?
I do.
Do you believe in
I
second
do.
chances?
I
And do you
absolutely
believe Kareem Hunt in this offense?
By the way, though, here's why it would never
3 out
happen.
player?
It's not about his legal past. It's about the fact that the reason he's mad is he wants more
wants
money.
that money. Well,
that
Kyle
part
Shanahan is not going to give a running back money because he believes he can go win games. You talk about Ty Davis
you
Price.
could throw Sermon to them, who's very popular
Maybe.
at Ohio State.
Okay.
And now you got an Ohio State Jimmy and Sermon, and you got Cream, and you got a pick.
But that's a lot more expensive. And Kyle knows that he can win games with Trey Sermon and Jeff Wilson Jr. and JaMychal Hasty.
But you know what,
and
Mark?
Ty Davis Price.
Mark,
Kareem Hunt, though.
Yeah, none of those guys are Kareem Hunt. And I think at some point, Shanahan's going to have to get himself a bell cow at the running back spot. How many years do you have to go through Jerick McKinnon, Raheem Mostert, Jeff Wilson Jr., JaMychal Hasty, Elijah? Guys just keep dropping.
McKinnon is
I need
exactly
a
why
guy.
they won't.
I need a
McKinnon,
guy.
they paid him. And I think that's the last one they're going to pay.
They need a guy.
Heck, just to get Raheem Mostert an extra $1 million, it took a whole Twitter feud.
It could mean
Like,
a
they're
trip to
not
the
gonna-
bowl. It could mean a trip to the bowl. It could be that. That's how good Kareem Hunt is.
I just don't.
Wow, he's dynamic.
He is.
I don't think they see it that way. And you know the Shanahans.
Well,
they
but-
believe they
But
make
Anthony
the
Lynn
star.
is there now, who's a great running back
I know,
coach.
But from Terrell Davis on down, the Shanahans believe they make the running back star, not the other way around. That's what they believe.
It's true.
And they've got a resume that
They do.
that says
they do.
so.
I'm not going to dispute that, but boy, they want Jimmy.
Well, and it would
I'm
make
asking
sense.
for
It would
Hunt.
make sense from the Browns because I think Hunt makes 6. You throw 6 coming back, then they can take Jimmy's deal.
And the Browns have Dearness Johnson. They'll say, "Hey, we'll just have him back up, Chubb."
Jerome Ford. They got other guys. They got Chubb.
Guys, I don't know if it'll fly out here. I don't know.
I don't think. I mean, there'd be
That's-
protests. There'd be a lot of unhappy people.
But you know what? Kareem Hunt scores 3 touchdowns in week 2 against the Seahawks. People be buying Kareem Hunt jerseys in red and gold. That's the truth. I'm not saying what he did is right.
I think
that's the truth.
I mean, he's going to play somewhere in the league, right? I mean, is it?
He's going to play for Cleveland.
Some people just say, no. You know what?
The Rams would
domestic
take him.
violence. No.
No, I actually don't even think that's the number one reason on the list as to why it won't happen. I just think I don't think the 49ers are going to pay running backs.
Well, you don't have to pay him. You could say, hey, Kareem, sit.
Play the year out. Look
Play
what
the
Raheem
year out.
Mostert
Let's
did.
see how it goes.
Yeah, he hit
but
free agency.
That's what Cleveland's telling him, and he's not happy about it. So
Yeah.
I don't know why that
Well,
would.
he's also behind Chubb. That's the one difference
Right.
that he's behind. If you're looking for a payday, you want to get as many touches as possible. I'm not saying it would be
You're going to
better
grab
here.
him on August 15th and make him the starter in an
No,
offense
but-
he's never been in the complex.
Kyle changes things so quick.
I
Raheem
know.
Mostert came out
I know.
of nowhere.
I don't think the 49ers are motivated to do that. I think they
No, I
feel
don't
fine
think
about
so.
their running back room.
But if
they've
they
drafted
want
someone 2
Garoppolo,
years in a row.
They want Garoppolo and they want me to eat money. If I'm John Lynch, why not?
No,
hey,
you know
what?
No, you know who needs to eat
Kareem
some
Hunt?
money on this deal is Jimmy, not the 49ers.
Well, good luck with that.
Yeah,
well,
yeah.
no, good luck because if you cut
luck
him,
with
you're going to
that.
make a third.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jimmy's absolutely motivated to shave $10 million off that deal because he's going to shave about 15 off of that deal if he goes to the open market.
Don Yee.
Right? They know that.
What an offseason
They
for
know
Don.
that.
What an offseason for Jimmy, man. And just working out before practice and it's just so weird.
Does he
Just
watch
like-
the game from a
like,
hotel?
It's just like,
Yes,
like
you
what
know
is
he
he
watches.
doing?
Camera
Like-
pans left. They're like, oh, look at Jimmy.
Hey, by the way, guys, the best Lance moment was the slide down.
Thank you.
The slide
Thank
down.
you.
Yeah.
It's like, you know what? you're a bad man at the FCS level. In the NFL, slide down.
And he went head first multiple times last year and got cracked.
The goal line to get in Arizona. We could put him against Simmons and somebody else, and he got pow.
He resets his feet twice, and then he slides. Russ made a career, and Russ is way smaller, sliding. And you almost slide into guys, you get those penalties left and right. I totally agree
But
with
it wasn't even a slide,
down.
though. It was the resetting in the pocket.
But the slide's important.
Yeah, the slide is important.
It's important
Yeah, that's important. He's going to get
longevity.
down, no doubt about it. He's going to slide. But I would, that to me, that's going to come. And then getting out of bounds when you're on the sideline and stretching the ball out. Don't take the punishment. But resetting in a pocket where everybody said, hey, he's a run-first quarterback. Looks, there's nothing there. I'm going to step up. I'm going to reset one more time. Keeping the eyes down the field for a second-year pro. That's impressive to me. That was the most impressive thing about that play to me.
He played a technically smart football game. Even the sack that he took was one of those good Baldy breakdown on it. Where the sack that he took was a smart play to hold on to the ball in that situation. And then to go back to what I was saying a few minutes ago, like the one thing that you're hoping as a 49er fan, you're thinking, okay, you got Trey Lance so that if it's not this year, but someday you can stretch the field in a way that Jimmy couldn't.
He's done it
And then you draft Danny Gray. And I'm going into that game. I said it on the TV that morning. I go, there's one thing I hope happens, and I want to see Danny Gray for a long one.
And Mark, my guy.
And he nailed him.
That's been my guy.
He nailed him.
They got a vertical game now.
He dropped him in the bucket.
Slot.
I mean,
but here's the thing.
They try to get that out of Church Taylor and Richie James Jr.
And you've been there a lot. He doesn't get off the line against the DBs of the 49ers. So I'm thinking, all right, guys, we're going to have to be a little patient on Danny Gray because he doesn't show me anything.
Yeah, he's a rook.
And then you get lined up against the safety, and it's, curtains.
I mean, he's so. They got the vertical double dip now because they got McLeod.
I love Ray.
How about McLeod's move where he just left the guy?
Yeah,
and
Ray
took
McLeod.
a hit over the middle.
Yeah,
he got
and he fumbled.
He's going to need to hold on to the ball.
Popped.
Yeah, he'll get
like
Kyle's doghouse real fast if he keeps dropping the ball.
Ray's big time.
No, this offense is going to be special, especially when they get into the red zone and the things you can do with Trey. And, Shanahan, I love Shanahan lying to us after the game. Said, yeah, Jimmy can make that throw to Danny Gray. No, he can't. Stop, Kyle. You don't need to do that to us.
If he steps into it and everything's perfect,
we saw Jimmy. I was at Jerry's World when Ayuk's running wide open, and he literally threw Dallas back into the football game. And I'm thinking,
that throw into the flat into no man's land.
No man's land. Or Ayuk with the post corner, and he airmails it.
I'm contractually obligated to say no shoulder when he made that throw, but go ahead. You're not wrong.
I mean, he threw it 4 yards. I mean,
you're not wrong.
In no man's land.
No, you're not wrong.
Kyle Juszczyk shoulder. That was the problem in Tennessee. Nashville.
That was a bad game. That second half ticked me off too. Don't you worry.
Anything on Jordan Love as you watch a backup quarterback that we do this transitive property thing. You sit behind a Hall of Famer and you learn all this wisdom from him. He looks terrible.
Yeah, I mean, there's talk they may trade him
for what?
Jordan
just
Love.
awful.
What a miss there. What a miss there for the Packers.
And then they alienated their guy.
Yeah. I mean, we always forget. I mean, Brandon Ayuk is a 49er because of the mistakes the Packers made late in the first round of drafts. So
true.
Yeah, they
loaded wide receiver class.
They
got Romeo Dubs, and Dubs looked good.
By the way, is it Dobbs?
Dobbs.
Rogers looks weak. The other guy, Amani Rogers or whatever.
At Clemson. I thought he'd be a lot better.
Don't forget.
I thought he'd be a lot better.
Trey Lance's teammate, Christian Watson, hasn't played.
Yeah, I like him.
And I think, they're excited about him. So we'll see.
The Packers. Got Rodgers. He'll figure it out.
And they're in the NFC North.
They're winning that division for kicks.
Thank you.
They'll win 10 games just because.
Though Dan Campbell, by the way, is
the best.
That's pretty good.
The up and downs, and it's just like
they were going full contact in the first day of pads.
Dude, super yoked.
He's dipping the entire time. Aaron Glenn and Deuce Staley yelling at each other was priceless.
Oh, how great was that?
Jamal Williams crying on the first day of practice. Like, what's going on?
I thought Aaron Glenn and Deuce Staley may have been playing for the cameras.
It was great.
I mean, it was incredible.
All right. You got Low Neal at 10 o'clock?
Low Neal at 10, 100 pence, 11:30.
100 pence?
Yeah, that's a big gap.
2012.
But we'll get into Trey Lance here in just moments, and then Larry will break down all of the people we'd never heard of as well.
Willard and Kruger coming up. That will be brought to you by the San Diego Tourism Authority. When you're happy and you know it in San Diego, there's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org.
Trey Lance balled out in his first preseason game.
Lance looking. Rainbow left side. Got a man out there over the shoulder catch down the left sideline. sidelines to the end zone for the touchdown. And it is the rookie draft choice, Danny Gray.
This is the Bay Area's sports station. Those are facts. 95.7 The Game.
In order for small businesses to thrive, they need to be smart, efficient, agile, staying ahead of the market at every turn, and finding ways to do more with less. That's never been more important than it is right now. So for a limited time, Comcast Business is introducing Small Business Savings, a deal for companies across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month with no annual contract and a money back.
Well, except for today, it's not. We need to start with just sending out a very, very warm happy birthday to both Dan Dibley and the producer of this show, Kyle Madsen. Both of them decided to take the day off and celebrate themselves.
Look at that.
Yeah. So happy birthday to both of them. Kyle, I think, is turning, 32? Did he turn 32 today? Nobody knows. We're guys. Dan turns 88. So happy birthday to Dan Dibley. And good luck with the forthcoming baby here about a month away.
That's right. Maybe he's in line right now for the early bird special. You know what I mean?
I hope he is. But Larry Krueger is here, everybody. Hi, bud. What's going on? Yeah.
What's up, man? Good to see you.
He looked good, don't you think? What'd you think? I thought he looked good. I mean, I think all you could have.
Who are you talking about?
Well, I'm talking about him, and that's what I mean. That's all you need to say now. Whenever there is a new QB1 in your town, that's all you need to say. He looked good.
It's like DiMaggio. Did he get a hit?
Right. We don't need to tell you his name. We know exactly who we're talking about. In fact, we don't ever need to use a last name again. He's just like Madonna. He's Trey. That's who he is. And look, it was 5 passes, and I think kind of like what we were talking about a couple minutes ago, there's more of an intricate look. I'm glad that he was accurate on a long throw. I'm glad he made some good decisions, but what I was looking for is for the game to not look too fast to him. It didn't. And then I even love some of the stuff that you saw out of the Brock Purdy story, where in the second half of that game, he throws a touchdown pass.
He looked good too.
And in the celebration of all that, the ball gets tossed away, and who notices and thinks to himself, boy, I bet Brock's going to want that ball. That's his first professional touchdown throw. Who notices and goes and chases down the ball and gets it for him? None other than Trey Lance. Like, he's smart. He's going to totally have the locker room behind him. I don't know if he's going to make every throw. I don't know if he's going to be great, but everything that you could hope for out of that night, I think you got it.
Well, not only did he do that for Purdy, he did it for Danny Gray on that first touchdown.
Yep, that's true.
Gray threw it down. Trey's like, well, give me that ball. And then he handed it to him on the sideline. Yeah, I mean, Trey's deep ball was just a thing of beauty. And I'll say this, I've been to enough practices this summer to know that the deep ball accuracy is a strength of Trey Lance. He kind of reminds me a little bit of Russell Wilson. He'll drop it with some pretty good loft, and he'll hit guys in stride and drop it right in their hands in the bucket, as they say. So that was beautiful, and you're right. It didn't look he didn't look overwhelmed. And to a man, if you talk to his teammates, they say, hey man, the guy's putting in the reps, mental reps, physical reps, and he's coming along. So it's still going to be there's going to be ups and downs.
Sure.
But as far as the 49ers developing a down-the-field passing attack, which makes defenses defend more grass, they got their guy.
And again, who knows? I have no idea what Packer defenders were actually out there, which ones weren't. And we know a lot of the people that Trey will actually be throwing to and who will be blocking for him also were not there in this game. So there's only so much that I'm gonna grab from that. But you even touched on another piece. Like, so much of sports, whether it's debate, whether it's assessing a certain player, evaluation, if you will, so much of that for us comes down to just black and white. Like, did you play well? What are your numbers? Did you not play well? But at this stage, there are so many other pieces. The 49ers are hiring not just an employee, they're hiring someone to be the face of their franchise they hope for a decade. And when you do that, there's a lot more than just dropping it in the bucket that matters. It does matter what kind of teammate you are. It does matter what kind of work you're putting in. He has passed every test on that kind of front, like who he is, in addition to what he is. I feel like is proving to be a major strength, and you don't really know that until someone gets in. Guys will surprise you all the time. Sometimes even guys who you thought you knew for years will surprise you. And so I'm also encouraged by just the way he's handling situations.
Yeah. I mean, it's funny. NFL teams research all of it, right? But there's so much more focus on what was his 40? How tall is he? What's his hand size? All these measurables. But in reality, the way more important variable is how hard is he going to work? Does he love the process of pro football?
Does he love football?
Is he going to put it in the time? Is he going to put in the time? When everybody's looking at their watch all the time, are you looking at your watch going, man, I got to get to the facility? Or are you looking at your watch at the facility going, man, I got to get home? You know what I mean? And he's the kind of guy that lives for the process and spends the time and does the reps. So I thought it was the best part I thought of Friday night was the 49ers didn't have a vertical game the last year. And they were asking Ayuk to run off the coverage, and I think that was part of the source of his discontent partially because he was running the deep routes, and he's not getting the ball. So, I mean, and he didn't have any hope that he was getting the ball. So you stop running those routes with the same vigor. But now they got Ray McCloud. Now they got Danny Gray. Now they've got vertical threats. And that's a whole nother element to defend outside of the play action and the run game and all the Kittle and Debo and all the things they can do. Now they can stretch the field on you and go up top.
Here's what Kyle Shanahan said after the game with regard to Trey Lance's performance.
Solid. The first play didn't have one, made a good scramble. It was nice to come down with that third down play to Danny. So he did some good things. It was a good first game. Wish we had kept him out there more, but got to get him out.
Yeah, got to get him out. And by the way, not going to get him back in anytime soon. I know that he's going to do the joint practices in Minnesota, but not expected to play in game 2. We're going to see Trey one more time before we see him for real.
Yeah, and they fly today, I believe, to Minnesota, and they practice 2 times this week. I thought it was really interesting, too, Mark, that Kyle Shanahan made it perfectly clear that he values those 2 days of practice against the Vikings much more than the game. So even though he sat 20 guys Friday night, and a lot of them were key guys, he's going to sit just as many, if not more, in the second preseason game.
Absolutely. And then here's Shanahan comparing Trey to Jimmy, because we're just going to do that for a while.
Not really. I mean, I think that was an undervalued thing with Jimmy. Jimmy could throw the ball and throw it real far. So, I mean, I think everything's been was available with Jimmy. It is with Trey. But there's different types of styles, and I think our team will figure that out as it goes, and I think you guys will see the difference as it goes.
Okay, so we know Kyle is going to forever be nice to Jimmy, and I get that. But I love the way he said that. Hey, Jimmy could throw the ball really far.
Well, you know what?
Throwing it far and throwing it accurately far are two very, very different things.
Hey, this guy that we're trying to trade for a good asset or two is actually pretty good.
Right.
As opposed to, hey, this guy that we want to trade assets for, you know what? He's flawed. He's deeply flawed, and we need to get him out of here.
Well, deeply flawed, I don't know. Flawed, yes. But again, I keep thinking about this in the back of my mind. There are 32 of these jobs every year in the world. There are 32 of them. And less than 32 of them every year we've ever had, less than 32 of them are done well. So how many year in and year out QB1 jobs do you have where you're like, that guy did a good job? Maybe we won more games than we lost. Statistically, whatever. He was significantly more touchdowns than interceptions. How many of those do we have in any given year? 20? 20 people on planet Earth? And this is why I always go back to this. This is why I've defended Jimmy for years. I know he's not perfect. And in fact, I totally support the Niners moving off of him and going to Trey Lance. But this idea that we've fallen into all summer, nobody wants Jimmy. You got to be kidding me.
Nobody wants Jimmy's contract.
Okay, thank you. And nobody has to take Jimmy's contract. Nobody's saying you got to pay him $25 million this year. Who's saying that? Baker Mayfield took a pay cut, and the Browns paid for some of it.
If you trade for him, you do get the full contract. You have the ability to get with Don Yee and rip the whole thing up and renegotiate.
And why wouldn't they? Because if the 49ers cut him, what do you think Jimmy's getting on the open market on August 15th?
He's
half? I think less. I don't even think he's getting half.
Yeah, he's getting 12.
Someone's going to give him 12 on August 15th?
I would say, as Eddie Murphy said...
You think Seattle would give him 12?
He gets half.
Half! Okay. So the Browns, with a truckload of cap room, go to Jimmy and say, hey, cut $8 million off the deal. And maybe 49ers, we can throw in 3. Something.
Or take this player making 6.
Right.
Kareem Hunt.
Right. And as I said earlier, I mean, the minute I watch Zach Wilson limp off that field, if I'm the Browns and I actually have designs on this, That's a wake-up call.
By the way, did you notice the James Wiseman suffers a meniscus and he's out for a year and a half. Zach Wilson, though, is going to be back playing a much more violent sport with a torn meniscus.
2 to 4 weeks.
He'll be back in 2 to 4 weeks.
We'll see about that.
Yeah, I
We'll
don't.
see
I
if
bet
he's
you
back
that
2 to 4 weeks.
Yeah, exactly. I think when they actually start to look deeper into that, that's going to be a several-month injury.
So who knows? Maybe the 49er leverage did change with that injury.
Yeah.
Although they have a very, very veteran presence backup quarterback already on the roster there in Joe Flacco. I don't know if Joe Flacco is going to win you any games, but I don't know that Zach Wilson was going to win you any games. Like, the one thing we learned with the Dolphins over the last couple of years is, tanking does happen. And teams who know that they're not going to win a Super Bowl, maybe they're not all that much. Yes, you want to win. Yes, you want to keep your job. All of that, as you pointed out, it's year 3, year 4 for a regime. That's fine. But the Jets are aware they're not winning the bowl this year. They know that. And so while Zach Wilson is out, are you just hell-bent on winning games while he's out? I don't know.
Well, Robert Saleh's probably not because it's only year 2, but Joe Douglas probably is because it's, I think, going into year 4, right? So this is a big deal for him. He's probably done at the end of the year if he doesn't get it done. So maybe there's some motivation there. The bigger question for me is, what are the Browns and Andrew Berry, their general manager, doing? I mean, you're sitting there, and if you're committed to going with Jacoby Brissett, fine. But don't you realize that as soon as the Deshaun Watson decision becomes official, if he gets 10, 12, 14 games for the full season, the price on Jimmy probably goes up right there?
Well, don't you think they already know? They've got to already know. Like, don't you feel like you know it's at least 12, right? I mean, Ian Rappaport is already, it is, right?
The weekend report was that it's going to be maybe the full year.
Probably the full year, but at least 12. And if you know that, and I know that, then the Browns knew that 2 weeks ago. And it just feels like...
So what's your read? That they're just going with Brissett?
I feel like this is...
Why wouldn't you make that deal 3 weeks ago if you feel like 12 is coming?
Because it basically signals to the world that you already know what's going on with Deshaun, and Deshaun is over here behind door number 2 going, I'm still trying to negotiate a settlement, and you're acquiring a quarterback for the year while the public still thinks I'm only missing 6 games. I'm your $230 million quarterback, and you're going to do me like that? So the Browns, from a PR standpoint...
Who created this situation,
buddy? The Browns did, and so did Deshaun.
Well, Deshaun did.
Well, he created the first part, and then the Browns created the second part by giving him $231 million guaranteed dollars while in the midst of this. So I'm not saying they're innocent, but they're in bed together, and they're going to stay there. And so you're not going to do the guy like that and announce the acquisition of Jimmy Garoppolo before this thing is final. So
then prepare to pay more, right?
Or maybe they already know it's the full season, and maybe the 49ers and Browns have already negotiated a deal, and maybe they just can't announce it yet. And maybe that's why the 49ers look like they're just twiddling their thumbs. And Jimmy is just smiling and jogging, and nobody cares, because in theory, this would be a situation where everyone would be really stressed right now. Jimmy should be stressed. Like, I'm about to miss another year of my career in my early 30s, in my prime, because why? Because you want to play chicken with me?
All the key parties do seem to
They're chilling.
Everybody seems like they know the score, right? You know, I mean, Jimmy definitely doesn't seem like, oh, man, my future is totally unknown. It's like it's unknown to you guys. It's not unknown to me. That's the vibe I get.
Totally. So maybe they do. And then, see, here we go. 415. I don't think you guys realize that Brissett is better than Jimmy. No, he's not. Go look at the numbers. Actually talk to people in the league. No, he's not.
There's no way.
510. Why would the Browns actually need Jimmy? For a rental? It makes no sense. No. A rental is exactly what they need. It's literally the definition of what they need. Their house is being torn down.
Right.
And they need somewhere to live for 1 year. But by the way...
They got a mansion in Pack Heights coming.
And in that 1 year, they feel like they can get something done. They've got a really good roster. And then Jimmy's over here going, I need to show the league that I'm still a starter. Where do I want to do that? How about somewhere with a really good roster? I don't know. I look at this.
Stefanski's got a similar system.
It's like it checks all. Don't you think it checks all the boxes?
It absolutely is perfect. It's a perfect launch point for him. He's got weapons. He's got a team. He's got a line. He's got a defense. Yeah, I mean, I think Cleveland's almost a perfect spot for Jimmy.
2 running backs.
He's got 2 maybe 3, and this Jerome Ford's tremendous. So they got a lot of talent there. I would, if I'm Jimmy and I could pick a place, I'd probably pick Cleveland.
Right. I agree. So that Zach Wilson injury to me was real interesting because all of a sudden, and again, maybe a deal has already been agreed to, but probably not one that you could wiggle out of.
Right.
It's not done yet. So
Joe Douglas on line 3 for John Lynch.
Any one of these games could feature a major player limping off.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Which is another reason why, a lot of people were like, gosh, why don't we see more of Trey? I almost want to see less of him. I'm thrilled that he's not playing in the next game, and my goal in Game 3 will be to get him off of the field as quickly as possible. I love the maturity that he showed, whether it's sliding, getting down in the pocket, knowing how to take a hit, whatever. I mean, these preseason games, August is the scariest month of the year in the NFL. I know it's no better if they get hurt in week 1, but at least you feel then like you went down trying for something that mattered.
Well, I'll tell you, too, the other takeaway from this weekend was that the 49er roster cutdown is going to be difficult because they got 3 quarterbacks they probably want to keep. They probably want to keep Sudfeld. They probably want to keep Purdy. Purdy looked really good. I mean, really good. He's got more of an arm than Nick Mullins. So, and the good news is that quarterback room is so cheap relative to the rest of the league.
Totally.
So, but they are going to probably have to keep 3, and that's going to make the roster cut down very tight because this is a deep roster that Lynch has assembled.
It's loaded. It's absolutely loaded, which is why I get further excited by what I saw from Trey Lance because as much as we want him to come in and do a lot, he doesn't really need to.
No.
What he needs to do is not mess up.
Stay healthy. You know what he really needs to do is get in sync with some other receivers besides Ayuk and just get into playing in a rhythm. The one thing, when you play a game, then you wait 4 or 5 weeks, you play another game. You didn't play except one game the season before that against Central Arkansas. This is a quarterback who's got all the skills, all the talent in the world. He doesn't have a rhythm. He hasn't played enough. Get into some form of a rhythm in your offense with your receivers. To me, that's the goal. Whether it happens in the preseason or in the first, week 1 and 2 of the regular season, he's got to find some kind of rhythm. I don't think we've seen it yet.
My big question when we went through camp, and again, camp yesterday for Trey Lance, inaccuracy issues.
Right, I was there. It was not a great practice.
Yeah, what'd you see?
Well, I just saw a guy that hit the back fence on a couple throws.
Throw the ball really far.
I mean, seriously, he missed a sideline pass that aired 5 feet above the receiver. He threw a lot of accurate passes, but he had a lot of inaccuracies. He had a couple picks. He had a couple tipped. So yeah, I mean, it wasn't a stellar practice.
Okay, so a couple picked, a couple tipped. My big question has been, because I know this has been a fallback for a lot of 49ers observers, is part of the reason it looks that way is because the 49er defense is really, really, really good. Okay, maybe, or maybe not. We don't know what they actually look like. Early returns, and I don't know if those were the Packers starters on what level, but the early returns, he did look different against a different defense than the 49er defense. However, now I can spin it back the other direction and go, especially with this morning's news, that Jimmy Ward has a significant hamstring injury, which is just...
That's a crusher.
It's a crusher.
It's a leader of the team.
I mean, Jimmy Ward... the story that he's been through, you go back 3 years ago when the whole fan base was dying for Earl Thomas, and the 49ers came out and went, we have re-signed Jimmy Ward, and people went, you've got to be kidding me. The guy can't stay healthy. Right, and he's been fantastic. He's been so good. But here comes another injury, and this one, when they're talking about week 1, 4 weeks before week 1,
I know.
It's a bad injury. And then Ward and Mosley, the other Ward, have been missing practices, so he's not going against this elite 49er secondary anymore, and he's still having trouble. So, look, some guys are those guys where they always worry. They're like, gosh, they look great in practice, and then the lights came on. They didn't. Maybe Trey's the reverse.
There are guys like that.
Yeah, maybe Trey's a guy that needs the lights to come on.
Yeah, that's possible. And also, the 49ers, they sat 20 guys. There was no Ayuk. There was no Trent Williams.
Right.
There was no Kittle. There was no Debo. There was no Juwan Jennings. I mean, they didn't play any of their top guys. I was surprised they let Trey go 2 series with no Trent Williams. I mean, he's the blindside protector, so you got to factor all those things in. I don't put too much credence or too much concern into the up and down practices. These guys, he's a young player. It's not going to be a straight line ascent to greatness. There's going to be bumps in the road. There's going to be adversity. The whole position is about overcoming adversity.
Good morning to you, and we're glad you're with us, and we absolutely welcome your participation. 888-957-9570 if you want to call. That's our Comcast business text line as well. Good morning, Twitch and YouTube. Thank you for being with us. Isn't Larry a lovely-looking human being, right? Am I right? Am I right? Okay. And Lone Neal is coming up here in just about 5 minutes. We always love hanging with him, and I know you're going to get used to hanging with him a whole lot here.
Saw him
in
Friday
the football
night.
season. Okay. So we can go around the league. The concerns of, by the way, the Soldier Field surface. And I know that was partially because it was at an Elton John concert. Something had happened, and the Soldier Field surface was brutal. But the minute I saw all these concerns about the Soldier Field surface, I'm like, my mind immediately went to 2 years ago in that Jets game early in the season when the 49ers started losing guys.
Right.
I'm like,
at MetLife.
Don't tell me that the surface is going to be a mess for the 49ers' very first game. So Deshaun Watson, what we saw from Trey Lance, we'll get to all of that with Lowe. Hunter Pence is coming up a little bit later on in the show, so very glad you're with us. Larry is in for the birthday boy. Dan Dibley and Kyle Madsen both out on their birthday today. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
What do you think of Trey Lance's first preseason game?
Trey Lance, bro, he about to bring us another 5 ring, you feel me? We got BA, we got Danny Gray, you feel me?
Lance, rainbow left side, got a man out there. Rookie draft choice, Danny Gray.
Got behind Dallin Levitt.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And Larry is in for Dibs, and it's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. That's Wayne Larrivee on the Packers Radio Network. And not only do we love it when you call us Big Papa, but Lo, we just love it when you call us at all. So hey, man, what's going on? What'd you think? What'd you think of Trey?
Yeah, you know what? Everyone's waiting to see what they think of Trey and what's this Niner team going to be with the new quarterback taking over the regime. I think it's very simple. I know everyone says taper expectations, and they say, you know what, you got to be patient. And they say, you know what, just win, but don't expect to. I disagree with all of the above. I think when you have this organization and you're coming off of a Super Bowl where you make the NFC Championship game, and you're one play away from winning that game. You in a Super Bowl, almost win the Super Bowl several years ago. You've been so close, so the chemistry in the nucleus in the team is here. So why now temper expectations? You said you had a quarterback in the last 4 years that you said he's good, but he's not great. He's average throwing the ball, but he's not great. His pocket presence is average or a little bit below average. When in trouble, I'm going to get an interception or maybe a fumble or a sack. Doesn't take care of the ball. So that's what you had, and you're still able to go that way. But no one doubts his leadership and his ability to play football, and that's Jimmy G we're talking about. But now you said, I have to turn the page. Only reason you're turning the page is because the organization and the staff and the front office believe that Jimmy G didn't have the tangibles to take them to the next step. So you wait a year because you say Trey doesn't, because let me tell you, if Trey was good enough last year, and if Trey was ready last year, Trey would have been the starting quarterback last year. So when everyone's talking about taper expectations, no, you expect this team to get to the playoffs, and you expect this team to compete for a championship because they're that good. This San Francisco 49er team right now, watching them play, and you saw the rookie, the speedster that you just played, and Trey hits it. Think about now, you have Debo that can run that deep 6 route. You have Kittle that can run the middle of the field. You have Ayuk who can run that outside 5 route or whatever, a 7 route, 5 route, anything outside. And then you have the youngster that can go downfield. How do you cover them? You can't double Debo, because if you double Debo, now if Trey can beat you with the long ball because he's got the speed on the outside, this kid runs a 4.2 40, and Ayuk possession, it is going to be trouble. And that's why Kansas City, think about Cheetah, what they had in Cheetah, why he was able to stretch the field and go vertical. So now the safety, 2 or 3 guys would have to go, and all the underneath stuff, that's what made Kansas City great. Kansas City's in trouble this year. The Niners, watching this team and seeing the defense, and if this team still can run the ball like we know the Niners are built to do, this is still a hell of a ball team, guys. Still a hell of a ball club.
Lo, it's good to see you Friday night. I'm fired up to be doing the pregame with you. You played fullback in this league for a long time. And by the way, I totally agree with what you're saying about Jimmy. I think the bigger issue was not about Jimmy and the performance and what he couldn't do. I think it was really a lot about, let's put it on a piece of paper. We've assembled this incredible roster. We want to keep it all together. We're going to be able to keep it together if we have a rookie quarterback, making rookie money, so we can pay Ayuk and we can pay Bosa. I think it has a lot more to do with the finances and less to do with Jimmy's inherent flaws. But let me ask you about Trey. You played in the league. So if you're a fullback, let's say you're a fullback on this, you're Juszczyk, you're a fullback on this Niner team, what do you want to see in this camp from Lance?
Well, I think you continue to run the ball. I think if I'm fullback, if I'm playing in the National Football League today, and I know that we have a Trey in this team on this team, and I know that the way that I block and the way that Cal Juszczyk's block and the way that this team, when you got Trent Wilkes, you got Trent Richards, and you say, what can Trent Williams, you know at your offensive line how that's a great staple. In the last several years, we've been one of the best running team in the league. Now, if I'm a fullback, I'm saying I'm making sure we're able to run the ball. I'm at practice saying, guys, we got to make sure that we make our run make sure we're a dominant run team. Because if you continue to do that, that makes it that much easier for a Trey. Because now when Trey hands the ball off and now he pulls back bootleg, the backside becomes the front side. You have to realize when you have a run and you run a zone and a stretch read, and especially leading with Cal Juszczyk's, the way that he's blocked, and Mitchell, the way that he's starting to run and hit the holes, and watching this team. So if you're running to the left, the defensive end has to come down the line of scrimmage because he knows this is a team that looks for those cutbacks. And if the defensive end doesn't come down the line, the running back is going to cut back, and there's a huge hole. And if he foams down in the line, if he scrapes hard down the inner line, now Trey can keep the ball, and now you have the bootleg. Now if you're able to run with consistency, running the ball, and you're asking me, what am I looking for? So how are we going to set up the pass? If by running the ball, now hats down, everyone's coming off the line. Now you have the linebackers, they have to stop their feet. They have to stay planted because they got to protect the run. So the hat's going to go down. They're going to run to respect the run play. Now the tight end, middle of the field's open. Get behind the linebackers. Now the Ayuk's open. So you open up your pass game with a good run game, especially for a good young quarterback. So I want to see how this guy handles under the center, and I think you'll see the San Francisco 49ers put Trey a lot more into the center than in the gun. Yes, you're going to have to be in obvious pass downs. You're going to be in the gun. But on plays that sometimes first, second, even third down, look for this team to have a quarterback underneath the gun, some type of run read, a fake, draw, just to hold the linebackers, because I think that now this young man is able to read the coverages, and when you have a good running game, it makes it a lot more easier, especially for a young quarterback.
Okay, the great Lo Neal with us here on Willard and Dibs 95.7 The Game. Larry is in for Dibs, and as you heard Larry mention, these two gentlemen will be doing 49ers pregame for us all year long right here on 95.7 The Game. So Lo, this is you're getting me going here because we've certainly been gathering around this idea of patience. Like, oh, Trey is gonna take some time. There's gonna be some first year starter bumps and bruises. The way you talk about it, should we just jump right in and sort of expect good things and be able to assess Trey right away based on the roster that's around him?
Yes, guys, absolutely. This San Francisco 49ers, John Lynch and Cal Shanahan, they put talent around this young man. And the running game, that's why he went out. You drafted another running back. You're trying to make sure that Mitchell, that you save him. You went out and you signed Debo. You know what he brings to the table. You got Mitchell. You got a lot of guys on this team. You got Ayuk. You got the best, one of the best, if not the best, tight end in the league. So you have the best fullback. You have offensive lineman. You tell me, why should we temper expectation and say, oh, well, he's a rookie? Well, guess what? He's not in Jacksonville. Guess what? He's not in Cleveland. This is not a situation where, guess what, it's a fire sale where you don't have enough around him. You have talent. So you look at Cincinnati. You look at the Dirty Net. You went out and grabbed this quarterback. Cincinnati was the Bengals. They call them the Bongos. Think about it, laughing stock of the league. You went out and got a guy, a signal caller, that can go out and operate at a high level. You put a running game. You look at, the running backs and the running game they have. They went out surrounding, went out and got Chase, a great wide receiver at the Ohio State, and look at the Cincinnati Bengals. So, yes, I think that you shouldn't be saying, oh, just wait. Cal Shanahan understand what he has. Cal Shanahan, you got to realize, look at the corners and look at the secondary that the Niners, how everyone's picked up their game. Trey Lance has to see that every day. You don't think Shanahan's making it difficult to make him go through reads and being able, and the speed of the game? Of course he is. He's had a year sitting behind a smart guy in the room with Jimmy G, and Jimmy G's teaching and doing the things that he knows that he could do. So Trey Lance, yes, might have some problems, but what quarterback doesn't? I think this team, in my opinion, you look at the NFC. Okay, we know the Rams are there. But think about the NFC, guys. Who scares you?
Tampa.
Who's really...
Maybe Tampa?
Yeah, maybe Tampa. I agree. But I'm not disagreeing with you. Okay, maybe Tampa. But look at the talent that's on the Niners. Why? Okay, so Tampa, maybe they have some issues. We don't know. They have some issues. But Tampa, of course, and of course the Rams. But who really scares you? Where do you put the Niners? Come on, guys. Don't listen to perception. Oh, he's young. Oh, wait, Tampa. You built a championship team. You got a championship type of defense. You got a championship type of receivers. You got two of the best receivers in the league. Top probably 5 pair of receivers. I'd say top 5 pair in the NFC. The best tight end in the NFC. Best tackle in the NFC. Tell me, guys, why are you guys getting off the bus? Why are you guys just saying, oh, let's just hold up? Tell me why, because I want to know.
Well, okay. Let's. First of all, you're only as weak as your weakest link. I don't know if you heard the news this morning, but Jimmy Ward's got a severe hamstring. May not be ready for Week 1. This is the thinnest part of the football team. Friday night there was a lot of positives, but Romeo Doubs in cover 0 beat Tarvarius Moore off the line of scrimmage, and Tarvarius had no ability to catch up, and he just played it in a trail position, and it was an easy 6. They're thin at safety. They got Odom behind Ward. They got Tarvarius behind Afonga. They're loaded in some areas, but they're thin at safety. How much of a concern is that to you?
Well, here's the deal. What happens if let's talk about the Chargers. Let's talk about their safety that just they're gonna sign him. The safety there in L.A., one of the best in the game.
Derwin.
So much of Derwin James reminds me so much of the late great safety that played for the Washington Redskins at the time, but now the Washington football team. You guys know who I'm
Sean
talking
Taylor.
about.
Yeah.
Sean Taylor. Thank you, Sean T. This is the same type of guy. What if he goes down? What if Khalil Mack goes down? Or what if both other Bosa? Think about a lot of teams, guys. This is the National Football League. You're gonna have to be lucky, and you're gonna have to hope that the health of the team sets up. But I'm gonna tell you right now, everybody's going to go through this. You guys know that. Just because we're the Niners and just because we're the home team, the flag station, and, we talk about, God, but if this one goes down to that, you're right. But guess what? Derrick Henry went down last year and there goes the Titan season. But when you think about, this is the National Football League. But barring injuries, and if this team is healthy, I don't think it's a stretch to say this is a top 4 team in the NFC, guys. And that's what I just don't want people like, they got a young. This is a top 4 team in the NFC. I'm telling you guys.
No doubt. I agree. Maybe better than that, really.
Yeah, I think maybe better. I want to, so I'm with you guys. I'm in the same church, same pew, and I believe this team is ready to win and win now. And I think they can win with this quarterback because he's not going to have to go out and necessarily win games. But your difference is he can make a play on 3rd and 3 when all else breaks down. That it probably, and if they're playing cover 0 or if they bring the house on him, he's elusive that you hold your breath and say, this guy can make a play. Now that teams are going to say, if we come after this guy, he can hurt us with his legs. Look at Josh Allen, what he does. And I'm not comparing, Trey to Josh Allen because Josh Allen's a lot more seasoned. But Josh Allen will absolutely murder you with his legs, guys. Josh Allen is a hell of a runner. And Trey is a hell of a runner. Once he learns how to slide, and you saw him slide, it was great. He had a big play, got down. If he continues to develop those things, this young man's going to hurt you with his legs. And I'm telling you guys, it's going to be a lot of 3rd downs. You guys are going to be like, oh, my God, look what he just did to keep. And it's going to wear defenses out. It's going to make them tired. It's going to make them down on 3rd down. They're going to have to hit, and they're going to have to read, and they're going to have to stay up, and it's going to give him more time in the pocket. You're going to see a lot of success start to happen because of what he can do with his legs.
Lo, I think we're with you on it, and we're looking forward to your perspective, your analysis throughout the year. 49er pregame alongside Larry right here. And again, all of the home 49er pregame shows will be at our favorite spot, the Hilton in Santa Clara, right next to Levi Stadium. Thanks for coming on, man.
No worries. Cheers. Let's go, Larry. Give me a shout, brother.
All right. Lo, fired up, man. Fired up and be teeing you up this year.
Sounds good, brother. We'll talk to you soon. Cheers.
All right, there he goes, Lo Neal. You're going to have to match that energy.
Seriously.
You're going to have to, all right? I don't know. Do you need another cup of coffee? What's
Seriously,
your order?
Man, I'm gonna have to hit a jolt or two.
Do you remember that? Do they still have that? Is Jolt... I don't see that at the gas station now.
No.
When we're on Highway 5 on the trip and the kids want 7 bags of Cheetos and you go in. I don't see Jolt anymore. Is it there?
If you see me outside the Hilton crushing a Mountain Dew right before the start of the show.
Did Jolt get taken down by Red Bull? Is that basically what happened?
It probably gets swallowed up by Red Bull.
Remember Jolt Cola? Oh my gosh, if you could convince your parents to let you have a Jolt Cola, it was a good day. I mean, that was better than when Mom brought home Fruit Loops.
You're just bouncing off walls.
Oh my gosh, she said yes. Let's go get a Jolt Cola right now. And yeah, man, it was like, it was coffee for kids.
Yeah,
and not just coffee. I mean, like.
It was a second cup. It was an espresso for kids.
Since 06, they rebranded it as Jolt Energy. So it's no longer Jolt Cola.
But is it?
They rebranded. They have multiple flavors now. They have Power Cola, Orange Burst, Wild Grape, and Blue Bolt.
Sign me up for the Orange Burst.
Nice.
I'm big
They also
on
have
anything
gum
orange.
now. They have gum versions of this. You want
can
that?
just stick it in. Oh gosh, that's
action packed.
That's probably gonna make you sick, but. I don't see that either. Like, I'm not much of an energy drink guy. Unless one of you wants to sponsor us, then I have them all the time. So anyway.
Right.
But
then
when
you're
I go.
just absolutely religious about it.
Like, I love all of them. But anyway, like, when I don't see. Anyway, whatever. Jolt Cola. That was. Thank you for the information there. Joe Spadoni, ladies and gentlemen, back in the chair today.
Unbelievable.
Someone showed up for work. So that was good.
Unbelievable cola/soda knowledge.
That was huge. So, all right. 888-957-9570. I'm totally with Lowe. Now,
the Niners are the NFC. He's totally right about one thing.
Yeah.
The NFC is stacked. The Rams are super thin. You've got Tampa with a 45-year-old quarterback. The rest of the conference?
Look.
Who do you like?
Not many teams, and I don't even love those two. They're good. Tampa's good. Tampa's got a roster, and I'm done.
Good defense, but old quarterback.
But I've turned in my Tom's going to get old this year card. I've been doing this for 5 years. Well, but this year, I'm
eventually
done.
You're going to be right.
Right, but I'm done.
Nobody beats Father Time.
But I'm no. Tom versus Time. It was literally a Facebook show, and I've decided he won. He won. I'm never going to use that phrase again. Nobody beats Father Time. It's not true.
One of these years, he's going to show up and be too old.
No, because Father Time had like an over-under. Like when we said that, it didn't mean that you could play. Like he was 76 and still playing well, but he couldn't play well at 77. Father Time's undefeated. No, Father Time took an L. Tom beat you. He's 45, and he's still one of the favorites to win MVP in the NFL.
Amazing.
It's insane. So Tampa's good. Yeah, the Rams are thin, but they're good.
Super thin.
But they're good. We know this. They won the Super Bowl. I don't really know exactly what to think about Green Bay this year. But outside of those...
They lost Devontae Adams.
Right?
They improved their defense. They have some young receivers.
And Aaron Rodgers is taking us on some journey that I don't even know how to define. And may she rest. I know, the news of Anne Heche over the weekend. Remember years...
Very sad.
Yeah, but years and years ago, remember when there was that story of like Anne Heche has gone missing in Arizona and she's like hiking or something. Like there was this really weird... Life kind of went a certain psychedelic way. I feel like Aaron Rodgers is the football equivalent of this right now. I have no idea where that's going. I know he's a great football player, but I don't know how scary that team is. But even if everything goes great for the Packers and goes great for the Rams and goes great for the Bucs, give me the next team in the NFC that you think is better than the 49ers, even with a young QB.
Right.
There's none.
It's hard to picture.
Like if
Philly's got Jalen Hurts, doesn't scare you. Dallas, they just lost Amari Cooper. What are they? I mean, there's not a lot of there. You know what I mean? I can't even picture that team that you didn't think of as a contender, but quietly is kind of sprouting up.
Well, somebody will.
Who would that even be?
I mean, I remember halfway through the year last year, we thought Arizona was a real deal, and so maybe they can recapture that. Like I could make cases for a lot of these teams.
Maybe?
Minnesota is fine.
Philly, maybe.
What if Winston is good in New Orleans? What if he doesn't turn the ball over? What if A.J. Brown and another year of experience for Jalen Hurts means that Philly is going to be a real squad?
I heard somebody say that Carolina with Baker isn't a surprise team in the NFC.
I mean, they don't have a terrible roster, and Baker's not awful. But
I mean, that's really grasping.
But they're not better than the 49ers.
No.
I guess that's what I'm saying. Like, there will be surprises. There definitely will be teams in the NFC that are better than we thought they were going to be. But I got to put the over-under at the 4 seed in the playoffs. And don't you think you'd be disappointed if they're not at least that?
Well, I would say, I don't know about seeding because you never know about injuries, but I'll just say it's playoffs or bust.
I agree with that.
Playoffs or bust. This whole Super Bowl or bust, no. But I think that if you said reasonable, what's a reasonable expectation? I know this sounds crazy. It sounds like lofty expectations. I would say a reasonable expectations is where they got last year. the conference championship game. If they lost to like Tom Brady and some killer Bucks D, or the Rams didn't get hurt and suddenly they were incredible, there's a couple of scenarios where you could see them. But to me, the 49ers, if everything goes even marginally according to plan, even despite the youth of Trey, they're an NFC championship game type team.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm not going to hang an NFC championship appearance on them as the expectation because it's single elimination, and I don't know what's going to happen in a playoff game, but I will go with you on playoffs. They absolutely need to and have to and should make the playoffs for this. I mean, and look at it as a regular season stint, and we're pretending like we know Trey's going to play 17 games, and we don't know that this year. But if the 49ers are one of the teams that is blessed with quarterback health, I mean, they should win 10 games. They should win 10 football games at least, I feel. Especially when you look at their schedule, and I'm never someone that I have no idea who's good, right? What is Atlanta going to look like? What is this team going to look like in December? Who's healthy? Who's not? But there's one schedule quirk with the 49ers that I think is really important, and we can actually, with Sharpie, write something down about it right now, and it's this. After their bye week, which comes at pretty much the exact halfway point of the season, after their bye week, the 49ers will leave the Bay Area 3 times. That's it. 3 times. And guess where they're going?
Vegas, Denver,
Seattle, and Mexico.
Yeah.
They are not leaving the time zone.
I looked at that when the schedule came out. I couldn't believe how favorable the travel is.
For 2.5 months, they do not leave the time zone. Tell me that's not going to show up at the end of the year. It has to.
Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, usually the West Coast teams travel so much, it's crazy, but the Niners get the AFC West, and they have a very favorable travel schedule. So it's a lot of it's going to be about health. But, the old saying, you're only as weak as your weakest link, we're going to find out. I think that, Bonte was talking about Jesse Bates. You know what? They may have to investigate a trade for a safety. They may have to hit the waiver wire for a safety because they have 2 really good safeties, in my opinion. Hufanga and Jimmy Ward.
Hufanga?
Hufangas are nice.
No, I know.
Hufanga?
Thank you.
But those 2 guys.
We'll get Larry used to all the drops. He's it's an incorporation sensation. Anyway, go ahead.
The step down is massive. And George Odom's a lifetime special teamer. Tarvarius Moore, coming off the injury, does not look like the same guy. He doesn't have any quickness at all. So they're hurting without Ward and Hufanga if they had to play without those guys. They may have one of the better safety tandems if they have those guys, but without them, they're hurting. So maybe Bates is coming. Who knows?
Okay, 530 says Mexico City's in the central time zone. So if I mess with it, okay. The 1 hour for 9 weeks, 1 hour. I think they can handle it. But thank you for the factual error.
Your time zones, Mark.
Yeah, my bad. I know the cheeses. I don't know the time zones. But anyway.
Insider.
Anyway, Kyle Shanahan did say today, and if you're wondering what Larry's talking about, if you're just joining us, Jimmy Ward, a bad hamstring injury in practice yesterday. Week 1 is already in doubt. They're just simply saying that he is going to miss, quote, some time. And Kyle Shanahan has said we're probably going to add somebody. They're not going to just go with with that group that you just mentioned as far as what they got. So
very deep on the corner, very thin at safety, and now of course they lose their top safety.
Yeah, well, and even if he is back for week 1 or week 2, if they're that thin there, then
maybe they shouldn't have let Tart walk.
Maybe, or just maybe they do need to address it in some way, because the idea that Jimmy Ward holds the key to your whole defense, and if he's hurt, you're in trouble. That's too vulnerable. That's way too vulnerable. They need more depth there if that's the case.
Yeah, Jimmy Ward and Hufanga, if you watch the practices, they're the leaders on the team. They're literally leading everybody in the calisthenics, in the sprints. Those 2 guys are the leaders. So to lose Jimmy Ward, and NFL Network, I think, had Jimmy Ward in the top 100 for the first time. I mean, Jimmy Ward has been respected by the coaches for a long time, but he, now he's getting the national acclaim, and man, that's a tough loss.
I love seeing his leadership role really come into focus the last couple of years. So yeah, that injury really, really hurts, and hopefully it is just maybe week 1, week 2 at the most, and those are games that at the moment on paper, you feel good about, even without Jimmy Ward in Chicago and Seattle. No great quarterbacks that are going to be firing it at you, but you don't want to miss him too far into September for sure. Your phone calls coming up next, so if you're on hold, stay right there. Ian Rappaport on the idea of Jimmy to the Browns. You're going to want to hear this. Plus, we need to get into Tatis. We got to get into
get a beer.
We got to sit down.
Get a beer.
Have
Got
beer.
my trigger.
Here to have a syringe. Anyway, we'll get into all of that here coming up next. Larry's in for Dibs. It's 95.7 The Game.
Trey Lance, bald.
So wait, is the central time zone is 2 hours, I guess.
2 hours, yeah. It's like Chicago.
By the time we get to the end of this show, apparently Mexico City will be in Europe. And the 49ers are going to have to do this hellacious trip to play the Cardinals, and they're never going to recover from it. Mm-hmm. So I just take back everything I said. Boy, the travel schedule in the second half of the year is brutal.
But the Niners will be...
Mexico City. It's like it's right next to France.
They will be... Exactly. It's right near Luxembourg.
Jeez.
No, I think they will be staying, though, in Colorado Springs to prepare for that Mexico City jaunt.
Yeah, there's some altitude.
A little altitude.
Yeah. I'd go to Tahoe and just go halfway up.
Yeah.
I mean, it's not all the way up, but Tahoe is... I mean, Colorado's great. Tahoe's better.
Yeah. Mexico City, I think, is 7,000 feet or something.
It's up there. It's up there. But Kyler Murray runs more than Trey, so advantage 49ers.
There you go.
Take that. Take that. Okay. Glad you're with us. Thank you for being with us. When you're happy and you know it, not just clap your hands, maybe go to San Diego. There's no limit to how you can show it. Endless sunshine, coastline, and outdoor adventures inspire waves of feel-good vibes. Plan your trip today at sandiego.org. And you could even see the Fernando Tatis Museum that commemorates his entire career, which ended over the weekend. No, we'll talk about that in just a second. But anyway, 888-957-9570. Larry Kruger's in for Dibs. It's Dibs' birthday. He's turning 88. So you can tweet at Dibs.
Happy birthday, Dibs.
Happy birthday. And you can send him, I'll leave that. You can send him anything like a printout of his AARP card. How about that? We could do that.
Do you like being sung to on your birthday? Because I really don't.
No. I think that anytime those people, and I used to be these people, who work at the restaurant, who come over to your table,
they find out that somehow that it's your birthday.
It's the most uncomfortable moment in anyone's life. But I just want everybody who's ever having a birthday to know, do you know that those people who look like they're so excited to be singing to you
are hating it?
Hate life. Go to the back of a restaurant and watch what happens when one of the servers says to everybody, "I got a birthday on table 21.
F!"
Oh my gosh. People are diving to the restroom to hide. I got to go to the bathroom. Sorry.
I haven't taken my break yet.
I'll catch up to you in a sec. They hate it even more than you do when they're singing to you because they're the people who have to actually sing. It's terrible. Please, stop singing at restaurants.
It's like the scene where they're singing Happy Birthday in Office Space.
Oh, my gosh. Yeah, that's exactly what it should sound like because that's the actual energy that's going on the inside. Okay, we'll get to the Ian Rapp sound here in just a second, but let's go to Rick in Redwood City. You're on with Willard and Kruger. Hi, Rick. What are you doing?
Hey guys, I'm working. I work from home. I'm just taking a little break to say hi to you guys. Get my 2 cents worth.
Please do.
Larry, great having you here.
Thank you, sir.
Willard, I love your work in other realms, as we say. So, hey, before I give you one little observation I had with Trey, I just wanted to give props to Sam Womack. Oh my God, was that guy on fire or what?
Seriously.
You know who else wants to give him props right now, Rick? The 49ers do, because their cuts for today have just come down.
Yes,
and in
very
a huge vote of confidence for cornerback Sam Womack. Darquez Denard was among those cuts, which is you can draw a direct line from Denard being cut to the good play of Sam Womack.
And yeah, right, awesome. And maybe, who knows? Maybe the Niners will try a little experiment like they did with Ronnie Lott, who was an all, what do you call it in college? Not all-pro, all-American.
All-American, yeah.
Safety, corner, safety, who they switched to corner. Maybe they'll do the reverse with Womack. Who knows?
All you got to know about Womack, by the way, is he was a walk-on and he became all-conference in a pretty decent conference. And when he showed up in minicamp, he was bouncing around the field. And this is the first time this kid's ever stepped on an NFL field with NFL caliber athletes. He was bouncing around like he owned the place. Like he was like the most athletic guy. And then, of course, the game shows up 2 picks.
And what coverage? I mean, he was just right in those guys' faces. No interference, fantastic. Okay, so on to Trey. I know you got lots going on here. Let me give my 2 cents worth on that. One of the plays that impressed me so much, and it wasn't he didn't make any kind of a great athletic play or anything, but it showed his pocket presence and his feel for dealing with adverse situations. So on the sack, when the offensive line was getting their booty early on in that game, oh my God, that was really bad. And so a pass rusher's on him immediately. So he just does a little shoulder flip and flips by that guy so that pass rusher goes flying by him. Jimmy G would have been nailed and game over, play over right there. Then after he flips by that guy, then he steps up and squares his shoulders, is looking to pass, but then another pass rusher is immediately on him, and he just eats the ball, takes the sack, goes down, and nobody could have done anything else in that situation, right? But what that showed me is his awareness, and he didn't throw it up for grabs like Mr. Garoppolo is prone to do, or get any happy feet, or get any kind of desperation. He just made a good decision, ate the ball, because sometimes you got no choice. You have to eat the ball and take the sack. So heads up play on Trey's part, and that slide that he did on that other drive, that was tremendous. I mean, I can't, the guy, his physical game is going to evolve, but already he's got better pocket awareness and presence and decision-making, I think, than Jimmy G showed in all of his years with the Niners.
Yeah, Rick, great stuff. By the way, that was that was at least 5 cents, don't you think? Which is great, though, because it's very, very good breakdown. Rick, thank you very much. And, he's absolutely right. The number one thing I'm thinking about Trey Lance this year with regard to the 49er playoff hopes, if you will, just don't make the big mistakes. If he avoids the big mistakes, there's going to be enough of the good, and there's so much good going on around him. I think they win most football games just based on that.
Yeah. And just have the knowledge that you're not going to make a play on every snap. Some snaps, chalk it up to the next one. Go on to the next play. Slide down, go down in the pocket. Just don't throw a pick off your back foot like we saw Jimmy do first half of the Super Bowl.
Yep. Let's go to Redwood Dave. He is coincidentally in Redwood City. Hi, Redwood Dave. What are you doing?
I'm on an errand right now for my mom, getting her some medicine. Loving the conversation.
Good for you. You're a good son. What's on your mind, man?
That's right. We need to get Richard Sherman in here. His days are long gone for playing cornerback, but he can play strong safety as long as he can stay healthy. I know that he ended the year, I think, with the Bucks, but he couldn't stay healthy. But I think he deserves a look, and we can get him at the veteran league minimum.
It's an interesting name, isn't it? I mean, I don't know if he can play safety. Some corners can, some can't. I'm sure Richard would tell you he could. I'm not sure if he can, though. Man, it's a different skill set altogether.
I know it's a fun name for 49er fans, but at this stage of his career with his health and the idea that you'd be transitioning to a new position, that's not where the 49ers are at. That's kind of that feels a little bit desperate. I don't think that's where the 49ers are. I don't even think that's where Richard Sherman is. He feels to me like somebody who's ready to get the broadcasting career started.
You know what's more likely to happen, I think, is that, every team, John Lynch has got his board. Every team's got, for the 49ers, they're super deep at running back and linebacker and wide receiver. Well, there's 4 or 5 teams in the league that are super deep probably at safety. And so they're going to wind up cutting somebody who's really good or who was drafted or whatever, who the Niners liked. And so you're perusing your board, you're talking to your pro personnel director, and you're figuring out who's got a surplus, and you're probably making some phone calls right about now, just kind of figuring out how's your roster looking, how's your injuries looking, how's your cut down looking, can we make a deal here? So I wouldn't be surprised if you saw something like that.
Speaking of making phone calls, so Mary Kay Cabot came out on Friday. She covers the Browns and said that if Deshaun Watson's suspension gets any longer, the Browns will have some interest in Jimmy Garoppolo. Well, there's no if here. Deshaun Watson's suspension is going to get longer. I'm mildly, if not incredibly, surprised that the league did not have something final for us on that front prior to Deshaun taking the field on Friday night. Really strange. First of all, it led to that awkward apology, which was the most scripted thing we've seen since Seinfeld. I mean, it was unbelievable. Like, and no shade on Seinfeld, but you understand, like, it was 3 very scripted questions, 3 very scripted answers. I get that we're like, okay, fine, Deshaun finally apologized, but there was not any sincerity in it for me. And what if he goes and gets hurt? What if he goes out there and gets hurt? I mean, it wouldn't change the suspension process, but it totally changes the calculus of what's going on. So I thought it was very weird that the league, who I know is in settlement talks with Deshaun and his people right now, I thought it was really weird that they even got to that. But are the Browns even interested? This has gone back and forth quite a bit. And on the Pat McAfee show, Ian Rappaport had this to say.
To answer your question about Jimmy G and the Browns, I've seen some reports. I just don't get the sense that the Browns are that. I just don't. I mean, they signed Jacoby Brissett for a reason. If they trade for Jimmy G, it's $20+ more million. Not the money's the biggest concern, but like, I've checked with everyone. Maybe something will surprise me. I just do not get the sense that there's that much interest there.
Okay, so you even heard McAfee slide in and go, that's money that they can afford. But secondly, why would the Browns need to pay that? This 24 point whatever million it is to Jimmy. They wouldn't. No one's going to have to pay Jimmy that contract. If Jimmy and his agent have half a brain, and they do, you would immediately, easily lop off $8 to $10 million of that deal and nod your head and say thanks. Because if they don't, and the 49ers cut him, the open market gets him, as you said, maybe, if he's lucky, maybe 12, maybe half of his deal. That's the leverage the 49ers hold. So this idea that Jimmy's going to demand someone pays him 24, I don't get that.
No, I think he knows he's not going to make the 24. It's just a matter of what is he going to make. The other report I thought was interesting this weekend, there was a Pro Football Network report that said that the full year suspension for Watson was quote-unquote a slam dunk.
Yep.
So, I mean, where are the Browns here? Because it doesn't, to me, it make the one bit of credibility I would put into that report. If you're the Browns, why would you not make this move before the suspension? If you know the suspension's coming, why not? Why not make your move before the suspension? So if they feel like he's going to get a full year, but they're committed to Jacoby Brissett, then maybe they're committed to Jacoby Brissett.
Well, the way I've heard it all along is you're committed to Jacoby Brissett because you're thinking, hey, can we go 3-3 with Jacoby? I think we can go 3-3 with Jacoby.
If he gets 6.
Yeah, but can you go 10-7 with Jacoby? I'd argue no. I mean,
they got Josh Rosen there. They got Dobbs, Josh Dobbs.
Exactly.
There,
They've got Josh Rosen there.
Yeah.
So what are you going to do with that? You're going to go 5-12. I mean, this idea that, is Jimmy going to suddenly take him to the playoffs? I don't know, but maybe. I mean, if you look at the AFC, the idea that Jacoby Brissett is going to outduel the likes of Josh Allen and Patrick Mahomes and Russell Wilson and Justin Herbert and Derek Carr, Matt Ryan, Lamar. I mean, it's absurd. But if I bring it down to Jimmy and a really good roster and somebody who is an adult in the room, where they haven't had that at the quarterback position for now running about 5 years, Manziel, Baker, Deshaun Watson.
Right.
If you bring him into that situation, Lamar and his contract are still an unknown with the Ravens.
He wants it done by opening day.
Right, which we'll see. The Steelers are in quarterback transition mode.
Kenny Pickett looked really good in the first game, though.
And the Bengals are the classic Super Bowl hangover case, which, by the way, we are totally misremembering the Bengals season because they went to the Super Bowl. People think that it was like, well, the Bengals, a 10-7 football team.
Who the Niners did beat.
Who the Niners beat
Cincy
on their home field, who barely beat the Raiders in the playoffs, overcame 8 sacks to barely beat the Titans in overtime, and only because Tannehill was sideways did they win that. And then in the second half, they got hot and overcame a Chiefs team that was blowing them off of the field. This is not to diminish their achievement by any stretch, but the idea that the Bengals are just like unbeatable, I totally disagree. That is a winnable division, or at least a division in which you can compete if you've got some stability at your most important position.
Yeah. No, I mean, there's no question that the Browns would be helped. And the whole thing is, does Jimmy need to carry? Jimmy didn't carry the Niners to the Super Bowl, and he doesn't need to carry this Browns team either. And I think if you're the Browns, you might be looking at Jimmy Garoppolo very wantingly, because for what you just referenced, they've had a collection of the most immature quarterbacks, guys who really, they played quarterback, but they weren't the quote-unquote leader in the room. Now you got an ability to add a guy who's got some flaws, but one of his flaws is not that he's not a leader. He is a leader. And I think that would be refreshing for them to have somebody who's a mature leader, and maybe that's exactly what they need. Actually,
maybe the deal is being held up because the Browns want to talk to Jimmy, and he won't return their texts.
Like he didn't talk to the Niners after the injury.
Oh boy! Well, or any offseason, according to Mike Silver, which I totally believe. It's a weird thing. It's a weird thing, and it's a weird thing the way a lot of people reacted to that, being like, "Well, that's his time. He can do whatever he wants." Huh? The offseason in football is more than half the year. You're telling me that at $27 million and your job is to be the leader of franchise, you don't need to return texts because there's no game this week?
Well, didn't George Kittle say that he was a terrible return texter?
Which a lot of people are. Like, there's, maybe
it's the see ya.
But it's like poke, like, that's fine. I got friends who are bad texters where you're just like, yeah, sometimes they're not that quick. And then you'll get that weird response 2 weeks later, and it's out. I'm like, I don't even know what are you responding to?
Right.
And you're like, oh, I texted you 2 weeks ago. Where were you on that one? But it's different to me in a work environment. If your head coach is reaching out to you and you're just flat like, nope.
You can't be like, I didn't see it. You can't.
Repeatedly?
No.
I just didn't respond because it's my time.
Right.
Get out of here. What world do you live on?
Seriously.
What job do you have?
Yeah. Any job where you're making $20+ million a year and you're not responding to a text.
A lot less. Like if Matt texted me 5 times on vacation and I didn't respond, that's on me.
Right.
Sorry. It is.
Yeah.
That's on me. I wouldn't do that.
And then, come on, let's be honest. People will say, hey, I'm not a good texter. No, you're not a good texter back to me.
Right.
Don't tell me you're not a good texter. You're texting somebody and it just ain't me.
You've got kids. I mean, do you know what it's like now if you're a teenager or younger and you have a phone? If you don't respond in a half hour, the person who's texting you is furious. I'm telling you, I've looked over my daughter's shoulder and seen like, OMG, respond. I texted you 20 minutes ago. Where are you? I mean, that's normalcy now.
I got it worked out with my kids. I'm like, look, when I text, I'm on the A list. You better respond. You better respond right away.
Who put you on the A list?
Yeah, I did.
I did because I bought your phone.
Yeah. You're living rent-free in this house. If I text you, damn right you text back.
Yeah. So, I mean, we'll see. We'll see. I mean, to answer your question that you've thrown out, which is, why has something not been announced with Jimmy yet if you're Cleveland? I think Deshaun Watson would be furious if suddenly today, before his situation is finalized, the Browns went out and acquired a quarterback for $15 million and announced it to the public.
Can you be furious when you did what he did and got the contract that he did? I don't know if furious is in my playbook at that point.
I think he would, and I think the only people who would care would be the Browns. Like, he is your quarterback for the next 5 years. You are paying him $231 million guaranteed dollars. You're not gonna. I know how we all feel about it. It's like, dude, you created this. You don't get a vote. But to them, he does. He's their guy. For better or for worse, now, you don't want to tick him off. You don't want to send that off sideways either.
But isn't the reality of the situation is, this became your move at the massage parlor, and this is what led to this whole disaster to begin with. So doesn't the team get a little leeway because of the situation that he put him and them in?
I get it. From our perspective, yes. From their perspective, I say no. They have to be the only ones right now worried about Deshaun's
psyche,
ego. But they do. because they're paying $231 million guaranteed dollars to be their most important player.
Wow. It's amazing, really, if you think about it, that he got that deal.
It's incredible. It's absolutely incredible. All right. Hunter Pence going to join us in a little over a half hour. The Rangers have fired their manager, Chris Woodward. The Rangers have fired their manager. Rangers signed a bunch of big contracts in the offseason.
That's right. Corey Seager.
So wait a minute. If you go sign stars to big money, it doesn't just
kind of an odd time to fire your manager, right? If you really wanted to impact the season, wouldn't you have done it at the break?
Well, I mean, do you really want to impact the season? They're 51-63.
Maybe not.
It does not, right? Like they're done. That season's not going anywhere. They're 23 games behind the Houston Astros.
Which is one more game than the Giants are behind the Dodgers.
However, they're a half game ahead of the Angels and all of their stars.
But they've already canned their manager.
Well, look, put it this way. I'm not out here advocating that the Giants don't go get a bunch of stars. I'm actually out here advocating that the Giants make sure, damn well better be sure, they're in the top 10 in payroll next year. And they're going to need to spend almost $100 million this offseason in order to do it. So
who are they going to get?
I have no clue.
They better go big after Trey Turner because that's the move they absolutely have to make. Why? Because that's the move that makes the Dodgers come back to earth. You're not going to outspend LA unless you take something from their equation. I don't see you're not just going to have to get better. They're going to have to get worse.
That would be an amazing signing, but. I mean, is LA
going to
let that happen? Does Trey want that? I don't know. Trey looks like
money talks.
It does.
I think they get a better chance to get Trey Turner from the Dodgers than to get Aaron Judge from the Yankees.
Then that'd be great. I'd rather have Trey Turner probably between those two. But with what the Giants need to spend, they probably should get both. To be honest with you,
spend some cash.
I mean, right? So
the fact that the Giants decided not to this year was bizarre. It was like, hey, we're talking about Trevor Story. Hey, we're talking about Seiya Suzuki. Hey, we didn't get those guys. Here comes Stewie Fairchild. Here comes Padlo. Here comes they were doing this stuff in April. It was like, wow. I mean, that's why you want to talk about the Giants fan discontent. I think it's a lot tied to that. It's like, hey, man, we're talking Trevor Story. We're talking Seiya Suzuki. We're talking big ticket items. Oh, we didn't get those guys. Oh, so we got nobody.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's
and they got
when
Jock
you're
Peterson.
as rich as they are.
They responded by getting Jock Peterson.
Yeah, which was a nice deal.
Which, yeah. I mean,
$6 million.
I know he hasn't homered in a month and a half, but I mean, he's outplayed Trevor Story.
Yeah.
So the funny thing is,
I didn't want Trevor Story necessarily.
I
think the Giants dodged a bullet necessarily. You know, with that particular contract,
they usually do,
but.
Which has become a problem, by the way.
It's no different than your buddy telling you he's pricing high-priced items and then winds up with something that's so far beneath that you're like, dude, were you really in the market? It's like, I don't really know or believe that they were in the market for these big-time players because they didn't pivot to anything even close.
So it's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. More on that. There's some Tatis stuff to get to as well. Because where this sends that entire organization is pretty fascinating. Hunter Pence is going to join us, in about a half hour as well. Larry is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto.
Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, the Giants lineup does. So you just walked into the room, and by the way, Larry is here in for Dibs. It's Dibs' 114th birthday, so he's not here today. It's all sponsored by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Normally, to hear the Giants takes that get my blood boiling, I have to be listening to the Odyssey app on my morning run with Penny, and Bonte and Joe do that.
It's a great dog name. I don't know where you got it.
I don't know. It was just poof. It just came to me. Actually, no, it wasn't me. It wasn't me. I can prove that I didn't steal your dog's name because I didn't name her Penny. I actually wanted
my dog was named Penny. We were literally doing face-offs. I was talking about my dog, and then all of a sudden you had a dog.
Right.
And your dog was named Penny.
But she was named by the kids, and the kids don't listen to the face-off. Okay?
Well, they really don't anymore.
Do not
I bet.
listen to the crossover or the changeover or any of the things that we've done. Okay?
Were you copying my dog name or Amy Lawrence's dog name? Because her dog name also was
Penny.
Was Penny.
I wanted my dog to be named Redwood. Really? I love redwood
what was
trees.
the secondary? Ours was Scout. We were going to call the dog Scout.
You know what? I don't even know if we had a secondary. I can tell you what she was named when we got her at the shelter.
Oh, that's right.
Her name was Tulip.
Okay, well, that had to be changed.
All of us looked at each other and went, so that's a no. So what are we going to do? And I think it was my son, it was Abe, the oldest, who looked at her coloring, which is kind of a like copperish brown. He goes, we should call her Penny. She's the color of a penny. And that was it. I don't know that there was ever a second place.
And I see we have different kinds of dogs. I have a golden retriever. You have your dog's more like
mix.
A German Shepherd.
Well, I don't think she's German. Do you know what a Belgian Malinois is?
No.
Yeah, look it up. Anyway, it's a different kind of shepherd.
Smaller?
A little bit.
Yeah,
a little bit. But she's not pure. I think she's mixed with, I got to do that DNA thing. Did you ever do the DNA thing?
No.
The dog DNA?
No.
It's just because,
I barely want to do my own DNA.
I know. It's just because it's fun. And then when you're at a dog park, you can answer a question intelligently. Because people are like, what kind of dog is it? I'm like, I don't know. Dog. It's a dog. Like I went to the shelter and they gave me a dog.
Four-legged with a mouth?
That's going to be a dog. Eats dog food? I don't know. I don't know what she is.
That's not a cat?
Right.
I don't know. I don't know, but I got in. I got through the bouncer here at the dog park, so obviously it's a dog.
Exactly, it's a dog. But anyway, back to me taking her for runs and listening to Bonte and Joe on the Odyssey app. That is always my go-to as I'm running up the Dipsy steps and just getting angry with what Bonte is saying about the Giants. I should do what you can do, which is go to thousands of other stations, all the podcasts, including our own here at 95.7 The Game, which are all free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, podcasts, everything available completely free. Hell, you can catch every Warriors game, which is coming up sooner rather than later, live on the app, along with music and news, everything that you need here in the Bay Area. But now I can just get it from you. Like you went out during the break.
Right.
I stayed right here in my seat, and I responded to controversial emails. I've always got some. So
you respond to them, huh?
I do. Yeah.
You feel the need? Just
not always. I don't want to ghost anybody. I don't want to just not respond. That's just not in my nature, Larry.
Right.
Anyway.
You're very accountable.
So, responded to some emails, and then you came in, and what did you say about Gabe Kapler when you walked through that door?
I look
so uncomfortable already.
I'm just not, he's just not my kind of, he's just not my cup of tea, not my kind of guy, you know what I mean? I don't want to say I don't like him because, I don't know, there's just something about him I don't really jive with, He just seems a little too, I don't know.
Clean? What is it?
No.
What is it? Too manicured?
Manicured. He says things for effect. He just.
What exactly does he say for effect?
Infinite number of outcomes.
Yeah. Maybe it's from interviewing him a lot the last couple of years. I always felt like he was kind of patronizing, with the pat on the head. Like, that's a great question. Every question.
Well, maybe you were just asking great questions. Pat yourself on the back.
That's true.
Larry, good job. You're very good.
Or like you'd ask him a question that he didn't want to answer. You'd be like, you know what? I'm really glad that you asked that question. No, you're not. No, you're not. He just seems insincere. He seems like, he reminds me of a little bit of a kinder, gentler Harbaugh. Like,
oh gosh,
you respect his knowledge, you respect his capability. You would never argue that he's not competent. But do you want to hang with him? Do you want to invite him on the trip to Tahoe with the boys?
Harbaugh scares me though. Harbaugh, like I'm looking in his eyes, I'm like, you're kind of half a cup of crazy. Like, are you there? I'm like snapping. I'm like, are you just, what are you? Are you on a different planet right now?
Harbaugh is the kind of guy that if you got loose at the bar and just threw hands, he would be right there throwing hands with you, and you might not even know him that well.
But Gabe might talk everybody out of that situation before it gets there.
That's true.
Everybody just sit down and have an organic, non-alcoholic beer.
Let's listen to what Larry has to say.
Yeah, like exactly. And then he would come out with a spreadsheet and be like, this is how we will exit the building, and everybody is going to be fine. He just...
I think he's competent. I just don't know if I want to hang with him. He's not...
he's not here to hang with you, Larry. He's here to manage the Giants.
I know.
But I don't know how you would look in a black denim jacket and a bike on the Embarcadero. I don't think I want you hanging with him either. Yeah. That's the only thing I can liken Harbaugh and Kapler to is I feel like they're always wearing the same thing. They both have one outfit.
Oh, Harbaugh.
Jim, right? With the I was Jim for Halloween one year, and people knew who I was.
Did you go Sharpie inside the sweatshirt?
I bought the black sweatshirt. I got the black hat. I had the khakis. You get the sneakers. You just headset and then put a pen right there on the everybody was like, Harbaugh, Harbaugh, Harbaugh.
Now you can go with the dark rim shade. Actually, the one thing they share, Gabe and Harbs going with the dark rims.
Harbs, huh? You guys get tight? I think it sounds like you are hanging with him.
Yeah, I do like Harbs.
Anyway, so Gabe, same thing. Gabe's either in a hoodie or he's in a Giants uniform or he's in black jeans, a black denim jacket, and a bike. That's it. Have you ever seen him wearing anything else?
No, but I don't see him around that much. So maybe he's got
very busy.
Maybe he's very versatile. Maybe he's got versatility that I'm not aware of.
I think you're suffering from Kaplerism.
I'm suffering from a lack of Giants offensivism. Actually, the Giants I think have proven in the last couple of weeks that they were just paper thin. Like if you take Crawford and Peterson and some of these guys, you put them back in the lineup, suddenly the lineup looks okay. But man, when those guys were out of the lineup and their replacements came in, it was minor league dudes. Like the entire bottom third of the lineup looked like almost like giveaway.
It's really odd because last year what we were saying about this team is the depth. The depth. I can't believe it. Every time somebody gets hurt, you call somebody else up and poof, they're there and they produce too. And there was never a drop-off. There was never a drop-off. This year, you're right, especially defensively. You got guys out of position, a couple guys get hurt, and the next thing you know, like they're grabbing somebody off of the Cubs scrap heap to come be their starting shortstop for a few days. Like it broke down. It broke down. They do look serviceable once they're all healthy.
At full strength, they're serviceable.
But that's not a word you want to use for the Giants. That's not a word.
Doesn't make you buy tickets.
No.
Serviceable.
No. So I just, look, you know me. I'm probably going to be the last one to give up.
You're very optimistic. You're a huge optimist.
I'm the last one to jump ship. I think that mentally that Estrada home run yesterday was huge simply to get him back to 500. I think that's a big mental hurdle, and it would have been the second time in a row that they've blown a big lead with an opportunity to get back to 500. They just did that in San Diego 4 or 5 days ago. So that was a big swing of the stick.
But you did crap on they should go get Joey Gallo, and they're DHing Tommy La Stella.
Well, I'm not in favor of DHing Tommy La Stella, but the idea that Joey Gallo was going to be the fix, if
Joey Gallo's hitting 260 with the Dodgers, and he's got power,
and he has struck out in more than half of his at bats.
But you're not replacing big time players; you're replacing just guys.
I guess my response when you and I had that debate that day, it wasn't like I'm offended by the idea of getting Joey Gallo. I was just like,
they got him for nothing.
If you're going to finish in third place without Joey Gallo, you're going to finish in third place with Joey Gallo. Like Joey Gallo, they're not catching the Padres because, like, wow, then they got Gallo. And he struck out in 60% of his at-bats, and suddenly everything got better.
But the Giants' real problem also is outfield defense. This guy won a Gold Glove.
Yeah.
Multiple Gold Gloves.
Again, it's not that it would have made
Hits
me...
the ball into the cove.
I wouldn't have wanted to vomit at his acquisition. I would have still looked at the team and gone, so that didn't do a whole lot. They needed bullpen guys.
I know.
They needed relievers.
They did.
They didn't get them. They didn't get him.
Yeah, no,
that's why the 3-game win streak over the weekend is like, that's awesome, but you come out of that weekend and you were happy with which reliever?
I'm not happy with any of them. I'm not happy with any of their relievers. I mean, I guess Brebbia to a degree. Leon's been overused. I like Doval. But, I mean, the rest of the guys, I mean, Harleen Garcia can't be trusted. Alvarez is hurt. I'm on record. I think Tyler Rogers is the 7th.
You've been against him for 3 years.
Well, I mean, he should be DFA'd. I mean, he throws 74 miles an hour. I mean, there's got to be a better option out there than Tyler Rogers. I would use him only in the up 7, down 7, kind of a garbage time situation. But they keep throwing him out there because they love him in high leverage situations. I mean, against teams that have seen him a lot.
Did really well both the last year and a half before this year. He did really well in those situations. I mean, it's not to make excuses. There's a few things that have happened in this bullpen. The Giants did not address it very much in the offseason. That was one thing, and they could fall back on, well, we're bringing our guys back. It was a good bullpen last year.
Yeah.
Okay, fine. Then you get to this year, as you said, some injuries happened, and then...
Jake McGee backslid.
It's like, McGee, Rogers, what happened to these people? I'm not going to say were the Giants supposed to know that this was coming? So I'm not going to rip them for that, but... Then you get to the deadline and you know these things. Now you know them to be true. McGee is gone. Rogers is ineffective. Garcia is ineffective. Leon looks like he's hit a wall.
Well, you know what it is you have to trade out these high. If you use these relievers as much as they do, you got to change them out at the end of the year. You can't show. You can show, loyalty to some of your roster, but if you use a reliever 80 times in a year, that ain't the guy to show loyalty to. Go change that guy out for somebody else, because I don't think you can do that in back-to-back years. I think it's been proven this year.
Well, I mean, there is a healthy conversation to be had that the Giants cannot get to the second half of the season and go, man, bullpen looks gassed. How did that happen? Well, yeah, you won't let any of your starters face anybody for a third time.
Right.
I mean, Rodon and Webb, they have let them run a little bit. But if you're going to do this, if you're going to lead the league in bullpen appearances every year, you should expect you better have some reinforcements ready come August and September, because these dudes are going to be gassed.
Yeah. Yeah, you can't build a 6-man pen. You got to build like a 16-man pen and keep some of those guys at AAA.
So here's the other side to it, and this is my concern, but I also understand how the Giants ended up here. The Giants are too hesitant to sign a big, expensive contract. And guess what? Mathematically, they're right. Would you agree? More than 50%.
Free agency is filled with landmines that you can trigger at any moment.
More than 50% of big, expensive deals don't work. And the latest shining example is what happened over the weekend in a Friday night news dump that Fernando Tatis Jr. suspended for 80 games, which is going to go a third into next season now as well. And there's all kinds of concerns, because the one you and I have been talking about, which I think is the biggest one, is if I'm the Padres, it's not so much, oh my gosh, you ruined your legacy, and this is immature, and I can't believe you did this to us. The bigger concern is you just locked him up for 13 years. Do you know for sure that he wasn't on this stuff the whole time?
Right, calls his entire career into question.
Do you even know that he's as good as you think he is?
Right, he could be totally his entire career could be on the backs of PEDs. And what about Bob Melvin? He's feeling remorseful. What?
Great. So is Deshaun Watson after being told that you have to feel remorseful. He's not feeling remorseful. He's the guy.
And who cares what he's feeling? I mean, seriously. I don't care if he's feeling frustration. I don't care if he's feeling, empathy. I don't care what he's feeling. He's not playing.
Well, remorse, actually, here's what I will say on that. I wish baseball players would just learn that when you get popped find the nearest microphone as quickly as you can. It doesn't matter who's interviewing you. Find a microphone and go, man, I really messed up.
I made a bad decision.
And I am so sorry.
Own the decision.
I made a bad choice. I fell into this, that, or the other. I was hurt, and I really want to recover and get back for my team, and I made a bad choice. Do you know how forgiving we are when you do that? The evidence is there. There are players who've done it, Andy Pettit, and we're like, cool, all right, let's move on to the next thing. But when you come up with your cockamamie excuse,
Watergate.
what the heck was his son, ringworm. When you come
ringworm. What is ringworm, by the way?
I don't even know. Is it a skin thing that I don't even, it's not tapeworm.
Doesn't sound good.
Right, it doesn't sound fun.
I got the ringworm. Oh, man.
A contagious itching skin disease occurring in small circular patches.
All right, thank you. Spadone is filled with information.
Look at that.
He's got his Googler on.
Unbelievable knowledge.
Out of bed. He just keeps
like WebMD
this is
over
nothing,
there.
by the way, to the fake website of Melky Cabrera. That was all time.
Oh, my gosh. I'm so glad you're back, Spadone. Thank goodness. I mean, these other two guys, we don't, but you stay. Huh? Okay? I just, if you just don't come out with your ridiculous excuse, we let you back into the club so much faster. We'll let you into the Hall of Fame and everything. But let's go back in the history of this career. People think that Fernando Tatis was a San Diego Padres farmhand. He wasn't originally.
Right, he was a Chi-Sox.
He was with the White Sox, and he was involved in a famous James Shields deal.
That's right.
Which with
Big game, James.
Chicago White Sox, it goes down as the worst trade in the history of their organization.
Really bad.
Unless maybe the White Sox knew something.
The White Sox maybe gave him the Clostaball or whatever.
Clostaball. I mean, by the way,
I accidentally put some Clostaball in myself.
Can the whole steroid industry, can we just work on renaming all of these things? Why do they always have to be 8 syllables with a lot was
Exactly.
Why can't it be something we can pronounce?
You know, I was just accidentally, I got some Nandrolone, and it...
what was that thing that Mark took, that McGuire took?
Androstenedione.
Something.
And
anyway.
It was picked out of his locker.
I like these excuses don't work. And I don't mean what if the White Sox knew that he was dirty, but the White Sox gave up on a guy that they did not feel was tracking towards stardom. And then suddenly he got to the Padres, and he did. And now we wonder what tracked him towards stardom.
There are teams that trade big-time players with huge futures because they have insider info. It might be about the guy's personality. It might be about his habits. It might be about his substances. It could be a number of things. But teams do part ways with big-time, guys who have huge talent, but there's like an issue.
Not even just prospects. Remember when the Giants traded Sam Dyson to Minnesota?
Yeah.
It took about 3 days, and they were like, holy smokes, that guy's world blew up.
Forgot about
that. So the
that.
Giants got Jalen Davis in return. It didn't work out, but who cares? Like, just get Sam Dyson the heck out of here, and it worked.
Yeah.
Right? The Twins should never take a call from Farhan again. He'd turned Sean Anderson into Lamont Wade. He gave him Sam Dyson. Like, they should stop doing that whole thing. But anyway, point being is, we don't know now who Fernando Tatis actually is. And this got me upset. You think about NFL contracts and the lack of guarantees. There are some guarantees, and they're getting paid plenty of money. But in that sport, or sometimes you're only playing 3 or 4 years, and you're begging just to be on a roster, and they can cut you at any time, and you don't have any long-term guarantees. The flip side is what we see in baseball and basketball, where baseball, even when something like this happens, you get suspended for 80 games. Your whole career may now be tainted.
But your money's staying.
Absolutely untouchable.
Yeah.
I've seen so many people go cancel his contract. You can't.
Right.
13 years, $335 million, and no matter what happens with this story, he gets every last dollar.
And you're perpetrating a fraud on your team, on your league, on the American sporting public, and there is no payback. There's no price.
Nothing.
In fact, you could argue that if you could make an argument when you look at these contracts that it actually pays to cheat.
No
you
doubt.
can make a strong, compelling argument that if you cheat your way to that first contract, and then who the hell cares?
Well, let's say that Fernando got traded from the White Sox to the Padres, and let's say it started then, and he turned himself into baseball's #1 prospect, and he comes up to the Padres and he shows out in the big leagues, and he gets a $335 million contract prior to getting caught. Was it a good decision?
Absolutely.
I mean,
he's set
for life.
He secured like 7 generations of wealth
in his family. Yeah,
for what, a headline that people are going to forget about at some point, and people are still going to kiss his butt and hail him as a superstar.
Totally.
He's going to have. It's not like he's OJ looking for his wife on the 17th hole. He's going to have a regular life. And he gets generational wealth for like 9 generations.
So baseball, I mean, the structure of baseball, the way they do that arbitration process, and now the new thing, make sure it's a 13-year deal, and it's fully guaranteed no matter what you do, no matter what motorbike ride you go on, or no matter whatever you inject into your butt. All of it is still guaranteed. It's crazy to me. It's out of whack, way too far in the other direction from the NFL. Somewhere in the middle is where we actually should probably find sports where you have some accountability and money that you need to go like earn repeatedly rather than have this out. I mean, the Padres are actually probably not the favorite to re-sign Juan Soto, mainly because of this contract. Because they're going to have Tatis and Machado and those 2 deals on the books and Musgrove all on the books no matter what, when Juan Soto needs to be re-signed, I don't know. You can tell me San Diego's going to pony up another $500 million?
I know. It's a hell of a point.
I mean, I don't know.
Well, then the other question is, why do we have this selective morality when it comes to the PEDs? I mean, Barry Bonds is like the Antichrist. Roger Clemens, he need not apply for the Hall of Fame, despite the fact he was awesome for years, and he's undeniably one of the greatest pitchers of all time. 5 Carolina Panthers O-linemen in a year where they went to the Super Bowl, test positive for performance-enhancing drugs.
And people don't even know that.
People don't even know that. They have no recollection of it. There's no memory of it. Nobody cares. Sean Merriman played at Maryland at 245. He's yoked up, ripped to shreds, playing with the Chargers at 275. Nobody even cares. He's like still working in media.
In football, it's see you in a month when you get popped.
And he's still like a respected voice.
Yeah,
I mean, he's like
legacy.
You know what I mean? So like, we don't care in football, even though we love that sport. It's like, yeah, you know what, PEDs, it doesn't matter. But in baseball, it's oh my God, Barry Bonds never should belong in the Hall of Fame. He's like a once in 100 years kind of a talent. No, he cannot get in. He's the dirtiest, this and that. It's amazing the selective morality on that stuff.
It's all sponsored by Innova International Incorporated. Hunter Pence joins us next. Larry is in for Dibs. It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
I have never used steroids, period.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. After taking 4-5 from the Braves in the last series, the Mets and Atlanta do battle in a 4-game series starting Monday. While both teams sport solid pitching, the
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, I think when and I never think of these things as like the end of the show. We got like half hour, 45 minutes to hang out here, and Steiny and Ghoul come back in. Another triumphant return. I believe Steiny back in the building today, right? So
look at that.
Yeah, so that's awesome. Mm-hmm. That said, once a show has an hour or two or three under the belt already, all of them should just have Hunter Pence come on right at that time, because you want to talk about somebody who will inject life back into your conversation. I give you none other than this man who injected life into the 2012 Giants in such an incredible way that it was a huge, huge piece of everything that took place that year. The 10-year anniversary over the weekend was a tremendous memory lane for all of us. I can only imagine what it was like for you, man. Thanks for coming on. How was all that?
I'm still recovering, Mark and Larry, but I'm pumped to be here. Let's go. No, it was amazing. It was amazing, and seriously, still recovering. Facts.
I love the 2012 team, Hunter. Seriously, I mean, it was just such a magical year, but there were so many great individuals. One guy who I really love talking to now is Ryan Theriot, and I love playing that cut where he scored the winning run or the lead run in Detroit, and the huge scream that he let out that you could pick up the field mics. You know, a guy like that who was a role player, but a guy who was a good veteran. That club was filled with guys like that.
Yeah, Theriot was definitely instrumental to that team, and he was a leader, and he was a utility guy, role player, came in, clutched up in the playoffs when he got his at-bats. He won back-to-back World Series and then retired. We never really seen him again since then, but he was one of the greatest clubhouse, vibes, energy, dugout, just keeping it going, saying the right thing at the right time, not being too serious, but also knowing when we need to get after it. He was instrumental, and I think it's kind of wild that he scored the winning run of the World Series, and he scored the winning run of the College World Series. He's like the only player, I believe, to ever do that. Kind of wild.
Hunter Pence with us here, 95.7 The Game. Hunter, I'm not trying to put you in a funky spot at all, but you kept saying still recovering. What can you tell us about the weekend with all your old buddies?
I can tell you there was a lot of open bar and late night dinners and just bringing up old stories and reminiscing the glory days. But what a message, if you look back at it and you don't have a time to really celebrate it whenever you're going through it because you're just working. And Casilla used to have this song that he would sing. We played many years together after 2012, and he'd go, "Oh, baseball, baseball, got to win every day, win the World Series every time, all day, every day. Baseball, everybody loves it." And so you're just trying to win another and another and another. It's never ending. But when you get to come back and just be like, hey, we actually accomplished something. We never really got to spend obviously there's a parade, but then everyone goes home. And the thing about the message of that team is that you're way better united and playing for each other and just literally, we don't care if we go home or we have to win 100 games. We love playing baseball. We're here to play it because we love it, and let's go, let's let it go and let's go get it. Fortunately, we were able to kind of catch that vibe, and I think companies and any business that you're in, when you just get united and you just go out there with love, you hit your higher power, your higher state.
It was such an incredible year, and you had a football background, so you're bringing that to the table. And football is a different sport in how the players motivate themselves, how they talk amongst themselves. And I kind of felt almost like your vibe was almost like bringing a football vibe into a baseball clubhouse. When you sat down and talked to these guys and really getting them fired up, and hey, I don't want the season to end. I don't want the season to end. I want to play another game with you guys. Did you feel like you were bringing a football vibe into a baseball clubhouse, and how did they respond when you started showing all that energy?
Well, I wasn't on that level the entire time. I made some points, and I was kind of slow and ramped it up until the end. And I honestly, I was kind of just praying, believe in what you say, and I'll say anything to go home. And it was really kind of a collection of the we call it the elders, that were all if we don't say something, we're dead, because we were kind of all stiff. And I just brought up hey, I don't care what you did in 2010, and I was at the Phillies in 2011 when we lost, and all we talked about was 2008, and then we talked about the Red Sox coming back. And I was look, I don't care what happened, and all I care is what we decide. Let's make our decision. I reminded them, because I played against them, I was we're really good, so we're way better than you think, playing against us, we give good at bats. The pitching is nasty. So let's buy in. Let's make our decision. I've made my decision. I'm giving everything I have to play one more day because I don't want to go home, and I love playing with you guys. That was the gist of it. It wasn't super football-y. It was a legit message. And when you think about it, you can't be your best self unless you're detached. And so it's I don't care, it's detached, and I love playing. So detach and just be in love with the moment. And that was kind of the thing. And obviously there was some fire when we got in the dugout, but that the players that are fire ramp up to that, and the players that are water are smart enough to know to stay chill. So the Busters, the Craws, the Affelts, the Hobbies, these are there's the water energy and the fire energy, and then the Pagans, the Pablos, me, we're the fire guys out there, Blanco. And so we're all getting ramped up, and then the water guys are laughing at us, but getting locked in, and it just kind of balanced itself out.
Memory Lane was so fun this weekend. Hunter Pence with us. Hunter was kind enough to come on our Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys Giants podcast.
Nice.
Very recently. And Hunter, I did not forget what you told me, because it was right before the trade deadline. And you kept saying they need to buy, and they need a reliever, and then after that, they probably need another reliever, and they didn't get any relievers, Hunter, and the bullpen looks totally gassed. So what is your thought on what they didn't do and what it's going to mean here as they try to hang on for dear life and make a run?
Well, the one thing they did that I do agree with, and I'm sure it's easy for me to say go get a reliever, but it's harder to do. I'm not a GM. I don't know what it takes. If the game was easy and GMing was easy, everyone would win the World Series every year. No one's given up their players easily, and we have a lot of talent. So for me, though, the Giants kept Rodon. They weren't giving up on the season. They didn't want to give up too much of their future. because I think they know that they're kind of in a window that's going to get really hot here soon because they got some prospects. And I was talking to Vogelsong, and he was saying they have this AAA guy that's coming here pretty soon that's going to be a closer-type mentality. I forget the kid's name. We got that, the other lefty that's, I think, in A-ball. So we got some guys that are going to be adding on to this. They're close to make a run if you keep Rodon. I think you got to sign Rodon long-term. You trade him, you lose him. And I just think that he's electric, and he gives you an opportunity to be a World Series caliber team with him and Webb. I think they're close. Obviously, I would have liked to have seen them kind of go for it this year. That's the competitor in me. You think you're going to win it every year. And, I looked at what the Braves did last year. They bought when they were all in. So, but Farhan, he's smart. He knows what he's doing. And so that's kind of my thoughts. I'm glad they didn't trade Rodon because that would have been a real gut wrenching shot. Obviously, the series in San Diego really hurt them. They had a chance to win one. It's tough, but that game last night was pretty fun to watch. So I'm not going to lie.
I'm really enjoying you on the broadcast, man. As far as your broadcast ability, I was telling Mark at the commercial, you and Javi are kind of become my favorites of that kind of the new era of the Giants announcing crew. How much are you enjoying it? How much do you see it in your future?
Well, I mean, I love baseball. It's a lot of fun. I talked with Larry. We're going to talk and discuss, what's available. Obviously, Kruk and Kuip are the best ever to do it. They're legends. They're my favorite. John and Dave, amazing. So just getting to learn from them and watch them and sometimes be on with them has been absolutely incredible. I think Kruk and Kuip, if it wasn't for them and listening to them for so many years, they definitely inspired a lot of me, like being okay with just relax, just have fun and, share the knowledge, but goof off a little bit. That's what I love so much about them. And, Javi, Jay Smooth, I think the more he gets going, he's one of the best communicators I've ever played with. So, he's Jay Smooth. He's great. So I'm just trying to be myself. I'm a little quirky. I'm a little goofy. I might say something stupid, but I do know the game of baseball. I look at it upside down, right side up, and inside out. And I'm still learning, so it's been pretty fun.
Hunter, pretty fun, no doubt about it. I'm sure that describes the weekend. It describes listening to you. It describes the conversation we just had. Thanks so much, man.
Hey, I really appreciate y'all having me. Have a wonderful end of the show. It's an honor always, every time. Let's go.
Indeed. Appreciate
Thanks,
it, man. All right, go take a nap. There he goes, Hunter Pence.
He's awesome,
who had a
man.
fun weekend. Yeah, he is. Man, open bar and Hunter Pence. Yeah, I'm in. Sign me up.
Giants tried to get him in 2011. Struck out. He went to Philly. They got Beltran instead, and then they got him the very next year.
Mm-hmm.
And does it happen? Does 2012 happen without Hunter Pence?
Well,
I mean, you could say that about a number of guys, but he in particular was one of the, he produced and he also was a vocal leader, and I think he was kind of one of those guys that kind of got through to the group.
Wow, there was the speech. There was even the way it inspired the fan base. You never forget. Like, there's been a lot of trade deadlines and a lot of acquisitions, but very few where you've literally seen from the airport to the car.
Right.
And then the car, now the car's arriving and he's getting out, and here he is. And I mean, it was just the whole thing, the whole 2012 playoff run. It just went in slow motion.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable. So, all right. Coming up next, still got time if you want to weigh in on what Trey Lance looked like, 888-957-9570. Plus, we've got Pick Your Battles, even though we're down 2 men today. I believe, Spadone, have they sent their selections in? Larry, you got to get your commemorative selection ready, if you will. So that's coming up. And then the return of Steiny, along with Guru. Although, is Guru out? Guru's out. Steiny's in? Guru's out. Oh, man. Come on.
JD's in.
JD, okay. We got Steiny and JD. That's what we got. So they're going to hop in here, too, on 95.7 The Game.
It's like a little piece of you died.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to OnDeck.com, America's largest...
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Okay, I don't want to go too far down this rabbit hole, but I just saw this. Let me throw this at you. An NBA executive believes that Kevin Durant is more likely to retire than play for the Nets again. And that comes from Mark Stein.
I don't buy that.
Mark Stein.
He's 34.
Mark Stein, credible.
I don't care.
Point being, I get what you're saying. This is all part of leverage and negotiation and all of that. Quote, there's a growing expectation that KD could cause a ruckus to get the Nets to make a trade. It did get real quiet. Remember, 6 weeks ago, KD, Kyrie, boom, 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 boom. It's going to be an unbelievable offseason.
Then he went to the nuclear option.
Quiet.
I want the head coach and the GM gone. Then the owner said, "Hey,
get out of here.
Get lost.
Yeah,
you're 34." He wouldn't have said it if he was 24, but since he's 34, Joe Tsai sides with Marks and with Nash. Yeah, KD wants out, clearly, and he wants anything. I think in an ideal world, he wanted to join the Warriors, but the Warriors don't need him.
Yeah.
The Warriors don't need him at all.
No, it would be a bad deal for the Warriors right now for all kinds of reasons. I understood the one reason it would be good, which it could kind of give them a financial parachute, because no matter what everybody here wants to think, this idea of keeping Wiggins and Poole and re-signing the young guys, not going to happen. You're not going to be able to keep all of them. So if you had turned some of those into one player, that might have helped. It doesn't solve all the problems, but there's just too much. We enjoyed this year too much. Having this homegrown feel to everything and having the possibility of these guys aging gracefully and having a young core come in and be ready to keep the team good. That's too good. You can't give that up.
No.
Even for 2 more years of Kevin Durant.
I did see a report over the weekend that the Warriors were going to offer Carmelo Anthony two-year deal at the veteran minimum. I would be very excited to add Carmelo on a 2-year veteran minimum deal. And I would much rather do that and keep the core and keep all the young players and then just kick that can down the road and see where you're at in a couple of years. See where Wiggins is at. See where Poole's at. See where Kuminga's at. See where Moses Moody's at. Find out what your team is, and then you can make a better decision. I don't want to bring in KD after how enjoyable the whole vibe was around this team. And then watching Wiseman in the Summer League, why would you trade him right now? And it sounds like he would have to be the central figure in any deal involving KD. I don't want to move Wiseman right now. He looked great in the Summer League.
And Wiggins would be gone too, because you're going to need a salary that would help match that thing, and it would have to be with him.
I don't mind moving Wiggins, but I
kind of do.
I think Wiggins' personality-wise fits better than KD's personality.
Yeah, I do too. And right now, if you cornered me right now to answer the question that I think we're all going to be answering here in a handful of months, which is Wiggins or Poole, I'm saying Wiggins. Right now.
That's tough.
This year absolutely could change that story. But
the only thing with Poole that would worry me, Mark, is that you are getting rid of a guy who, by all accounts, is your hardest working player. That's always kind of dangerous. The guy who's first in the building and the last guy out, and you're going to move him. Now, I realize that there's other factors, but that's a young player with that kind of talent who really has this. He's wired to be this insanely, this guy who works just insanely hard. That's hard to find a guy like that. And when you have him, man, it's even harder to get rid of him.
I love him. I love him, but they're just not going to be able to pay everybody.
No, I know.
They're just not going to be able to pay everybody. And man, Wiggins was the one who looked like the workhorse when it comes to playoff time. Like, that's what he looked like on the floor.
He elevated for sure.
Yeah.
In the moment, he elevated.
Hey, real quick before we do Pick Your Battles, how about Brendan in Newark? Hey, Brendan, you're on with Willard and Larry, who's in for Dibs. What are you doing, man?
What's up, guys? I just got home from running a bunch of errands, and I wanted to chime in on the first preseason game and managing expectations.
Yeah, go ahead. Trey Lance, what'd you think?
Trey Lance, great. Perfect passer rating. That's fantastic. I love it. I have to manage expectations by saying, yes, it's the first preseason game and everything like that. But the thing that stuck out to me the most was the fact that after the game, he was talking in the press conference and he said, the game has slowed down. I feel like the game has slowed down and I see the field better. And that's the thing. I mean, I love a 76-yard touchdown to Danny Gray. That's fantastic. But the fact that he is progressing in his development and able to see the game slowing down, that gives me way more feelings of optimism than seeing a one-play amazing touchdown.
Yeah, Brendan, thanks. I agree. I mean, like I said last week, the number one thing I wanted to see was have Trey look like he wasn't in a hurry, and nailed it. He absolutely did.
Yeah. It was funny, we're talking about Poole right before, because in a lot of ways, the same kind of thing, right? Yep. This guy's done the reps. It's like, and I've talked to some of the 49er people off the record, and it's like, hey, you know what? We know we got the right guy. Now it's about coaching him to be the right player, and it's gonna take a little time. But getting the right, there's all kinds of guys who are the right player, but they're not the right guy, and it just doesn't work out. This is the right guy. This is the guy who's going to put in the work and do the reps, and really, he loves the process of pro football. That's huge. Now it's about, little things. Can you get them to be a little bit better every day? That's what that's the goal.
Yep. And he decided he was even willing to slide, which means on each given play, he's like, you know what? I need to learn how to pick my battles here. This is not necessarily the play for me to go all the way to the house. So here we go. Spadone, I know I'm kind of on the lamb here. I'm in last place, so I'm going to go first. But what is our standings update before we dive in here?
All right, let's see. I think Dibs is leading all of us currently.
That's not okay.
4-2.
Okay.
I am following right behind him. Kyle also behind me because he just lost. He is also at 4-2. And there is Mark Willard at 2-4.
Okay, so you guys are all 2 games clear of me. I'm coming to get you. And I'm going to use Alex Cobb to do it tonight because this guy, don't get down about the numbers. This guy's been one of the most underrated pitchers in baseball this year.
He's doing good right
now. He's had some bad luck, and I think he's thrown really well, and a free swinging Diamondbacks lineup is exactly what he needs to cover the 4.5 strikeouts. So give me Alex Cobb over 4.5 strikeouts in this game coming up tonight. All right, Spadone, what do we got?
All right, Kyle is taking the Houston Astros money line on the road against the White Sox, who have been struggling. And Dan Dibley is taking Liverpool, Crystal Palace.
Yeah.
Both teams to score. That's kicking off just in a matter of moments.
All right,
in
great.
Liverpool.
Of course, not in this country. That's Dan's rule. All right.
Indeed.
And then, all right. Did you give me all 3, or what are you doing?
I'm taking the Giants on the run line, Mark. They are killing it for me. I'm riding the Giants at 4-2, picking them. So minus 1.5 at plus 114.
Giants run line like 14 days in a row by this guy. I think you're like, they have barely hitting 40% for you at best. But anyway, whatever. All right, a commemorative pick, if you will. Larry, what do you got for us?
I'm going with Julio Urias against Freddie Peralta. The Peralta features a fastball, throws a ton of them. Dodgers crush the fastball. Dodgers get a new win streak going tonight. Urias at Miller Park over the Brewers.
All right, I normally would have said we don't need that, but the Giants need to catch the Brewers, so fine. The Dodgers can go ahead and win however they want. But now that leads us to a huge moment in the history of 95.7 The Game, and that is the second major return of the day. Bonte is back, and now so is the great Matt Steinmetz, ladies and gentlemen. Here he is, his triumphant return. Guru was so excited about it that he decided to leave. And JD is here as well. So hello, JD, and hello, Steiny.
They got to catch more than the Brewers.
Yeah, they do. They do. But you got to start with one.
That's true.
You got to crawl before you can walk there, Steiny.
I've been gone 2 weeks, and the Giants are 500, which is exactly where they were 2 weeks ago when I took off. So
they won all those games. Just
so it was a perfect vacation. Exactly. You missed nothing.
Missed absolutely nothing. Saw Trey Lance on Friday. What'd you guys think?
Thought it was really good. I mean, it's muted, it's short, it's preseason. His guys aren't there, the Packers guys aren't there, but everything that night could have been, I thought it was, right? He played well, he played smart. Even the stuff he did off the field. I love the story about him running to get the ball for Brock Purdy. The team looks like they're ready to rally around the guy, and that's important.
Yeah, he's a vertical threat. They had no vertical threat down the field, and it was partly due to the receivers, but it was partly due to the quarterback. Now they got a quarterback who can throw the ball down the field, and they got receivers who can separate from coverage down the field. It's going to add an element to their offense. I think it's going to make them a lot better.
And for me, it was just he looked better in that game. 11 snaps, 4 of 5, the big ball. He looked better in that game than he had looked at training camp to this point. I wanted to see it look better against different competition. Don't care who was in, who was out. It looked like a positive step for his camp as a whole.
So my question is, let's assume he can make the big play more than Jimmy Garoppolo can make the big play. I think we can all agree that's one of the things we're looking at.
Yeah.
What about the average play? What about the other 70% when you just need to kind of execute, hit the guy on the numbers in the flat, execute the offense, all that kind of stuff?
I think it's a great question because you know what we saw in that Texans game, his second start, saw a first half that was bad. We saw a second half that he made some big plays. I think we're all going to have to get used to the idea that this 49er offense may be a little less efficient, maybe a little less consistent, but also have that big play ability. So I think that's going to help them if they fall behind because now they get the chance to come back. But I think it's a good question because we don't know how inconsistent he's going to be on those short and intermediate passes and how inconsistent the offense is going to look.
Yeah, there'll be inconsistencies, but I don't know if I'm ready to buy into the idea that it's going to be, even at the start, a little bit less efficient. If the whole idea, let's go back to, what Mike Silver had that list of things that maybe Kyle didn't love about Jimmy Garoppolo, and that was what led to the whole Jimmy ghosted the coaching staff thing. But one of the other things he said was, and we've talked about this in the past, sometimes Jimmy had a hard time quote unquote, seeing it. Kyle is the type of a play caller that designs things to run people open. And as a quarterback, he wants you to be his extension on the field and see it. See what I just created for you with this play. And too often, Jimmy didn't see it. And so if Trey is the opposite of that, if he can see it, then I would expect that he actually, whatever inefficiencies because of youth and inaccuracy,
mechanics,
there should be some things that the 49ers hit that Jimmy didn't hit on because he didn't see it.
The question, though, is does Trey see it and still miss the throw because he's inaccurate?
Or when does he see it? See, I think that
too late.
I think that's a big part of Kyle Shanahan. I think he's he's hard to quarterback for, Kyle Shanahan, because I think he's he's got so much confidence in his own play calling ability that he feels like if you run the plays the way they're supposed to be run and option 1, 2, something's got to be there. You just got to let the progression find you, if you will, and then make that decision. Like I think Kyle Shanahan thinks if he had the right quarterback, every play should work if it's executed properly.
Can Kyle show patience? That's my question, because I think Kyle at his core is probably impatient. You know, we see it in games where, all of a sudden somebody scores a big play. He wants to go up top. He wants to make a big play. And, now he's got a big play. He's got big play ability, but will he be patient with this quarterback if this quarterback has 6 or 7 bad quarters in the first 5 or 6 games?
The other thing we see is a tendency to go conservative when things maybe aren't going right or when he doesn't fully trust the quarterback. So I think that's another part to reconcile. He wants to go deep. He's got the ability for all the big plays, but does he reach a point where I can't have Trey try and make this play? Let's run it 8, 10, 12 times in a row. I think we could see that too from time to time.
I have a lot of faith in Kyle being patient for 2 reasons. One right now with Trey Lance, he's got no choice. Like, this is your guy. I mean, quite honestly, nobody should even be considered to start a game for the 49ers for the next 2 years, provided that he's healthy. Yeah. So that's number one. Number two, Kyle showed tremendous patience last year in not flipping this over to Trey Lance at times when it looked awful and looked hopeless, and ended up with a lead in the second half of the NFC title game by sticking with someone, even though there was another option there. So, I think Kyle absolutely will be patient here. He knows that there's going to be some moments that frustrate him.
Well, I think it's interesting too, because I think Kyle Shanahan's patience level will be much greater than the fans' patience level, because I do think Kyle Shanahan, and he's got every right to feel this way. Hey, this is Trey Lance, first year starting game after game after game. Nobody can expect this kid to be guns blazing right away, so we're not in a rush. But then there's the fan base that says, wait a minute, we've been to 2 of the last 3 NFC title games, including a Super Bowl, with this guy who we think has warts.
He's
Garoppolo.
Supposed to be better.
Exactly.
He's supposed to be more dynamic.
That's the thing
now.
That's not going to go away. Like, I do think Kyle Shanahan's got every right to say, hey, this may be the year we take a little step back to take. Nobody's going to want to hear that, though.
No, and Lowe
he's not going to say
no, but Lowe got me going on this morning, and I was trying to maybe like put this thought away, and he's like, no, pull it out of the bag. Like, yes, there are going to be moments. No, that does not mean the 49ers are just not here to try and play this year and compete. Like, there are just not enough teams that are good in the NFC to say that the 49ers, it's his first year, they missed the playoffs. Nope, no. They absolutely can compete right now, even win the division right now. With that coach, with this roster around him, and the fact that I think this is important, Trey's not a rookie. He's a first-year starter. Those are two different things. Trey is not going to be perfect, but should we expect him to play well? Yeah. Absolutely.
And they should be able to win, right, Larry, even if maybe there are some growing pains. I mean, don't they believe they're good enough to win anyway at a 9-10 game level minimum?
I do think they can win, and also I think that they feel like they've got a quarterback who's going to make mistakes and correct those mistakes and learn from those mistakes and not make them again. Where they had Garoppolo, I think felt like he made the same kinds of mistakes over and over and over again, late in the down, floating balls, middle of the field, into a crowd, kind of questionable accuracy. But I also think the Niners added a lot to their team. I mean, Ray McLeod and Danny Gray give them vertical threats. So you got to have a quarterback, but you got to have vertical threats, and they have vertical threats. So should create a lot of space for the other receivers and should make them a whole lot more dynamic. We'll see.
Listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the Odyssey app. You're not quite tan enough for me right now.
I was in Canada.
So, it's summertime. You're supposed to get
those
color.
Mosquitoes get in the way.
Manitoba? What province?
Ontario.
Ontario.
Whitney, Ontario, about 3 hours north of Toronto. 2.5 hours west.
What are you doing up there?
Ottawa. I got a little... got a cabin up there.
Oh, wow.
From way back in the day.
Wow, you went off to the middle of nowhere and turned off.
Humidity pretty bad?
It was okay. It wasn't bad. It's up in the north.
All right.
The other thing about Trey Lance, we have no idea what kind of quarterback he is.
You're just so uncomfortable talking about yourself.
I don't want to
He was trying to be like, no, you were gone for 2. Bonte spent 3 hours talking about himself today.
Well, he was in Italy.
Yeah,
I was in Canada.
Every time Goo, by the way, would talk about or would reference your camping trip, he'd be like, "Well, Matt's not doing the regular kind of camping. He's got like the Honda generator, and he's got a cabin."
Did you glamp?
No, we're on an island. No electricity.
Were you roughing it?
Yeah.
Oh, you were?
For the most part, yeah.
Well, then how do you know what the Giants' record was?
What if he did the math.
What if I told you they were in second place right now?
We just got the internet up there a few years back, so I was able to check some scores.
All right, fine. Back to Trey Lance, fine. I wanted to know about how you were doing, man. You were gone for a really long time.
It didn't feel that long.
Two people on our main lineup at once who decided to, like, normally in our business, 2 weeks is not allowed. You're supposed to do one at a time.
Well, let me tell you something.
We had 2 guys that were like, no, 1 week and then another week.
Why is 2 weeks considered too long?
Because people think you got fired.
That's all right. They'll find out today.
And then rapport gets started with the people who are there. And they're like, okay, let's just do this.
Well, that's why
gotta be careful now.
I think I mandated
JD was awesome.
that I was split up, that they couldn't put either Kruger or Dickinson all time.
It's actually Dibs about to have a baby. I told Matt, give me one person. Give me one person, and we're just going to scare the daylights out of everybody.
Where is Dibley now with that? Do we know?
With his baby or with his birthday?
Today's his birthday.
Today's his birthday.
Today, yeah.
15 days.
He's 88 years old.
Him and Kyle.
Yeah.
Same birthday.
Both of them.
That's nice.
Explains a lot.
Yeah.
And then
Are they hanging out together?
When's she due?
In like 3 weeks.
September 9th.
September, yeah.
Oh, September 9th.
Yeah, it's a race between her and Trey Lance to see who can get to the field first. We'll see.
Anyway, I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of quarterback Trey Lance is. Because I think we think of him, and JD was the one who first put this thought into my mind, is he can run, but he's not a runner, per se.
I think that's what you want, by the way.
Right, I agree. I think that's what Kyle Shanahan wants, for sure.
Yeah.
So, if he can extend plays with his feet, I think that's the thing. What are you laughing at?
Because, look at this. I knew he couldn't do it. Like, seriously, you called us on your birthday? Hey, Dibs, like I've never said it before. What are you doing right now, man? Huh? What are you doing?
Let me guess.
I'm trying to protect my family is what I'm trying to do. You're trying to get Larry Krueger to Wally Pitt me. I will not be pipped by Krueger. I got a baby coming, Krueger. You're trying to take my job? I got mouths to feed here, kid. What are you doing? What are you doing, Willard?
I've intentionally sucked just so you could, feel comfortable.
Krueger's kids are grown.
That's
got
right.
the advantage.
Yeah,
That's right.
he's like, I'm at camp every day. I'm like, I know, you have no responsibility.
That's right.
I'd be at camp if I didn't have responsibilities.
Yeah, Krueger, I was listening earlier. Your insights are too insightful. Your wisdom is too wise. And even a couple of humorous quips. That's what I do, Krueger. Knock it off.
Oh, damn. I'm sorry. I should have sucked worse.
Hey, happy birthday, dude. Happy birthday.
Thank you. And, man, I just got butterflies that Steiny's actually back and Steiny's not fired. I mean, that was the rumor that I had started.
Who's going to fire me? Who's got the guts to fire me? Been fired one time, and they knew it was a big mistake.
Dibs, he's wearing a Melrose Place T-shirt today. So talk about talk about still being on vacation even when you're at work.
Yeah, exactly. Well,
Courtney Thorne-Smith.
Steiny knows that when Steiny gets fired, usually I get fired 6 weeks later. So.
That's true. That is true.
So what are you doing today, man, to celebrate?
Going to storage to get the mirror so the handyman can hang it.
Nice.
And we got walls to patch, and nothing but a honey-do list as long as the eye can see. Don't mean to hijack the changeover. Just want to make sure that Krueger knows I'll be listening. You better keep sucking when I'm gone.
Yeah.
I think you need to go to Farrell's, man. Go to Farrell's. Remember Farrell's for the birthday parties?
What is that?
Oh, yeah.
Farrell's.
They used to have it was like in South City or Sermonte
There
or
were a
something.
bunch of places. Yeah, you didn't have a birthday as a kid in the Bay Area if you didn't end it at Farrell's.
Oh, it was incredible.
It's like it didn't count.
All right.
Yeah.
Kind of like an ice cream version of Chuck E. Cheese.
I was going to
There
say
you
Chuck E.
go.
Cheese. That place is
all right, so
a living hell.
So Dibs, like after all of the honeydew list stuff today, do you get dessert? Like what happens?
Actually, I had cake for breakfast, the fulfill and the famil, the future mother-in-law, the future father-in-law. I had a cake this morning, which is nice. And then dinner with my boys, Quest and Keon, tonight with my soon-to-be baby delivering supper.
I love it. And then you're back tomorrow, right?
Yeah, back tomorrow. I mean, I should have come back about 11. Larry was so insightful today. I was getting nervous.
Stop.
Dibs, don't forget if you're going to put anything up, shelves, you're going to need those drywall anchors. Don't just try to screw it in. You're going to need those drywall anchors to make it more strong. You know what I mean?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, what I do, Steiny, is I either write a check or PayPal.
Exactly.
I Zelle, I can Venmo. Yeah, I got multiple tools, but a screwdriver and a wrench aren't among them.
Okay.
Yeah. Whenever a fix-it comes around the house, I got 4 words for whoever I'm talking to. Who are we hiring?
I put up a towel rack in the bathroom with an anchor stud.
Keep bragging.
That's about 6 months ago.
I might hire you next time.
First time I was like, why? How come none of my shelves ever stay up? This one did.
Oh, wow. Look at that. You want something right? You do it yourself.
Yeah.
Hey, happy birthday, Dibs.
Thanks, guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
All right, there he is. Ladies and gentlemen, the great Dan Dibley celebrating his 88th birthday live on 95.7 again. Awesome. All right, Steiny and JD are next.
he brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't.
Great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Simon, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru.
Yeah.
On 95.7 The Game.
All righty, what's going on, everybody? Matt Steinmetz in here with John Dickinson. Guru's got the week off, man. This is about as long as I've gone without seeing Guru, but that's all right. And it's been gone for 2 weeks, JD. It doesn't feel like much has changed. Giants still outside looking in. Trey Lance, 11 plays. 11 plays, 4 for 5. Throwing the ball, 76-yard touchdown. Yeah. Just real quick, you've been out there virtually every day, and you said something interesting about you were almost more encouraged by what you saw on Friday than what you'd seen in practice for the last several weeks. So go ahead.
Just even though it was only 11 plays, but to see him hit the deep ball, which that had been a little hit or miss during some of the practices, and I think inaccuracy had been an issue at different times during the practices. He was pretty accurate, 4 for 5, and the one was an out of bounds that I know some may say Danny Gray could have flattened out, or I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding right off the top. But no, it looked smoother than I think it had at times, which you want to see because he was going up against the 49er vaunted defense at practice a lot of the time. How much did that matter? I wanted to see him against any other competition. The expectation was that it would look better, it would look smoother, regardless of who was or wasn't playing for the Niners, regardless of who was or wasn't playing for the Packers, and it did. So for me, that's a positive step in the development of Trey Lance here these first couple of weeks of camp.
Were you surprised he played 11 plays? Did you expect more? Did you expect less? Because I do think they're in a situation with Trey Lance where they've got to consider how much they're playing him in the preseason.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't have a lot of experience. By the same token, it's the preseason. Did you get about what you expected?
I wanted him to play more.
Did you?
I set my personal over-under at, I wanted it 15 to 20 plays. I think he needs to play a lot. What does everybody say about Trey Lance? He needs a lot of reps. I took the under on 15 to 20 plays, though. I think Kyle Shanahan would like to play him more. He said as much in the post-game press conference, but there is that fine line between development and trying to find confidence for Trey and getting things rolling and being smooth and getting him out because you don't want something to happen to him. And I thought as the time was going on, that there were maybe a few more offensive line issues to where you start to get a little bit, all right, you just don't want something to happen to him.
888-957-9570 is the number. Trey Lance made his 2022 debut in the preseason on Friday. And how do you think he did? If you're a San Francisco 49er fan, whether you're a Jimmy Garoppolo guy or not, whether you're a Trey Lance guy or not, how you feeling about Trey Lance's performance? Obviously, he hit the big ball. What did I see? I saw that throw was 30-plus yards in the air, which was further than Jimmy Garoppolo had thrown a ball in 2 years. Or there was only one other ball that he threw 30 yards or longer. So clearly, the play that connected JD is a play that the 49ers feel like they're going to be able to make more with Trey Lance than with Jimmy Garoppolo. So to me, the question becomes, all right, if he makes a handful more big plays than Jimmy Garoppolo, that's great. But what happens when there aren't big plays, when he just needs to hit a little 8-yard pass out in the flat or something timing over the middle or down and out? That's the question that I have.
And those have been the plays that he has most consistently missed on in training camp.
All right.
And it's been hit or miss even day to day and sometimes even within practices. Like there are times where he'll hit them and then times where it's just off the mark in terms of inaccuracy on plays that I would say, if you're going to be a good quarterback in this league, you need to hit them. You may not have to hit them if you're Trey Lance in your first year as a starter. I think there is some level of expecting those to not always be there, but if you're going to be worthy of the number 3 pick in the draft over the course of your career, you are going to have to hit those plays. So I think you're spot on with, is there enough of the big stuff to offset maybe some inconsistencies on the mid-range stuff, and then how does Kyle Shanahan go about calling the plays in an attempt to mitigate those mistakes, one, but also the ability for this 49ers team to win in a different way than they did with Jimmy Garoppolo.
And I wonder, though, if it is winning in a different way, or if it's winning with one little added dimension, and that's Trey Lance's ability to make a big play.
Well, winning with class. There's two different things. To me, it's the deep ball, and then it's his ability to use his legs. Like, those are the two those are the two things that Trey brings that Jimmy didn't have. Is there enough of that in conjunction with wanting to run the football a lot, whether it's the running backs or Debo or however they do it, just the rushing attack, the non-Trey Lance rushing attack? That, to me, that is going to be very much the same. The non-Trey Lance rushing attack, the two things that are different are Lance's ability to use his legs and the ability to throw the deep ball. So it's not going to be the same, but I do think it's going to be a lot of the same playbook, if that makes sense.
No, I think so too, and I think one of the things that we may be underestimating is how conservative Kyle Shanahan can be in terms of play calling. And I think there was a thought, JD, that Shanahan was a little more conservative with Garoppolo than he would have preferred to be. And that's the one that I got to wait to see about, because I do think, like, I don't know that Kyle Shanahan's the kind of head coach that'll ever fully take the reins off a quarterback, depending on who that quarterback is. So I cannot wait to see what the offense looks like this year compared with how it looked under Garoppolo, because I do think there's a feeling that it may look a lot different, and I'm just not sure that it will.
I don't think it will.
I think there'll be some plays here and there that look different, but I think for the most part they're going to run the football like he loves to do.
Their goal is still going to be run it 30 times.
Right.
That's just absolutely true, and they have a stable of running backs to be able to do it. I know yesterday there was a big. I went to practice yesterday. There was a
stunk. Right.
He was bad at practice yesterday. Just a lot of weird. It was a very short practice, non-padded. The fans weren't out there for the first time, but you still have an opportunity to watch the entire session. And he was really off the mark. I thought the most inaccurate day that he had to date. But it's interesting. Yesterday there was a big hubbub about the fact that they were putting in the Debo Samuel plays.
Oh, nice.
They were putting in the Debo Samuel running back plays. So, I mean, I think there's to your question, to your point, they're going to be doing a lot of the same things. They're going to be running the football. They're going to be running. It's just, can he not make crushing mistakes? Can he hit some deep balls? And will there be certain areas that he makes mistakes that cause Kyle Shanahan in game a little bit to maybe lose confidence in him?
Right. Let's go to Nico. Nico's in Sacramento. Wants to talk a little Trey Lance, who helped the 49ers win 28-21 against the Packers on Friday. What's going on, Nico? How you doing, man?
Good. Doing great, man. How you guys doing? Hope you enjoyed your vacation, Steiny. I really wish Guru was here, but I love you, JD. You know I do. But I wanted to bust his bubble because I was not impressed with Trey Lance at all. I mean, I felt like, of course, the game plan was to make it look easy for him. I mean, he looked comfortable when he got outside the pocket. But for me, he missed Dwelly, who was wide open. He threw high. He had to go up and get it. If he hits him in stride, that was a first down. Easy first down. He straight stared down the receiver on that deep touchdown pass. I'm not going to ignore that. He stared down the receiver the whole time. He did not look off of him because that's where he wanted to go for the home run pass. That's going to be a problem. JD, I know you don't, that's a problem. But, that is going to be an issue. And when you're playing number one, that is going to be a big problem for Trey Lance. And I can't wait to see this scrimmage that Shanahan is very excited for to show up and whatnot, because I feel like Trey Lance is going to get exposed. I love you guys' show, man. Y'all have a great day.
Thanks, Nico. get exposed. See, that's where this is where I'm willing to give Kyle Shanahan credit. Like he'll protect Trey Lance as much as he can, because I thought he tried to protect Garoppolo as much as he could.
No doubt.
And especially because Trey Lance is such a young quarterback, I think he's gonna give him little by little by little by little. Like, he's not coming out like Trey Lance is gonna have to earn all the throws he gets deep, if you will.
Yeah, and look, if it's that wide open, you can look the guy. You look directly at the guy and make the throw. I'm more concerned with just can he get it done? Like I'm not worried about the ones or the twos or whatever. I do think there was a couple of inaccurate balls on catches. I don't even necessarily disagree with that, but I'm telling you, that was a positive extension of what he's looked like at practice. But it's also, I think, telling that he hasn't always looked totally fluid at practice either.
888-957-9570 is the number. JD in for Darryl the Guru Johnson. I'm back. And we got football. 49ers preseason underway. They're going to have a new quarterback, in case you've just climbed out from under a rock. Trey Lance. The San Francisco Giants, JD 500. I was really... I hope he's not. Is he on his way? Is Guru on his way out of... Is he in town?
He was at the airport earlier.
Okay, so he's gone. So he's not listening.
I mean, he might be.
Yeah, I know. He might be listening on the plane. But anyway, I was glad, just a little bit.
Off of my timeline.
I was glad, Guru, that you weren't in today, because the thing that I was not going to deal with is for Guru to tell me about how the Giants are alive right now after they swept the Pittsburgh Pirates.
Who says I'm not going to tell you that?
Well, they're not. I mean, they're pretty ordinary. They're a 500 team, right? They're 500. That's about what they look like, and that's about it's about who they are. I also can get into a little bit of Warrior news, and then I saw JD, one of my
I saw this too.
Idols, one of my personal. What's the word? A guy I know personally just passed. I'll tell you about that. One of the greatest coaches of all time. But anyway, 888-957-9570 is the number. What did you think of Trey Lance? Are you more optimistic about the San Francisco 49ers this year now that you've seen Trey Lance? Or are you a little bit worried in terms of what you saw Friday? 888-957-9570. We'll be back on the other side to talk about it all. 95.7 The Game.
Hear 49ers players with Damon and Ratto every Wednesday.
We're about to go inside the 49ers locker room for a conversation with
surprised that he is so polarizing. I mean, to me, it's pretty obvious. He's okay. He's all right. Not great, not terrible. But why do you think it seemed like there were more people that either thought he was worse than he really was or better than he really was? Or do you reject that completely?
It's because he put up numbers that would lead you to believe that the team wouldn't win as much with those numbers. It's also, I think, to a lot of fans, there's a thought that he left a certain amount of plays out there that would have gotten them over the top had he made them, and gotten them over the top to get into the Super Bowl last year, gotten them over the top to win the Super Bowl back in 2020. To me, that's really, or the 19 season, that's really where this thing started. And we were talking about this a little bit with Guru last week. Like, when did it turn? To me, it turned. It was in the playoffs in 19 when they played Minnesota, and he threw the interception in against Minnesota right before halftime.
Right.
And then Shanahan came out and ran the ball a bunch of times in a row. The defense regained control of the game. They won that game, and then they blew out the Packers with him only throwing 8 times. So there was that, but then he misses the throw to Sanders in the Super Bowl. He wasn't great in the Super Bowl, although I made the case he probably would have been the Super Bowl MVP had they won. He certainly would have been if he hits the ball to Sanders. But it started, to me, there to where it just... He kind of, to a lot of people, he's just not going to be good enough to win a Super Bowl. And this team needs to win Super Bowl. So I think that's the beginning of it. But he had a unique ability to make plays after he made mistakes, which I think helped him and the team win games, even though he was a flawed quarterback in his own right. And most quarterbacks of his talent level don't do that. They just don't win because there are some intangibles in play that Garoppolo has that are hard to account for, but he clearly has them, because if he didn't, this team wouldn't have been nearly as good as they were when he was the starting quarterback.
Exactly. And that's the one thing that I don't think is going to be easy to get around. And I get it. Quarterbacks aren't the only reason a team wins or loses, but you can't get away from Jimmy Garoppolo's record as a starting quarterback, and that number is going to be out there. Those numbers are going to be out there, and they're going to affect Trey Lance.
But I don't think he's necessarily a tough act to follow in the sense that I just don't think there's a lot of 49er fans out there that are looking at it like, well, Trey better do da-da-da-da-da-da, at least going into it. I think for the most part, people think Trey's going to be better.
I agree.
Than Garoppolo, and that they're going to be able to win as much. And I think what we may find is he may be better in a couple of areas. He may not be better in a couple of other areas, at least off the top. The question, though, is going to be, are they still winning at the level that, like, that's the only tough act to follow is, are they not winning as much as they did?
Well, they're probably not going to win as much as they did when Jimmy Garoppolo started. You know what I'm saying? Like, do you think, and I don't have the numbers off the top of my head, but Jimmy Garoppolo's record as a starter was impressive. And you can make the case that the 49ers record was impressive in spite of him. It doesn't, like, that's the part that there's no way Kyle Shanahan and or Trey Lance can avoid.
31-14.
31-14. And let me tell you, like, that's the one thing that it's going to be the theme of the season. They were 31-14 with Jimmy Garoppolo. Well, what happens if and when Trey Lance ain't 31-14? Yeah. Forget how it looks. Like, I'm willing to look at Trey Lance's numbers, and they're worse than Jimmy Garoppolo, but the team's as good. That's fine.
Sure.
Especially because he's such a young quarterback. But, the other thing is, I'm not going to give him credit for having great numbers if they're worse.
No, but I just don't think that there's pressure on Trey going into it because the expectation is he's gonna be better, or if he's not immediately better, he's gonna be more explosive, and they're still gonna win as much. Like, I just feel like a lot of people look at it as if the bar is pretty low. Now,
I agree.
It's almost, I guess what I'm getting at is you're going to have to see it kind of fail in a way. And by fail, I mean he does make mistakes, and his numbers are similar to Garoppolo, and maybe every game that the home run plays are not there, and they don't win as much. Like, when all of those things happen, like, to me, there's so many people that are hell-bent on the fact that this is an upgrade from the jump to where you're going to have to see it not work out, at least initially, before you're going to change your tune. I just don't think people are waiting for, it's, boy, he better be better than Jimmy, immediately, or this thing's going to be. I just don't think that's the mindset going into it.
Of who?
Of the majority of the fan base.
I think there's a big part of the fan base that thinks Trey Lance will look better than Jimmy Garoppolo sooner rather than later.
Yes, I agree with that.
Okay.
But those people are not going to be. I think that's why there's less pressure on Trey going into it, is because those people just believe that it's just going to happen.
Right.
Like, how could it not happen?
Well, here's the other question. 888-957-9570. What'd you think of Trey Lance on Friday? And you feeling pretty good about how he looked in the 49ers season. I mean,
like, pressure.
But this team's expected to be a playoff team, correct?
Yes.
Okay. So, like, to me, it's pretty simple. Make the playoffs, and that's a good year from Trey Lance and the 49ers.
Yeah.
Don't make the playoffs, it's going to be a disappointing year. Like, to me, it is that simple. And the numbers, I don't care. Like, I really don't care about the numbers as opposed to, because here's why I don't care about the numbers. Because I'm using the same kind of theory in reverse as everybody else did. When Jimmy Garoppolo was not very good, but they won, everybody said, well, they're winning in spite. They're winning in spite of Jimmy Garoppolo.
Yeah, Trey,
well, that's crap.
Trey will get credit for that.
Well,
he'll get credit for the things that people didn't want to give Jimmy Garoppolo credit for.
I'm not going to do that. Like, because Jimmy Garoppolo's numbers were pretty ordinary. So if Trey Lance's numbers are ordinary and they're getting the same success and failure, relatively speaking, he doesn't get more credit than Jimmy Garoppolo then. Like, if they go 10-7 next year, okay, good year. You know what? It looks like Trey Lance and Jimmy Garoppolo are pretty similar, and I get it. They think that Trey Lance is going to be really good in 2 or 3 years. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's all.
Well, I think pressure is a byproduct of, like, who's going to be calling you out if you're not. Like, to me, Trey Lance isn't going to have people like Kyle Shanahan certainly isn't. I think they've already set the table for this is going to be a process, and there's an expectation that there's things he's going to do better, and there's things that he's going to have to work on and maybe won't be better. Like, I don't feel like there is people lying in wait to say, boy, he isn't as good as
I kind of do.
As good as Jimmy.
I kind of do.
Right, quickly. He of course he better be better than Jimmy eventually by 23, 24, whatever. Like, that's not even what I'm talking about. I'm just talking about right now this season. I just don't think there are people laying in the weeds waiting to be like, you should have kept Garoppolo, or Garoppolo's better for this season, or would have been. I don't feel that. I don't feel it from the media, and I don't feel it from the fan base.
See, that's kind of where I'm coming from, JD. Now I want to be precise here. I get it. It's the start of Trey Lance's career. But the way this has all been set up, the way it's played out, and just hearing the way a big portion of the fan base thinks of Jimmy Garoppolo, I do think Trey Lance, he doesn't really have the pressure. I agree with that. He's just the player. But you know what? Kyle Shanahan, he better be, sooner rather than later, he better be as good as Jimmy Garoppolo. Otherwise, why did you go up and get him? Why did you give up all that for him?
Well, there's a lot of reasons, but the to extend it forward and not look back, it's because you believe he will be better than him at some point down the line. I just don't think you're necessarily believing that he's going to be better than him this year. I think the 49ers feel that they're close enough. Like, they're good enough in other areas, right, and the two are close enough in terms that this is the year to make that switch.
Right.
Like, this is the year where if Trey isn't quite where he's going to be, we're still good enough to win, even though he may not quite be good enough or as good as he's going to be, and that's going to be okay because in some ways it's a developmental year. It's kind of like the Warrior thing, right? You want to win and develop. I feel like the Niners feel like this year they want to win and develop Trey Lance to where he's at a certain point now, but he's going to be better by the end of the year. He's going to be even better in future years because it's two different. It's the scoreboard of can you win with him this year versus can he be worthy of the number? Like, being worthy of the number 3 pick is not something that he needs to worry about this year, at least in my mind.
I agree.
But eventually, whether that's next year or I think certainly by 2 years from now, 24 season, he better start. Forget about Jimmy Garoppolo. He better be looking like Mahomes and Allen and Stafford and Rodgers, and like he better start looking like those guys or trending toward those guys because those are the types of players that are worthy of the number 3 pick. But I'm not putting on that by any stretch. Not putting that on him now.
From the 415, Steiny mentioned Jimmy's impressive record, but you turn around and say you won't give Lance credit. No, maybe I didn't explain that like I should have. What I'm saying is I will give Trey Lance credit for the record because I gave Jimmy Garoppolo credit for the record. And even if Trey Lance isn't great, if the 49ers are winning with him at quarterback and they go 10-7 and make the playoffs, okay, you know what? That means to me, Trey Lance was as good or comparable to Jimmy Garoppolo where you didn't take a monster step back at the quarterback position. Like, that's the one thing to me that can't happen. We cannot be watching the 49ers this year saying Trey Lance isn't better than Jimmy right now. Right? Like, that's the one that I would have a problem with, and I would if I were a San Francisco 49er fan coming off a 10-7 year. Okay, now we're going with Trey Lance, but you're telling me Trey Lance isn't as good as Jimmy? Like, that can't show itself in a big way. Otherwise, I do think there's going to be a lot of discussion about it. Let's go to Leroy. Leroy is in Oakland. What's going on, Leroy? How you doing, man?
Steiny, JD, what's going on, guys? Always a pleasure to be on. Steiny, I missed you, man.
Thank you.
Hey, look, Trey Lance does have pressure on him. And you know where it's coming from? The eyes of Shanahan, the eyes of Mr. Lynch. Because I thoroughly believe that they are not going to be able to get away with Trey Lance playing bad. You got away with this Garoppolo thing, and everybody, the record, and I don't consider, Garoppolo a bust, whatever. It didn't work out. And I hitched, Steiny, Garoppolo was hitched to Lynch and Shanahan as far as I was concerned. And it didn't work. I don't care how close they came to a Super Bowl. I don't care about the record. We're the San Francisco 49ers, and when we get to the Super Bowl, we win. And so I think it was a failure. Now, he can't fail Shanahan and Lynch. They can't fail with Trey Lance. Trey Lance is going to have to come out and play his butt off. They're going to have to dial up some big plays for him, use his legs, use his talent, and they are going to have to be successful right out of the gate, Steiny and JD. And I'll say this, too. I was looking at Trey Lance, and I know this is a small sample size, but that first play he had where he ran out of the pocket and slid, I love that play because once he vacated the pocket, he stopped looked again. He stopped and looked again to see if anybody was open. And it just reminded me so much of Russell Wilson, who always looks to throw when he's running. And so I saw that and I went, man, if we can get more of that, it's going to be great. Look, this offensive line is going to have to come to play. I mean, because you look at in 81, 82, we had Ayers, we had Quillen, we had Farnhorse. They wasn't the best, but you know what? They knew their jobs, they knew their assignment, and they were well coached. And so we got to get this offensive line going. But hey, Trey Lance, pressure is on, brother, and it's coming from your head coach and your general manager.
Appreciate it, Leroy. I gotta disagree with Leroy. You can't get to 2 NFC championships in 3 years and a Super Bowl and say it's a failure.
Wow. Yeah.
That's the kind of thing that, Leroy, I love you, but you got a lot of nerve saying that, Leroy. I love you, but we get to the Super Bowl, we win. No, you don't. No, you don't. Not anymore.
I'm saying not in 28 years.
You know what I'm saying? So I get that the 49ers want to win Super Bowls, and I'm not necessarily saying they have to win one this year, but I just can't. The one thing I can't, I don't know if it's get behind, they can't take a step back. They can't take a step back. And you know what? Here's the other thing, is the narrative coming out right now is this team's loaded outside the quarterback position.
Although they have had a couple injuries.
They have, but
not season enders to this point.
No. Let me ask you this, JD. How do you think the 49ers, because Trey Lance played 2 games last year. The one was against the Colts where he ran 16 times?
Cardinals. Yeah.
Cardinals. How do you think the 49ers will utilize Trey Lance in terms of how it looks next to Jimmy Garoppolo? Like, will he run the ball more than Jimmy Garoppolo? And will it be by design or will it be by broken plays that he can get out of?
Both. I do think there will be some design runs. I think there's going to be more design runs than I would have thought 2.5, 3 weeks ago when training camp opened, just from being out there and watching. I think there are going to be maybe a few more, but I don't think it's going to be a dominant component of the offense. But yeah, he's going to run more than Jimmy Garoppolo, and he should. I can't agree with Leroy either on calling the Jimmy G time a failure. I do agree, though, with Leroy with the fact that Shanahan and Lynch are tied to Trey Lance.
No doubt.
I mean, if Trey Lance isn't a successful franchise quarterback in the next 2 to 3 years and this team isn't winning, then they're done. I mean, that's bottom line. Like, you make a decision on that, he better be a big-time quarterback, and or you better win if he isn't a big-time quarterback, or it's a wrap. But we're in some ways a couple years away from being a couple years away on that front. But unless it's just a total, you're not 500 this year, and then he isn't good next year, and then, like, I don't know. I feel like we're still, like, when would Shanahan be on the hot seat for Trey Lance?
Next year.
I think by the end of next year, he could be maybe going into 24.
Well,
but we're still at that point talking about. But if it all went awry, the earliest he'd be gone, would be January of 25. So we're still a ways away.
Well, I also
and that's
think,
if everything goes wrong.
Right. I also think we got to factor in, injuries. Like, if Trey Lance gets hurt this year and misses 10 games, that just pushes everything back.
Yeah, that's the worst.
That would be the worst.
That's the worst.
But to me, I feel like Kyle Shanahan believes in himself so much that he's like, I didn't really think Jimmy Garoppolo was very good. I like him. He wasn't really good, and I still got to 10-7, and we got to the postseason. I can get us to the postseason with this guy Trey Lance until he gets better. And to me, there's no pressure on Trey Lance. It's all on Kyle Shanahan.
And they do have to win. They have to win. Like, regardless of that, I think that's where we're all in agreement. This team this year has to win, has to make the playoffs.
All right, 888-957-9570. You saw Trey Lance on Friday. What are your expectations for Trey Lance? What are your expectations for the San Francisco 49ers? Playoffs, they're a must, right? 888-957-9570. It's all brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. They provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. That's BMWFairfield.com.
Brought to you by On Deck Small Business Loans.
When you own a small business, sometimes you need funds fast. So go to
The Game, KGMC FM at HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Here's the snap to Lance. Lance looking. Rainbow left side. Got a man out there. Over the shoulder catch. Down the left sideline to the end zone for the touchdown. And it is the rookie draft choice, Danny Gray.
Got behind Dallin Levitt.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, is that's my guy Wayne Larrivee? Packers
Certainly
Radio?
is.
Nice. Good get on that one. Boy, he stared him down, though, right? Hey, let me tell you something. I'm so sick of that crap. I'm not putting up with it either, 49er fans this year. I'm not putting up with, well, I know Trey Lance was only 11 for 21, but there were 3 drops. No, not happening. Not happening.
Every incompletion has an explanation.
It's a do-or-die league. It's a make-or-miss league, as Mark Jackson would say. Put the ball in the breadbasket. Bottom line.
Every incompletion has a story. I think it was Trent Dilfer that said every interception has a story, and I thought that sounds like something a guy who threw a lot of interceptions would say.
Of course. And there'll be a lot of people out there like Garoppolo. A lot of people out there wanted to see Trey Lance. So hey, look, and I get on Guru all the time about this. He likes to protect his players. Guys in the media who have certain favorites, they'd like to protect them. I'm no different, by the way. I'm trying to think who I protect. As a player. How about James Harden a little bit? I protect Harden. Not Westbrook. You don't care.
LeBron?
Hey, he doesn't need protecting. Let's go to Ivan. Ivan's in San Francisco. Let's talk about the San Francisco 49ers. And let me show you how it's done with a double click. What's going on, Ivan? How you doing, man? Uh-oh.
You got to double click it.
How are you guys?
Hey, pretty good, man. Mm-hmm.
So here's my thought process right now. I really think that Lynch and Shanahan, they're on it for this one, because you make the move to go to the 3rd round and draft Trey Lance with a team that's kind of aging out of their prime, with a position player that's going to take 2 to 3 years to mature. I almost feel like it would have been a better move not trading up and trying to build around Jimmy G, because he's at least functional. He's a step above a Rex Grossman. He's not a Patrick Mahomes, but I think he could get the job done if you put enough tools around him. What do you guys think?
Here's what I think about Garoppolo. I think you're absolutely on the money in terms of, your assessment of Garoppolo. I think he's okay. And I actually don't mind that the 49ers, JD, are moving in a different direction at quarterback, but you got to move in another direction and get better, or at least stay the same immediately. And that's the part that, to me, doesn't come down on Trey Lance. That's going to come down. I think I disagree with you a little bit in that I do think there are circumstances that could put Kyle Shanahan on the hot seat by the end of the year. If he just doesn't look good?
Well, if Trey
Lance just doesn't look good?
Yeah, if he is bad, if Trey Lance is bad this year and they don't win, well then sure, then there's.
But he's got to be really. See, that's the thing, JD.
But I don't think he's gonna like that. I feel like is almost off the table.
Well, I almost feel like Kyle Shanahan can get you 7 wins by himself.
Yeah.
You don't?
No, I really don't, because he hasn't been able to do that in a bunch of years. So no.
Well, when they're healthy.
But all I'm saying, look, I'm gonna give you a literal answer.
Mm-hmm.
He couldn't get him 7 games in 2017, 18, or 20.
No, but I mean, I hear you. 650 Steiny, when you're a beat writer, who'd you? Nick Van Exel. Yeah, I protected Nick Van Exel.
Well, some would say you protected Chris Cohan.
Oh, please. How can you protect him?
I don't know. Some might say that. Jeez. I'm not trying to get you on a tangent. I'm not trying to get you on a tangent.
Chris Cohen.
And I don't know. I just, you know.
Well, you've heard something. You've heard something, clearly. JD's sticking it to me.
I'm not sticking it to you. I don't know enough about that era.
They stunk.
Well, I know that.
They were.
And he was a disaster.
Yes, he was really bad. 7:07, Steiny, the 49ers time is now. That's kind of the way I think, regardless of who's at quarterback. Regardless of it. So, by the way, this segment is sponsored by Enova International Incorporated. And happy to have them. Hey, there were a couple things I wanted to hit that I missed, and we'll go back to the 49ers, obviously. Grizzlies Warriors on Christmas. You excited?
I'm more excited for Grizzlies Warriors on Christmas than I am for Lakers Warriors in the opener. That was an eye roll for me when I saw it. Like, really? Ring ceremony against, like, that's its own, like, it's a great night, and people are going to be fired up about it. It's going to be exciting. But to add the Laker just drama to that, like, it made me want to. I puked a little in my mouth.
Did you really?
Yeah. Like, just give me somebody else. Give me Phoenix. Give me Dallas. Give me anybody but the freaking Lakers, because that just, those games always feel fake hype-ish to me, because they've really never both been good in the same year.
No,
and the one year you could make the case they have been but there was a year when there were no fans there.
Right.
Right, when they were battling for the play-in tournament and the Lakers beat them. So I don't know, there's a and this is a selfish thing that nobody cares about, but there's an added just intensity of all the media that were going to be at that event anyway, and now you're adding the Laker component of it to it.
Right.
But that's a selfish thing that nobody cares about.
55. That's the Warrior win total coming out of Vegas, apparently. 55. I'm under. Here's a surprise. No way. No way the Warriors win 55 games.
How would they win more games? My initial thought is, how would they win more games this year than they did last year?
Because they had unbelievable injuries last year. Clay missed more than half the year. Draymond missed 30+. Curry missed the last 12.
But they're going to care less this year.
You would think. You would think. You would. Let's go to Rick. Rick's in Pacifica. What's up, Rick? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. Hey, I'm really glad you let me get through. Just quickly on the Niners. So, I was listening to the show last week when Steinmetz was out, and somebody brought this up, that Niners' last Super Bowl appearance, one of the defensive backs was quoted as saying post-Super Bowl, he wanted to still think Shanahan getting away from the run. And all this talk about Rock and Trey Lance, how about Shanahan? Just start playing the way we got us there and follow through instead of just these little trick plays that just took us out of the Super Bowl win. Thank you.
JD?
Which part?
The part about getting away from the run.
Kyle Shanahan does not have a perfect track record in terms of game plan and or play calling. But I don't know that any coach does when you don't win. But there have been a lot of games where he does tend to throw it more than you think the game would dictate he throws it.
It's funny. I think of Kyle Shanahan as really, really conservative until he has to be, and then he kind of isn't. You know what I mean? And
or if he starts feeling himself, like there's things that he thinks are going to be open.
See, this is
because he always will speak to the fact that, hey, if the defense is playing you a certain way, it's the right call to throw it, and we're gonna throw it.
Right. No doubt about that. No doubt about that. But what I think is, and that's where I just liken him just a hair to Don Nelson. Is he not only wants to win, he kind of wants to win his own way, which sometimes is a little cute.
What do you think about the notion, and this comes up a lot, and it does drive me nuts, the notion that, well, Jimmy wasn't good enough in the playoffs, And this move was made because Jimmy wasn't good enough in the playoffs. You can't win a Super Bowl with Jimmy, so you're bringing Trey Lance in, and it's for the playoff games. It's for the because and what I take, it's like there's almost an expectation that you're just gonna be in the exact same positions,
right,
that you were in with Jimmy Garoppolo, to where now all you really care about is, can Trey Lance be better in the big games? Well, what if you can't get to those big games?
Exactly. I mean,
you get a lot of that from the Niner fans, though. A lot of that like there's been a lot of that. Well, this is all on how Trey does in the big game. But what if Trey Lance goes 5 years without playing in an NFC Championship game?
Well, exactly. I mean, that's the part that I don't. And listen, Trey Lance is going to have 17 games before he gets to the postseason, if he gets to the postseason. I don't look at it that way. I think you go to Trey Lance because you feel, JD, that over the course of the season, he will be better than Jimmy Garoppolo, so that once the playoffs come, they're in a better position to have success. But you know what? Like, this is the part that makes me laugh at some 49er fans. This team's 4-2 in the postseason under Shanahan. I get that they haven't won it all, but take a look at the coaching records in the playoffs of great coaches. Like, you don't go 33-7 in the postseason if you're a coach.
Not unless you're winning the Super Bowl every year.
Exactly. So, and that's why it galls me a little when my guy like Leroy says, it was a failure. Really? It was not a failure. The 2 out of the last 3 years were not a failure. And you know what? If you say they're a failure, if you say that the 49ers under Jimmy Garoppolo, that tenure didn't work, well, you better be just as hard on the Trey Lance, Kyle Shanahan tenure then. Plain and simple.
Absolutely.
I don't care how young he is or old he is.
It's incredibly difficult to have a winning playoff record in the NFL and not win a Super Bowl.
One more time?
It's difficult to have a winning record in the NFL and not in the playoffs and not win a Super Bowl, because every year you don't win the Super Bowl, you're taking an L.
Exactly.
So it's just, so unless you have a year where you go 4-0, which holds it up, meaning you win the Super Bowl, or 3-0, if you don't have to play the first week, like that's typically what keeps great coaches above 500.
Right.
In the and the irony is, I think Jim Harbaugh, and I don't have his exact one, but Jim Harbaugh did the same thing. Like, he had a really good playoff record, but no Super Bowl.
Yeah, exactly. And you know who?
Which is tough.
Yeah, no doubt. Austin's in San Jose. What's going on, Austin? How you doing? What do you got, buddy?
What's up, man? Welcome back.
Thank you.
Annie, man, listen, missed you, man, while you're gone. Listen, real quick, couple things. As a non-Niner fan, try to add a little balance to the show if I can, just objectively. Number one, I get a little irritated when people. I hope Lance succeeds, but to compare him to, I kind of hear RG3 a little bit time to time. Thinking, wait a minute, nah, that's not. People forgetting how good RG3 was coming out of school. He was a Heisman trouble when he was a track star. So I mean, let's not say that. I will say though that he's got better backs than RG3 had, because he had Alfred Morris, if you remember. So I say Lance has got much better backs than RG3 had. The other thing, another point I wanted to make, guys, was Deebo Samuel. Is Deebo going to be as good this year? I think everybody's assuming he would, but he's paid now.
Yeah.
Is he going to be as hungry? I don't think anybody's thinking about that. Is he going to be as hungry as he was last year after being paid? And the third thing, real quick, is the locker room. JD, help me with this one. But are you telling me that all the players in the locker room are good with the way that Jimmy was handled? I question that a little bit. The veterans, I kind of feel like if I was a veteran, I might not like the way Jimmy was ushered out the door and the rookie given the job. Just your thoughts on that. Thanks.
Yeah, I think that's a big part of why Jimmy Garoppolo got last season. It was almost to put that to bed. Like, one more, hey, everybody knows it's going to be Trey's team, but we're giving everybody one more year with Jimmy to try and go win it with Jimmy, for Jimmy, whatever. In essence, you're giving the whole locker room time to ease into that fact. You didn't just blow them away with, hey, Trey Lance is now the quarterback, and not only is he now the quarterback, but he's the quarterback this season. meaning last season,
right,
when Garoppolo was still around. I think there's enough. I think they've handled it well enough to where going into this season, it's not an issue. Where it could become an issue for those that do feel a certain way about the way Jimmy was treated and maybe moving on to Trey without totally knowing that Trey would automatically be better. I think they're good going into the year, but if anybody was feeling that way, it pops back up if he doesn't play well, but he doesn't play well and they're not winning.
Right.
So where if it doesn't, like if Debo ain't getting the same kind of action he was getting last year and Kittle is having to work harder to get his and they're not winning, then I could see where maybe some guys look around and go, boy, we're not better this year. And we're not better this year because the quarterback isn't good enough this year.
And that's where I do at least give Shanahan credit for he'll be able to mitigate that. I guess what I'm saying is I kind of trust like if you gave 32 coaches a terrible quarterback, I actually think Shanahan would be among the better coaches getting the most out of a bad quarterback, if you know what I mean.
I just think they're set up well going into the season to where everybody's had plenty of time to deal with the transition and understand it. And there's enough of a belief that Trey's going to be good enough to where if you did have an issue with it, it's been calmed down.
Right.
But it's only calmed down up until you're not winning games in the regular season, and Trey Lance is maybe part of the reason why you're not winning games. Like, so if you were, hypothetically speaking, George Kittle, and you thought, boy, I don't know why we're doing this, but I'll trust Kyle, but I don't really like it.
Right.
And you're a pro, let's see how it works, and then you're 2-4 and Trey's been bad. Well, if you already were feeling that way, then it could, I think, pop back up. But I think they're still in a good enough position at the start to where they could avoid that as long as they win.
Right. 888-957-9570, the number. The San Francisco 49ers, preseason underway. They beat the Packers 28-21 on Friday. Trey Lance, 4 for 5, throwing the ball, including a touchdown. 510, Steiny, ain't no way Trey won't get nearly as much hate because he's young. People would rather see a youngster struggle than watch a 30-year-old who's mediocre. Totally agree, 510. You know what, though? But and here's what we've got to, I think, pay attention to. Especially if, we're on a show like you and I, JD, or Guru and I, we take a lot of calls. I feel like just because of the way that everything played out over the last year, I think every fan kind of has an agenda of what they see and then what they're going to talk about. And I've said this before. The reason that Trey Lance can struggle, to me, is because there's enough fans in this fan base that didn't think anything of Jimmy Garoppolo. And so because they didn't like Jimmy Garoppolo, they will give Trey Lance more rope. And they'll have their reasons. Well, he's younger. Well, he's just embarking on his career, all this kind of thing. But then there's the other group of 49er fans that, and they're kind of like me, where I say, okay, that's fine. Like, to me, you want to move off Garoppolo, go ahead and move off Garoppolo, but don't move off Garoppolo and then go 7-10 and tell me, yeah, there's nothing to see here. This is kind of what we expected. We have to take a step back to, no, that one I'm not going with.
Yeah, I agree with that.
But I do think that a portion of the fan base will protect Trey Lance in that way because he's a young quarterback and because they never really believed in Jimmy Garoppolo. That's why, to me, at the end of the day, it's coming down to Shanahan. It's not really on Trey Lance.
Internally, I think the 49ers are not worried about things going awry because they think they're good enough in other areas. Like, I think they 100% believe the worst case scenario is they're 10-7, again, barring catastrophic injury or something like that. Like a normal I think they think we're good enough to go 10-7, even if Trey struggles, and we'll get him through it, and it's all going to be part of his development, and he'll be better down the line, and like maybe not the worst case scenario, but a sub even scenario. They're still good enough to win 10 games and get into the playoffs. And then if he doesn't play well in the playoffs, at that point, to me, you can say, well, it was his first playoff game.
Oh, I don't. Yes,
they're
I'm
not
with you there.
like, and maybe some people don't do that. Maybe they do. Whatever. That's irrelevant. Like if they get to 10-7 and Trey's just he's up and down, solid, kind of like Jimmy.
Right.
They get into the play like that. That will be acceptable enough to have, I guess, burned a year to try and do both.
Yeah.
Because at some point they were going to have to try and burn a year to develop him and then hopefully still try to win. They got a better shot at doing it this year, I think.
Yeah, I agree.
Because they're a better team in a lot of ways. So now it's fascinating to see how it's all going to play out.
707 Steiny. So Steiny and the old timers, I see what you did there. Steiny and the old timers need Lance to be better than Jimmy right away. Maybe not better than Jimmy 707, but you better go to the playoffs.
Got to win.
I think you got to go to the playoffs.
And
I do.
That's the cloak of Jimmy.
And
that's the shadow of Jimmy. It's the ability to win, even though it supposedly wasn't that great. Even though you won, but it wasn't that great. Well, would you rather not win and not have it be that great?
Right. That's what 888-957-9570. My expectations for the San Francisco 49ers are pretty simple. I think the goal is to make the playoffs. And here's the thing that I'm thinking. Okay, you made the playoffs last year with Garoppolo, and now you're bringing Trey Lance, a young quarterback, in. So I'm not going to impose veteran standards on Trey Lance. But by the same token, I'm looking at a team that everybody thinks is good enough to make the playoffs. Just make the playoffs. And I don't care what the numbers look like. But here's the other thing. If this isn't a playoff team, all right, if the 49ers don't make the playoffs, how can they not be a playoff team when they were last year with Jimmy Garoppolo? Again, I'm taking off the table a big injury year, obviously. Obviously, if they have a ton of injuries, then who knows what's going to happen. But my feeling is it's a playoff team. I don't care who's a quarterback. And if you think Jimmy Garoppolo wasn't very good, okay, fair enough. Well, then you can't. Here's all I'm saying. You cannot have been saying for the last year or two Jimmy Garoppolo's lousy and then say, oh, no, it's no big deal if we don't make the playoffs this year. Okay, well now that's kind of a double standard that I'm not into. Hey, charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you're eligible. 888-957-9570. Expectations for the San Francisco 49ers. What are they in 2022? 888-957-9570.
You are one pathetic loser.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, Spadoni. Sheesh. What's your problem? And what's that guitar riff in the background? Get it off. You see Ross Tucker with a Dahlia beer the other day on the, Twitter?
Nah, I didn't.
Yeah.
He likes to have a couple pops.
He does. He likes those IPAs.
I can't
So
do
JD,
that.
yeah,
Can't
you
do
know, I
that.
just got back from 2 weeks off, and we were camping, and you know, it's funny. Is I didn't really get after it like I
really.
Yeah, not really. I think I'm getting old, JD. I think in Spadone, it's like one of those where, yeah, it's 5 o'clock, and I have a couple, and then it's like 2 or 3. I'm done. Getting full. Not getting drunk enough fast enough. It's going to take too much work. And I think I'm growing up. It sucks.
It only took years.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, I'm definitely not to that level. So,
but you're a mixed drink guy.
But I'm also like, I have no problem having a beer.
Right.
Like we've been like, there were a couple times where you're like,
By the
hey,
way,
let's
Friday, Payday Friday coming up
for sure. Wednesday maybe.
That's
Well, something
true.
to get you over the might be a double cafeteria. But no, there's been times where you've said, "Hey JD, let's go have one,"
Right.
and you'll name the place, and maybe I'll come out to your neck of the woods, and it might be just a place that only serves beer,
right?
And you'll even say, "Oh, JD, no beer, like no mixed drinks," and I'll say, "I don't care, I'll have a beer."
What are you doing tonight? I think I might be out in the creek. I might be out in the
Oh.
creek for an hour or so.
Okay.
Yeah,
I could do that today.
Okay. We're talking about the 49ers.
And that's one of those spots.
Exactly. But I'll go somewhere else. I
like that spot. That's a good spot.
It's not bad. Not bad. I'll start out with Dave. Dave's in the city. Let's talk about the Trey Lance transition. What's up, Dave? How you doing, buddy?
Hey, guys. For my money, of course, I want to make the playoffs again, but I'm just looking forward to a different type of offense, one that's not so constricted. I think having a down-the-field game is going to have the same impact on the Niners' offense as Steph Curry has on the Warriors. I mean, it just it spreads things out. It makes more things possible, and, if there's some bumps along the way, that's fine. It'll be a much more enjoyable game to watch.
That's what the hope is. I think that's what the hope is, JD. I think a lot of 49er fans feel like it was pulling teeth with Garoppolo and that this is going to look a lot better.
I'm just fascinated to see, and I thought Brandon Ayuk had mentioned the fact, the ability for him to throw the deep ball. And Ayuk, the first thing that he went to, and it sounds like a guy that's been around Kyle Shanahan, was, well, it'll set up all the underneath stuff that we really like to do, just the threat of the deep ball. I'm fascinated, though, to see how it all reconciles between Trey's ability to hit the home run ball if he doesn't hit some of the shorter throws.
Right.
Like, just how's it going to look? And because the one thing that I feel like could be a problem for the Niners is 3rd and 7, Lance in the shotgun, little quick out to the sideline. It's there, throws it out of bounds. Punt.
Right.
Like those are the kinds of, and you could say, well, that happened with Jay, but if that happens, or, Kittle's running free, throws it behind him.
Right. Well, that was always my frustration with the way people assessed Garoppolo. Is I felt like, every missed throw, every interception was just, he got hammered for. It's like, well, every quarterback makes mistakes here and there. Did Jimmy Garoppolo really make more mistakes than most average quarterbacks? Because that's what he was. He was an average quarterback. And my answer is no. That's why he's an average quarterback, is because that's kind of who he is. 510, let me see if I can get this one. Niners, all capital letters here, JD, do not need to make the playoffs for this to be the correct move. Well, okay, if you're saying correct move. I once left a job that paid me $40 an hour for a job that started me out at 19. If I would have been judged at first glimpse, they would have never knew I ended up being paid $70 an hour.
Sometimes you got to do that. It's scary when you do, but sometimes you got to do that. I've made moves like that before.
Yeah, I just don't. If the 49ers, if all things were equal, yes, I would say, no, it's perfectly understandable to think the 49ers are going to take a step back. But it's not. It's not normal case scenario because this team got to the NFC title game last year. See, that's the thing. And I know, I know Kyle Shanahan wanted to win last year, but I'll tell you what would have been the absolute best case scenario last year would have been the Niners would have lost that game to the Rams, the last game of the season. Then they don't make the playoffs. Now you bring Trey Lance in, and guess what? He's got no pressure because they only made the playoffs 1 out of 5 years with Garoppolo. In that case. Yeah,
but Garoppolo had nothing to do with it anyway, Steiny. So what are you talking about?
What I'm talking about,
I'm joking.
No, I know you are, but that's why if he had nothing to do with it, well, this guy better be better than him. Playing and right
I think
now.
Most people think he will be. I do think a lot of people think he will be. Right now. I think people are underestimating some of the short stuff that Trey's been inconsistent with. And you're seeing it at camp, and you're seeing it enough to where you think it's going to happen in the game, and that's the kind of stuff where I do think there will be fans that are thinking Trey's just got it all dialed
right
along those lines to where the first couple weeks of the season, because they haven't been able to watch practice, and they're going to go, oh,
right,
ooh.
707 says WTF. You left a job making $40 an hour? What's wrong with that guy? Let's go to Jack. Jack's in Belmont. What's up, Jack? How you doing, man?
Hey, guys. I'm pretty good. Thanks for taking my call.
Yeah.
So I wanted to give you my little, take on this whole Trey versus Jimmy deal. And, the thing is that, we all hope that Trey can master the system and do the short stuff as long as, he's shown that he can throw a couple of long balls. Now, in this one game and then a couple of games last year, that's the thing, is he needs time to develop, right?
Yes.
But hoping that and assuming that we have that going forward, the strength of the team, Jimmy has had his moments in the last 5 years, but the strength of the team, especially in the playoffs, has been what? The running game and the defense. It's like a broken record. We all know this. But this crazy, mythology that people have of that, Jimmy G took them, that's the term, took them to the playoffs. Look no further than that championship game in 2019 when Raheem Mostert ran it 220 yards and 4 touchdowns, and Jimmy, threw 9 passes? And then fast forward to last year. In the playoffs last year, with the 2 games they won against Dallas and Green Bay on the road, Garoppolo couldn't throw any touchdown passes against either team. Jimmy, Devo had to put the team on his back, and it was the defense. The thing with Jimmy G is he's a high percentage passer, and he has his moments, definitely. But when it gets to the highest levels and the pressure games, he cracks under the pressure.
God, I don't think that's it.
Why? Because he missed Emmanuel Sanders?
I do not feel like Jimmy, people talk about Jimmy like he choked. Like he just did, or crumbled. I just think that's where he wasn't, he just wasn't as good. I don't think he choked or couldn't meet the moment or anything. I don't
either. To me,
that's just stupid.
You can't have it both ways.
Revisionist history talk.
Well, you can't have it both ways. You can't say, you know what, Jimmy Garoppolo is not very good. He's not very good. He's pretty lousy. Oh, and he choked. Well, you know what I mean? In order to, if you choke, you got to be pretty good in the first place. Maybe guys, if you're average, you don't choke. You're just average. You're just not that good.
I'm going to say, Trey Lance he's got a ways to go before he's even Jimmy Garoppolo. And look, he projects to be, but he's got to prove it. Trey Lance has to go out and prove on an NFL field that he's a better quarterback than Jimmy Garoppolo. He has not done that yet. Now, is he good? Can he do that by the end of this year? Sure, I think he can, but like the reality is, Jimmy Garoppolo's had multiple successful seasons in the NFL as a starting quarterback, and doesn't stink. And so,
Right.
like it's the old, hey Trey, at this point, because he hasn't done anything, like Trey would love to be Jimmy Garoppolo for
Let me ask
the
you a
last couple
question.
of years in 2022.
So let me
Take
ask,
that in a heartbeat.
Let me ask 49er fans just a question, because Jimmy Garoppolo's 31-14 as a starter. 31-14. You think Trey Lance going to go 31-14 his first 45 games?
Jimmy.
I'd bet no, because that's a damn good record. 31-14 is a good record, and that's kind of what I'm talking about. Is Jimmy Garoppolo was 31-14 and still didn't, and it still wasn't enough for a good percentage of the fan base. If it wasn't good enough for you, I get that. But just don't give Trey Lance and Kyle Shanahan an out. That's all. I'm just asking for consistency. If you're a 49er fan and you're looking forward to Trey Lance, just view Trey Lance like you viewed and assessed Jimmy Garoppolo. That's all I'm asking for if you're a Trey Lance fan.
31-14 is 45 games.
Yep.
Man, I just happened to just for grins, and I'll do some research on it here while we're talking. But Colin Kaepernick was 28-30.
Wow.
28-30. Now,
wow.
Now that's 58 games, and he was a big part of the 2-14 team in 2016,
right
before he ended up being out of the league. So up until that point, if you wanted to, and I know he didn't have all of the 2-14, but so I'm going to do some math on that. But it was really, I mean, it was 20. He was roughly, and I'll get the exact number. He was roughly 26, and he was right around 500, basically,
right,
through maybe 50 or so games.
G-Rock's in San Jose. What's going on, G-Rock? How you doing, man?
How's it going, man?
Good. Hey, hey, G-Rock, real quick. How about this? I'm going to make a prediction. You don't like Jimmy Garoppolo. Go ahead.
No, I do like Jimmy Garoppolo, and I don't think he choked. I don't think Jimmy choked. I think, like my man said, he just wasn't good enough.
Okay.
That's okay. That's the reason why we went and got Trey Lance. Now, we can't compare him to Jimmy Garoppolo's 5 years of playing. This is his first year. Let's give the guy a chance. That's why you try for an upgrade. Give the guy a chance. Let's see what he can do. He has a great upside. He's a young guy. He's got legs. He's got a great arm, and he's got weapons to work with. We can speculate all we want, but when it comes down to that record you talk about with Jimmy G, great, nice record.
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you what's the better record. 1-0. 1 Super Bowl and no losses in the Super Bowl. That's the great record. And if he gets one Super Bowl and he wins, that's already top Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo's a great guy. He did really good for the Niners. I appreciate him. But he didn't choke. I think he was just not good enough. Let's hope that the upside of Trey Lance will improve the 49ers team. And it does take a team. It's not going to all be on Trey. Because what if Trey has great games and we still lose? Doesn't mean anything.
Right.
We lose. So we still need full team play from the other Niners, and we need great play from the quarterback position.
Appreciate the call, G-Rock. 408, as long as we win once. See, this is where, to me, fans are just unreal.
As long as you win one Super Bowl.
As long as we win one Super Bowl on the timeline, on Trey Lance's rookie deal, it'll be a success.
Well, I think that's fair.
Well,
duh, but
if they go to 2 NFC title games and lose in the Super Bowl one of those years under Trey Lance, that won't be a failure to me.
No.
Like, this you have to win it all or it's a failure. That's a joke.
Well, what if Trey Lance is awesome? Like, what if Trey Lance is like a Hall of Famer and they don't win a Super Bowl? Like, that's happened before.
It has. But you wouldn't expect that with this particular team.
No, but what if he isn't?
Down the line.
What if he isn't that level until
now.
4 years from now. 3 years from now, and then they're just not good enough. Like Aaron Rodgers had a lot of, and I know Aaron Rodgers won one, but Aaron Rodgers had a lot of great years and great teams, and not been able to win it.
You're right. Paul's in San Francisco. What's up, Paul? How you doing?
Since he did.
Once.
I'm doing really well. Thanks for taking my call, you guys. Love your show.
Appreciate it.
I want to talk about Jimmy because I'm not a Jimmy basher, but I understand what it is that people kind of have reservations about. And I think the decision by Shanahan and Lynch and the Niners to move on from Jimmy was all about him and not so much about Trey Lance. I think the decision to move on from him was made well ahead of that draft, independent of Lance, Trevor Lawrence, Zach Wilson, all the other quarterbacks there. And it was because, in my mind, and one thing that I think always has to be mentioned in this conversation is also his injuries. I mean, there are performance questions, of course, but another thing that is left out, like that 31-14 record, which is really impressive, there are about 40% more games that I think he was contracted to play and couldn't because of injuries.
Right.
So that's one factor that I think always has to come in there. The other thing is that, I don't like the word choke either, but there is something about pressure, and however we want to phrase it, whatever it is that Joe Montana was in those pressure situations and those, Super Bowls, that's not what Garoppolo is. And most quarterbacks are, and I think, everybody can agree with that. And I think if you're Shanahan, once you see that, you can't unsee it. And you know that he's not the guy that is probably going to be closing the game in those most pressure, those highest pressure situations. So I think that's what had to do with the decision to move on. Not that he wasn't, a pretty good to a really good quarterback at times, or that Trey Lance is seen as the savior, but availability as well as not being able to close out, a few of those games and whatever else Shanahan sees. Plus, he's got the mandate. I mean, not many coaches in the NFL have another 3, 4, 5 years to go with a brand new project. Lance was never meant to be a 1 or a 2 year deal. He's a 3, 4, 5, 6 year evaluation, and Shanahan has the luxury of that mandate and has earned it.
Thanks for the call, Paul. Appreciate it. I guess that's the tricky part of this. Let's look at the guy. I mean, Zach Wilson, well, the Jets stink. Fields, well, Bears stink. Trevor Lawrence, Jaguars stink. I mean, even Mac Jones. Obviously, it's the Patriots. But what I'm getting at is that's the difference. Trey Lance is on a good team. Like, he's on a good team. So guess what? They're already winning. They've already won without him. They won with Jimmy Garoppolo. Maybe not because of him, but they've proven they can win with Jimmy Garoppolo. So moving off Jimmy Garoppolo is far more risky than any of those other teams moving off whoever the hell was quarterbacking for them before they drafted these guys.
If you can't make the playoffs with Trey Lance in 2022, that is the definition of a wasted season. That's a wasted season, given the other talent that is on this roster. You don't have to win a Super Bowl, but that is wasting others' primes.
And what
as
I'm
we
saying,
like to say around here.
And what I'm saying is, after watching,
now it doesn't make it the wrong decision if you're good the next few years. But to me, you can't. Like, that's the part where there should be some hell to pay if you can't make the playoffs this year.
I agree, and Lance isn't the one who's going to pay, as far as I'm concerned. Yeah. It's got to be Kyle Shanahan.
By the way,
yes.
Kaepernick was 27-18.
All right,
at the 45 game mark. So Garoppolo 31-14. Kaepernick 4 games.
Okay, so what if Lance ain't as good as Kaepernick?
Yeah, but he was 20. Yeah, so just to put it in, because I know it got really bad at the end.
It did,
and they were a bad team. But he was 27-18 in 45 games, the same amount of games that Garoppolo started.
That's 60% winning percentage.
Yeah. So he won a lot. He didn't win as much as Jimmy G, though.
No, he didn't. AJ's in Richmond. What's going on, AJ? How you doing? AJ.
Hey,
Hey, what's up, guys? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Hey, what's going on? Hey, so I saw you guys mention the 31-14 record, right? So when people are advocating for Jimmy Garoppolo, everybody's mentioning the team's win-loss record, but they never mention the components around the quarterback. So out of the 31-14 record, how many, what percentage do you guys say those wins were mainly because of Jimmy Garoppolo's yards thrown or touchdowns?
Very few. Yeah, very few.
How many are?
I mean, how many games did Garoppolo win for the Niners? Not a lot.
He won. I'll say this. I mean, you go back even through 2017, and I won't run through them all, but there were a couple games where he was really clutch late and let him down to some game-winning drives. I think there were, remember the game where he shredded the Jacksonville defense that they ended up going to the AFC Championship game that year? I think it was on Christmas Eve.
That's right.
Maybe, or anyway, he shredded him. So there was a couple games where he was clutch late.
Right.
That was a game where I think he threw it all over him. I think that was one of the bigger games that got him paid. There were a couple games against Arizona in 2019 for sure. There was a game against the Rams in 19 at the end for sure. Hit a couple of big 3rd and 17s or 3rd and 13s. The game that everybody remembers in New Orleans. I mean, there were more games than people think that he did win by slinging it around.
There were, and people forget that before Jimmy Garoppolo got on the scene, they didn't have a quarterback. I mean, they just, and that's to denigrate Garoppolo's tenure as a 49er to me is a joke.
It's fair to say, hey, Jimmy Garoppolo really helped.
He did.
The Niners at a point where they needed him to.
Great trade by the Niners.
And it was time to maybe move on.
Right.
But you can't move on when you're winning a lot and then not win and then act like everything's cool. Even for 1 year in this particular instance.
Where I'm at. And that's why, to me, it's a big year for Kyle Shanahan. Because he's got to show that this guy lined up next to Jimmy Garoppolo doesn't leave you wanting, if you know what I mean. Shane's in Redwood City. What's up, Shane? How you doing, man?
Hey, pretty good, guys. Thanks. I get in fights with my buddies, season ticket holders, about this all the time. Big section of the group is, all for the move over to Trey, and I hope that he does amazing, obviously. I just really don't understand the big move, giving away all those picks. We weren't losing. Okay, he's no Joe Montana, but we weren't losing because of him. We were winning, and I guess my question to you or my statement is that if Jimmy G wasn't a $25 million a year guy, if he was getting paid $13, $15 million a year on the Niners, would they have drafted a number one quarterback, or would he still be the starting quarterback?
Good question.
There are just so many things that played into the change, and I went over them a little bit last week with Goo, and it takes me a while to get through it, so we won't do it here because we're up against it a little bit. But I think it was part financial. I think it was part the fact that durability above a lot of things. I think it was also part the time was right in 2021 to do it because they were bad enough to be at the top of the draft where they could move up, and there were enough quarterbacks to make it worth it.
Right.
Like if it was a different year with a different draft, we might be having a different conversation.
That's a good point, and that's why
they were 6-10. So we're going to get the most out of that 6-10 by
look, it's a little Warrior-esque in terms of you win it. Then you have a terrible year, so you get Wiseman and Kuminga, essentially, and then, now you're ready to roll again, kind of, after a bad year.
And I think that 6-10 2020, it was like, this cannot happen again. I think I could see Kyle Shanahan in a room. This cannot happen again where he gets hurt.
Right.
And that screws up what would have been a good season. Because I think the Niners think Kyle Shanahan in a quiet moment when he's maybe sipping something, he'll say, we would have been good in 18, we'd have been good in 19, we'd have been good in 20. Like, I'd be winning record every year except the first year.
Exactly.
If he don't get hurt.
That's because Kyle Shanahan is a big Kyle Shanahan fan. He thinks he can win. with a lot of different kinds of personnel. Gonna have to win with Trey Lance this year, though. He's put himself on the hot seat a little bit. Hey, in case you miss any of today's show, download and subscribe to Steiny Guru on the Odyssey app. You can listen anytime, any day, all in a single tap. Find Steiny and Guru plus all content from 95.7 The Game on the Odyssey app today. 888-957-9570. Trey Lance, you saw him Friday. You feeling good about the 49er chances this year, or are you a little bit worried? We'll be right back to talk about it on the other side.
Now it's time.
going to come hard.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Forgot what it's like to work with a bunch of infants. Hey, welcome back, Spadone. I heard you were going too. What are you laughing at? You know I'm right. You're very immature, Spadone.
A 2-year-old, what do you expect?
Spadone was putting out some videos of he and his little boy. What's his name? Dominic? Harry? Wait, it's
Harry? Come on.
What is it?
It's Benjamin.
Benjamin. Benny. Benny. This guy, he's all right. What do I want to do? Why would I want to insult?
Sneaky athletic, Benjamin.
I don't know about
Twitchy.
What a Hunter Renfro.
Does he have the fast twitch?
He does.
Quick
you
twitch.
Don't know that.
Quick twitch.
You don't know he's got the quick twitch. I know. I have the opposite of a quick twitch.
Nick Bosa.
He's got the quick twitch.
Future Nick Bosa.
I'm trying to think who
Benny
else.
Benny Spadoni.
I don't. That might be all right. He seems like a good kid. Is he excited to be a big brother?
He says he is now. Let's wait until the baby comes and takes all the attention away from him.
Do we know what the baby's going to be? Boy, girl?
It's going to be a girl. So he's big brother, but
for you.
We'll see. We'll see what happens.
1-1 for Spadone. One boy, one girl. Good job. Good job, Spadone. Let's go to Robert. Robert's in Mill Valley. Let's talk about Jimmy G's record, which, boy, Trey Lance is going to have trouble matching up with. 31-14. Hey, Robert, how you doing?
Good. How about yourself?
Doing well, man. Thank you.
All right. Well, I was telling you, Jimmy G's record 31-14 or 45 starts, and I'd be surprised if Trey can match that. But what I do think Trey will match is just the Niners' record through his first 45 games that he's QB1. So Jimmy G did not have a good record when you just look at his QB1 first 45 games. He was absent just constantly. So if Trey's starting, then I feel much more confident that the team altogether will pull a record that's equal to or better than the QB1 Garoppolo starts.
All right.
Or not starts, but just record.
Sure. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see. He better be. I mean, come on, let's face it. Jimmy stunk. If you think Jimmy stunk, then Trey Lance has to be better right away. Right away? Sight unseen. Make the playoffs. Make the playoffs.
Yeah, it's funny. For me, it's not even necessarily about the numbers. It's just it's just about the ability to function and to make enough plays in conjunction with everything else the Niners have to win games.
Exactly.
To be available and to win games. If that means you hit more home run balls than Jimmy, awesome. If that means you run a little bit more than Jimmy or make plays with your legs, terrific. If that means that maybe you're a little bit off in terms of some of the timing plays and the short to intermediate game, so be it. But all in all, there's still going to be enough for this team to get themselves into the tournament come mid-January.
Rich is in Fremont. Hey, Rich, what's going on, man?
What's up, JD? What's up, Stein, man?
Hey.
I tell you something. This is the one time I got to agree with Steiny. I think that, the Niners moving on Jimmy is a little premature because you look at the fact that all the other teams that drafted quarterbacks the same time that the Niners did, those teams, with the exception of the Packers, all those teams needed quarterbacks. Okay? The Niners didn't need a new quarterback. Now, it's true, Jimmy wasn't getting them to the promised land for whatever reason, but he did get you 2 NFC title games, and he did get you to the bowl. Now, once they got there, the coach was supposed to, roll out a script that would allow them to get them over the hump. So when they were in the Super Bowl, they couldn't, they waited until what? The last part of the game to have Jimmy throw the ball downfield. You didn't use what got you to the point where you were leading the game. They should have completed, and they didn't. So you can't blame it all on Jimmy. And I'll say this. If, in fact, this doesn't work out, okay, and Trey Lance doesn't, get them to the playoffs, you know what? This could go bad. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, it could. I mean, they're married to him.
Here's the other part to that, though, about getting into the playoffs. 7 teams make the playoffs now in the NFC.
Right.
And 7 teams made it last year.
And they still needed the last week
in the last couple of years.
Right.
No, it's not even that, but I'm just looking around at the NFC.
Well,
and look, you never know.
enough.
You never know. There could be surprises and changes and whatever, but you're looking around and it's just, the Rams should be in. Cardinals in your own division were in last year, not a lock. Seattle's much worse. The Green Bay's going to probably be in. Minnesota's got a new coach. Detroit,
Hey, Detroit.
Chicago might be the worst team in the entire conference.
You're right about this.
Like the
NFC stinks.
Like you better be in the top 7. Like
I agree.
And you
with
should
that.
be able to be in the top 7. Like that's even if you can't get 10, you might be able to be in the top 7.
I agree with that. Because this ain't the AFC.
Right, where there might be 11 teams that
Right.
could say they can get in out of the 16.
Exactly. Roberto's in San Francisco. What's going on, Roberto? How you doing, man? What do you got?
Oh, great. How are you guys doing?
Oh, dynamite.
Because I know you guys are already fired up, and
Yeah.
it makes me fired up to make this call.
Okay.
I'm going to try to make it short as possible. The point the previous caller made, well taken. I mean, I agree with those 2 calls, and now he just pointed out about what Jimmy. What I also want to point out, Jimmy, I have no problem. In fact, I defended Jimmy on previous year, last year and previous year. But now, don't slam me for this to make a comparison, right? Steph Curry, when the Golden State Warriors drafted Steph Curry, are they expecting to win the NBA championship the first year, the second year, the third year, right? If they don't make it to even to the playoff, why did we get Steph Curry? What is a guy, I can't even remember the name, that we replaced, It becomes later on to be like a short memory. What's the guy's name, right? Was that
Monte Ellis.
Yeah, Ellis?
No, hey.
Right, yeah.
Thanks, Roberto. Appreciate the call.
Much different circumstances when the Warriors drafted Steph Curry.
Right. The Warriors, one of the worst franchises in the NBA when they drafted Curry. And when the 49ers drafted Trey Lance, they were one of the most stable.
And they believe that he's going to level them up over the next couple of years. Maybe not this year, but over the next couple of years.
Well, look how much they gave up for him. I mean, the Warriors just, listen, they got Steph Curry, and he's a great player, but he just fell to him. That's all that happened. They didn't really...
Yeah, and they didn't deviate when he didn't want to come.
Exactly.
They just, now you're coming anyway.
Exactly. By the way, what do you think of KD? KD saying it's got to be Sean Marks, Steve Nash, or him.
Not surprising.
By the way,
the poor man Steve Kerr? Steve Nash?
Oof,
how can you demand that the guy you wanted to be hired be fired? That's embarrassing.
Did you see Durant
That's
on
really
social
bad.
media yesterday?
I did.
What is wrong with him? I mean, seriously. I like the guy, but I'm starting not to like the guy. You know what I mean?
You mean just sitting around, just searching out people to reply to?
Exactly. Who does that? I mean, who does that? I mean, to me, the other thing is he wants to get away from Kyrie Irving. You cannot.
Well, and again, he wanted to be with Kyrie Irving.
I know.
Like, that was his decision. Like, he made a couple of ill-fated decisions, and now he's trying to, not take the blame for those decisions?
Well, I think what he's saying is, yeah, I wanted to come here, and I was into coming here, but I got here, and this guy, Kyrie Irving, is just a lunatic. I just didn't know this was who he was.
But how could you not know?
Because you didn't know him well enough.
That's where I don't feel sorry for.
I don't feel sorry for him, but he didn't know Kyrie Irving.
Well, he should have vetted him.
Well, you're right.
And I'm not even saying he should have stayed with the Warriors necessarily, but he should have vetted Kyrie Irving to know that he was a little flaky.
You're absolutely right.
I mean,
it felt to me, remember the clip of those two talking in like the back hallway, And
yeah, and it's to me it was always, hey, KD,
right.
Hey, you don't get enough credit here, and I've never gotten enough credit. And we're two superstars that have never gotten enough credit. We've always been in these situations where, let's just do it together. Like we're kindred spirits. We're gonna do it together.
Yep.
Nope.
Apple in Alameda. What's going on, Apple? How you doing? What's up?
What's going on, man? Hey. Listen, love the conversation, and I put a lot of thought into this with the whole Jimmy Garoppolo thing, and the way that I look at it is, Shanahan went into that Super Bowl having lost with the Falcons, and he already had like PTSD. So for him to kind of go into that and then lose in the fashion that they did, I think for him, he was like, "There's no way I could do a third one of this. Like, I need a QB that I can really groom and that has the upside." Because the way that he managed Jimmy Garoppolo going into that second half, where they had 2 minutes on the clock and they did not go for it, did not press on the gas with the lead, that told me everything that I need to know about how Shanahan felt about Jimmy. And that relationship, if you can't put the football in your quarterback's hands to win you the big game, that's just not. He's not going to believe in you. If he doesn't believe in you in a big game, he's not going to believe in you moving forward. So as Jimmy Garoppolo's contract is coming up, there was no way that they're going to try to double down on Jimmy. There's no premature this or that. It's like, do we extend him or not? Because that's a 5-year commitment. They made a hard decision to pull the plug, and now we have Trey Lance in there. And I think the expectation from Trey Lance shouldn't be, can he get a better record than Jimmy did? Because I feel like those you're focusing on the wrong metrics. You're focusing on the wrong measurables. What they should have as the expectation for Trey Lance is, how does he look? Does he look like he has the upside? And if he does, then I think that's the right decision.
That's it. You know what? And thanks for the call, Apple. I appreciate that. And you said something that, when I initially heard it, I thought, well, I totally disagree with you. And it's when you said I think we're focusing on the wrong thing when we focus on the record. What else can you focus on? To me, like, the reason I'm going to focus on the record for the San Francisco 49ers is because that's the fairest way to assess Trey Lance, the record. It's his first year as a starting quarterback. I'm expecting some bumps. I'm expecting some great plays. I'm expecting some bad plays. So I'm factoring all that in. And what I'm saying is, when you factor in the entire way that, like, Jimmy Garoppolo quarterbacked this team and the success that it's had, go ahead, Trey Lance. Like, Trey Lance, you get the same criteria. I'm going to judge you on the same criteria. I'm not going to nitpick your 1 touchdown, 2 interception game if you guys win it 23-20. Like, how do you, like, I get what he's saying. It's, let's not focus on the record, but at the same time,
you have to.
Especially because you're the Niners. They're not the Jaguars.
This team has expectations.
Right.
They were just in the NFC Championship game. They've been to 2 of the last 3 NFC Championship games. They were in the Super Bowl. Like, there are expectations to be a good team. You're right. This isn't the Bears, who are going to stink, and Justin Fields is going to play, and Zach Wilson, his injury wasn't as bad as originally thought, and he's going to come back, and the Jets are probably not going to be very good. And the same thing with Trevor Lawrence. Like, this is not those situations. If this team was in a rebuild, then we could say, don't focus on the record. Like, if it was 2017,
right,
and then hey, drafted your franchise quarterback, let's see how it works out, nobody would care how many games they win. But
the only thing that would matter is, hey, we got a quarterback.
Exactly.
We got a quarterback.
Now you have a starting point. Like, no, you got to win. You got to win. You don't have to win a Super Bowl. See, that's like, you don't have to win the Super Bowl this year. Like, that's the part I'll give you. But you got to be a freaking playoff team. And I think that's in some ways even more important than how it looks, how he looks specifically.
Oh,
like, can you win even if he is mediocre? And I think you should still be able to win even if he's mediocre, even if he's average.
Now, when you say win, you say let's make the playoffs.
Yeah.
9-10 wins.
Yeah.
10 wins, let's say.
Yes. I think you should be able to make it regardless. And if you can't, and his numbers aren't good, well, then you got it. Now, does it change whether he'd be the quarterback in 23? No.
Right.
But then you'd have to maybe start looking at people a little differently. Kyle, Trey,
thank you.
All of them.
That's all. That's where I'm at. I'm at with Kyle Shanahan. Like, I don't know. It's
you don't get to strip this thing down like it's like you're in year one of a rebuild now. You just don't. That can't be. Look, nobody thinks that now, but that can't turn into the excuse.
It can. Oh, let me tell you something.
Like that. Don't tell me.
Will.
Don't tell me when they're 4-7. If they were to be 4-7, that now it's rebuilding and young quarterback and da 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 da.
No, I agree. I completely agree with that. Here's the other thing I was thinking about. It's easy to denigrate and rip Garoppolo, and I get it. He's not one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, but they were 3-5, JD, and they ended up 10-7, which means they won 7 of their last 9 games.
Yeah, Trey got him one of them.
One of them. So we have the one thing we do know about Jimmy Garoppolo is, you know what? Guy's pretty resilient. The guy doesn't give up after he makes a mistake. Well, okay, guess what? Hey, Trey Lance, you guys start out 3-5, but make the playoffs. Well, still better make the playoffs.
If there was ever a year where the whole Jimmy Garoppolo is a winner thing could have been deemed a fluke, it would have been last year, or started to turn. It would have been last year because he was effectively a lame duck at that point. He not only was he 3-5, but he was 3-5, and he was going to be out the door.
Right,
and was able to help hold it together enough to where they were able to win 7 of the last 9.
Exactly. Steiny, like you, but I have to disagree. Niners can win games, and Trey can look poor because of their D in the NFL. You can't put wins on a specific player unless that specific player is the real. Okay. Yes, I get it. Like, you're right. If the 49ers go, let's say, 7-10, but how are they going to go? Like, they're not going to go 7-10 if Trey Lance is good, right?
No, not this year.
They'll be better than 7-10.
Correct. If Trey Lance is good, like if he legitimately puts up better than Jimmy Garoppolo numbers,
right?
They should win 13 games.
See, I kind of agree. And 7-7. Maybe I'm misunderstanding you, and that's fine. But it to me, it feels like the 49ers are so good outside, or they're so good outside of the quarterback position that even if Trey Lance is just okay, they're going to make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I believe that, and
they should.
If they don't make the playoffs, what am I left with other than, well, the quarterback wasn't good enough because they got a great running game, and people say their defense is among the best in the NFL. I guess their offensive line, obviously, is going to be tested. But again, to me, it comes down to, if you didn't think Jimmy Garoppolo was that great, well, then Trey Lance doesn't have to be that great, and they're still going to win 10 games. If Jimmy Garoppolo could win 10, what's wrong with saying if Jimmy Garoppolo could win 10 games with the Niners, Trey Lance can win 10 games? Like, that's not...
It's not crazy.
No. Sam's in Tiburon. Hey, Sam, what's going on, man?
Hey, guys. This Jimmy Garoppolo talk, I always chuckle about it a little bit because when you look at the great quarterbacks, and I'll bring up, either you love him or you hate him, Tom Brady. Tom Brady could take the three of us, and I could play running back. You two could play wide receiver. You both probably have, 1,500 yards and 7 touchdowns each. As a running back, I'd probably have, maybe 800 yards, 4 touchdowns. He is the reason why the Patriots get these no-name folks, and then they just do it, right?
Yep.
Well, the opposite is true with the San Francisco 49ers and Jimmy Garoppolo. Jimmy Garoppolo is a tough SOB. I will not discount that for a moment. He really is. The difference is when the chips come down to it, you can't depend on them. You have to depend on your safety not dropping an interception. You have to depend on, somebody like Deebo Samuels, what he did in the Green Bay game, getting that last first down. You have to depend on your kicker, like Robbie Gould, hitting, being on point. That is the difference between
the potential of Trey Lance and what you had with Jim Garoppolo. I'm not saying that Trey Lance is the next coming of football god. I'm not saying that. What I am saying is you have a humble young man who knows he has stuff he needs to work on, who takes accountability, who's gotten an insurmountable amount of hate, even though he's less experienced, who has never said, oh, my less experienced.
We lose Sam?
I think we did.
Spadone? Oh, we lost you,
No,
Sam.
it's just a yeah.
No, but that's the thing. I don't think Trey Lance.
I don't think Trey Lance is getting any hate.
I think Trey Lance, in terms of a player,
he's almost
he's
Teflon.
loving it.
He's almost Teflon coming in.
Absolutely. This is all on Shanahan, to me, rather than Trey Lance. There's one here. Why does it sound like Steiny thinks Trey Lance is going to stink? No. But what bothers me more among Spadone, you haven't heard this. What really bothers me is fans who think these young players can come into the league with no experience and change a franchise's fortune. One of the things that really annoys me. It really annoys me. It really annoys. Now, if Trey Lance comes in and is just lights the world on fire, that's great. But I just think fans are unrealistic when you're talking about a quarterback, again, who doesn't have a lot of experience. He played 2 games last year. He played no games the year before that in college. It's like you can't expect this guy to be a hell of a quarterback and the 49ers to go 13-4. If they do, well, guess what? Then you hit the jackpot. But you don't hit the jackpot as much as you miss the jackpot. So that's my thing with Trey Lance is, for all you people out there that think, well, he just by stepping on the field, he's going to be better than Jimmy Garoppolo. No, I disagree. Maybe he will be. But he's got to be a lot better than Jimmy Garoppolo because you guys, a portion of 49er fans, thought Jimmy Garoppolo stunk. So Trey Lance better be not only as good or a little better, he better be a lot better. Maybe not right away, and I get that. But he doesn't have to be great right away because the 49ers have a good team. Just do the minimum, and you'll probably make the postseason, just like Jimmy Garoppolo did. But you got to do that. All right, on the other side, 888-957-9570, talking about Trey Lance and what your expectations are for him and the San Francisco 49ers. We come back. It's all sponsored by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com, the Bay Area's leader in collision repair.
Hear 49ers player
No, I need to borrow like a credit card.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Hey, congratulations to Draymond Green.
Absolutely.
Draymond Green got married. His new wife, Hazel. Congratulations, Draymond. Tell you what, Draymond cleans up well. I'll get him. I'll give him that. He's pretty well dressed.
You think LeBron was the best man?
Stop it.
Wow.
Why do you do that?
I'm serious. They're like best friends, right? They hang out in Canada. Do you see them in Canada, Steiny?
What do they do in Canada?
Hanging out.
Where?
Toronto, I think.
Yeah, that's where everybody goes. Toronto. Toronto's in New York City, Canada.
Not everyone has their own island. So.
No, they don't.
Yeah.
They don't. Yeah, you see this island. It's about as big as this studio.
Steinmetz Island.
Oh man! So I'm going to give myself a C- today. First day back. It's tough, but yeah, I'm all right.
You've had it more together than I anticipated.
We haven't talked about the San Francisco Giants. They're hot.
Well, I actually
play
made
Diamondbacks tonight.
Yeah, first of a 4-game series.
Okay.
I actually jotted down a bunch of different things. So I know we got some callers who talked a lot of Jimmy Garoppolo, but before we get out of here,
all right,
at 3:00. Just mark it down. I had a list of a bunch of things to just kind of rapid fire hit you with that happened during the 2 weeks that you were gone.
Okay, that sounds fun. 707 says LeBron was definitely at the wedding. That we know.
Yeah, Rich Paul was there. And
it's clutch.
Steph and Seth were there.
Right. Who else was there? Clay? He had to be there.
Moses Moody.
JTA was there as well.
Yeah.
I tell you, if I'm a rookie or a young player,
yes,
and I get invited, I'm definitely going.
Oh, no doubt.
If I'm Moses Moody, I'm like, oh yeah, I'm going.
There's absolutely
even if I
no
had
doubt.
something else planned, I'd be like, I'm going.
I'm with you too. Yeah.
Like, thanks, Draymond. Thanks
Absolutely.
I'm showing face.
I'm with you too, especially if I'm the 10th
I may
man.
be even buying something new to wear.
Yeah, I got to go to a wedding coming up. Oh man, I forgot to tell the boss too. My niece is getting married.
You need more time off. Jeez,
well, we don't have. We should. We don't have a vacation policy in here anymore. It's like
you better stop.
Ask for the
while you're behind.
Ask for the days off, and you either get them or you don't. Anyway, my niece is getting married in Sonoma. She's getting married on a Friday. JD, what the hell's going on with that?
Yeah, I don't like that. I'm not a big fan of that. But
it's at 4:30 on a Friday, so you know what? Your boy's not even taking the day off.
It's cost effective.
Can I get up to Sonoma in 90 minutes on a Friday from here?
No, you can't.
Yes, I can.
No, you can't.
You don't think? Come on, Sonoma's like 60 minutes.
Not on a Friday at 3:00.
Carpool? I got carpool. I got the sticker.
I don't think you'd make it.
All right.
What day is that?
It's a Friday. Not this Friday, but like the 27th of August.
It's like a couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think it's not this Friday, but next Friday. I got to figure it out.
So I'm looking at the map right now, Steiny. Yeah. So if I was to go to Sonoma from right now.
Go to Sonoma, Michigan.
1 hour and 8 minutes.
Hey, I'm there. Yeah. I'm there. Thanks, Spadone.
It's Monday.
Yeah.
And it's a half hour earlier. You don't think that makes up 22 minutes?
Oh, man. You know what?
You know what? Let's do this on Friday.
Well,
okay. I want to do this on Friday, like right before we're done.
All right, I'm going to be honest with you. It's Spadone, you'll appreciate this. It's one of those weddings that will clearly have a mass built in.
Oh, man. We had a really long one.
None of them start on time either.
No, but my point is, if it's one of those marriages that are...
Yeah, you don't need to be there for half of it.
Exactly.
That's what you're saying.
Hey, let me tell you. Hey, Mara, you know I love you. You know your Uncle Matty loves you. Yeah. When's the reception?
Yeah. You got... What you don't want to miss is I was actually just at a wedding in the last month or so, where you show up and it's cocktail hour. Like there's it's to make sure everybody is there.
Oh, even
so it's like, hey, the wedding's at 6:00. But it was really like the cocktail hour was at 6, or the champagne hour, or whatever it was.
Well,
and it was and it kind of allowed everyone to get there and mingle and then nobody was tripping about who wasn't there on time. But they didn't really tell you that initially.
I like that
because they don't want you to think you got more room to play with than you do.
Then you got half the church, half in the bag,
and
midway through the homily. They do a homily on the when it's.
That's if you're giving out the Eucharist and the wine and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But
Let me
we
tell you
don't do
something
that
about
at
the
ours.
Eucharist. It's overrated.
Jesus.
Seriously, it's worse than a saltine.
What about Jesus?
Yeah, exactly.
Listen, Jesus and I go way back. It's one of those things. If you're a Catholic school product, you can take shots at the church.
Yeah.
If you're not, you can't. Let's go to Rob in San Bruno before I get fired. What's up, Rob? How you doing, man?
I'm good. I'm doing good. Welcome back.
Hey, thank you. Appreciate it.
Look, line is this, man. Trey Lance elevates the offense in terms of the running game, and he elevates the passing game, the passing game. I think Kyle finally understood that he couldn't scheme his way through everything. He needed a guy who's instinctual, who can just make plays. Jimmy Garoppolo, sometimes he got caught up in what Kyle was saying too much. And I remember Kyle saying he want players that outplay his coach. I remember him saying that a few years ago, to outplay his coaching. And Jimmy Garoppolo just couldn't do it.
You know what, Rob? I'll go along with that. I mean, that's very possible that Trey Lance is going to that Kyle Shanahan wants Trey Lance to make 6 plays a game that Garoppolo couldn't make, whether it's with his legs or something deep, right?
Yes.
And then the rest of those plays, other than those 6, can he be as good?
But is he going to
be solid?
But is he going to be able to make that many plays in year one as a starter? And do there is is he? I get that that's the reason why, but does that pay dividends immediately? And that's where I don't think it's a lock.
But you're right.
That is why. But I think there's a lot of people that think, well, that just begins now, and it's snap of the fingers. He's going to make these plays without mistakes that offset them. He's just going to be he's going to be more dynamic. But is he going to, but what is the rub of being more dynamic if you're also less efficient or maybe more mistake prone? That's the question.
I completely agree.
Eventually, you're hoping, it looks like Mahomes or it looks like Josh Allen. But that's not this year. I mean, if it is, then they're going to win the Super Bowl.
Or should be knocking on the door.
But it's fair to think it would take a little time.
Right. And that's all. That's kind of.
But not so much time that you don't win this year.
You got to win. You got to get to the playoffs. It's really that simple. It's that simple because the reason I say it is because it's a very attainable goal for the San Francisco 49ers to make the playoffs. Drop of the hat, Matt, is in the city. What's up, Drop of the Hat? How you doing, man?
Hey, man, I'm doing great. How y'all doing?
Well, dynamite. Yeah.
Look, dynamite. See, my thing is, a lot of people call in and they really don't know football, right? They really don't know X and O's, and they really don't know, the San Francisco 49er offense is based on Kyle Shanahan's offense, right or wrong. When he came in here, right, he's a guru. So you have to be able to run his offense. And no quarterback couldn't do that except Jimmy Garoppolo. So when they went ahead and got Trey Lance, right, he was hurt at the end of the year, and they had to win a playoff game. He won that Texas game, but they couldn't rely on Trey Lance. So what's the difference between Trey Lance from right before the playoff and now? There's no big difference because it's unknown. But back then, he couldn't run the offense, and that's why they went with Jimmy Garoppolo, and he was hurt. A lot of 49ers going to regret when Jimmy Garoppolo leaves. He has a lot of great qualities that you just don't know. And one of those qualities is be able to read the defense and get the ball off real fast. I don't think Trey Lance can get off the ball so fast. He can throw the ball deep, which is good, but I don't think he's going to be successful. That's why he's less efficient. But, yeah, Jimmy Garoppolo is a hell of a quarterback. He's going to go somewhere. He's going to prove everybody wrong. And Kyle Shanahan offense, his record, he's a loser without Jimmy G. I just want to say that.
Thanks for the call. Drop the hat, Matt. He's in Garoppolo's camp. I get it. I get what he's saying. I mean, Jimmy Garoppolo, first of all, who do you think he's going to be quarterbacking for this year?
I'm starting to think maybe the Browns.
Okay.
I'd thought Seattle before that.
Right.
The one that I keep wondering about, and this was among the many things that happened when you were gone, is this Matthew Stafford story about a potential elbow injury, and maybe he's going to be playing through it, and they had to shut him down, and then they brought him back, and then could you imagine a scenario where the Rams right now know Stafford's in trouble?
Okay.
Like might need an elbow surgery,
All
in
right.
trouble. But they're playing it, waiting, hoping that Garoppolo gets cut, and then they can swoop him up. And then, could you imagine Jimmy Garoppolo getting cut on August 30th?
Right.
And then on September 3rd, Jimmy Garoppolo signing with the Rams because Stafford's having season-ending surgery.
That would scare Shanahan, right?
Could you imagine?
That would scare Shanahan.
Would it scare you enough into trading him now for nothing?
To somebody other than the Rams?
Yeah.
That's a good question.
And we were having some. It sounds like, Stafford plays through a lot, and it doesn't sound like that's really realistic at this point. But we had some fun with that.
Well,
you don't want to go to Seattle. What about the Rams?
Well, the fun part would be that you'd have a coach, Sean McVay, who is a little like Shanahan, and then he gives you, what's McVay going to do with Garoppolo? Is he going to win in spite of Garoppolo?
Win a Super Bowl with him?
Yeah. Brian's in Mountain View.
Does Jimmy own the Niners the way he owned the Rams until he didn't?
I think the Niners, they wouldn't mind playing against Jimmy Garoppolo.
Wasn't Jimmy 6-0 against the Rams or something until the NFC Championship game?
Yeah, they'd won 6 in a row before that last game. Hey, Brian, how you doing, man?
Hey, good. Steiny, welcome back. It's good to have you back, man.
Thank you.
Hey, I just got a couple of quick thoughts. First of all, you're not going to make it in an hour and a half on a Friday afternoon to Sonoma. So you have two choices. One is you get your IT guys to let you have a mobile, booth in your car.
Right.
You go up, or Sonoma's super nice. You go up the night before and you do it from a beautiful inn up there and have a glass of wine and do your show remotely.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
You're not going to make it in. Yeah, you're not going to make it in an hour and a half. Okay, now in terms of this, so do I want to see Jimmy play for the Rams? I don't want to see him play against the Niners because I'm not a Jimmy hater. I love Trey Lance, but I'm not a Jimmy hater. But if he played for the Rams, he's a statue, and our D-line would eat up the Rams O-line, and we would pummel him, so he'd probably be out in the second quarter because as much as I like him, he's fragile.
Yeah.
And then finally, in terms of what Trey has to do, if you just objectively look at the team, we got better on the D-line. We stayed pat at linebacker. We got better in the defensive backfield. We got better on special teams, both from players and a coach, because I didn't like our coach. We got better at wide receiver. O-line is the big question mark in my mind for the season.
Sure.
So I think all Trey has to do is kind of hold pat. Our special teams lost us a couple of games last year. We were 10-7. I think we're probably going to be 11-6.
Okay.
And I think Trey's just got to play. He doesn't have to set the world on fire, but he's going to win us some games. He's probably going to lose us a game or two. But the bottom line is I think we'll be 11-6. We'll be fine. And it's going to be fun. It's going to be a fun season.
Thanks, Brian. Appreciate the call.
There
I think
you
you
go.
take 11-6 right now.
Oh, God, yes.
No doubt about it.
Yes.
Yeah, and I think, and this is where I do think Shanahan's going to be good for Trey Lance is Kyle Shanahan's not the kind of coach who's going to give him a ton. I think he's gonna give him little by little by little. By the way, we got some news. Here.
Breaking news.
You want to hit the breaking?
It's probably, it's not breaking news.
I don't know. Spinoni's kind of checked out. Oh, there he is.
95.7
Oh, good button push.
Breaking news. Brought to you by the Beat the Streak podcast. Get an inside edge on how to win the $5.6 million prize every day this baseball season. Listen on Odyssey or wherever you get your podcasts.
All right. Dodgers ace Walker Buehler will undergo season-ending surgery on his elbow. It's Bob Nightingale. Wow.
That's rough. Yeah, the team announced it.
Yeah. So. Okay. People don't like that I was saying the Eucharist a little overrated. It just doesn't have a lot of flavor, that's all. It doesn't have a lot of flavor.
It's a hot take.
It's not a hot take. It's a very measured take. People are just afraid to talk about religion. I don't know why.
Not if they use real wine.
Well,
extremely watered down.
Exactly. You can't.
Yeah.
Trust me, when I was in grade
no impact.
When I was in grade schools, when they started to say, you know what, let's make wine part of the. But everyone's like, what about the kids drinking wine? It wasn't enough. It wasn't enough in the chalice. That chalice had like an inch. That's about it. And then 700 people had to share it.
Yeah, and I wasn't a big fan of that. Like that is.
Well, but there was you wipe.
Yeah, I know you wipe it.
It's a whole protocol. It was pre-COVID.
They didn't use soap. They just wiped it with a cloth. I was like, is that really making it nicer? And then you shift it over.
Yeah,
I didn't like that.
Yeah. The part that
made
me
me a little uncomfortable.
Yeah, the part I always thought was funny was, if it was a sparsely attended mass, and then everybody had their communion.
Going for round two?
Nah, the priest would knock back any of the rest, even if that glass had like 9 ounces. He'd be like, go. Yeah, trust me.
Can't go to waste.
I'm thinking about starting a podcast on church, religion, mass stuff like. We need to talk about this in a more.
Remember when I had my confirmation, Steiny? The Bishop Ryan down in Monterey. That dude. Let me tell you, could put some down. The bishop.
Oh, let me tell you something about nuns and priests. Oh yeah, let me tell you something. Get after it.
Hope that turns into a drop.
I'm sure it will. Let
me tell you something about nuns and priests.
4 minutes.
You want to run through some? Sure. Just get Steiny's take. These are all things that happened when Steiny was out for the last couple of weeks. Just in no particular order. The Giants don't get Soto. The Padres do.
Okay.
And then Fernando Tatis, the suspension that goes down on Friday. So just your take on the Giants don't get Soto. But the Padres do, and they're still 6.5 back. Quick thoughts.
Did anybody think the Giants were getting Soto? I mean, seriously, come on now.
A lot of people demanding it.
You know what's funny is I think the Giants are having about the kind of year that we should have thought they were going to have. This year was going to be a grind. I mean, they're a 500 team. They're 6 back. I don't think they can get it done. Because they're not. Yeah, okay, they just swept the Pirates, but are they really good enough to put together a 25-12 stretch, something like that? I don't know that they are right now.
Well, they have won 6 of 8 since the Dodgers embarrassed them, which that Dodger 4-game sweep at Oracle Park also happened in the first 4 days that you were out.
Right.
Just got pummeled.
Right. I mean, I remember the thing that I thought was a joke, and I brought it up at the time, was when the Giants won 3 of 4 heading into the All-Star break. The Giants have momentum into the break. There's no such thing.
Yeah.
That's why it's a break, because there is no momentum afterwards.
Vin Scully and Bill Russell both passed away in the 2 weeks that you were gone.
Yeah.
Couple all-timers.
I mean, Bill Russell, greatest winner of all time. I think you've got to. I'll tell you what, though, the one thing I was thinking, and I don't know how you feel about it, but the idea of no one ever wearing the number 6 again.
I like it.
Do you?
I think it's appropriate because Russell had more of an impact than just the game.
Okay.
So I think it's kind of like Jackie Robinson in a way.
All right. I don't have a problem with it.
There's extra too. There's greatness as a player, but there's an added level of greatness off the floor that I think makes it even more appropriate than, say, doing it for number 23.
Right. No, I got you. The only thing I would say is if you kind of take a number out of play, is that drawing less attention to the number and the person who got it retired? That's all. But I don't think we can condemn the thought process.
I was also surprised at how many players are currently wearing 6. There's like 10 or 11.
Really?
Yeah.
trying to think if I know. Well, I know one. Overrated, Julius Erving. But who else was number 6? I can't even see. I'm not good with numbers.
I don't have the list, but there's a lot of there was like 10 or 12.
What else you got on your list?
Well, Vin Scully.
Okay.
Just any thoughts on Vin?
I mean, just the greatest, one of the greatest of all time announcers. Also, more than just a baseball guy.
Deshaun Watson suspended, and then now they're relitigating it. So the 6-game suspension came down the first day you were out,
right?
And it was almost the 1-year suspension we thought was going to come out on the last day you were out on Friday, but it didn't.
If you were a Browns fan, would you stop being a Browns fan?
Just can't have nice things. Not that.
I mean, it's tough. It's going to be tough to root for
him.
Guy.
Period.
I mean, it's going to be really tough to root for that guy. What's up, Spadone?
About 15 seconds here. Scam Inman, 415.
That's not very flattering. But it's Cam.
I kind of like
Bay Area News Group.
Kind of like
it. All right.
The Game 49ers Insider. He's the best.
All right, there you have it. Ray Ratto coming up with Damon Bruce. Thanks for listening to the show.
This football season, Larry Krueger and Lorenzo Neal host The Kickoff Show.
Yeah, I mean, Trey's deep ball was just a thing of beauty.
corner of Broadway and Battery. You're listening to Damon Bruce and Ray Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Well, you never get a second chance to make a first impression in a preseason, and I got to tell you, the first impression of the 49ers left a pretty good impression on me. We'll get into what we liked, what we were hoping to see, what we actually saw, and all that stuff today, but I think Trey Lance and the 49ers looked like they're off to a good start. That's a talented football team. Ray, you cannot hide speed on a football field. 49ers are fast. 49ers got some flyers, not only on offense, but on defense as well. So, nice little start.
Yeah, they were all right. You know, I mean, it's hard to judge anything based on who you're playing against and how much you're not showing yourself, but they've got some athletes.
Yeah, I mean, all you can do is go out and play against the competition you're facing, knowing that that's not real level best NFL competition because the Packers aren't playing everyone the same way that the 49ers didn't go about playing everyone, but we did get some run from some starters. We got Hoosiers contributing. I mean, don't let a Hoosier find his way to San Francisco and sort of redefine what true entertainment is.
Yeah, by giving us none.
Oh, stop it. Come on. No, look, there were some nice moments for the 49ers. We'll get into those nice moments as they started their year. A nice series for the San Francisco Giants. Again, measure yourself against an opponent. Pirates aren't good, which means they're ripe for a beating from a not bad Giants team. The Giants were at their not bad best on Friday and Saturday. And then in a little bit of a clown show, they end up winning yesterday on a walk-off home run. So they have started, Ray, to do what we said they sort of needed to do on this 7-game homestand. You got to be winning 5, 6, 7 in a row. That'd be a good thing for sure. But you got to win at least 5, 6 of these games. They've gotten off to a good start. And it's an old friend coming to see them tonight, Madison Bumgarner. So there you go. It's about as interesting an offering as a Diamondbacks-Giants game could give you this late in the year.
The only interesting thing, frankly, that the Diamondbacks and Giants could give you.
Well, here's the thing. Until you get back to picking on the kid in the schoolyard and you're the big bully, the Diamondbacks have been more interesting than the San Francisco Giants thought they would be this year.
Well, they've been more interesting against the Giants. They're still,
that's what we're talking about.
They're still a team that's hanging basically on two guys, Walker, Ketel Marte. The rest of that team is sort of what you thought they were going to be a year ago. They don't have enough players. They definitely don't have enough pitching. I mean, Mark Melanson is still floating out there.
Is Merrill Kelly going to go against the Giants here probably tomorrow? Because that guy's like a little bit of a giant killer. So we'll see him, but it's going to be Mad Bum tonight. It was a brutal weekend for the A's. Remember how I said on Friday I got it wrong? I'm like, they're going to take on the Rangers. You wish you were playing the Rangers. They ended up playing the Houston Astros as scheduled per Major League Baseball, and that did not go well for the Oakland A's. A rough season got even worse this last weekend, but they're taking on a Rangers team which has seen better days. Another manager gets the axe. Chris Woodward out today. Their third base coach is going to take over on an interim basis. So A's and Rangers. And what you want if you're an A's fan, you want a one-run game, because that's where Chris Woodward got fired. He got fired in one-run games. The Rangers, who spent big this offseason, are 6-24 in one-run games.
And it's amazing because their bullpen is about league average, where you would think that losing that many one-run games is because your bullpen can't hold a lead. That wasn't the case, and they're a league average offensive team. They're whatever it is they weren't doing can be traced more sort of to the general manager, Chris Young, because they spent about $500 million in long-term contracts, and they're getting remarkably little out of anybody not named Adolis Garcia or Corey Seager. Marcus Simeon's been real ordinary, and the rest of the team is entirely anonymous.
Maybe the most, I guess, what's the word, notorious, not even major leaguer these days, because he wasn't playing Major League Baseball. He was on a minor league rehab assignment. But Fernando Tatis Jr., the news broke on our show on Friday afternoon that he had gotten popped for PEDs, triggering an 80-game suspension. And Ray, right away, you and I started handicapping the situation. And I said, you know what would be really refreshing? If a player of his ilk, with his job security, just had the guts to come out and say, hey, the Padres have an incredibly exciting season underway. In a desperate attempt to rejoin it, coming off of an injury, I made the terrible choice of trying to take a shortcut. I'm sorry. I know I'll never win all of you back, but I hope to win some of you back by just being honest about this. I'm Fernando Tatis Jr. I just got caught, and I throw myself upon the mercy of all of you Padres fans. Had he done that, I think a lot of people would have been real cool with it. But no. No.
Well, the more interesting thing, well, go ahead, finish your...
Well, no. If you got the more interesting thing, go ahead.
No, to me, A.J. Preller, as general manager, could not wait to just beat him to death with a shovel.
He issued a rough
even
statement.
Try.
Right.
I mean, just, basically just said he's a child. He doesn't get it yet. And I don't know if that was the prelude to trying to get some of the contract money back, even though his big money doesn't really kick in for a couple more years, or whether he was just so mad he couldn't contain himself, because it took a day for Bob Melvin to sound the more conciliatory tone, but it was pretty clear that Preller was hot.
They got to be furious. And then
they indeed are.
And then when you look at the excuse where he came forward saying, well, I had ringworm, and this was in a substance that I was using to treat ringworm, and I should have gone through the proper channels to make sure that it was okay. Nope. No. His handlers, his people, Team Tatis, put the wrong word. They misspelled. What did he get caught? He got popped for something called cholesterol. They put in cholesterol in their Google search for alibis. So not only was he caught doing steroids, he has now been completely caught in as transparently hysterical alibi lie that someone on his team came up with. Like, oh, what's the substance that triggered the positive result? Google that. Can you find it in anything that would be benign? Yeah, it's in this ringworm cream. Except you spelled it wrong. It's not cholesterol. It's cholesterol. I mean, that is just... I was giggling about that all weekend.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, if you did have ringworm, the chances are where you would go is to the trainer and say, what have you got for this? Because they're trained to give you stuff, A, that is indeed for ringworm, and B, won't ring the bell.
Right.
Yeah, no, that was... And the fact that it unraveled as quickly as it did made it even more preposterous. Because it's... If you're going to lie, make it a good one. And if you're not going to lie, as you say, fall on your sword. As it is, I think most Padre fans will now forget about him until it starts to come time for him to come back next year. And then they'll be reminded that whatever happened to them in 2022, their window closed a little bit because he couldn't cheat right. Yeah. And I'm not judgmental about steroids, but if you're going to do them, you'd better have a story. And this ain't it.
Well, it's not just a drug test that you fail. It's an IQ test that you fail. Because getting around Major League Baseball is something that informed and wealthy major leaguers can do pretty easily. So it's brutal. Our good friend Darren Smith from down in San Diego at about 9:30 on Friday night just tweeted a gorgeous picture of the sun ray setting over the Coronado Bridge, and his commentary was perfect. Whatever. It's pretty down here. We still got that.
But that is San Diego in a nutshell. You can't. The last time those people were angry about anything was when the Chargers left, and before that, they could tolerate nearly anything because they've had to. And so I think they got a couple of days of anger, and then Darren Smith, whatever.
We got ourselves a couple of things to get into today. Draymond Green got married over the weekend. Congratulations to Draymond and his bride. We have ourselves some footage that we need to discuss from the party. It looked fun. We got ourselves another Kevin Durant rumor. He's already taken to Twitter saying, don't believe everything Mark Stein tells you. And I really didn't believe this latest that Mark Stein said, that he might retire instead of play for the Nets. But the drama, it never ends around that guy. We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Since they opened in July of 2021, BMW Fairfield's become the top-rated BMW dealer in the entire Bay Area. Go find out for yourself. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit. We are just getting underway. Cam Inman's going to join us in about an hour from now. We're going to go over everything that he saw with his own two eyes when he was down at Levi's Stadium. When we come on back, we'll go over everything we saw with our 4 eyes. Actually, we got more. We were both wearing glasses. We got 8 eyes on this show. 2 men, 8 eyes, 2 microphones. One of them's usually on.
Don't start with me.
Happy Monday, sweetheart.
Who says?
You ready to go? Here we go. Damon and Ratto. We're brought to you by the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority.
Looking for a fulfilling career with opportunities for job growth? Is paid
California for over 55 years. Trimark brings you innovative product solutions to help your hospitality business thrive. A lot of hospitality businesses are looking to thrive these days. Visit TrimarkWest.com. Damon and Ratto, it is good to have you here today. We got our first look at the San Francisco 49ers, and I just kind of quickly want to go over the checklist, Ray, that I think you and I kind of agreed to on Friday. The things that we wanted to see by the Niners. I started by saying that I want to see this defense make Jordan Love look like he doesn't really get it yet. Ding. Like, right away. Jordan Love, if you're the Green Bay Packers, you got to be as worried about the post-Aaron Rodgers plan as you were before you drafted Jordan Love. Actually, you need to be worried more about it because you wasted a draft pick on Jordan Love. That guy's just, for as long as he's been in the Packers organization now, to look that unsure of himself, to be missing throws the way he does, that's just not a good sign. So I wanted them to make Jordan Love look uncomfortable. Jordan Love, I thought, looked uncomfortable out there. Javon Kinlaw, fill up the middle a little bit. Get that big body some work. He got that big body some work. He looked pretty good, I thought. Then we wanted to see a real pocket for a quarterback to work around. Lots of interior line questions. We wanted to see some answers on Friday night. Where the answers came from, there are a lot of different names that need to come up with the right answers. Aaron Banks, Jake Brendel, Spencer Burford, Colton McKivitz. Like, big night for all of you guys. I thought the night for the 49ers offensive line represented itself pretty darn well. Sure, there were 3 sacks, but they also opened up over 100 yards of rushing lanes. And I thought this much maligned throughout training camp offensive line, Ray, looked pretty darn good.
Yeah, they looked okay. I mean, there was nothing that suggested that, their problems are over. But they didn't look like they were overwhelmed against, whatever the Packers were throwing at them, which frankly wasn't all that much. So they got a passing grade, I guess, is the best way to say it. They weren't amazing, but I don't think these games are designed for anybody to be amazed.
Yeah, I mean, there's no game planning. There's no situational play. Yeah,
that's it.
Yeah, when you're out there, move the ball. When you're with your group, move the ball. When you're with your group on the other side of the ball, stop the ball from moving. That's preseason football. Who ends up winning doesn't even matter. It doesn't. There's no lessons of how to be a winner left available in preseason football for the NFL. It just isn't. It's get your work in, get something on the film, get off the field before you get hurt. And Trey Lance, look, he pretty much did that. I said that I wanted to see some accuracy from him. Not just on deep balls. I don't want to hear any more about the big arm. I know he's got a big arm, and we'll get to that in just a second. It's the 5-7 yard throws, hitting guys in stride. I thought he pretty much did that. He was 4-5 for 92 yards with a big chunk of them coming on this one throw to the rook.
Here's the snap to Lance. Lance looking. Rainbow's left side. Got a man out there. Over the shoulder catch. Down the left sideline to the end zone for the touchdown. And it is the rookie draft choice, Danny Gray.
Danny Gray. Yes, that is Danny Gray. Wayne Larrivee on the Packers radio network. And you even heard who was doing the color with him go, uh-oh. Because, dude, Danny Gray burnt that corner. And there is some speed there. And if there's one thing that I walk away with thinking, all right, here's the element of preseason game 1, the couple of series that Trey Lance played as to what relates in the regular season, defenses are going to have blades of grass to defend that you did not need to worry about defending when Jimmy Garoppolo was out there. And I'm not trying to take a shot at Jimmy Garoppolo. I'm not going to try to turn any conversation we have about Trey Lance into what Jimmy wasn't. But what Jimmy didn't do is throw the ball as deep as Trey Lance just did in that game. As a matter of fact, I think over the last 2 seasons of football, Jimmy's got one completion that is longer than the one that Trey Lance just threw down. In, basically the first look at him with a rookie wide receiver. And these new receivers got some serious giddy up. I mean, Danny Gray absolutely can run. Ray McLeod, that guy, he burnt an entire Packers defense when it was Nate Sudfeld in there, who his first pass of the day goes for a big, long touchdown. Nate Sudfeld carried himself well. And Brock Purdy comes in going 3 for 6, 36 yards, and a touchdown that gave the 49ers a win, 28-21 over the Green Bay Packers. So Sudfeld time and Brock Purdy time both went well. Again, both had pockets to operate from. Both seemed to be able to hit their targets in stride. Both guys looked like quarterbacks. My one, that offensive element didn't go well. Trey Sermon. I don't know if Trey Sermon is an NFL running back. And I don't know why he's not, because he had a skill set at Ohio State and a talent level at Ohio State. He was awesome. Couldn't take your eyes off him in college. But man, he's got like plodding feet. He just doesn't look fast enough. He doesn't hit the hole hard enough. I am not impressed with a moment of Trey Sermon's young career here with the 49ers. And he was held to 1.8 yards per carry on 6 carries in the preseason opener. So I thought he was a little bit of a disappointment, and that's a loaded backfield. He's got something to prove. Everyone was talking about how, man, Jermichael Hasty might be the odd man out of this running back room when cutdown day comes around. Well, not when he's getting 7.2 per carry, he's not.
Well, Sermon looked tentative. I don't know if it's plodding feet, but he didn't seem to trust what was in front of him. And I'm not sure why that is. And I'm not sure if I'm actually seeing that correctly. But he didn't attack the holes, as you said, the way you would need to once the games start to matter. He seemed like, I'm supposed to do something here. Now I got to figure out how to do it. And you don't have time to figure it out. You just have to go to where you think the hole's going to be. And if there's an alternate hole, you've got to make that decision. It seems quicker than he did.
It feels like he's getting his, or, looks like on, his 6 carries that we saw on Friday night. But it feels like, and you don't normally say this to a running back, like you need to get up straighter a little bit. It's like he's falling over his own feet and he's falling forward to the point where he's off balance. I don't know. I'm surprised that Trey Sermon has looked so unimpressive on a football field when at Ohio State he was one of the more impressive running backs you saw in the Big Ten. Anyway, a good night. It was a good night. Lance had that big touchdown bomb. Danny Gray, the 76-yard touchdown reception. That's a real arm. And like I said, he's going to attack blades of grass that I don't think you were ever worried about Jimmy really going after. And if you were, aware of Garoppolo's arm strength, it felt like those plays were so outside of the Shanahan's comfortable calling that level of the playbook that you didn't even have to worry about it. Like, even if Jimmy could pull it off, they might not have the wide receiver to go get it right now, and I don't think Shanahan's going to call that play. So, a possibly more aggressive Kyle Shanahan with Jimmy Garoppolo, with Trey Lance over Jimmy Garoppolo. Now, he's downplaying it to the point where I think that there might be something to the point that I'm making.
Not really. I think that was an undervalued thing with Jimmy. Jimmy could throw the ball and throw it real far. So, I think everything's been was available with Jimmy. It is with Trey. But there's different types of styles, and I think our team will figure that out as it goes, and I think you guys will see the difference as it goes.
Yeah, what I think you figured out right away is that you got a faster, more dangerous, big yardage, chunk play taken football team now than you really did at any point in time that Jimmy was the quarterback. And again, this is not a referendum on Garoppolo. I'm done worrying about him. I hope he ends up in a good situation. It appears the New York Jets don't have nearly the knee injury on Kevin Wilson that it looked like they might have on Friday night, but he has gone for meniscus surgery. Zach Wilson. And I don't know if that's going to be a landing spot, but they're going to find a landing spot for Garoppolo, or they're just going to simply cut him. Because I keep on hearing all these things that he could be, might be. No one's coming for could be, might be Garoppolo. I don't know if there's any business to really be done there. Hasn't revealed itself yet.
No, but we're still early in the injured quarterback process.
We are. We got 2 big fat weeks coming up to prove that.
Yeah. And this week probably won't be it because it certainly looks like most teams are giving their guys the week off. So if there's any business to be done, it might be in that gap between the third practice game and the real stuff.
Jimmy is not going to be traveling, I believe, to Minnesota. They got joint practices with the Vikings. I believe Wednesday, Thursday is the joint practice. The game is Saturday in Minnesota, and as you alluded to, we're probably not going to see the starter workload in Week 2 preseason that we saw Week 1 preseason. Here's Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, most likely. We'll see how it goes. I'm a lot more into the Wednesday and Thursday practice than I am the game on Saturday, and quarterbacks aren't ever too tired from practice, but depending on how much we play the rest of the offense on Wednesday and Thursday, if that starting O-line plays a ton, I'm not going to put them in there on Saturday night, especially when we get back Sunday morning at like 7 a.m., and then we got to go to Houston that Wednesday. So trying to be smart with that game, but that'll be all based off how practice goes.
There we go. So what do you want to see? What is the priority from Trey Lance during these preseason games? Not just Friday night, from here on out.
And get him reps out there as much as you can while not getting him hurt. So that's really my only priority is how. And that's why I would love to play him the whole game if you're guaranteed not to get hurt. Because Trey, the more reps he can get, all it'll do is help, whether it's good or bad that goes out there. So try to do the same thing for Nate as long as we could. He just likes stuff in real football that's not versus our own defense that we can get together tomorrow or the next day and evaluate the tape and get better from what we did.
Injury concerns right off the rip in Week 1. I see the word hamstring highlighted in bold 4 different times. I hope that these are injuries that can get rested and put to bed, because a hamstring, as you all know, you've been watching sports long enough, that can linger. A tweaked hamstring today, not dealt with properly tomorrow, could be a tweaked hamstring for the rest of the year on some of these guys.
Or even if it is dealt with properly, sometimes you just re-aggravate that thing, even if you've been given sufficient time to rest and rehab. So it's a crapshoot.
Jimmy Ward, who has seen his profile rise to the point where he just made the NFL's top 100 list, well, he's got a hamstring that's bad enough to where Kyle Shanahan's already talking about him missing Week 1 in Chicago. Charvarius Ward didn't play on Friday. He's going to miss at least the next week as well. Emmanuel Mosley with a hamstring strain. He didn't play it Friday, but he could be returning. Daniel Brunskill, hamstring strain. That's going to probably get him shut down for a couple of weeks, which means by default, I guess, Brindle is your starting center now. And Mike McGlinchey re-aggravated his knee. He won't participate in joint practices in Minnesota this week. That's not good, but it's not bad. They're not saying there's nothing structural there. He just felt a little bit of a tweak. Elijah Mitchell's hamstring strain. He didn't play on Friday. Maybe he's going to be held out of the entire preseason. Go ahead and hold him out of the entire preseason. I am cool with that. That guy can play football. I already know it. I watched it with my own 2 eyes last year.
Yeah, most of these decisions have been made, to be honest with you. Kyle Shanahan knows who he wants to play and how often he wants them to play. So this is all about sort of just body maintenance. You mentioned a bunch of guys who they have plans for, and, barring a catastrophic health situation, they'll be playing.
Marcelino McCrary Ball,
who you wouldn't have mentioned if not for the fact that he went to Indiana.
Well, I'm glad you know that, because I wasn't even aware of that.
I wasn't even until you started yowling about it in the other room.
So, it's a good story. He's an undrafted free agent out of Indiana, and he made a really big play. He made a couple of big plays. He had an interception off the tip. He spotted the ball, located it, caught it, and ran. Everyone has been saying that he's been a real highlight in training camp. And he's fast. We're talking about guys who leapt out as fast to you. I wrote down number 40 before I understood who that was. And, hey, there you go. Go Hoosiers. All I can tell you is that this team has got a linebacking core that's going to be really, really hard to make. There is no guarantee that Marcelino McCrary Ball is going to be on this team. But I can tell you right now, that kid's going to be in the NFL. Somebody's going to pick him up. The players that the 49ers cut are going to be jumped upon by other teams, because the one thing that stood out to me, maybe more than anything, was the overall team speed. of the 49ers. Remember before the Hall of Fame game, I always said I love to turn on an NFL game, and I haven't seen it. It hasn't been in front of my eyes since the Super Bowl, and I am always blown away by the collective speed of professional football teams, from linemen to wide receivers to tight end to tackles. It's the speed and the size is remarkable in this league. Well, the 49ers are a big football team, and they are fast. They're fast at every position group. Certainly across their defense, they are fast as hell everywhere. Now you add Danny Gray to this offense, Ray McLeod to this offense. There is real speed out there. Real speed. You know, Kyle doesn't want to show you anything. He doesn't want to show you anything in the preseason. He is not out there game planning. But you can't hide speed on a fly route. You know, when some guy just puts his head down and goes, and he is basically running past a corner who is still in his back pedal because he just wasn't prepared for you to get up on him that fast, that's legit speed, and they have some.
And the truth is, you're okay with showing speed in the preseason because, you know, let's face it, every scouting group in the NFL knows who the fast guys are. So you may as well just show, here's what we can do now. It doesn't mean you're showing anything tactical, let alone anything strategic. But the 49ers have never been overburdened with speed in the Shanahan era. They've been more precise, and I don't want to say plotting because that's not the right word, but they're about being efficient and doing the things Shanahan wants the way he wants them done. The fact that Danny Gray is now part of this indicates that, you know, maybe Shanahan is starting to take the training wheels off the other part of the offense, and maybe he thought they were becoming more predictable. Not because of Garoppolo, but because they didn't have any deep threats.
Right, tendencies.
Yeah, I mean, just who were you going to throw deep to? Nobody. I mean, that was the team that Kyle Shanahan built.
And, you know, to call these guys possession receivers, it's a little unfair because the 49ers have had a lot of guys who can catch the ball and then turn it upfield for 5-6 yards, you know, team yak, right? Yards after catch. There is probably going to be more yards in between the line of scrimmage and the catch for the 49ers this season with Trey Lance as the full-time starter than we've seen. And someone on the Comcast Business text line has nailed it, saying that Shanahan is definitely into time of possession. You should be. One of the clear indicators that you're about to win a football game is when you're really winning time of possession. They're great front runners, but maybe time of possession is something that they can worry about in second halves after they build some leads because they got a receiving core that can, say it with me, everybody, take the lid off of defenses. And it looks like that they have that. And remember, that was a receiving core that did not have us looking at, you know, Deebo Samuel, who apparently did have a really good practice today. We're going to talk to Cam Inman about that at 4:15 today. But, you know, that is a receiving core that did not have its core receivers even out there. So I liked the first impression of the new Trey Lance offense, and I think that there is a fun football season coming up for 49ers fans. I really do. I think everyone is going to have all their Jimmy Garoppolo anxiety. It's going to clear the deck quickly. You know, are there big shoes for Trey Lance to fill? I don't even know if they're big shoes. They were competent shoes. There were shoes that, when worn on healthy legs, produced a level of not screwing up a game plan enough for this team to have reached the NFC title game in 2 of the last 3 seasons. I don't know if Trey Lance can do that in his first year as a starter, but I do think he is going to represent a bigger play creating, more dynamic quarterback that might just surprise you. Because, again, you hit 1 or 2 really big plays that flip the field in a football game, that changes the DNA of who you are as a football team. Of all the DNA characteristics of Kyle Shanahan, defense first, run first, second, and third almost. Time of possession, like our texter just said. He's never had this element of boom, big play capability, unless it was a play that was somewhere in that short to medium range that broke big. To think that not every play is going to have to be broken big, but can be designed to be big in its conception, just gives Kyle more to work with in his playbook and leading up to games. I mean, do not let some of these teams have a limping corner or a safety that Kyle thinks is the soft spot, because if you're going to attack, and you're going to attack in that secondary, that's where speed can really start taking over. So I was impressed. We're not going to overreact here. We're not going to do anything crazy. But if 7 NFC teams get to go to the playoffs, I'd be stunned, and you all have my full permission to be wildly disappointed if the San Francisco 49ers aren't one of them, because they got a good football team right now without even having really seen the whole thing yet. You can just tell they're good. They can play. The same way you can kind of tell Jordan Love, he's not good. He really can't play.
Well, he was also throwing to like backups that weren't very
who are
good.
Now like wide receiver 2, 3, 4 on this depth chart.
Yeah, that's a great way to make a quarterback look not very good. And it was also second string offensive line, so there's no wonder he didn't feel comfortable. He didn't look comfortable.
Romeo Doubs, he might be the Aaron Rodgers' biggest target, the rookie. I mean, and he was out there. He made some plays. He did make a few plays. It's all the little things that he didn't do that you'd think a third-year quarterback would.
Except the third-year quarterback who never plays is a rookie. I mean, in the same way that Trey Lance is a second-year quarterback who's a rookie, because he didn't play. And the fact is, if you don't play, you may as well be fresh out of college, because when you're holding a clipboard, the only thing you're doing is making your fingers tired. So,
but come year 3, when you do get your chance to play, you can't continue to be unimpressive. You can't continue to miss way too many routes and overthrows. And, I mean, this guy, is he throwing front shoulder, back shoulder, or just at a pair of shoulders? It looks like he's just throwing at a pair of shoulders. There is no element of in stride to the right side of the field, like to the right side of the receiver's body, I guess I'm trying to say here, that I saw out of him. There looked like no touch. With a group of guys that, let's be honest, he works with them. There's no one who knows more about running with the 2s and the 3s than the backup, who's been doing it for 3 years now. So there should be a little bit more kismet with that group than a normal backup would have.
But if you're not, okay, and I'm not trying to defend Jordan Love or say that he's...
You love Jordan Love. Just say it, Ray.
No. All I'm saying is when you never play, and now you're playing live action, even if it's against second stringers, it's a whole different dynamic. And he may never get the chance to play, because Aaron Rodgers is signed for another 3-4 years? Yeah. Now, I don't think he's going to fulfill that contract, but they have no plans of replacing Aaron Rodgers with Jordan Love anytime soon.
No, and when it comes time to replace Aaron Rodgers, I don't think it's going to be with Jordan Love.
He may very well contract out.
Yeah.
I mean, contract expired and Rodgers is still here. Good luck in Canada.
Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. In about a half an hour, Cam Inman comes on by. When we do return, we're going to talk a little bit about a pretty good weekend for the Giants, a ceremony that went off well, and look who's back in town tonight, Madison Bumgarner. Hey, how are you? Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. So at no point in time are the Dodgers going to be able to hand him a ball in a big game or a big moment. There might not be any big games or moments for them until the playoffs begin. And there is an awful lot of talent up and down that Dodgers rotation for sure without Walker Buehler. But he's special. And that's definitely a blow to, shall we call them, the ultimate postseason chances where, now starting game 1 of the World Series, Walker Buehler is a sentence I'm sure the Dodgers would have liked to have been able to say.
Well, and not only that, it means that they need Clayton Kershaw back and at quality.
And no one else can get hurt.
Because the truth is, their 2 best pitchers this year have been their 4th and 5th starters, Tony Gonsolin and Tyler Anderson. And I don't know that you want to go 4 times through your rotation with them at the top of it.
Right.
I mean,
how do you take 2 guys having an awesome year and sort of ruin it? Well, give another playoff lineup a couple of looks at those guys.
Yeah, and basically, give scouts 5 or 6 looks at them. I mean, it's not that they're going to all of a sudden be different. I mean, everybody knows what everybody throws, but the thing is, now it's going to be deep into October. It's more starts than either of those guys have ever had. So, one of the strengths that the Dodgers had is now clearly an area of thinness. I mean, they're going to have to figure out how to make Andrew Heaney really, really good fast. And he's not, he's started before, but he's not a guy you hang your hat on. He was going to be the odd man out in their 4-man rotation. Now, I don't know.
Yeah, he might need to pitch. Look at you, multimedia star. You did a little Chris Russo high heat today?
They asked me.
Did you appear on television or did you just phone it in?
No, they Zoomed.
You Zoomed it?
Yeah.
Nice. Did you give them the same straight up your nose angle that we got out of you during the entire pandemic, or did you actually try to frame this bad boy a little?
They told me to move stuff around. I don't know what they were looking at. I don't care.
Are you happy with your appearance today? Do you feel beautiful?
I'm a nightmare, and I get that.
What did you and the Mad Dog talk about? I love me some Chris Russo.
Well, at the end, he wanted to complain about the Giants because he's a huge Giants honk, has been forever.
What was the chief among his complaints? Is that the bullpen?
That last year, wasn't repeatable. No kidding. And that they don't look very interesting. No kidding. I mean, the stuff we say all the time. But the rest of it was, well, what do the Padres do about Fernando Tatis? And the answer was, well, they bite a hole in their lip and they deal with this.
Yeah.
Because it's not like they can let him go. I mean, that $340 million is spent. AJ Preller got to vent his spleen Friday night. Now he has to shut up about it.
Well, and ultimately, Fernando Tatis is the kind of player, whether he embarrasses himself, the organization, all of Major League Baseball, his family name, whatever you want to say he just did. You want that guy hitting third in your lineup. He's special. He's very good. So, yeah, you're right. Bite a hole in your own lip and then start him the first chance you get.
Oh, no question. I mean, it was interesting that the day after Preller vented, Bob Melvin came out and was very conciliatory about, what Tatis did and all the circumstances around it, basically saying how contrite he was. He was already trying to sort of...
damage control.
Yeah, I mean, basically, recaulk the driveway. And that's what they're going to have to do, because if indeed he feels as bad as he suggests he does, that's going to have to be one of the things the Padres do between now and next May when he starts playing again.
Again, I just don't understand why he didn't use I panicked rehabbing. You just be truthful. I mean, that's the thing. If there's one thing I am sure of on the topic of PEDs, is the lie that eventually blows up in your face, because they all do, and it didn't even take 24 hours to his lie about ringworm blowing up in his own face, to just combat a misdeed with a little truth that people can, I think, relate to. There was a way to play it, and he played it wrong.
The only guy who's ever tried that was Andy Pettit, and some people bought it, some people didn't. But I think the instinct with most public figures is lie unless you can't possibly get away with it. And the fact is, Tatis went the way most PR firms would tell you, say as little as possible. But they had come up with a story that they couldn't defend. So now it's too late to tell that story. You get one crack at it.
Right.
And if you don't avail yourself of it right away, then whatever comes out of your face after that, nobody's going to believe.
Look, all I know is that when he gets to any major league ballpark, he should be greeted with ringworm, the way that Darryl Strawberry got Darryled around baseball.
That'll happen until the first time he hits a ball 28 rows in the left field.
Did you see, and there's one more other story here, but when we're talking about crowd negative reaction, did you see the chants that went up when the Browns had the ball in Jacksonville during Deshaun Watson's very short appearance on the field? The things that the fans were chanting are not the kind of things you want your kids hearing at a football game.
Or really anywhere else. But you know what? If you take your kids to a football game,
you're going to hear some, especially when Deshaun's playing.
You get what you deserve.
Man, I tell you, that is going to be a long PR battle for the Browns. If they thought dealing with Baker Mayfield caused few people to drink 2 martinis with lunch, wait until you get done with Deshaun Watson. He's a 3 martini lunch PR nightmare if there ever was one.
Well, but I think the PR people knew that the minute Jimmy Haslam did what he did, because they're the ones who have to walk Watson from this presser to that presser to this TV interview to that's the deal they sign up for. And so they knew on day one that this was going to be a nightmare. I think they were sort of hoping that the nightmare would end in the middle of October at the end of the 6-game suspension, when in fact, who the hell knows how long this is going to go? Who knows whether it's going to go to court? This could be 2 years.
It's so deliciously ugly. Oh, my gosh. One other thing to let you know about. It happened. I hadn't seen it pop up on the ESPN top headlines until I had gotten into work. And then I saw that Pete Carroll died. If you are a fan of basketball, you are a fan of Pete Carroll, whether you know it or not. He won 514 games at a Division I level, made 11 NCAA tournaments, and won an NIT without a single player ever being on scholarship. Why? Well, because he was at Princeton. The Princeton offense. There's not a lot of offenses that are named after the place it came from. But this man was a magician when it came to off-ball movement, and every single time you hear about a backdoor cut, getting a player a clean look at a layup, you're talking about Pete Carroll. Pete Carroll was a true, as Matt Norlander writes on Twitter, he holds a special legacy in the hoops world that won't be duplicated. One of the few coaches with a legitimate patent on a style of play that was emulated at all levels. And I remember when we were talking about, how much the motion offense that the Golden State Warriors ran reminded me of what I saw from Bobby at Indiana. And I even brought that up to Steve Kerr. And he said, no, this is not. There are motion principles that all motion teams run, but I'm not, scouting Bobby Knight film for the Golden State Warriors coming up with ideas. But he did say he's looking at Pete Carroll.
Well, Knight looked at Carroll.
Yeah.
I mean, every coach of that era looked at that offense more than any other. I mean, John Thompson did. And if they ran motion, I never saw it. But in order to teach basketball, you had to teach that. And I think there are principles that Greg Popovich took from Pete Carroll. And the fact is, there's nothing new under the sun in any sport. It's all, hey, that's something old. I can adapt that. And that's the Warriors have done with the Carroll offense. Now, they've been able to, because the rules have essentially changed and the three-point shot is rewarded now in a way that it never was before, allows you to tweak off that. But the motion principles are still the same because they are universal. And he got his motion principles from Red Auerbach, who got them from Doggy Julian. We go all the way back to the start of this.
Right, put Henry Iba somewhere in there.
Yeah. His teams were more stationary, but everybody borrows from everybody who came before him. That's the deal.
Great coaches know the other great coaches to steal from, and Pete Carril was certainly one of them. By the way, we're brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Over 400 Google reviews. They've got the highest rating of any BMW dealer in the Bay Area. Google never lies, unless it's talking about Fernando Tatis' drug pop. Anyways, get yourself to BMWFairfield.com to book yourself a visit today, and I would like to book everyone a visit to your 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, if that's what you call living.
So, we're going to have Cam Inman, and we're going to jump back into the 49ers preseason debut against the Green Bay Packers in about 15 minutes from right now. Until then, because there's not a lot of time to spend on this, but this feels like the right amount of time to spend on it. Let me tell you the latest from Kevin Durant, okay? So, Kevin Durant, who was, spent much of the weekend searching his own name on Twitter and responding to 14-year-old kids in a spicy manner. Mark Stein reported that an NBA executive believes Kevin Durant is more likely to retire than play for the Nets again. There is a growing expectation that Kevin Durant could cause, quote, a ruckus, end quote, to get the Nets to make a trade. Now, Kevin Durant has already responded to that on Twitter, because of course he responds on Twitter. I know most people will believe unnamed sources over me, but if anyone out there that'll listen, I don't plan on retiring anytime soon. It's comical at this point. And I don't think Kevin Durant is about to retire. But notice he didn't refute any notion of making it a ruckus for the Nets. That's for sure. Where does this all come from, you might be asking yourself? Well, here is the 3-paragraph report that launched all the innuendo into what Mark Stein was talking about. Mark Stein wrote, during Summer League in Las Vegas, one of the most well-connected team executives I speak to regularly insisted to me that based on what he was hearing, Kevin Durant was more apt to retire than play for the Brooklyn Nets again. This was in early July. I told the tipster that I simply couldn't believe that. I was a loyal subscriber to the theory that Durant the Hooper loves playing basketball way too much to adopt such a stance. Now, more than a month later, attaching the R word to Durant still comes across as serious hyperbole, but it is certainly getting easier to envision him refusing to report to training camp when the Nets get back together in 6 weeks for Media Day and their first practices of the new season. Those are September 26th and September 27th, those dates respectively. Now, to me, Ray, this is already, of course I was expecting that. Kevin Durant, with the ultimatum that he gave Joe Tsai, saying, you get rid of the coach or GM or me, there's no walking back into practice like whistling Dixie, pretending that we can just play and figure it all out until business of basketball gets me traded at some point. He basically drew his line in the sand right there, did he not?
He left himself very few options after that, because when Tsai called his bluff, or basically backed his coach and general manager,
he had to accommodate it.
Yeah, the only thing left is for Durant to withhold services, but that's a whole lot different than retiring. I mean, essentially, what the suggestion here is that the guy who talked to Mark Stein thinks that Durant would basically sit out the last 4 years of this contract, which I can't see happening. I don't think he could stomach it. I don't think the Nets would do anything but sit on a contract and not pay it off. It sounds like Stein had 3 dots and he tried to connect the whole picture out of it. Durant's not retiring. He may not start training camp. He may sit out first week or 2 or 3 of the regular season. But that's not retirement. That's a holdout.
And as we were saying, if Joe Tsai really wanted to, what's the Latin root that I'm looking for? Whip it out and put it on the table. If Joe Tsai really wanted to do that, the bigger baller move ever would be to pay Kevin Durant to not play basketball for the next 4 years. I mean, that would just be, you'd be imploding your own franchise in a war of bruised egos. But when you bruise a billionaire's ego, who knows? Who knows? I mean, I don't think Joe Tsai's got the brass, what's to do that. I mean, it's unheard of. But Kevin Durant has rendered himself a man without a home. I mean, he left Golden State because it was never going to be his. And he gets to Brooklyn because it was the ultimate, this is going to be mine expression of basketball that he was ever going to make in his career. His expression of basketball so thoroughly imploded that he now wants out of that. I mean, whatever team Durant does land on, because he is going to end up somewhere. We all know that. That's how this works. Don't fall in love with this guy. I mean, you are going to have to approach Kevin Durant with all the, notions of commitment that you would approach, someone on a dance floor with in Las Vegas. Like, hey, this might be fun, but it's not going to last very long.
That's true, but I'm not sure that the Nets would have to pay Durant while he's sitting out. So,
if he were the one to hold out?
If Durant doesn't show up, they don't have to pay him a thing till he does show up. And if he says he's going to show up, I think at that point, the pressure brought to bear on Joe's side by the league. You say, look, he's come back, play him. And I think they would play him because in either event, the Nets would have won this. Now, if Durant was going to, half-ass it, I suppose they could suspend him. But I also don't see Kevin Durant being that guy either. I think he's a guy who's always going to play hard when he plays. This is the first time he's ever, well, in fact, he hasn't even done that. This is all speculation from other people.
Right.
This is the first time anyone has suggested that he would not show up and work.
Right. Take his ball and go home.
Yeah. So, in a lot of ways, this is noise created around him, not by him.
Speaking of noise, I remember a lot of people when it was happening throughout the regular season. And when I say a lot of people, I'm looking at you, Ray. I was telling you, there's a rivalry here between the Warriors and Memphis Grizzlies. It's happening. There's something growing here. There is a legitimate amount of old guy who has what young guy wants and enough beef, private and public, between these two for something real bad blood to grow as much as possible in an NBA game. Kevin, we've even got Klay Thompson, who is the most level-headed dude you'll ever meet, going off on the Grizzlies after winning a title.
There was this one player on the Grizzlies who tweeted strength in numbers after they beat us in the regular season, and it pissed me off so much. I can't wait to retweet that thing. Freaking bum. I had to watch that. I'm just like, this freaking clown. Okay. Sorry. That memory just popped up. You're going to mock us? Like, you ain't ever been there before, bro. We've been there. We know what it takes. So to be here again, hold that. Twitter fingers. Can you believe it? I got a memory like an elephant. I don't forget. And there was a lot of people kicking us when we were down.
I love that. Hold that. Twitter fingers. Oh, it's fantastic.
Bum.
Klay Thompson. Bum.
He's the first guy to use that word in about 20 years.
It's just great. Klay Thompson's like the badass version of your grandpa if your grandpa was, a two-guard who could just slit throats with a three-point shot. I told you that we had a real rivalry, and we got ourselves a Christmas Day game. I told you the NBA schedule is going to start leaking out over the weekend and through the week, and we're going to have official schedules at some point here. Can't help but notice the Brooklyn Nets ain't playing on Christmas, but I'll tell you who is. The Golden State Warriors against the Memphis Grizzlies, the Dallas Mavericks against the Lakers, The Nuggets and Phoenix Suns, I'm surprised they didn't take that Dallas game and put them against Phoenix. That to me, I mean, I understand that you got to get the Lakers out there, but you want the Lakers out there. It doesn't really matter who they're playing. It could have been Lakers, Nuggets. Knicks and Sixers on Christmas Day. Celtics and Bucks on Christmas Day. It's an awesome Christmas Day slate. I think that they could have given the Suns a better game against the Mavs, having known what just happened last year in the playoffs. But I like that. And there you go. Warriors, Grizzlies, as I promised you, was going to be the Christmas Day game probably. And I think I want to see that more than I even want to see Warriors and Celtics. Because Warriors and Celtics will obviously have the NBA Finals linking them together, but they play twice a year. This is bad blood in the same conference. Let me see a little on Christmas Day.
Yeah, I never questioned the notion that they would probably play each other on Christmas Day. I thought the Celtics might be the other choice, but I don't see an issue here, and it doesn't really matter to the TV people who LeBron James plays as long as LeBron James is part of the Christmas package.
Well, and let's be honest, it doesn't really matter who the Warriors play as long as Steph Curry and company are part of that package.
No, but if you're trying to, put juice in it, who are your choices? It's not going to be Phoenix. They never played Phoenix in the playoffs. Why not Memphis? Whether this becomes a true rivalry is going to depend a lot on the Grizzlies. Because if the Warriors keep beating them, then you don't have a rivalry. You just have somebody beating up on somebody else.
And bad blood.
Yeah, I mean, Memphis talking is different than Memphis walking. So that's what needs to happen before this becomes, I think, a full-fledged rivalry. Memphis needs to be a lot tougher for the Warriors to deal with than Klay Thompson calling somebody a bum.
Well, here's the thing. I wouldn't put him past him to be one of the biggest challenges that the Warriors have all year. I mean, Grizzlies, I didn't like the way that they played. I'm not going to say they earned my respect, but did they have my full attention? Absolutely, they've got my full attention. I think they got the Warriors' attention, too. That should be a really fun Christmas Day game. When we come on back, though, we're getting back to the 49ers preseason opener. Our friend Cam Inman is going to give us the latest from today's practice and how everything looked to him against the Green Bay Packers. When we come on back here to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by the Santa Clara Valley Transportation Authority.
Looking for a fulfilling career with growth opportunities? Enjoy paid training, medical benefits, and earn close to $40 per hour within 3 years. Apply today to become a VTA bus operator and excel with providing VTA customers a great experience. Start your journey. Visit
to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
I've never had intro music. There's only one song, if I do karaoke, which I've maybe done twice in my life, it was Eddie Grant's Electric Avenue.
Down to Electric Avenue, and then we take it higher.
My goodness, damn near perfect. He's a lot of fun to talk to.
Electric Avenue.
Now, here's 49ers Insider, Cam Inman.
Electric Avenue.
Well, our best preseason coverage can be found right here in this segment of Conversation with Cam Inman. And if you miss any of it for any reason, you can find any and all of our 49ers preseason coverage just by downloading the Odyssey app. Do it today. Do it now. Buy an extra phone and do it twice. Cam, thank you so much for joining us. It's always a pleasure to have you on, man. And like I was saying earlier, you never get a second chance to make a first preseason impression. And I think everyone probably walked away from that 49er game looking good, feeling good about everything that they saw. Lance did the job. The offensive line did the job. They looked fast, and not that preseason wins and losses matter much, but they bothered to win a football game, which Kyle Shanahan seems to do an awful lot against the Packers, does he not?
He does. And then, these preseasons are set up so we can rush to judgment. So all we really needed was 11 snaps from Trey Lance to, appease everyone's appetite to see what he can do with the controls of this offense. And all he really needed was one throw down the sideline to Danny Gray, and everybody was on board with it. So he acquitted himself pretty well. I think it got everybody fired up about what could happen. He avoided injury. I mean, they just got to get through a couple more weeks and get to week one and then let him go.
Now, I know that Kyle is very married to the point that I've heard him make several times now, saying that there's not going to be much difference between the playbook I handed Jimmy Garoppolo and the playbook that we're going to be handing Trey Lance. But I do think the difference is going to be in the routes that Lance looks for, where Jimmy was, more than happy to settle for mid-range to underneath stuff. And I'm not saying that this is all on Jimmy either, because there's a level of speed now, maybe at wide receiver, that wasn't there for Garoppolo. But I think, as similar as the playbooks might be, there are absolutely going to be more blades of grass to defend with Trey Lance as quarterback.
True. I mean, I think Trey is going to be testing the boundaries more. He's going to be throwing outside the numbers, and he can stretch the field a little bit more. He's going to need some time to do that, and with his mobility and able to slide through the pocket as it's collapsing on him inevitably, he's going to be able to do that. But Jimmy, I think people are going to lose sight of, was extremely accurate on those short to intermediate throws that are timing rhythm based. And we need to make sure that, people don't get too carried away with Trey Lance's accuracy right away. Because, all training camp, you see that we've been charting completion percentage, which is really misleading because there's a lot of, some receivers that he's not going to be throwing to in games. There's different routes that they'll be running. Shanahan will be game planning specific. But I think you're right. Yes, it could be the same playbook. You're just going to be calling some of the plays you didn't call before.
So, based on what you saw the other night, that you can dismiss as that's, this team's second stringers playing against the other team's second stringers, blah, 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 not wanting to show much. What is the takeaway or takeaways that you can sort of seize on and hold on to for the start of the regular season?
I think the first one that comes to mind is something that happened today where they released their first-string nickelback, Darquez Denard, the guy that had been taking all the starting reps at that slot cornerback position. And they basically, that gives a job to Sam Womack, rookie, that draft pick out of Toledo, a guy that had 2 interceptions in the preseason opener. So that was an immediate dividend for him to say, look, I deserve this job. I've got 2 interceptions. I can play it. Let's go. So that was good. And then, the other thing, and obviously it's just a big concern kind of going into this year, is how's that interior offensive line look. And I thought Aaron Banks and Spencer Burford, 2 new starting guards, played pretty well and held their own. I think there's going to be growing pain just as there is with Lance, but that was the first chance we got to see Aaron Banks really play a lot since last year's preseason opener, and even that, he hurt his shoulder. And so I talked to him at his locker after the game, and he was in a really good mood, felt he played okay, felt he could play better, which is what you're supposed to say. And Burford said the same thing, but he also had this glimmer in his eye that he's just really excited to start his NFL career. And I think there's a wave of that's going around through the locker room because you have these veterans that have been in the playoffs 2 of the last 3 years. Then you have this new breed of rookies that are coming in with some special talents that's supposed to complement them, and that's the way it's supposed to shake out. But you also want to avoid some muscle strains, and that's crept up here in the last week or two with some key players, especially guys in their secondary. Jimmy Ward strained a hamstring yesterday. That's pretty bad. That could jeopardize his availability for week 1 at Chicago, so that's a big concern now.
Cam Inman here on 95.7 The Game. So, another strain, Daniel Brunskill, he's got a hammy, one of 4 or 5 hammies already on this team. Has that basically just handed the starting center job to Jake Brendel?
For now it has, and because it's kind of by default, right? I mean, Brendel and Brunskill were alternating first team duties every other day through camp, and so now it's Brendel's job to do. Did it a lot last year on the scout team with Trey Lance, so there's that familiarity. But, Damon, a lot of times in these NFL training camps, if the coaching staff or the personnel department knows that there's a veteran free agent out there or somebody gets cut from another team, maybe they could bring him in at the last minute. Alex Mack retired, obviously, earlier this offseason, so that sent Jake Brendel up the promotional line. But there's 2 or 3 other teams that have lost their starting center already in the preseason and in training camp. So there'll be competition for those guys. But again, playing in the Kyle Shanahan offense isn't easy, but it has a lot of benefits because you're going to be moving the ball a lot, scoring points, getting yards.
Since we're talking about who might make this roster, who might get left out, look, Marcelino McCrary-Ball, obviously he's got one fan bigger than others because he went to Indiana here in this town. Don't let me get on Nate Sudfeld, Hall of Fame campaign just yet either. But look, Marcelino McCrary-Ball, not only did he play well in front of all of us in the preseason game, but apparently he's also been standing out throughout training camp, and he's an easy, regular pinpoint of bright spots for this team's defense. As stacked as this linebacking core truly is, will there be a place for him, or is there already?
It's a great question. So he's number 40. He was an undrafted rookie out of Indiana, like you said. Was there 6 years. He was on the Damon Bruce plan, and he had a 57-yard interception return. Had a couple tackles. He's fast, and what's surprising about that is he tore his ACL 2 years ago, and he came to the media podium yesterday for the first time, and he blew us away. He talked for about 16 minutes, answering I think only 5 or 6 questions. And he would interrupt his answers by saying, look, I ramble a lot, I rant, but I got to explain to you guys how deeply appreciative I am of being here. And it was so sincere, heartfelt, and very respectful about the place where he's at, knowing that, yes, he's joining a linebacker core that might be the NFL's best. You have 3 starters in place with Fred Warner, Dre Greenlaw, and Azeez Al-Shire. They brought in Oren Burks from the Green Bay Packers, who's a special teams ace. So there's 4 guys, and that probably could get you through into an open a season with. So it kind of comes down to, if you're going to keep Marcelino McCrary-Ball, an undrafted free agent, then he's got to be able to contribute on special teams, and that's where you can, have a guy do that, or else you can stash him on the practice squad. Demetrius Flanagan-Fowles is a guy that they converted from safety. That kind of was their number 4 cornerback, and they've needed, linebacker. And they've needed them because the linebackers get dinged up a lot. Greenlaw and Al-Shire, the way they play, they've been prone to injury. So keeping an extra linebacker around, I think, might be a smart idea. You're just going to have to take one spot away from somewhere else. And they're not going to want to do it on the defensive line because they're stacked there with about 10 men in their rotation. The cornerback unit, obviously, right now is ravaged by injury. They were so deep, and now they're down 3 or 4 of their top corners. So it's going to come down to that when the numbers game, if he makes it or not, Damon. But he was phenomenal yesterday. I posted a story this morning on mercurynews.com with almost a full transcription, just so everybody can understand the gravity of what his words were to him, and that you get the idea of who he is.
When Zach Wilson went down the other night, how quickly did the rumors start, and how quickly did they die off, or have they died off?
Okay, well, before I think we even found out after the game that it was probably a knee. I think I already had a story written. It was like during the 49er game. I thought, we were like, okay, we got to connect the Garoppolo dots to Robert Saleh and Mike LaFleur, the offensive coordinator. Did they die off completely? I don't know, because Zach Wilson, I believe, was getting his knee operated on today down in L.A. by Dr. Neil Elatrosh, the guy that actually did Jimmy Garoppolo's knee reconstruction in 2018. Kind of weird small world stuff here in the NFL, right? So, and they said that was going to determine how severe of a knee injury it was, whether it was just a meniscus and what kind of meniscus repair it was going to be, whether it was going to be a quick fix that could get him back in a month, or whether it was going to be a big deal that could be out 6 months. So we don't know for sure. The fact that they haven't jumped on Jimmy yet, and he was out there on the practice field today throwing passes to assistant equipment managers, kind of tends me to believe that he's still in the holding pattern and not heading to the Big Apple.
So, Cam, when it comes down to practice today, practice the day or two after preseason debuts, apparently things are going well and got crisper for Lance. Tell us a little bit about that. If you saw Sunday's practice, and I heard that Deebo Samuel got folded into the running game today in a way that makes everyone realize, yeah, this is go time. We're getting closer and closer.
Well, so yesterday, Sunday's practice was, he was off his mark. He was probably like 4 of 12 or something like that. But that was the practice where, let's just say Deebo Samuel was used in a way similar to last season, because we're not allowed to report if he ran the ball, I don't know, say 4 times in the first 6 snaps. We're not allowed to say anything like that. Today was more of a Lance throwing the ball and connecting with Deebo a few times through the air. And Deebo made a one-handed catch for a third down conversion that was probably one of the best catches of camp, which was really encouraging to see, because he and Lance kind of had seemed out of sync, especially on deep balls. But today was a little bit better, and Lance was really sharp today. I don't remember. I think he was like 11 of 14, something like that today. Like I said, we make too much out of these completion percentages, but you can kind of tell throughout this camp he's been in a good rhythm. He's been throwing it to the right spots. Sometimes he throws a little bit high. But he doesn't get discouraged or hang his head. Very upbeat. The body language is excellent. Everything you want to see. And I'd say the one thing, if you had to learn something from Jimmy Garoppolo this past year, it's how to probably relate to your teammates and kind of just encourage everybody. That was Jimmy's probably best attribute, why everybody liked him so much. And I see those similarities in Lance. Doesn't come off as an entitled brat. Comes off as a big quality leader that wants to get everybody hyped up and get going.
What is the one discernible flaw that you can see in him right now?
I think it's just easy to say the accuracy, because some of the passes do sail. And if that happens in the regular season in the games, you're going to see a couple of interceptions, whereas as ugly as a Garoppolo interception every game would be, right to a middle linebacker over the middle, Lance's might be a little bit more off the target or off guys' hands. And you got to be accurate in the NFL. He has the arm strength to thread it in there too. So he's going to take more chances than Jimmy will. And he may not have as great a protection, or maybe he will. But one thing what else I want to say, Ray, is like when he's sliding in the pocket, the eyes are downfield. He's looking to throw the ball rather than looking for the lane to run. And there's going to be a mixture of that, because he is so great at running. And he's slippery, and he can wiggle through traffic. He's got to figure that element of the game too. But the fact that he slid on his 7-yard scramble on that first series Friday night, that was the first slide he said he's ever taken on a scramble through high school, college, and now the NFL. Did it wonderfully. There was no cell phone sliding out of his back pocket like a Pittsburgh Pirate guy in the third base the other night. So I'm not too concerned. I think what we've seen, the things that whatever we've question marked about his upcoming year, I think they were to be expected. And there's going to be growing pains, but it's going to be a fun ride. I mean, it's going to be a fascinating story to watch and unfold, because I do not sense that he's a bust whatsoever. I think he's going to be able to take control of this team, lead them to the playoffs. And obviously the health of the roster is going to depend on that, probably more than how the quarterback plays.
Let's end up, if you don't mind, Cam, with the one Trey who I am afraid might be a bust. Trey Sermon didn't do an awful lot of popping last year, and in his first impression this year, popped even less in a crowded running back room. Is there any chance that Trey Sermon might find himself on the cutting block?
Well, they've all gone out of their way to praise how well he's done, that he actually was aggressive running. Like Shanahan said this yesterday, that Trey was aggressive running the ball. He just didn't have anywhere to go, which kind of was true. And obviously, you're not really scheming in the preseason. You don't want to give away where your runs are going to go. But like you said, maybe once or twice you see him kind of go a little bit more laterally when he needs to be charging vertically up the field. But I sensed with him that he is a different player than a year ago, that he's more motivated, that there's a bigger sense of urgency. And I think something else that I've kind of just noticed on the side is he's got a big support system in Trey Lance. He and Trey seem to get along really well. And if that's the case, Trey's going to be an advocate for him, saying, "Look, let's bring him along. We can work with him." And they brought in Ty Davis Price, a third-round pick this year, to challenge him. And he hasn't stood out either. So it's not like anybody's necessarily taken his job either, but they'll probably keep 5 running backs. There'll be room to keep Trey Sermon. Will he be active on game days? I don't know, but I think so. Jeff Wilson Jr. is probably the number 2 right now, but Elijah Mitchell, your starter, he's got a hamstring issue that's going to keep him out all through the preseason. So like you said, you got to keep anybody that's worthwhile, and Trey Sermon is right now.
All right. Thank you so very much. Appreciate it. Will you be traveling to Minnesota this week?
I'll be traveling to Minnesota tomorrow morning and be reporting from their practices Wednesday, Thursday, and a game on Saturday night. Get to go in the locker room and talk to guys again. That's kind of one of the big benefits now is we're allowed to go in the locker rooms in the preseason after games, and Friday night was our first time in there since after the Super Bowl, when they're cleaning out their lockers 2 days after, 2-3 days after the Super Bowl a couple years ago. So that's where you can kind of connect with guys, get more one-on-one insight, and then give you better stories.
Thank you so very much. I bet they missed you as much as you missed them, Cam.
I'm sure. Yeah. Well, thanks for having me.
Thanks an awful lot. Safe travels to Minnesota and back again. And thank you very much for joining us here on 95.7 The Game. And yeah, look, it is out there that Kyle Shanahan prioritizes the joint practices with the Vikings more than he is prioritizing any sort of actual game that's going to hit the television come Saturday afternoon. So we'll probably not see Lance and many of the starters in game number 2, as he predicted, and we'll see the starters again, maybe a quick lookie in that 3rd preseason game. But it's pretty much all going according to plan, and if you're Kyle Shanahan, you got to be happy with what you're seeing in just a real quick look against the Green Bay Packers. So I think we're off to a decent start. Trey Lance talked about what he was thinking when he was getting ready to play the Packers.
Just trying to get better. Same thing. Kind of the training camp mindset, be efficient, move the ball, take care of the ball, man, give those guys a chance. Offensive line did a great job. The young guys did a great job. Man, it's a lot more fun to win.
He's already nailing the non-answer answer.
Oh, he's a robot. I can't put it more succinctly than that. You will never get anything out of him.
It's a little too early to say never get anything.
No, he's way too good at this way too early. I mean, it's not like he's been overburdened with interviews in his life. He's already got he says less than Kyle Shanahan does, and when your quarterback says less than your coach does, you've achieved something.
It's a good way to keep the coach happy.
Oh yeah. I suspect that Shanahan probably talks to Lance, but you were a little too forthcoming there when you said you wanted to do well.
He talked about his big hookup with Danny Gray that went for the big touchdown.
Throw it to the fast guy. Danny did a great job, and he's done a great job all camp. Just him being healthy, obviously, is a difference maker for us on offense. His speed is something I've had maybe one other time in my life. So for me, it's a fun guy to have, for the receiver room to have also. Just help the route tree out, make defenses defend the ball the whole field.
There you go. Throw it to the fast guy. It's a fantastic plan, especially when the fast guy can catch. And it looks like Danny Gray can. So maybe it is the assembled Bay Area media that Trey Lance is going to be a little conservative with. What happens when we bring in like a big kahuna, like Peter King, who, by the way, is going to be joining us at 5 o'clock tomorrow because Peter just went down to 49ers camp this past weekend, and he had himself a sit-down with Trey Lance, and he talked about putting pressure on himself to be successful right away. And here's what Trey Lance had to say to Peter King.
For me, I mean, I put that pressure on myself. I don't worry about, respectfully what you guys say. Anyone in the media or anyone outside our building, I know I've said it, a million times, but I really mean it when I say the only opinions that matter are the guys in the locker room and, my coaching staff. Anyone outside of that, has no impact on me at all. So, I put that pressure on myself to not let the guys, on my team down.
I'll tell you what, and that's sound courtesy of NBC Sports. If he really is that guy, and he really is outside noise, doesn't get inside our locker room, that's a good place to begin. Because the noise is coming. The noise comes. It's the NFL. It's about to be our primary, our secondary, and our third biggest focus, because the Giants are, even though they're playing well right now, Giants are probably not a postseason team. The beginning of the NBA season will start late October, mid-October, early November. So
I believe it's the 18th.
Yeah, there's going to be a ton of criticism on Aaron Rodgers, who has trouble tuning out the noise at times. So for Trey Lance to say, this is the launching pad of my career, and I'm really only interested in what my teammates, what my coaches think, that's the right setting. But the test has not come yet. He sounds like he's ready to pass it, though. I mean, I hope he is.
I don't think anybody ever passes that. I think at some point, fairly early on, you learn at least to listen to it. Not necessarily to take it seriously, but you have to know what's being said about you. If for no other reason than to be able to bat back the stuff that could get in the way of your doing your job in the locker room with your teammates. It's not just the sports writer, it's all of it. It's social media, it's bloggers. It's the universe is way bigger than 5 guys who come into your locker room 4 times a week.
Well, that's what I'm talking about, though. He doesn't seem to be, even though he's very much in the age group that obsesses over social media presence and interaction, it doesn't sound like that is his X marks the spot. We were just talking about Kevin Durant. Kevin Durant cannot stay off Twitter, doesn't want to get off Twitter. It certainly is right to be on Twitter, but it is also a part of the ruining of his image. And if this guy isn't worried about image projected on social media, that is just one less thing that Kyle Shanahan needs to worry about with his young quarterback. How has he improved from one year over the other? Well, he said this to Peter King.
I think I'm in a really good spot. I think I'm honestly pretty similar to where I was a year ago as far as just throwing the ball and getting my body in position. I feel like mentally everything's a lot more clear for me. I'm in a much better spot mentally. So I think that probably smooths a lot of things out as far as my footwork. So some things that might look like, mechanics, I think some of the time is a lot just to do with, understanding the offense for me and being able to play fast.
There you go. Catching up to the speed of professional football is one of the first things any young player needs to do, especially at quarterback. And again, it was just a first impression. It didn't last very long, but 4 for 5 for 92 yards, an average of over 18 with a touchdown and a perfect quarterback rating. Not a bad way to make a first impression for a fan base which will be hanging on each and every throw that he makes. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We got a little bit of baseball. We got about a conversation, and we're looking to include you as well. 888-957-9570 on some of the best decisions to say goodbye right before things go wrong, because a chief example of that pitches against the Giants tonight. It's knowing when to say goodbye that great teams and good GMs can figure out, not hanging on too long. And there's some evidence that the Giants have done a little of that too. But anyways, we got ourselves the big segment coming up next. We want you to be a part of it. 888-957-9570. Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costa.
field on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, you can watch this glorious broadcast with your own two eyes. We're on Twitch. We're on YouTube. Check it out. Beefcake for you. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. We were just talking about how a young man keeps his mentals about him by not being sucked down the rabbit hole of social media, which is there to just screw with you more often than it is to pat you on the back and tell you how good of a job you're doing. And it feels like Trey Lance really isn't the type of guy who is deep into social media. That doesn't mean he doesn't have a big personality. As a matter of fact, I saw some beat writers saying that, look, we're getting more personality out of this kid right now, not giving away any part of the game plan or strategy. That's what a coach is looking for. But, having the right personality, Ray, is a good thing for a quarterback because you are the face of the franchise, period. That's it. And if people walk away from liking that face of the franchise and kind of the way he carries himself at the podium, it makes everybody's job easier. It keeps, a breathless media's breath off the back of a lot of people's necks.
Well, more to the point.
That might just be another point.
But more to the point, though, since you're talking about how you focus that, you have to not only command the outside world to a certain extent, you got to command the huddle. You got to command the locker room. And you can't be oblivious to what goes on around you because the other players are looking to you to understand all the things you're supposed to understand as the quarterback, and it's not just playbook related. That's why I say he's got to be aware of all those other things. He can't just sort of blithely go, well, I don't pay attention to it. You have to know it's out there and what it is. And if you need help dealing with it, you go to a PR guy or you go to your coach or whatever. But you need to know that it's there because you can't just go, no, I'm covering my ears. All I want to do is call plays. Those guys don't last.
Well, Baker Mayfield didn't last in Cleveland because he was way too wired into what was being said about him, not just in local media, but that guy listened to Colin Cowherd daily just to hear how he was going to get ripped, and then his interactions with the media became so substandard for a starting NFL quarterback. It's part of the reason he's in Carolina now.
You could go horribly wrong with that. That's not my point. What I'm suggesting is that there's an art to it, and the guys who handle it best are the ones who last the longest. You have to be able, because you're going to have to do a lot of those dog and pony shows, and you're going to have to know not only what's being said about you, but what's being said about your teammates, what's being said about your wide receivers, your running back. And you have to be that de facto spokesman. And Trey Lance is not going to figure this out right away. But it's going to be one of those long-term projects that he's simply going to have to absorb because that's part of the job too.
I think he's done an awful lot of proper handling of any and all questions with Jimmy Garoppolo. Again, there were all sorts of landmines for both of those guys to have stepped on. They have both stepped around them. Garoppolo gets an awful lot of credit there too. From the Comcast Business text line, somebody, is bringing up the point that, look, we don't know what Trey Lance's real personality is yet. Got to give him a few years. New employees usually stay quiet until they get comfortable, which is a very good point. There's no doubt. When you're young, say little, and just, the rookies should be quiet. Well, he's not quite a rookie anymore, but he's still very much on the measuring twice, cut once level of conversation. And that to me just indicates smarts. It indicates that the kid from the big school or from the small school is going to know how to play with the big boys. And then I grew up, I went on to say that, he's someone who grew up on social media. There was no social media when I was in college. Thank God, by the way, because I might be rendered unemployable had there been. But there was no social media. There was no urgency for me to post all my successes and failures and have people focused on all my successes and failures on a timeline of electronic documentation that kind of never goes away. Somebody also on the Comcast Business text line said, you can't talk about him not being obsessed with social media. Damon, he grew up with social media. Quit playing. Well, let's go to the stats. Trey Lance has been on Twitter since September of 2014. So what are we talking? What's that, 9 years? 8 years?
Not quite 8.
Oh, right, so approaching. In 8 years of being on Twitter, Trey Lance has tweeted a grand total of 1,466 times. That's nothing. That's basically an admission that he doesn't use much social media, certainly Twitter. And let me just cut off everyone who's saying, hey, Damon, Twitter's not the cool place to be. It's Instagram. Well, he has 611,000 Instagram followers, 218 lifetime posts on this account. That's it. 218 lifetime posts. I don't know how long he's been on this, but, growing up on the gram, he hardly puts himself out there to the internet to be criticized. Criticism's going to come with the job. You can't be as high profile as an NFL quarterback and not have people throwing darts and arrows at you all the time. So do you give them more targets to throw darts and arrows at by having a social media presence that drifts into the too much or negative lane? Or are you the kind of guy who, even though your age group you would think screams he's going to be all over social media, Trey Lance has proven beyond the shadow of a doubt by his social media presence that he ain't all over social media? That's a great thing for the San Francisco 49ers.
Yeah, there's nothing that says he ever has to contribute to it. It's just, if he's going to be the guy who, does the podium work and deflects media people away from other guys on that team, which is another thing the quarterbacks have to do, you need to know what's in the terrain. And that's all I'm saying, is that he doesn't have to type a single word on anything. That's not important. He doesn't have to contribute to the noise. But he has to know about the noise, and he has to know what the noise is saying. You don't obsess about it. You don't worry about it. But if somebody's chewing on George Kittle, hypothetically, when he comes onto the podium, he can diffuse that with a quick answer.
Yeah, it's real simple. It's simple. It's a simple answer. It's an answer that sounds an awful like this. I don't care what they're saying on social media. That's my guy. I'm going to battle with him 10 out of 10 times. That's it. That's all he needs to say. Like, he can diffuse. He sounds like somebody's like, well, what about TikTok? That's his area. I don't have TikTok on my phone. I don't want China spying on me. So I don't have TikTok. And do either one of you guys have TikTok? Can you see how much Trey Lance is posting on TikTok? Is this a TikTok-free show? Lucas, are you on the talk?
Yes, I've never made one though.
Okay, good.
It's a very dangerous application.
So I understand there's a lot of fun there. It can be very time wasting. There's a lot of funny people. Use your talk powers to tell me how many videos Trey Lance has posted.
I'm on it.
On TikTok. Get back to me as soon as you can. And by the way, good to see you back, Lucas. Glad you're a healthy, happy bouncing baby boy once again.
Thank you. I appreciate it very much. Also, I'll get back to you in like 30 minutes because it always takes way too long to actually do what you're trying to do on TikTok. You get stuck. It's the Las Vegas casino of applications.
Okay, no, I want you to pretend that you're at work right now and carry out the assignment of the question. Don't watch anything about bunnies jumping or any. Just straight to Trey Lance. How's the TikTok presence? Someone's like, you don't have to tweet or post, though. You can just stroll. Look, I don't know why you're arguing with me. The guy hardly is posting on social media, which is a great way to not expose yourself to the slings and arrows of social media. Like, get it through your thick skull. When someone's been on something for 8 years and doesn't even have 2,000 posts, that means implicitly, with nothing to debate, they hardly use it. And I wouldn't want my quarterback on social media.
Trey Lance has made 11 TikTok videos. The last one was a couple weeks ago, the end of July.
11. And I bet you that one was one where he put it out about his dead arm and the Ayuk. Was that it?
That's precisely what it was.
There you go. So the news about the dead arm got to him. Ayuk and him do a TikTok video. It's done with. 11 grand TikTok videos.
And in fact, that's the only video he's posted since he got drafted.
Somebody likes the line, "Are you on the talk?" There you go. Ray, when it comes to social media, who's more state-of-the-art than I?
Oh, no, you're it.
The Twitter, the Facebook.
You're the cutting edge.
The gram. How about you? How about you, Mr. Social Media?
Anti-social media is where I go.
Yeah. What random hockey beat writer are you telling a pithy joke with today?
I haven't engaged any of the hockey writers yet. Their camp doesn't start yet.
It's coming.
It's coming.
It's coming. Well, look, so are the 49ers. So is Trey Lance. So is a pretty damn good football team. First impressions, all we got. There's no reason to overreact. But I'm just looking at them, and I'm measuring them against the rest of the NFC. We'll worry about the AFC in the Super Bowl, shall we? We won't worry about it until then. Just let's take a look right now. Let me go to the standings, and you tell me how the 49ers are not, I don't want to say anything like guaranteed, because we all know that a guaranteed year can become a huge crapshoot with one or two injuries. That's all it takes. But just looking at the NFC, who are your playoff teams? Who's going? Who are you comfortable saying that team's going? By the way, before we go anywhere, let me welcome everyone to their 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, if that's what you call living.
Ray, the Los Angeles Rams are going to the playoffs. Feel good about that? Comfortable with that?
The best I will say about any team here is 90%.
Okay.
Because everybody's an ACL away from being screwed.
So,
but 90%, yeah.
90% they're in. Will you give Tampa a 90%?
Yeah.
You going to give the Green Bay Packers 90%?
Oh, definitely.
And are you going to give the Dallas Cowboys a 90% chance to basically win the NFC East?
Yeah, because the NFC East is god-awful.
Right. The only team that could possibly creep into the conversation might be the Philadelphia Eagles, in my opinion. Now, maybe the Giants or the Commanders stun us, but I'm not banking on it. Neither of them are I'm comfortable giving a 90% to. So you have your 4 division champions, is what we basically have laid out. Expect the Rams to win the West. Expect the Buccaneers to win the South. Expect the Packers to win the North. Expect the Cowboys to win the East. 3 teams are still going to the playoffs. Those 3 other teams, like I said, I'm not comfortable saying the Giants or the Commanders, maybe the Eagles. Forget about the Bears, forget about the Lions, maybe the Vikings. Forget about the Falcons. Forget about the Panthers. Maybe the Panthers shock us. New Orleans is a huge ball of I don't know what to expect. I really don't. Out of the West, Arizona is a maybe. Seattle is a don't think so, not at all. And the 49ers, of all of those maybes that I just listed, are the closest thing to being a 90% yes in my mind of any of those teams. There are 7 playoff teams coming out of the NFC. 7. It's going to take something catastrophic, I would think, as it's currently set up, for the 49ers not to be among the playoff teams coming out of this team. Now, the AFC is a totally different animal, a completely different animal. There might be, of the 16 teams in the AFC, there might be 10, 11. You know, what do you think they're going to be? Well, that could be a playoff team. That could be a playoff team. That could be, I mean, the only teams that on their very surface you're comfortable eliminating from the AFC are the New York Jets, the Houston Texans,
Jacksonville.
And Jacksonville. That's it. That's it. Those are the only 3 none chance, no chance, that ain't going to happen that you've got in that entire conference. So it's going to be thicker to get through the AFC than it is the NFC this year, for sure. Unless, again, the cosmic tumbler starts tearing ACLs and guys are in slings by week 4.
Yeah, I mean, and again, the same 90% principle, gives you Cincinnati, unless Burrow goes down. It gives you Buffalo.
Mm-hmm.
It gives you Kansas City. Maybe gives you the Chargers, because I think they're a team that I think a lot of people think are finally going to make the leap and be not insane in fourth quarters. And really after that, there are a bunch of 50%ers. Right? The Raiders might be there. They might not be there. Baltimore, who knows? They've got to straighten out their contract problems with Lamar Jackson pretty soon. I think Cleveland will be a shambles. Pittsburgh, I don't know. No quarterback. But yeah, I mean, there are fewer sure things, I think, in the AFC, but a lot more teams that can contend.
Right. There's a lot more leapfrogging to be done in the AFC than there are. Like, it's easy to assign who is the smart kid in the class before the class even begins in the NFC. Now, again, torn ACLs, change who's in class real quickly.
The truth is, the 49ers are coming off a Super Bowl. The next year, got hit with injuries, weren't competitive.
Yeah.
So, you're staring at it. That's why I always say 90% is the best you can do.
Fair enough.
If Tom Brady goes down, I think the Bucks are
out.
Screwed. Yeah.
Absolutely they are.
And he's 119 years old, so
just turned.
Yeah.
It's going to be a fascinating year. I mean, every single year it feels like teams bunch up closer, and there are fewer lead dogs that separate themselves from the pack. And I just think that, if you wanted to say, well, the 49ers are supposed to be that team, well, there's going to be some new quarterback growing pains that prevent them from winning 13 games. 12-11, yeah, that's in play. I totally think that's in play. Like, if you told me right now you're going to set the Niners over-under, I'm going to go way off the Vegas board here. But if you were going to say you're going to set the 49ers over-under right now at 10, I'd hedge over, just based on who they're going to be playing. And I think a lot of these teams, the Los Angeles Chargers among them, are ready to take a little bit of a step back. So it's going to be fascinating, man.
The Rams?
Yeah, the Rams. Pardon me. Did I say Chargers?
You said Chargers.
I meant Rams. I tried to get all cute, and it backfired.
Okay.
So, look, we got ourselves a football season that's coming up quick, coming up fast. Kyle Shanahan and his team are going to be in Minnesota. Cam Inman's going to be out there watching them. They got that joint practice coming up. Obviously, injuries already starting to, rear their head just a little bit. Jimmy Ward might not even be seen when the regular season returns. Kyle Shanahan was talking about this today.
Yesterday, Jimmy Ward pulled his hamstring, so a little worse than the other guys, so he's going to be some time.
Is there a chance he won't be ready for week 1?
Yeah, it was a pretty bad hamstring injury, and it's not like the other two guys, so we'll see over here over the next couple of weeks how it plays out.
By the way, when we're talking about the overall collective team speed of the Niners, Hufanga, man. Woo, there's your boy. There's your boy, Lucas. USC.
Fight on.
I'm telling you.
See Drake Jackson, too, that ankle level?
That guy can
ankle
move.
Flex. Ask Baldy about it.
The bend.
Mm-hmm.
The trunk bend. Yeah, baby.
Solid angles on those ankles.
Stinger, though. Didn't like that stinger.
He'll be good.
I don't like my players hurt in their first games.
Trojan tough. He'll be good.
Thank you.
You got it.
Means he'll go 6-11.
Ouch.
New era, Ray.
Welcome to the Big Ten, by the way.
Thank you.
By the way, this is not the topic that we're going to go into. Did you read the long, magnum opus of the Pac-12 network not working in the Athletic today? It was how that, it was well conceived. It was a really good plan. And then Larry Scott. Basically what had happened. Oh, man. He might be the single worst modern commissioner, conference leader, whatever you want to call, that major sports has seen, I don't want to say in our lifetimes, because that's a real big bill to fill, but he's as bad as bad could get. He officially left the conference in worse shape than he had found it.
Oh, much worse shape. But in fairness, he inherited an arrogance that the Pac-12 had that basically said, well, we're as important as all the other big conferences, even though most of our schools are in places where there are pro teams that matter way more, and we can still charge the same prices as the Big Ten, as the SEC, because we're us, and we have the Rose Bowl. Well, it turns out that the Rose Bowl became everybody's bowl game as part of the playoff system. And after that, the Pac-12 network was basically always delivering the fourth most important football game because they had already done deals with CBS and ESPN, and they never got their own cable carrier straightened out. They said, we're going to dynamic price this because we're important. They found out that they're not.
What they should have done was cut base, just cut bait with someone who wasn't performing at the right time. And Larry Scott was that guy. They should have asked him to step down long before they actually did. And I guess that's going to get us to smoothly transition into the San Francisco Giants.
High drive! Left field! Out of here! And this game is over!
Kipe with the call, NBC Sports Bay Area. Again, Rodon was good on Friday. Webb was even better on Saturday. And then yesterday, a dramatic ninth-inning walk-off home run, which is a rare sighting indeed for the San Francisco Giants. Estrada with a two-run shot. Gabe Kapler.
He's been so dependable for us. It's rare that he gets to be kind of the star of the game, although he's deserving often, but he just kind of blends right in, but is a winning player. And in that situation, it's interesting. You don't expect a home run, but you probably should now. Like he does hit homers. He does hit homers in big spots. Not that that's the expectation, but it shouldn't surprise us anymore because he's come up in big spots and put the balls in the seats. So it was kind of cool to see that happen for him today. And I do think it was a signal that there's a lot of fight still left in that room.
Two-run walk-off home run in the ninth. It gave the Giants their third straight win on a three-game sweep of the Pittsburgh Pirates. And coming up tonight, the Diamondbacks. We'll get to them in just a second. But that game was a little bit of a clown show. I don't know how much you watched it, Ray, but you had the Longoria error. You had the bullpen coughing up another league. It was Bribia who gave up a three-run home run, I believe, late. And, it was another sloppy, adventurous game for the Giants that they actually walked out on top of. And running out of room to start putting together impressive win totals is the best way to describe this season. Kapler says whether they win or lose, he's got a dugout full of battlers.
I see it regardless of result. Everybody is exclusively going to see the product on the field, and it's totally reasonable to kind of make assumptions based on what we're seeing on the field. But what we see and what we hear in our conversations every day is guys who are very invested every single day when they come to the clubhouse in their work, in what happens with their teammates, in what we do during the game and what we do after the game. And constant adjustments are being made, and that's usually the sign of a team that's really fighting hard.
Again, maybe too many adjustments. Maybe let some guys find their roles and play through them even in bad times. But that's not the criticism we're looking to make here. We know how this ship operates, so expecting it to operate differently at any point is probably a fool's errand. We won't even worry about that. But that Sunday game was a game that normally the Giants, they played that game 100 times this year, where they get sloppy, and then they get a little bit more sloppy, and then in a big moment, they're sloppy once again, and they normally lose that game. But they didn't. They didn't yesterday. They sweep the Pirates. Ray, are you getting ready for big playoff appearance from the San Francisco Giants?
Why, no. Thanks for asking.
Yeah.
Because, here's the thing. Between now and the end of August, they play Arizona, then they're at Colorado, at Detroit, which may be the worst team in baseball. They're at Minnesota, that's been sort of struggling over the last month and a half. And then it starts to get dicey. Then you're looking at Padres, Phillies, Dodgers, Brewers, 3 against the Cubs, don't matter. And then Atlanta, Dodgers again. They've got to get through that gauntlet and be within striking distance, because the last 2 weeks are kind of friendly. All they do is play
Rockies and Diamondbacks, right?
Yeah, Rockies and Diamondbacks in the last 3 days against San Diego. But the truth is, they have to get through this. And they've got to cut this down to about two games by the time they hit that tough stretch again.
Well, again, those losses to San Diego still really, really hurt. They really hurt. Remember, we left on Friday, and the Giants were 7.5 games back. They just swept the Pirates. They're 6 games back, so they only made up a game and a half. And it's going to be tough hauling. It's going to be tough hauling, especially if you just can't count anybody as an automatic win. And you can't count anybody if you're the Giants as an automatic win. I saw Andrew Baggerly today write that of their final 48 games, 20 will be against the Diamondbacks and the Rockies. Like, that sounds good. That sounds really good. But you got to show up and beat the Diamondbacks, which Arizona's 6-3 against San Francisco this year, after going 2-17 against the Giants just a year ago. Arizona is already 6-3 against San Francisco this year. Arizona's magic number is 5 runs. The Diamondbacks are 39-12 when they score 5 runs this season. The Giants, to their credit, like Kapler said, battled back. They are now 57-57. And tonight, they face an old friend, Madison Bumgarner, who is 6-11 with a 4.13 ERA. He goes up against Alex Cobb, who is 3-6 with a 4.15 ERA. And I'm gonna say something which, it hurts to say this. He's not Madison Bumgarner anymore. Not the Madison Bumgarner that we remember. He's not a dominant anything. He doesn't throw the ball by anybody anymore. You can hit Madison Bumgarner. Whether you're right-handed or left-handed, you're hitting Madison Bumgarner this year. He only has 1 win away from Arizona, and I know that we're not measuring pitchers on pitching wins alone, but Bumgarner only 1 win away from Arizona is certainly not what they signed up for when they signed him away from the Giants. Ray, it's one of the all-time you got that right, cut, bait, and run decisions that has been made about a player who is on full scholarship and beloved that the Giants have made. It really is. Since the Giants said goodbye to Madison Bumgarner after the 2019 season, he's only won 14 games. It's over 3 years. There was an injury, but that's only 14. That's 14 wins from a guy who was supposed to be your win day every time he took the ball. He's not who he used to be. The Giants got the best out of him they possibly could. I don't know if it was that night at Kauffman Stadium, which changed his career arc, and if he did, he gave his career to the Giants for sure, but they decided not to pay a beloved guy at the perfect time to walk away.
Well, and the thing was, everybody knew, or I shouldn't say everybody, but most people in baseball noticed that his velocity was down and that his pitches were starting to flatten out and that he'd become ordinary. I mean, it's just, it happens to everybody, and the Giants had as much information as anybody did. So they saw all this, and it was pretty common knowledge that they weren't going to double down on him the way they did on other guys, in part because some of those other guys that they doubled down on didn't pan out either. I mean, Lincecum came and went in a hurry.
But they knew when to wave goodbye there too.
Yeah. Oh no. Well, he didn't give them much choice because he fell off the table.
He did.
No, it wasn't so much a gamble, but it was very calculated. They knew where Bumgarner was heading, or had a very good idea where he was heading, and that his stuff had sort of deteriorated to the point where, he couldn't will games the way he used to. And, and in fairness, pitching in front of, this team is a lot harder than pitching, with the Giants behind you in the middle of the last decade. So it all fell. I mean,
this is where we kind of want to bring in the audience. 888-957-9570. What is the best cut bait while you're still fishing player decision you've seen here in the Bay Area? I mean, that wasn't easy to say. Madison Bumgarner, thank you very much, but it's time for us to not say, let's keep doing business. But the Giants did it, to their credit. Are there other players where they should have made that decision? Sure. But they chose Madison Bumgarner, and it was the right choice because he's just not who he was. What is the other or among the best walk away now, a season too early rather than a year too late decisions? Was Joe Montana one of them? Do you think Joe Montana wins another Super Bowl that Steve Young appeared in, say?
Well, no, because by the time they got back to the Super Bowl, it'd been another 5 years, and Montana was already cycled out. So, yeah, they probably did that one well. I'm trying to think of, Roger Craig, they probably did that one well.
Right time to walk away.
Yeah, Bill Walsh was uncanny at that. He didn't leave a lot of good years on the table when he let guys go. And there are not a lot of people in the business of sports who are good at that, because you do get invested in guys, and they're and the old St. Louis Cardinal manager Johnny Keane used to say, I had an investment in his heart when he was talking about Bob Gibson. It turns out he was right about Bob Gibson, because Bob Gibson would kill you and then dismember the body before he went back to the dugout for the sixth. He was that good, but that's one of the things where you just go, this guy's done it for me too many times for me to not believe in him. And Walsh was essentially the absolute opposite. He was, get rid of him a year early, because he learned from Paul Brown, who was the original get rid of him a year early guy.
When it came to moving on from Jerry Rice, which had to have been a very difficult decision, Terrell Owens' emergence made that a decision that the 49ers were comfortable making. It was probably the right time to do it there, too, because Rice did not go to... Well, I mean, Rice did appear in a Super Bowl with the Raiders. He was still good with the Raiders. By the time he got to Seattle, it was kind of over.
No, they probably, if they had to do it over again, they'd have kept Rice, and whatever frustrations Terrell Owens had, being the second receiver, they just said, no, this is how you're going to learn to do this. Because when they got rid of Rice, they basically, without saying so, told Terrell Owens, this is your team now, and Terrell Owens was not yet ready to handle that.
Somebody on the Comcast Business text line says, Madison Bumgarner actually should have been traded at the deadline in his final season with the Giants. He'd have gotten something back, so they actually botched that. I don't know how much you're getting from Madison Bumgarner in that last season he spent with the Giants, so I don't think you can really hang your, they did that way wrong on him. He had earned the right to have a last start in a Giants uniform that everyone kind of knew was coming.
But here's the other thing. Who's to say they didn't try to move him? And other teams just saw what the Giants saw. I mean, that's the one thing is, you should have traded that guy. Well, you got to get somebody who wants to trade with you. And it's a thing that people always forget. It's like when people were raging about the Giants not moving Rodon. Now, maybe they priced him too high. But, did they do the wrong thing? Nobody will know for 2 more years.
I got another Giants name that pops into mind. Pablo Sandoval. That was the right time to walk away.
Yeah. I mean, he, just the fight with his weight, was just, they were done with it. And he might have had a couple more years in him had he been able to sort of deal with that.
He would have.
But he went to the absolute wrong team, because Boston, they forgive nothing.
Oh, without a doubt. I kept up. Well, welcome to Brooklyn, Kevin Durant. Some guys ain't built to exist in some markets. And I really thought that, I did the show saying that, out here they would sell a Panda hat and say, isn't he lovable? In Boston, he's going to become a fat chowder belly overnight. And that's exactly what happened.
Well, they decided he was out on day one. But, he went for the cash. He went for the $95 million. And both he and the Red Sox regretted it almost immediately.
By the way, I think both you and I strongly suggest that everyone, when you get a $95 million offer put in front of you, take it. And whatever level of embarrassment that comes with it, you'll be fine because you got the $95 million as well.
Yeah, walk that off.
This is Rob in San Jose. Rob, when you think of cutting bait and walking away at the right time, what name popped into your mind?
Honestly, I think it was Monte Ellis. I think Monte was the guy that you cut bait at the right time, and Lacob, he caught a lot of flack for it that night that he was out there getting booed by the fans, and ultimately they had a play in Steph Curry, but he was a fan favorite. People liked him here, but looking back, obviously that was the right time to get rid of Monte.
Well, and thank you for listening, to you and the adorable child behind you. Look, Monte, they did more than just cut bait. They used a guy who was actually, still a very good basketball player to bring in someone who became a core of their first championship in Andrew Bogut. It was a ballsy move for sure.
Yeah, that wasn't a walkaway.
Yeah.
That was an actual, we can get something that we really need for him. The ballsy part of it was in gambling on Stephen Curry's wonky ankles.
And Andrew Bogut, who was no pristine, state-of-the-art, I never get hurt center at that point in his career.
No, but I don't think they were trading him because he was going to become the linchpin of their team. They traded him because he was this massive dreadnought that would give them a big guy presence, even if it wasn't a very mobile one. They knew they weren't getting, the Bogut of 3 years earlier. But the gamble was, we can figure out our offense with this new guy who we can't get to stand up. I mean, that was the gamble. It wasn't moving Monte Ellis because they were starting to get fed up with him, and he was starting to get fed up with them. That was, it was the right trade to make for the right reasons, but most of those reasons were, at some point, we're going to have a big guy.
So the next real litmus test of the right time to walk away is coming quickly here to the Bay Area. Draymond Green. Draymond Green's contract, when it comes up, is going to be one of those, that's a hard choice for the Warriors to make choices. And everyone who wants to say it's easy and argue the way you want to argue it, you cannot dismiss the other side point that you're arguing against. Because is Draymond showing an awful lot of signs of wear and tear and aging and underperforming throughout a regular season? Yup. Is he also right in the middle of all of their postseason success once again? The answer to that is yup. Do you think Steph Curry knows more about what makes the Golden State Warriors tick than any of us do? The answer to that question is yup. And there's no doubt that Steph is going to want Draymond Green with him throughout his career as long as possible. So this is a massive decision coming up for the Golden State Warriors. By the way, we need to say congratulations to Draymond Green. Draymond obviously used some new media to show us elements of his wedding, which I guess had been planned a couple of years ago, but like so many other people's plans, COVID put that up in smoke. Well, up in smoke was made up for because they had a cigar roller just rolling like Cuban thick level blunts that were just put out on the table at the wedding. That must have been a grand time right there.
Nobody would know.
Putting it in the air. Congratulations to Draymond, who married Hazel Renee. That is her name. Now, I know people have very much opinions on should a woman take a man's last name. I found it very endearing that my wife, who had very much established herself in her career with her name, she wanted to take my name. I wanted her to. I hoped she would, and she did, And it's I very much appreciate it. You know, no hyphens in the Bruce family. We're all Bruces. I don't know if that's good for everyone who's involved, Ray, but we're all Bruces.
Yeah, you're not giving your kids or wife much chance at deniability.
No, there's no deniability there. Hazel Renee, I do not know if she is going to take Draymond Green's last name. I would only encourage her to, because then her name would be Hazel Green, which is a great name. Hazel Green. I mean, that's it. They work so well together.
You know, the amazing thing is I don't know how many contemporary women are named Hazel anymore. That's one of those names that you would have thought would have dropped, like Thelma.
Right.
You don't run into Thelmas anymore unless they're in their 80s. But maybe it's a family name. I don't know. And I'm not making fun of her name. I'm just saying it's...
No, you're not making fun of it.
It's one that
It's
you
a great
don't
name.
hear often at all.
No.
I mean...
The only Hazel, that when you say Hazel, the first thing that pops into my mind is the rabbit in Watership Down. I mean, that to me, I mean, I have no connection to the name Hazel from an actual human. To me, it's still a character in Watership Down.
Yeah, Shirley Booth played a maid named Hazel in a 60s sitcom. That's the first thing that I went to.
Nice.
But then again, I'm near death myself.
That's okay. Keep it around. Keep it here as long as we can. David Lee, right time to walk away. Jason Richardson on the text line, right time to walk away. Ronnie Lott, even though it was painful, on the text line. And by the way, speaking of green, there was an awful lot of green at the wedding. Someone asked, did they podcast at the wedding? I mean, that's a little too media probably for Hazel, right? That's bringing way too much work, way too close to home. You can't podcast from the wedding. Did he? I mean, I wouldn't put it past him. Did? I don't know. I'm guessing not. Had he podcast from the wedding, we probably would have heard about that right now. But we actually just saw Draymond Green give us a podcast where he was answering fan questions, a mailbag podcast, if you will. And this is Draymond Green on the volume when asked about his favorite all-time moment playing with Steph Curry. Here's what he said.
My all-time favorite Steph moment was Game 4 of this year's finals. It was just like you saw something different. You saw that he wasn't going to allow us to lose. Like it was different. So I got to pick that moment. I feel like that was the biggest moment in Steph's career. He lived up to the hype, delivered.
That is correct. That is the correct moment. There is no other moment to even be submitted, truly, honestly. Not that it was required to, boil Steph Curry's career down to a moment, but as critics said, he needed that NBA MVP Finals moment, and that certainly was it. His performance, Game 4 in Boston, was just nothing but daggers hitting bullseyes all night long. It was spectacular. Asked about his favorite Klay Thompson moment.
My all-time favorite Klay moment was when he went for 60 through three quarters, because that game is a complete microcosm of who Klay Thompson is. He did not come to practice the day before. He woke up late, and now the way our fine system works when you're late for practice is it's not that much more if you miss as opposed to if you're late, if any at all. And so Klay's like, oh, I'm late, go back to bed. Don't come to practice. And then the next day, it's like his way of making it right. He comes out, he has 60 in three quarters. That has to be my all-time favorite moment, because that is actually Klay and his attitude. It's a big you. Like, yep, was I wrong? Possibly. But this is how I'm going to make just a big you. And I've seen him do that numerous times. Like, Klay was late, Klay missed. He going to make it right the next day. And that was major, so I got to go with the 60.
Good story. Story about Klay gets even better. Asked about what the team does on the airplane when it's flying. That's a great question, by the way. Fans always want to know. So how do you guys travel? By the way, the answer is lavishly. One of the best pieces of advice I ever got from a former athlete, professional athlete who I befriended, was simply this: never, ever, ever shed a tear for a professional athlete's travel schedule. The trip that you book for your honeymoon isn't as nice as their flight to Milwaukee is. Pretty much across the board. It is no airport, your private car right to your plane on the tarmac. You get in, you get everything that you could ever want. Either you bring it with you or it's waiting there for you on the airplane. And when you reach your destination, you will never touch one of your own bags. It will be waiting for you in the corner suite of whatever 4 or 5-star hotel that has been booked for you. Do not cry for athletes who travel a lot. But how do you kill the time, right? Well, here's what Draymond said on the volume.
We talk sometimes, we sleep sometimes. Clay is very childish, so Clay throw stuff at people like Skittles and popcorn and then do the whole close his eyes thing and act like one of us do it. Like that's Clay, so you get a little glimpse of sitting with Clay. We used to play poker, but we don't have a fourth poker player. So we used to play poker, we don't do that anymore. Every now and then now, Clay and I play dominoes whenever Clay has the attention span of a 2-year-old, though, so he can only really sit for one game of dominoes. In fact, if you guys watch this, if you got Clay's Twitter, you can hit him up and remind him that he owed me $3,000. And I accept Cash App. I don't have Venmo, but I do have Apple Pay. I also have Zelle. Y'all can remind him he owed me $3,000. I'd appreciate it.
There you go. So Clay obviously spent a lot of time in the boneyard that day. $3,000 over a dominoes tournament.
Draymond Green will never see that money.
I mean, Clay doesn't seem like the guy who welshes on bets. He seems like the kind of guy who totally forgot we had that bet.
I'm going to guess this is not the first time Draymond Green has reminded him of his debt.
You might be right. I like how he says, I'm open to cash. Cash American. Somebody here on the text line, a couple of people have said, when it comes to travel, that doesn't apply to the WNBA. Well, it applies to the major sports that make profits. There you go. I'm sorry.
Well, but, when everybody says don't cry for athletes having to travel that way, that travel seems fabulous compared to regular, normal travel. But being in an airplane still has its drawbacks.
Especially if you're tall.
Well, they can make the seats longer, but if you try to sleep on an airplane, there are a lot of people who just can't do it.
Oh, I can't do it.
So it's not bowling 300.
No, look, it interrupts your day, but, if you are...
Is it like you traveling? No.
Not at all.
But it's a pain in the arse, no matter how you do it.
Unless you do it as a major leaguer, a National Football League player, or an NBA player, in which case, however much of a big pain in the ass it is, it's just how much time are you sitting in the tube. But your trip to the tube, your trip out of the tube, the trip in the tube is still lovely.
Oh, no. The stuff that stresses out normal travelers, those don't exist. But, also, it does take a toll on your body, just the simple act of flying. And these are people who make their living being as sharp with their bodies as possible. So I'm not going to cry for them, but I will note that travel is hard.
But I will never feel sorry for them. It's part of the job. It's like, if you're going to be a doctor, there's going to be long hours. If you want to be a professional athlete, you're going to be
traveling.
doctor.
There's never long hours. That's what the nurses are there for.
Oh, there's, hey, becoming a doctor.
Nurses get hosed constantly.
All right.
They're grossly underpaid.
All right. I'd be a neurosurgeon in 17-hour surgery. That's a long day. Anyway, Draymond Green was asked by one person who wrote into his mailbag a pretty interesting question about who was the better scorer in their prime, Carmelo Anthony or Kevin Durant. Here's Draymond's answer.
I'm going to go with Melo. I grew up watching Melo get a bucket however you wanted it. You wanted mid-post work? First step, crazy. You wanted straight block work? Fadeaway tough, and Melo will bully the hell out of somebody. You want the tray ball? We all know he can do that. He's just a three-point shooter for the USA team. And we know USA Olympic Melo is crazy.
It's so funny because I think a lot of people would just assume, well, of course he's going to go with Kevin Durant because Kevin Durant is an all three levels scorer. If there ever was one, he is a human bucket. But I would like to take you back to some of my Carmelo Anthony memories as well. And when Carmelo Anthony was in his prime, Ray, he's one of the more impressive guys I've ever seen. I've got a certain expectation level for player X, and then player X shows up and actually plays in front of me. Carmelo Anthony is among the biggest blowaways I've ever seen in terms of his actual size, his speed, how effortless it all was to him, and he could give it to you from anywhere because Carmelo, in his prime, was strong as hell. He could give it to you from anywhere. Draymond elaborated.
The reason I'm going to go with Melo is actually this in specific. We were playing against him at the Garden. It had to be my first or second year in the league. And Melo caught the ball in the post. He faced up on me, put his shoulder into my chest. I may have fouled him a little bit, maybe not. And he went through my chest, and I got to stop. He missed. I maybe fouled him, maybe not. He turned around to the referee, called a foul, and we go back down the court. Come back down. He did the exact same move the next play and made the referee call a foul. And the reason why that's such a big deal to me is because as a scorer, you go into slumps, you have bad shooting nights. And the one thing that breaks scorer slumps can be a free throw. And just knowing that Melo could get to the free throw line like that, that's why I'm going to pick Melo. But, man, that's a pick-em for real.
And that's controlling the game. He labeled it as a pick-em. Either way, primed Carmelo, primed Durant, you're getting a hell of a bucket and an easy one. But there you go. Personal impressions mean a lot. And I guess when Carmelo Anthony in your rookie year is driving his shoulder through your solar plexus, it'll leave an impression.
Oh, no, Carmelo Anthony was a great player, but the thing that people forget is that when it stopped cold. The game just changed on him. And as a completely ball-centric guy, he found out the game is different.
Yeah. Well,
and he kept trying to make it his game to the point where he was sort of out of step with where basketball was going.
Right.
The same thing happened to Dwight Howard. The same thing happened to a bunch of guys.
ISO ball changed.
Yeah. The thing that made Carmelo Anthony great fell out of fashion.
It certainly did. When we come on back, we will wrap up fashionably here on 95.7 The Game. We'll tell you what's happening tomorrow, a big interview at 5 o'clock, so stick around. We are brought to you by BioNTech and Pfizer. Make sure you schedule an appointment to get a vaccination today.
Okay, those amazing spots only the true San Francisco locals are in on? Like that place with the square pizzas? Or Mama Hoo-Hoo?
6.
Ooh, Danny, great. Burnt that corner. And defenses are going to have blades of grass to defend that you did not need to worry about defending when Jimmy Garoppolo was out there.
The best of the game, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
Follow your favorite teams, your favorite shows, your favorite podcasts, your favorite Rattos. Can all be found by just downloading the free Odyssey app. Dan Devone and Alan Stiles are coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. Dan coming in hot. Not impressed by what Trey Lance had to the show? Okay. I'll be tuning in. That's called a tease, boys and girls. Dan Devone destroying Trey Lance's career before it even begins. Promised to be coming up next. No, it's probably an oversell. But obviously, he's got some things to talk about. So Dan Devone and Alan Stiles, we're talking about them all with you coming up next. Ray, going back to taking last names, here's a conundrum. From the Comcast Business text line, he says, my friend named Ann is getting married to another friend of mine. His last name is Frank. What does she do?
No idea, unless we're recreating a World War II movie.
Yeah, I mean, I think you can go with it. Although there's no doubt people will be asking to see her diary at all times. There's a lot there. That's a tough name situation to get around.
You can get around it.
A friend of mine named Kyle Tracy married a girl named Tracy McCutcheon, and she took his name. Her name is now Tracy Tracy.
The fact that has that marriage lasted?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm gonna
want to look into that.
Yeah, I don't know. It was a high school. It was a long time ago.
Because that would get old fast.
Tracy Tracy, spelled the same, both Tracey, Tracey.
She had to know better than that.
Think about the signature, though. You could just Tracy squared. Like, you get that done real quick.
Well, I mean, nobody signs their name as anything other than putting a flare pen in your mouth and coughing anymore anyway, so.
Well, I don't know. I don't know how many people pursued autographs from Tracy Tracy. But anyways, I always thought that was a good one.
It's good once, but she's had to do that several times, and I have to imagine by now she's sick to death of it.
I think one of the funniest names ever, one of the hardest I ever laughed watching TV is when on Married with Children, the next door neighbor, Marcy, married a guy named, I forget what his name was, but his last name was Darcy. They changed her name to Marcy Darcy on the show. That was pretty good. So there you go. More name conundrums possibly coming up. But again, congratulations to Draymond and Hazel. Many, many happy returns. And if you got any of those blunts left over, feel free to send them to the station, care of Damon Bruce and Raymond Ratto. We'll figure out how to divvy them up with the staff.
I'm sorry, you lost me with the staff.
Thanks to Cam Inman for joining us today. We leave you with this. Hector Gomez spoke to Fernando Tatis Sr. about his son's PED suspension, and there are two quotes which kind of caught our eye. The first one is Fernando Tatis Sr. says his son's positive PED test came through something in a spray he used to treat a fungus due to a haircut. Okay, that's not what triggered the PED thing. What triggered the positive PED test was your son taking PEDs to play Major League Baseball, which is common, and especially with guys who are rehabbing injuries. So, come on. Steve Darcy, Marcy Darcy. Good job, text line. Thank you. But yeah, fungus due to haircut, Ray? Have you ever heard that one before? We've had ringworm, and now I guess they're pivoting to another fungus.
Well, ringworm is kind of a fungus.
That's what I'm saying. They're going from one fungus to another.
They're holding to a consistent line, which you would expect the dad to do in defense of his son. Well, we don't have to believe it.
It'll be monkeypox in another 2 days.
No, I mean, they haven't deviated from the story. The story is just not plausible.
It was the fungus due to a haircut. Tatis Sr. goes on to say, quote, "It was a mistake that could have been handled differently. Destroy the image of a player for such a small thing, for a situation like this. It's a catastrophe, not just for Tatis Jr., but for all of baseball. There's millions of fans that will stop watching baseball."
I think that's already been done.
And it wasn't. That's
the
one
thing to
thing
do with Fernando Tatis.
Tatis is not responsible for that one.
No.
I'll say this: there is not a single Padre fan who leaned forward that is now leaning out of the game of baseball because of Fernando Tatis getting caught doing something that is not just what you're saying. It's not just a test of drug test. It's an IQ test. He flunked his IQ test. There are ways to get around this. Everyone connected, especially with pockets full of cash, knows that. He screwed up. Fungus due to a haircut? That wasn't it.
No, I don't. Well, you can't sell that, but I get why Dad's trying.
That's what dads do.
That's what dads do. And Dad's probably bent about A.J. Preller basically burying his kid.
Saying he's an immature boob.
Yeah.
Which, hey, Bob Melvin was brought in to solve that. Tatis hasn't even gotten to Melvin yet. And he's already trying to smooth things over. Just shows you what a stand-up guy Bob Melvin is. Baseball lifer. Thanks to Cam Inman for joining us. Grandy, well done. Good job. Lucas, pleasure having you back. Thank you. For Ray, I'm Damon. Stick around. Dan Devone, Alan Stiles coming up next. In the meantime, please do remember that sports don't build character. They reveal it.
And like that, he's gone. Spend your